Chapter 521 My last name is not Xiao. Not long after, a shocking piece of news spread across the 5 northern provinces. The physicist Tesla has decided to bring rain. What? Is this true? It's officially announced by the physics school. How can it be false? Oh my God! God Tesla is omnipotent. Not to mention ordinary people. Even people from other sects were confused. The physics school was famous for training mages and martial virtues. Their teachings, actually physics books, were extensive and exaggerated. Everyone thought it was just empty talk. How could a god master such comprehensive knowledge and fields? Even the god of knowledge can't figure it out. Ryan agreed. Except for his disciples. Everyone would question him. Master, you also understand this? Even Sophia secretly advised him, Ryan, this matter has nothing to do with our physics school. We don't need to care so much. In fact, what she wanted to say was that if your priesthood did not include this, it would be taboo to interfere. What is the rain god? To put it bluntly, this is still a power related to the water element. If this matter is reported to the water element god, it will be very troublesome. Although he almost never responds to human prayers. Ren waved his hand. I don't want to say that I am a very kind person. But according to the prediction of Nietzsche, a greater wave of chaotic attacks will happen this summer. By then, the probability of spring grain will be grained. Then this batch of winter wheat is the life-saving food of the people of the 5 provinces in the north. Grand, righteous, and magnanimous. Ryan's reasons left no one able to say anything. This time, Ryan gathered all the second-generation disciples, as well as all the third-generation disciples, who were both publicly funded and self-funded. His loud voice was amplified throughout the square. I've said from the beginning that what I teach you is not magic, but the laws of physics. It's just that the effects produced are magic to you. In that case, let it be magic. This time, I call it artificial rainfall. To be precise, this is artificial rainfall. Your ancestor physical chemist Owen ** Langmuir summarizes that dry ice has a unique effect of cohesion of water vapor, which is equivalent to the ice crystal or ice core in the cloud. The decrease in temperature is also one of the important factors that turn water vapor into rain. Rain may be successful. What we have to do first is to calcine the limestone at high temperature. During this process, we collect carbon dioxide, which is lighter than air. Then we cool it down through the solidified ice magic circle and condense it into dry ice. Finally, we use electromagnetic cannons or flying sprays to shoot dry ice into the floating rain clouds. This requires the apprenticeship of each discipline to cooperate. Remember, you are not doing this for money, but for the people of the 5 northern provinces, and even the entire panhuman camp. Go! Create a precedent for the panhuman camp. The highly inspiring speech made hundreds and thousands of magic apprentices scream in excitement. If the apprentices in the crash course do not have other tasks, they will come to help. In fact, there are many kinds of materials for artificial rainfall. In addition to dry ice, there are sterling silver iodide, salt powder, and other methods. Thus, a grand magic experiment began. In just 3 days, the physics school was ready for large-scale artificial rainfall. Ren, as always, made a lot of exemptional statements. What artificial rainfall is not effective every time? If there is no thunderstorm, we can't change the rain. There are so many professional terms that even the second-generation disciples may not be able to fully understand them, let alone the farmers below. As a result, there was more and more mysterious. The initial version was, thunder and Galilei are all God. The great God of Tesla is a God in charge of the thunder. This time, it is accidental. If no one knows anyway, he gives up his belief in the physics school. The next time is a thunder to kill you. When it was passed on to the second trip, it became, do you know? Tesla, God, was risked by the risk of the God of water, and the Lord of the storm to start the risk of the God war. The price of God paid for such a price. If we still do not believe in the physics sect, we will be punished by God. When Ryan heard the version that was sent back, he was also confused. Why does it sound like the physics school is taking advantage of the opportunity to show off their prowess? And then they will physically evaporate anyone who doesn't believe in physics. Moreover, doesn't this also offend the Church of the Earth? The most outrageous thing is that before Ryan could even try to explain, the Church of the Earth sent someone to speak. Master Tesla, please don't be in mind. Our Mother God is very kind. As long as it can save the people, everything is good. Rain is really not our God of God. Ryan. As a kind deity, the priests of the Mother of the Earth are naturally a good person. And so, under everyone's anticipation, the physics school began their performance. Rollover? It's out of the question. The farmers of the eyes gathered together, and only a gorgeous mage tower flashed, and the dark clouds in the sky came. And then, nothing? At this time, I saw an individual knight with Lizihue quickly rushing to the crowd, the life of Master Tesla. Physical rainfall will take effect after 15 to 30 minutes. Will it really work? The farmers' hearts were anxious to pioneer the people. At the beginning, the land of their hometown was not enough to raise so many people, and then responded to the call of the Lord, and returned to the land of this ancestor to recover the wasteland to obtain a better place to settle down. Not to mention the peasants. Weren't the pioneer knights also looking forward to it so much that their necks were stretched out? He died and sacrificed so many Barbarossa fighters. They didn't let them wait for too long. The wind rose suddenly. The rain poured into the ground, and the bright raindrops began to moisturize the root of the thirsty plants. Anyone with a little knowledge of agriculture would know that this rain not only stabilized the winter wheat planted previously, but also laid a good foundation for summer planting. Rain! It's raining. Praise Ryan * Tesla. Praise physics school. Praise rain god. 3 days in a row. It was almost a rain gun every day. The only little regret is, Ryan complained to himself, my last name is really not Xiao. Chapter 522, Small Success. The black land in the 5 northern provinces is too fertile, so that the growth of winter wheat throughout the winter and early spring is okay. Ryan paid close attention to the direction of the rain clouds. Even though he couldn't call the wind and rain like a real god, he could implement artificial rainfall when the rain clouds drifted to the farms near the headquarters of various knights. Due to the accurate control of the rainfall, the free people in the 5 northern provinces were surprised to find that the winter wheat in their own fields grew well. But it was not necessary to run far. It was about 3 kilometers away from the reclamation area. Basically, the reclamation area under the shelter of the Cavaliers was rained, and the rest was drizzling. Renan even developed weather forecasts to allow farmers to do water diversion, water storage preparation, and so on. This large-scale artificial rainfall was tossed for about 2 weeks. Ren was not left to the north, the extreme northern place at the same time. A large group of orcs knelt in the red sun and prayed for rain. There is no way. This year's climate is too abnormal. Without rain, the grass on the pastures began to wither. The herbivores could not find food and starved to death. This spread to higher levels of the food chain, causing the carnivores at the top to starve to death. In order to seek the rain, the orcs were full of tricks. Sometimes they danced on it. Sometimes they let go of their throats and sang, chanting the name of their own gods, in order to pray for the asylum of the orcs. The chiefs of the major clan Bleeding Bleeds and presented the most strong livestock of their own clan as a sacrifice to the beast god. Even some chiefs or strong thousands of thousands began to attack each other, thinking that the other party had blasphemy of the orc gods that caused no rain and snow in the north. Many clans have brutal firefighting, and the winner sacrificed the loser group collectively. Rather, especially when the orc chief knew that the human settlement of the 5 provinces in the south was actually the wind and the rest of the place. The rest were dumbfounded when they were as dry as their side. How could that human physics god, Ryan Tesla, be so terrifying? Isn't he the god of the demonic web? Magic Net still controls this? No. I heard that human wizards can lead water elements. Will they connect with the water element? Various reliable, outrageous conjectures spread in the senior B orcs. In any case, the end result is to exacerbate the panic of the orc group. For the orcs, every natural disaster, it is better to go south to grab humanity. If you can't win, you can also cause a heavy population and economy loss to humans, and by the way consume the extra population. This kind of disadvantage of people's disadvantages has been uncomfortable in the past century. Now the times have changed. The new god of human beings has come. He can not only fight, but also calls the wind and rain. In the case of a half-dead dying. In the case of a few months after a few months. The chiefs really did not dare to start the southern sign again. Looking at the human beings who are on the opposite side of Hanbingha. And then look at the warriors who are hot and thirsty. And half-dead warriors are a chief's heart. Will it be fine for a while? The orcs started to start in the future. The shamans are more inclined to continue to pray to the orc gods. With the same shouts such as we are here. They try to send the coordinates and get the return of the gods. But the orcs are not dead. Do you have a bad relationship with Lei? On the side of Ren. He did not notice it at first, and occasionally opened the magic pond, and found that the number of physics believers has increased. Wait! Let me look at it, and see if I am dazzling. 10. Thousands. Million. 100,000. Millions. When the number of 7 digits. Ren couldn't calm down. Why is the god of the master of the Kane world not strong? In the final analysis, the master professionals can indeed provide more spiritual power than ordinary people and other professional, and transform into the power of faith. Unfortunately, mages have always been a rare commodity. High intelligence and high perception are two hard requirements, which can easily beat 99% of ordinary people, coupled with various operations that cover the pearls. The number of mages is particularly rare. Today, in the end of his own hands, with master as a clergy, he means that he wants to make his disciples he or indirectly teach into his believer. This is very difficult. The smarter people, the more difficult it is. From the very beginning, Ryan had no intention of delving deeply into the narrow field of mage, let alone taking mage as his core priesthood. To be honest, Ryan had given up the idea and didn't think he could follow the path of faith and deification. But who would have thought that after he made such a move, the number of believers would soar to over 1 million. Ryan was also drunk. Sure enough, in an agricultural society, farmers are the largest group. He knew very well that most of these people still believed in the Mother Earth, and could not possibly be as devout believers. They could not be compared with the more than 1 million core believers of the Church of Light. But as the saying goes, even a little bit of meat is still meat. Even if a peasant who doesn't understand these big words recites Newton's first law with the lecturer in the physics school, he can still provide Lei with the power of faith in this world of belief in deification. As the saying goes, small things add up to a lot, and a pile of sand makes a tower. This extra power of faith can cleanse the remaining essence of the evil god into physical system more quickly. Finally, on March 30th, a not-so-special day, Ryan got the breakthrough he had always dreamed of. Ding! Congratulations to the host for officially obtaining a fragment of the physics godhood filled with the laws of physics. Please accept it as soon as possible, and put your own soul mark on it. Huh? Ryan was sleeping. But in his excitement, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared, which frightened Sophia and Margaret. Trumpet in a bright hall on the 9th floor of the Mage Tower. Countless beams of arcane light shone on the surrounding stone walls. The purple-blue glow shone through the deliberate hollowing out of the stone walls, forming characters, just like a laser printer, illuminating paragraphs of physical formulas and laws onto the translucent fragment of the Godhead suspended in the middle. Now, a huge word reason appeared in the air on this fragment. Chapter 523. I'm not greedy. I want it all. It seemed as if the chanting of thousands and millions of people was echoing in my ears. It was the disciples, believers, of the physics school chanting the laws of physics. Even though they were hundreds of miles away, Ryan could still see across space what looked like blue smoke rising from above the apprentices' heads, gathering into beams, and then gathering here across space. These energy beams invisible to mortals should be the so-called power of faith. They converge together like rivers flowing into the sea, and then flow into the Mage Tower, ultimately infusing each Chinese character with sacred power. The scene before Ryan's eyes was no different from the legendary ceremony of the gods. Huh? Ryan breathed a sigh of relief, finally. I don't have to pretend to be a god from another world anymore. If you pretend to be awesome to the extreme, you will either be seen as a braggart or become truly awesome. Ryan is lucky. He is clearly the latter. However, when he touched this fragment of the Godhead that had been baptized by the laws of physics with an excited heart, the system gave him a series of happy unexpected prompts. It is detected that the host is trying to fuse a fragment of the Godhood with a Godhood index of 4. If the host chooses to completely integrate it, the host will immediately begin to transform into a godly body and be promoted to a weak god of divine power with a Godhood index of 2. Ryan noticed the relationship between the Godhead index and the number of points in the system description. The Godhead index describes the size of a Godhead fragment. The larger the index, the larger the Godhead it can accommodate. The relationship between the Godhead points and the index is calculated as a square. That is, 2 points of Godhead require 4 points of index, and 8 points of Godhead require 64 points of index. Ryan remembered, a godly character can have multiple godhoods, each with different abilities and influences. Divine power points of 1 to 5 are called weak divine power. 6 to 10 are weak. 11 to 15 are medium. And 16 to 20 are strong divine power. When Ryan saw this, he didn't think it was a big problem. But then came the troublesome moment. The host can integrate any physical classification law into this fragment of the godhood, and use it as the host's priesthood in the chaos world. The godhood index required for classification is as follows. When Ryan saw the densely packed tree diagram, he was immediately dumbfounded. Forget about those multidisciplinary physics, such as astrophysics, which can be used, but Ryan will definitely not specialize in this stuff. There are 5 branches of pure physics alone: classical mechanics, thermodynamics and statistical mechanics, electromagnetism, relativity, and quantum mechanics. Even if we exclude the special and general theories of relativity, as well as quantum mechanics, which Ryan finds difficult to use now, there are still a lot of relatively well-known classifications that he taught to his disciples. None of them is easy to deal with. It's like classical mechanics actually requires fragments of 144 points of godhood index. If Ryan were to become a god based on Newtonian mechanics, he would start as a medium-powered god with 12 points of godhood. It is definitely strong. And the demand for the godhood index is so great that even Ryan is astonished. The system also considerately breaks down large projects. For example, classical mechanics is divided into solid mechanics, fluid mechanics, and general mechanics. General mechanics can be divided into 3 specializations: theoretical mechanics, material mechanics, and structural mechanics. Yes, that is, the big items can be broken down into small items one by one, until you reach a small item that can be accommodated by the 4-point godhead index. The question is, what is the use of 4 points of divinity index? Even if Ryan only wanted to preserve his image and specialize in being the king of lightning, he couldn't just become one if he wanted to. The lowest level of the electric current branch also required 7 godhead indexes. All the people in Ryan were numb. Don't think this is the end. There are other ways to classify physics, which is another tree diagram, aside from the condensed matter physics that most people have never heard of. In this classification method, the more useful the classification, the more expensive it is. Of course, what is difficulty in making decisions? In the final analysis, it is just Ryan's Versailles. Even if an ordinary person carries the long-cherished wish of dozens of generations, it is highly unlikely that he will have a chance to become a god. Ryan is just being picky. This subject is good, but he thinks it is too expensive. That one is cheap, but he doesn't like it. After choosing for a long time, Ryan asked the system with an expression of "I am not greedy. System, is there no way for me to use classical mechanics, electromagnetism, thermodynamics at the same time? It would be best if I could add a god-level power of optics?" The system was silent for a rare 3 seconds before answering. Physical laws that are not combined with the laws of the world cannot be recognized as divine duties by the world, and do not have the corresponding domain priority. Ryan understood. That is, if your domain is not divine, don't think that part of the power is divine. If everyone is fighting against lightning, the one with higher voltage, power, frequency, and other indexes will definitely be more powerful. In the fantasy world, the one with a higher domain level wins. Ryan scratched his head. Is it possible that I can use this 4-point fragment of the godhead to borrow the power of different physics categories at will? Switch at will or something? Of course, I can lower the priority of the field. The system searched again and finally gave the answer, yes. Due to the limitations of the world's laws, the host's borrowed strength in various disciplines will be determined by the total index of the physical godhead fragments possessed by the host. However, without combining the power of the world's laws, its field priority will be between demigod and true god. This time Ryan was relieved. But then, the next problem came. Ryan proposed this possibility. If I first combine the physical laws of classical mechanics with the laws of the world, and then integrate electromagnetism into it, will it increase the difficulty of my integration? Yes. If the host is deified in a single field, his followers will greatly strengthen the host's power in this area, and the difficulty coefficient will increase when the 2 branches of physics are combined. Moreover, the more distant the relationship between the 2 branches of physics, the higher the difficulty coefficient of the fusion. Any good suggestions? When the host integrates the world's laws for the first time, he can integrate all the laws he wants at the same time. Lay glanced at the 4 categories he wanted most: classical mechanics, electromagnetism, thermodynamics, and optics, and found that these 4 things were exactly the right amount, adding up to a total of 441 points of the Godhead Index, which was exactly 21 squared. The peak of powerful divine power is 20 points, and 21 points is the so-called God above God. Ryan's hands were shaking, and he blurted out, "Damn it! Aren't you forcing me to become the God King?" The host can make his own judgment based on his actual situation. Ryan felt that the system was just making him angry. That's right. He can just focus on a certain field, such as electromagnetism, and accumulate enough points to become a lightning god with medium divine power in the future. The price is that once you become a god of a single field, it becomes difficult to cross fields. This means that it is best to either not be a god king or become a god king directly. Ryan had a constipated expression. After a tenth of a second of deliberation, he shouted fiercely, "I'm not greedy. I want them all. Cow's World will. I know you are here. Let's have a negotiation." Chapter 524 Chaos is coming to hack you. At the moment when Ryan pressed on the fragment of the Godhead with one hand, an echo like thunder began to resound throughout the hall of the Mage Tower. No, not just the Mage Tower. The sound actually broke through the physical limitations of space and soared into the sky. Ryan's voice echoed in this small valley of the Fulong Mountains, and even in the entire Fulong Mountains. "Let's negotiate. Let's discuss it. Business. Beat. Fight. Fight. Fight." In the sky of the entire Fulong Mountains, the echoes seemed to gradually evolve into a low tremor, and then suddenly rise to a roaring roar. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. This completely violates the principles of acoustics. How can bass easily transition to treble? Only beings with a perception of more than 16 points could realize that the world was filled with a discordant chaotic force. Before they could react, not only the breeze and floating clouds in the sky, but also the trees and rocks on the ground made low and ancient sounds. They seemed to be aware of something. Every living being, every element with self-awareness, repeated Ryan's words in an unclear voice, just like a baby learning to speak. In some mysterious way, it seemed that the teacher Ryan was teaching all living beings in the world, and all things in the heavens and the earth. They repeated it over and over again, and their pronunciation became more and more standard. They repeated and resonated over and over again, as if they were electing a common leader among them. "We must lift up this being who brought the laws of physics into the world and place it high above the sky." At this moment, everyone in Tesla Magic Academy was already stunned, staring blankly at the top floor of the Mage Tower, unable to utter a word. Their minds were blank, leaving only a strange desire. They longed for their master, Grandmaster, to tell them what kind of future this voice represented. Finally, the world responded to the call of billions of creatures in the Fulong Mountains and responded to the voice of that leader. Feeling a subtle call, thousands of magicians and magic apprentices in the academy instinctively raised their heads, only to see that the dark clouds in the night sky above their heads parted. And what emerged from the clouds was not the soft light of the moon, but a dazzling golden light. The rising sun at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, extremely abnormally, illuminated the entire Fulong Mountains. And even the Remankling far away on the edge of the mountains was clearly visible. The focus of everyone's attention was a ray of light as blue as the clear sky that pierced through the darkness and descended from the sky. No, from the top of this plane. That is the light of order that cuts through chaos. According to legend, the twin goddesses of creation created this orderly world from chaos, gave it rules, and endowed all living beings with intelligence. Although rare, in the long river of history, every time a mortal was deified, people could see similar lights from near and far. This meant that the worlds will accepted a certain existence and made it the guardian of one or more laws. Therefore, mortals prefer to call it the light of ascension to God. It is so dazzling and so sacred that in the vision of mortals, at this moment, there is no other color between heaven and earth. In the Fulong Mountains, the canopies of the trees creaked and shook, and then strangely lowered in the direction of Ryan. The rocks seemed to be under the pressure of 10 times the gravity, and there was a trance feeling that they were sinking deeper into the ground, and the surrounding soil was squeezed and surged upwards. A terrifying aura of absolute majesty descended upon the small valley, and an invisible force expanded outward from the valley. At this moment, all living beings were forced to check their alignment, and all non-lawful neutral beings were forcibly pressed to the ground, prostrating themselves, unable to move. Only the mage and followers of the physics school can still act freely. However, This power made them worship, without anyone giving any orders. Everyone knelt down in unison, forming a black mass. The second and third generation disciples of the physics school had all kinds of physical formulas and laws popping into their minds, and they even started to recite them themselves. They instinctively believed that what was happening at the top of the Mage Tower must be the most sacred process of deification. But no one knew that at the same time. Ryan's dialogue with the world was like this. "Let's have a negotiation," someone said with a grin. "The law is the law. Chaos is coming to get you," someone threatened. "The law cannot be changed. You don't care if all the laws collapse? Laws require laws. Chaos is coming to hack you. Law. Chaos is coming to hack you." After the important things were said 3 times, the world fell into a long silence. Ryan was neither annoyed nor anxious. He casually made himself an ice chair, leaned on it with his cheek in his hand, crossed his legs, and swayed on his toes. The development of the situation is clear. No matter how persistent the world will, there are more and more chaos in this world. Although mortals do not seem too obvious, the laws of chaos are initially appeared. World. Think about it. When water does not flow to the lower place, when the wind is hard, when the soil is suspended in the air, is the world still the world? This is how chaos destroys the laws of the world. Ryan had long understood why the world gave him, and even his disciples, the green light to advance so smoothly. In the final analysis, it was because the world had lost the gods who originally protected the laws, and lacked laws to repair this already broken world. To be honest, Chaos World wanted systematic laws more than any other existence to stabilize the world. Otherwise, after the world is further eroded by chaos, it will most likely be destroyed. And order will be transformed again into a chaotic energy ball with no distinction between east, west, south, north, heaven and earth. This is something that the world will extremely resist. Compared to being destroyed by chaos, Ryan's proposal for a PY deal became less unacceptable. A long sigh seemed to come from the empty sky. And finally a sentence fell. "Cannot exceed the upper limit of the godhood." Ryan understood immediately. Physics is truly profound and all-encompassing. Everything in the chaos world can be explained by the laws of physics, as long as it is not too different from the Earth. The only difference lies in the parameters. In Chaos World, it is said that the power of the divine arts is determined by the number of divine powers. The power of the divine arts cannot exceed the upper limit of his level. But it does not say which one it is. This means that Ryan's priesthood can be changed. Ryan discovered that there was an additional priesthood system in the system prompts. And the first item was the physics branch switching function. Cough. To put it simply, when Ryan switches to mechanics, he can play the role of One-Punch Man. When he switches to electricity, he is the god of thunder and lightning. When he switches to thermodynamics, he can pretend to be the god of fire or the goddess of winter. Different disciplines represent different priesthoods. The only trouble was, until he achieved 12 points of godhood, he wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of any branch of physics. Chapter 525 Disseminator of Physics. In a sense, as long as physics covers the scope, Ryan is the omnipotent god. The only difference is how powerful it is. By the way, Ryan saw the system prompt. It is detected that multiple disciplines are in conflict with the duties of some elemental gods. It is expected that when a conflict occurs with the gods, the power of the department will be suppressed by the other party. In response, Ryan curled his lips and didn't care much. It would be foolish to use water to deal with the god of water element. Besides, Ryan didn't think he would directly confront the 4 elemental gods, at least in fighting against chaos. The interests of the gods should be consistent. Of course, Ryan's taking advantage of the worlds did not come without a price. The physics knowledge he possesses, while he uses it as divine magic, will also be copied by the worlds as the basic law for the operation of the world. So that when the world is eroded by chaos again, and the laws are lost, he will act as a backup server to create another copy for the world. This is the price. What other people think is their business. Ryan thinks this deal is worth it. Outside, thousands of people worshipped on the ground with each other. And the promotion of their master ancestors, did not give them a cold wind. Cold and unstoppable feeling. But there was a wonderful meaning of how the top of the peak was independent. This is completely different from the style of other churches. The gods of their family are located above the clouds. The difference between the heavens and the earth makes people sever all thoughts. They can only worship. And in begging the gods of the gods with their own absolute devotion, to attract themselves to the kingdom of happiness. Born for God. Die for God. Although the style of the physics school is also looking up. What everyone sees is not only the top of the mountain, but also the foot of the mountain and the mountainside. The most important thing is that it is a mountain range with a lot of peaks. The many predecessors in different fields of physics are the greatest proof of this. Everyone always feels that if they have learned enough and mastered the physical laws of the world, they can also reach that level. Even if they cannot be on par with Ryan, they can at least become one of the peaks of physics. Although people worship Ryan, they haven't lost their minds. This feeling is so subtle. Finally, the sacred light faded away, and Ryan walked out of the secret room on the 9th floor of the tower. As soon as he went out, he saw that all his disciples who had come were standing on his right, and Sophia and the other girls were on his left. Everyone's face was filled with excitement, but at the same time, there was a subtle sense of doubt. In fact, not only them, but even the leaders of major sects thousands of miles away fell into collective doubts. The deification ceremony should be very sacred, considering Ryan's status. This ceremony is not right. Archbishop Antonio frowned and said, "Isn't this deification ceremony too short and too simple?" His master Sherbot talked. "Yes. Function is to declare the world. Who and who we are in our denominations will become a deity, and his clergy will be reflected in the prayer of the pastor. Every step is sloppy." Antonio nodded in approval. Prayers don't have to be rigorous. After all, prayers are used by priests to praise their own gods. If they can stick a pound of gold on the statue, they will definitely not put less than a pound. Of course, there are also some useful information in the prayers. For example, there is a passage in their prayer for the goddess of light of hope. She is the beacon in the dark night, the only comfort in despair, and the torch of hope. A large number of words of praise, coupled with easy-to-understand descriptions, and preferably a rhyme at the end of each sentence, make the prayer catchy and preferably enjoyable, which is a superior prayer. However, Ryan's theoretical deification this time turned out to be nothing. According to records, all the extraordinary people in the world should be able to hear the prayers of their priests, not to mention the lack of prayers. Even when everyone fearfully used the legend mastery magic on Ryan, they only got a very sloppy account. After friendly negotiations with the Chaos World, both parties reached a consensus that Ryan Tesla will serve as the god of physics of this world. The shorter the description, the bigger the thing. In just a short sentence, the amount of information contained in it is explosive. First of all, the way of deification. For gods who rely on faith to be deified, they often cultivate deeply in a certain field, master it to the point of being unable to be more proficient, and gain the recognition of the world before using this priesthood as their core source of power and then being deified. From this point of view, it is basically ruled out that Ryan believes in deification. All the major forces in chaos have heard of physics, but they think that physics is too broad, covering almost everything and being involved in everything. Everyone thought that Ryan only used a certain specialty as the core strength to become a god. But now it seems that is not the case at all. The problem is that Ryan is not the elemental god that existed at the beginning of the birth of Chaos Continent. And he does not seem to be an ancient god. That's weird. The second is both sides reach a consensus. It turns out that it is not Ryan who wants to be a god in Chaos World, but Chaos World is asking him for help. This is already a lot of information. The last word serve is even more outrageous, which means that the two parties are not in a subordinate relationship, but more like equal employment. Chaos World can fire Ryan, and Ryan can also fire his boss. You know, there are so many gods in Chaos World, and in a sense, they all work for the world. What they are fighting for at all costs is, after all, just one of the sources of power that the world has given up. Ryan's ability to advance or retreat destined him, the god of physics, to have a transcendent status. It's not that I want to be a god. It's your boss who asked me to. The mysteries behind each of them are enough to make the leaders of other sects rack their brains. At this time, Ryan glanced at the people outside, seeing that they were full of doubts, but did not dare to ask. He failed to maintain his demeanor as a true god and showed his extremely human side. What? I just got a part of the power of the law. So you don't recognize me? That relaxed tone, that familiar feeling. Everyone felt as if everything was back. Sophia breathed a sigh of relief and asked boldly, "Great dot you, Ryan. Are you already a god?" After finding out that Ryan was dissatisfied with her initial address and changing his words several times, Sophia finally asked the question that everyone wanted to know most. After thinking for a while, Ryan said something meaningful. What is God? There are different definitions in different worlds. In the eyes of ignorant barbarians, any electrical engineer who can tinker with a generator under the physics school is a god. In our eyes, he is just an electrical engineer. In my world, I am just a disseminator of physics. But here, your world thinks I am a god. Only you can define yourself. In my opinion, I am just a master and disseminator of the laws of physics. If you insist on thinking that I am a god, that's up to you. Chapter 526 Declaration. Ryan always remained humble when it came to science and physics. He was not so brazen as to claim that all the physical formulas were discovered and summarized by himself. That would be a blasphemy to physics. If he stood on the shoulders of many physics predecessors to spread physics, and was regarded as sacred by the other world, then there must be a place for the predecessors in this hall of glory. This is what he must insist on as the inheritor of physics. Well, the above is actually the words of Lay who posted gold on their faces. It is not impossible for him to say that Newton's apple-level holy relics are. In case he is too troublesome. It is not impossible. He is scared. No matter what. The deification is a big deal. No matter how Ryan tried to suppress the flow of power, the aura around him had already completely changed. To ordinary people, Ryan looked the same. But only the extraordinary could feel how powerful he was. The countless laws of physics swirling around Ryan are in effect all the time. Anyone who dares to harm him must first experience the rebound of various mechanics, the blow of electricity, the suppression of gravity, and the enthusiasm of thermodynamics. This power is equivalent to carrying a bunch of god-level shields with you, which can easily isolate you from the threats from the mortal world. The key is that the physical laws he mastered are shared with the chaos world. This means that as long as the power used on Ryan involves the physical laws, Ryan will suppress it from the root. This is a terrifying thing. For example, the look in Isolde's eyes when she looked at Ryan at this moment became quite timid. She felt that from this moment on, all the fiery breaths of the golden dragons would be ineffective against this man. Of course, the golden dragon also had another kind of weak dragon breath that could weaken the enemy. But would this be effective against a god? Miss Jean Long trembled with fear, and could only secretly thank God that she had sought refuge early. For other people, the feeling Ryan gave them was more direct. Simply put, it was pure blood suppression. They could feel that although their power came from the world, it was more like coming from Ryan. The supreme respect for the ancestor made them understand their own status very well. The disciples became more respectful to their master. Tangzi stepped out from the crowd and bowed. Master, can you say something to all the disciples of the School of Physics? Ryan was slightly stunned. He knew this was inevitable. When you are sailing against the current, if you don't move forward, you will move backward. The more chaotic the times, the more people need reassurance. It's not what I want to be so flamboyant. But since that's the case, I'll just say something casually. The next moment, every kneeling disciple, assistant, follower, and servant in the entire academy heard the uniform sound of war drums. No, that's not a war drum, but thunder. The lightning in the sky fell rhythmically, rumbling and booming, as if following the beat of a drum, following the aura that made them feel so excited and uncontrollable. They instinctively raised their heads. I just saw the sky getting brighter. An intoxicating blue halo lit up in the sky directly opposite the assassin mage tower, driving away the darkness and the dark clouds. But the dark clouds in the sky were growing thicker and thicker, lined up on the left and right like a guard of honor, or like soldiers waiting for inspection, forming neat rows of clouds on the mountain walls on the east and west sides of the valley. Long and thin strands of electric light descended like a curtain, dazzling and lasting for a long time. Amidst everyone's anticipation, a door opened on the 9th floor of the mage tower. Steps solidified by lightning appeared out of thin air. Descending from the 9th floor, nearly 10,000 pairs of eyes were fixed on the leading young man who exuded a mysterious aura. Ah! It's really the Grandmaster. No one realized that their voices were almost whispering. Ryan led his disciples down the suspended lightning stairs step by step, and came to a high platform in the big square that was also made of lightning. Electric snakes twisted and slithered on the platform, and the slight crackling sound alone made people realize that those who were not strong enough would become familiar faces on the spot just by approaching this platform. However, when everyone knew that the person in the center of the stage was their own master, a subtle feeling of awe and excitement arose spontaneously. At this moment, as the focus of everyone's attention, Ryan stood leisurely with his hands behind his back. He cleared his throat and began. At the beginning of the establishment of the physics school, what was pursued is knowledge, and the science was required. Seriously, I was unwilling to use the word God to mix into the rigorous science. However, under the persistence of the cow's world's will, in the spirit of entering the countryside and the openness of physics, I agreed to the world's laws of the laws involved in physics and the title of scientists. From now on, if you like to call the sages of physics gods, I will not interfere. But there is one thing I want you to remember. We are people who devote our lives to physics. The good and evil of the world have nothing to do with us. What we study are the laws of the world. What we believe in is physics. And what we protect are also the laws of the world. Anyone who breaks the laws of the world is the enemy of physics. Very subtly, all the students only heard and repeated the last sentence. Anyone who breaks the laws of the world is the enemy of physics. Thousands of students were so excited that they waved their fists and shouted loudly. Their momentum is overwhelming. Their voice is astonishing. Their declaration is soaring into the sky. This scene made Ryan feel a little weird. He always wondered if he had some talent in physics gone astray. At this point, what he says or thinks is no longer important to outsiders. What's important is that, 100 years after the beginning of the Dharma ending age, a true God finally walked the continent again. And it was a true God who used magic. The entire school of physics began an unprepared carnival. Ryan went back to his room. His departure did not reduce the excitement of his disciples, but made them even more fanatical. Matt was stunned. Master, is he really a god? Flora, humph. Of course. Master has always been a true god from the outer realm. He just wasted so much time because he was unwilling to help the chaos world. Now that the world's will has given in, he will naturally return to his throne. Harry was so excited that he danced with joy. Big brother, you are really amazing. How did you know at first glance that Master was so amazing? Even if I have said it countless times, it still has special meaning when I bring it up again on this special day. Haha. Even if Master is not a real god, his ability to control the Tesla coil is enough to prove that he is not an ordinary person. Berend hugged his wife's materialized soul and said, Alas, at first, I thought that Master might want to harm us. Masana, we are so stupid. Fortunately, Phone Dak secretly wiped his tears. Master's greatness. Noka looked left and right. And he was the only master left. Oh, now I really need to become a legend as soon as possible. Chapter 527 Summoning. After 100 years, a true god finally appeared again on the continent. This news is more than just wings. With all the teleportation arrays unimpeded, the news spread throughout the entire panhuman camp within a day. Even in the most remote rural corners, everyone knew about it within 3 days. Have you heard? Ryan Tesla of the physics school is indeed a god. I heard that he was originally a true god from the outer realm. But he failed to reach an agreement with the will of the world. So he has always appeared as a mortal. No wonder the physics school didn't hold a ceremony to confer the title of deity this time. Hey, I heard that John from the next village was admitted to Tesla School of Magic. He really made a profit this time. That's right. No matter how low-key Ryan was before, how he concealed his identity, and how he denied all kinds of comments from the outside world. People often don't care about your process, but only the results. You are a god now. So the story version becomes a true god coming to the novice village to fry fish. So the story becomes Ryan punching the Abyss Kindergarten and kicking the Botfor Hell Nursery. Everything Ryan had done before became legal and taken for granted. Countless beings were glad that they had not really angered Ryan, or had secretly tried to curb the growth of the physics school. Of course, those who had angered Ryan were on their own, especially the orcs and the remaining dark elves. When they received this news, even if they wanted to fart, they could only hold it in. And they definitely didn't dare to fart in the direction of the Fulong Mountains. Oh my god! The life and death of our own gods are unknown. And the real gods of others are staying in the kingdom of God on earth. Do you dare to move? Not to mention that our gods haven't returned. Even if they did, no one would dare to act rashly. The original body of the god, or something that looks like the original body, is on the continent, which means that the opponent's entire assets are placed on the main plane, based on the principle that the power of the god's incarnation and clone can never match that of the original body. Even the clone sent by powerful gods may not be able to defeat Ryan. What's more, Ryan's priesthood and rank are very evil. God of physics? What the H.L. is this? It seems like I said nothing. Outsiders have no idea what Ryan's priesthood is. Nor do they know what his current strength is. Even the orcs and drow dared not send spies into the legendary physical land to inquire about the news. At most, they could listen to rumors through the walls in the outer towns, and get some third-hand information. For the enemies, this news certainly made them tremble with fear. For our own people, this is another concept. Although it was a bit unexpected. It was actually expected that the first group to arrive was the Ice Wolf School. This warlock school was at least the best in the world in terms of licking the boots. All Ice Wolf School congratulates Tesla God's return. What a big slide. A large amount of icy vapor could be seen spurting out from behind every prostrating Ice Wolf School warlock, pushing these guys like a nitrogen-accelerated supercar, sliding all the way from the Merino City teleportation array to the manor outside the city. There were even 3 consecutive hairpin turns due to the terrain. They used a magical ditch cornering method to hook the toes of their shoes on the ditch, and completed the high-speed turns extremely smoothly. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Flora was obviously disgusted to the point of having goosebumps. But she still maintained ladylike etiquette to receive and comfort these followers of the physics school. There's nothing we can do. Who told this guy to follow Ryan so early? They are no longer qualified to be horse bones. Just think of it as buying flattery with a fortune. As for the nobles, King Cervantes, who was the first to receive the news, did not hesitate at all and immediately brought people to Merino City to congratulate. A little later, the crown princes of the 2 empires came with their teams to offer congratulations. All the people arrived first, and the subsequent gifts were still being loaded onto trucks, which were sent directly through the portal. In the past, this method of transporting goods through the portal was considered a waste of money, and even the emperor of the empire would not be willing to do so. What time is it now? The true God reappeared on the continent, regardless of whether the gods returned or not. At least at this moment, Ryan Tesla was the only true God in the world. In the entire panhuman camp, anyone who doesn't come to congratulate is equivalent to giving an eye drop to Ryan, the god of death. At this critical moment when the Chaos Army will attack sooner or later, anyone who doesn't know how to curry favor with others is an idiot. The teleportation array in Merino City had been operating non-stop since midnight, and the archbishops of various Orthodox churches arrived one after another after daybreak. This time, Ryan's action of suddenly taking back the throne of God caught everyone off guard. After a brief moment of shock, the archbishops all showed joy. They had previously asked Ryan to give them the coordinates, but Ryan had delayed with all kinds of excuses. It turned out that the key was here. He would not release the gods until he had reached an agreement with the will of Chaos World. Now that you have obtained what you wanted and have an equal status with our master, you should let our master return. Right? With nervous hearts, the archbishops rushed in with great trepidation, stayed in the Merino State guest house, handed over the visiting cards, and looked eagerly in the direction of the manor outside the city. In their eyes, before Ryan showed his true colors, they could still pretend to be confused and communicate with him as equals, as if they were all human transcendents. But now Ryan stopped pretending and showed his true colors. They dared not act rashly no matter what they said. Although Ryan always seems to be easy to talk to, he is also very particular about rules, and is a classic lawful person. However, God's grace can be vast, but his power can also be ruthless. If they are caught in any small trick and really anger him, even their own master will not be able to protect them. The archbishops. In fact, Ryan had already sensed their arrival. It was just that Ryan was busy. He had to poke the fairy dragon's trachea and bestow divine grace on the Grand Duchess and the female knight. Even if it was already noon and those guys were kept waiting, they dared not complain. However, what needs to be faced must be faced. After noon, Ryan summoned Archbishop Antonio. In the Mage Tower, Antonio looked at Ryan sitting on the throne of the element, felt the familiar yet strange sacredness in the air, and sensed the power of the law that permeated every corner. He bowed deeply and said, "Archbishop Antonio of Light, I am honored to meet Lord Tesla. On behalf of the 3 gods of light, I extend my deepest regards to Lord Tesla for his cooperation with this world." Bowing completely without kneeling was the utmost courtesy he could show given his status. Moreover, he spoke the ancient common language of mankind, adding many literary words similar to elegant language, which gave Ryan goosebumps. This is already the most concise version of the translation. The original text has more than 100 words in just those 2 sentences. No need to be polite. Chapter 528 Lord of Chaos. Etiquette cannot be abolished. As the first true God to descend to the earth in 100 years, your divine light of order illuminates the entire night sky of the continent. Antonio said Babel, flattering him for free, until Ryan showed an impatient expression. Then he cleverly led the topic to the main business. Want to ask about the coordinates? Yes. The coordinates have actually been found a long time ago. It's just that they can't be given out casually. Ah! Archbishop Antonio exclaimed. In fact, his first reaction was that Ryan was going to raise the price. But when the words came to his lips, he said, "Is there any direct threat that makes you dare not give out the coordinates easily?" "That's right." Ryan nodded. "Have you heard of the name Lord of Chaos?" "Ah!" Antonio explained for the second time in a very short time. He had never heard of it. But an almost natural induction made him feel an extremely fishy smell coming towards him the moment he heard the name. As if just by hearing the name, a terrible strong acid poured into his cochlea, corroding his ear canal, eroding his nerves, and torturing his soul. Ugh! He instinctively made a retching sound, and his whole body hunched over and knelt down. After retching for a long time and trying hard to breathe the fresh air around him, he gradually returned to normal. God! This is... Ryan sighed. This is the price you pay for instinctively sensing the evil God King with legend mastery. Fortunately, you are standing on the physical land and are protected by my power. Otherwise you would have died. Of course, the information revealed by Ryan came from the world's will. In fact, even if the world will does not give it, after Ryan was promoted to a god, with his current perception of over 100 points and the search capability of the Magic Net Goddess Temple, it is only a matter of time to find this coordinate anchor point. It would be best if the owner of this place would take the initiative to give the coordinates. Antonio bowed again and said, "Please enlighten me, God." Ryan let out a long breath. The Chaos world is a very unique parallel world in the cracks of time and space. Even without cigarettes, he still talked about the past. A past that was told to him by the world will of Chaos himself. The universe where the Earth is located is a normal and healthy universe. But things are unpredictable. And there are always some worlds that are special. Chaos world is such a special case. It is located in the gap between time and space. But the time inside is not isolated. Nor is it a closed time and space that is constantly reincarnated. In general, its passage of time is consistent with the outside world. This creates a very strange characteristic. It will periodically connect with the outside world, generally every 3 months. And the connection time is extremely short. Less than half an hour. The problem is that the entire star region near that fixed connection point has now been completely occupied by the forces of chaos. It's like in a police story. The robber just wanted to die. But there were Jackie Chans everywhere outside. But the current version has changed to the higher the virtue, the higher the evil. This has become a dilemma that is inescapable. Every time the exchange port is opened, more chaotic beings will break into the world of chaos. This is why a large number of chaos demons have inexplicably appeared on the continent recently. And there are all kinds of chaos demons, from the most useless soldiers to demigod level ones. The key point is that even if these guys are killed, they will still pollute the environment on a large scale and affect the operation of the world's laws. This is just the beginning. As more chaos demons die here, the impact on the laws of the world will become more and more severe. By then, it will not be surprising to see water flows to higher places. Naturally, Ryan had something else up his sleeve in this story. The exchange port for the gods to pass through will normally not be opened until April 1st. But before that, it is not ruled out that the power of chaos will erode the world barrier and create a gap, allowing the gods to return early. The cooperation intention I reached with the world will is to recall as many lawful gods as possible before the chaos army arrives. This will help the world to reestablish the barrier of order and protect the entire world. Then what are we waiting for? Antonio blurted out excitedly. But he regretted what he said because he forgot the difference in status between him and Ryan. Just when he was annoyed, Ryan continued the topic without caring. The problem is that although the Chaos Lord uses the power of chaos, he is an extremely powerful person with extremely high wisdom. According to my speculation, the collective disappearance of the gods in the Dharma ending age 100 years ago was related to this Chaos Lord. The Archbishop was in a bad mood, so I will release the coordinates to the outer realm. And it is very likely that I will attract the Chaos army before I recall the gods. This I need you to provide some secrets that only the Church of Light can know. Preferably secrets that only core members at the level of archbishops can know. I don't mean complete secrets, such as special words. Give them to me, and I will create a code that only designated gods can understand, and then pass it on. When Ryan brought it up, Antonio instinctively wanted to consult his master Hibbert first. But then he thought, he could certainly act prettily. But the goddess of hope was clearly in a precarious state. He can delay, but the goddess can't wait. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Antonio said a string of unrealistic vague words. And at the end of him, he added, this is not all. If you want to take the trust of the angels of Luna, it is best to add the phrase received by Miss Elizabeth. This is the most insurance. Ryan nodded and called Elizabeth. After hearing the explanations from her host, Ryan, and her former employer, Archbishop of Holy Light, Elizabeth opened her eyes wide, looked to the left and to the right, and then excitedly wanted to say something. However, in her excitement, she seemed to want to take a step but didn't dare to, and actually did a split on the spot. Obviously, her 18-year-old bones were not that flexible, and she screamed on the spot, scaring both Ryan and Antonio. You, what are you doing? The Archbishop was almost furious. Ryan held his forehead and thought, oh my God. Are you a stupid roe deer from Northeast China? Yes. Every year, rescue stations in Northeast China find that some stupid roe deer cannot stand steadily on the ice, do a split, and then their legs spread apart and cannot move. They either wait for someone to rescue them or become food for carnivores. Soon, a mysterious voice began to echo in the outer star region. At the same time, on a huge desolate planet, a war that seemed to last forever was going on. The humanoid being swung his sword, and it was like thunder, causing mountains to collapse and seas to split. There was also a white-winged angel who launched continuous attacks, with its sharp edge showing like the flowing Milky Way. Unstoppable. But no matter how hard they fought, the total number of those ugly monsters on the opposite side did not decrease at all. A female angel with a broken wing suddenly stopped and said, everyone listen. Chapter 529, 100 Years of Bloody War. How out of tune with the world around her is she? The rotten and stench that permeated the entire space was enough to suffocate a mortal. Her companions who were dissolved by the power of chaos seemed to have turned into sticky bubbles that dragged her silver twin ponytails, surrounding her sacred body that was as bright as the moonlight. The entire space was like a dead swamp. Even a legendary warrior would have difficulty walking here. However, under the illumination of the sacred golden energy emanating from her body, a large amount of chaotic power was driven away from her, and could not invade the area within 100 meters around her. How much time has passed? 1 year? 10 years? Or even 100 years? She had hardly stopped fighting. But at this moment, she stopped and listened to the echo that seemed to come from the depths of the universe. The voice was so faint and intermittent that it didn't even form a sentence. Logically speaking, in the tense battle, this would become a noise ignored by all beings. There is no way. In this chaotic frenzy, even the dying whispers of fallen comrades can turn into mind-disturbing notes, counterattacking the minds of the angels who are still fighting. But this voice was different. Luna was so solemn that her archangels immediately realized that the archangel had more important things to do, which was why he stopped in this non-stop battle. They gritted their teeth and opened fire at full force, temporarily taking over the pressure from the archangel. After listening for a moment, she quickly established a connection in her god-level soul circuit. Eternal Sun, please listen to my call. A new coordinate has been heard. Following her call, a huge blazing sun appeared in her perception. It drove away the haze and chaos, but it seemed to be close at hand, yet it gave people a trance feeling of being far away in the horizon. A voice that gave people a sense of vastness and grandeur responded in Luna's soul. Ordinary coordinates are meaningless except for increasing casualties. The sun god's words were very serious. This is not his fault, because the fire god Anter, who had fought alongside him for thousands of years, fell, and the light of hope Isabella was severely injured. Who wouldn't be heartbroken? In order to eliminate chaos, we have endured 100 years of suffering on this disgusting planet. But in the end, we have ended up like this. This is the result that no one wants to see. Just before the new coordinates came, there was actually another coordinate. The coordinates pointed to a world that also worshipped the three gods of light. The army of light, which had long been unable to hold on, evacuated under the leadership of the god of fire. Who would have thought that the Chaos Army would follow in pursuit, causing extremely tragic consequences? Originally, the Army of Light was just struggling to hold on. But now it's even worse. Their combat power has been cut in half, and they can't hold on any longer. So when Luna said that she had discovered a new coordinate of her own, the Sun God's first reaction was to be alert. No! Great Eternal Light. This coordinate is encrypted. It uses a lot of hidden phrases from the sacred epics, as well as the obscure phrases I recently conveyed when I called the Holy Maiden of Light. This is the top secret that only the Archbishop of a world and the Holy Maiden who received the inspiration signal will know. The Sun God was puzzled and asked, how could this happen? We don't need to worry about the signal being tracked back. The one who transmitted the signal from Chaos World was very clever. He converted the sound into light signals, and after a lot of refractions, he turned several times and delayed the release. He sent the signal to us through hundreds of channels. Even the words in a sentence are composed of multiple signal sources from different regions. The only problem is, the Sun God smiled bitterly. Those stupid archbishops, who can only chant scriptures, and the purest-minded silly girl of light, who I personally taught cannot be so smart. So, they asked a very powerful space-type god to help them. Or simply, they were controlled. My lord is wise. The Sun God was silent. He knew very well that, to be fair, retreating to chaos was not a good choice. Among the worlds where the three gods of light had spread their faith, Chaos's population and faith resources were not among the top 5. So it could only be said to be okay. The problem is that they have already lost the 100-year war with the Chaos camp. The Sun God cast his gaze, as if afraid of his extremely fiery gaze. The chaotic mist lingering over the battlefield was quickly dissipating like the cold morning mist encountering the rising sun. From afar, it looked like falling meteorites. Huge objects emitting an evil glow, dragging long tails, crossing the sky from far to near, and constantly approaching. The light of these meteorites reflected in the fiery eyes of God looked like fireflies. And their advantage was their sheer number. They are so densely packed that they look like a swarm of locusts. Their appearance dyed the entire cloud layer into a hodgepodge of colors, a mixture of dozens of paints. Each meteorite falls on the ground, and it will immediately turn into a giant but disgusting chaotic demon. There were so many of them that they kept pouring towards the front line of the army of order like overlapping waves. The infantry heroes below and the angels hovering in the air formed a curtain wall-like defense line. They used various combat methods to destroy the chaos demons that were like a huge swarm of insects. From time to time, the defense lines were breached by the surging groups of chaos demons. But soon, under the leadership of a certain archangel, the chaos demons that broke through the defense lines would be eliminated. Order and chaos. The warriors of both sides are simply constantly intertwined turbulences, madly consuming each other on the earth and in the sky. Within 100 miles, without exception, there are such breathtaking scenery. Is it cruel? Is it an exaggeration? No. 100 years ago, when he led the army of order to this planet that they believed was the lair of chaos, the scene was even more exaggerated. The army of order formed an extremely exaggerated line of troops, so long that even if you look at it from the planet's synchronous orbit, you can hardly see the end of it. The three-dimensional array formed by the cluster of angels numbering in the tens of thousands looks like a mountain range embedded in the planet from a distance, or like the dividing line between order and chaos. This brutal century-long war exhausted the power of order and greatly depleted that of chaos. Unfortunately, no matter how you look at it, chaos seems to be more confident. The battle line, that was once tens of thousands of miles wide, has now been compressed into such a small area. The army of the order at this moment is like an isolated island in the vast ocean, although it still has a radius of 100 miles. But it is precisely because the order army is so large that the chaos army is so huge and exaggerated. The mind of the Sun God hung high in the sky, gazing at the chaotic battlefield from a bird's eye view. Of course, he knew that the Chaos Lord was already very weak. If he were in his prime, he would have a good chance of rushing over and killing him by himself. Unfortunately, both sides are at the end of their strength. Chapter 530. I've never seen this scene before. The Chaos Legion has completely destroyed all 78 planets, worlds, to provide faith for the Order of the Order. The Legion of Angels of Light was still struggling in the tide of chaos, and the Sun God knew very well that the chain of destruction had already begun. Since last month, more than 20 gods, including the Trips, and the gods who tried to find a way out, and the gods of the exploration were all out with the chaos and handsome abatos. The evil god department, which had been forced to retreat by chaos, had begun to make a commotion. The evil gods are all colluding to see how to sell out the good camp first. Stupid and wait. Do you think you can escape? The sun god's angry rebuke received a blunt response from Luna. They understand. But they see no hope. With one more planet. No. Even one more Chaos World's power of faith. Maybe we can outlast the Chaos Lord. Don't they understand this? Everyone understands the truth. Otherwise, how could the evil camp and the good camp join forces and fight the unreasonable Chaos army for 100 years? Order and chaos are like two giant beasts fighting madly. The only possibility to stop this protracted war is for one side to kill the other. And then the winner takes all. Relying on devouring the corpses and legacy of the other side to truly rise in this star field. The problem is that I can't bear it anymore. He knew that if he retreated first, his teammates would be killed. And that no matter how he tried to hide, he would most likely not be able to escape the pursuit of the Chaos Army. Maybe living a little longer is better. When disaster strikes, not only human nature, but even divinity cannot stand the test. The Sun God has been looking at, and the relatively complete angel corps is still as many as 8. Unfortunately, all the angel legions are stuck here and cannot move away. Once the battle line collapses, it will be the end of order. The only chance left for the order camp may be this mysterious coded communication and the Chaos Army's indifference to this small complex plane world hidden in the cracks of time and space. The Sun God made up his mind. Luna. Yes. I give you a very difficult task. Please order. I don't know what happened in Chaos World. Nor do I want to know what happened there. I just want Chaos to provide enough power of faith to the Angel of Light Legion. At this moment, even one more power of faith, of a light unit, is very valuable. Then, the scarred one-winged angel seemed a little hesitant. Go see him. Everything in the light camp can be promised to him. If I can kill the Chaos Lord, I will sacrifice all my godhood, divinity, and priesthood. I just want the result. At this moment, the beautiful Archangel's eyes were filled with crystal tears. How could she not know that the Sun God and other gods from the good camp were all willing to risk everything for the victory of the Order camp? She nodded heavily, understood. Just as she was about to leave, the Sun God gave her final instructions. If that person really has such powerful means, I hope he can protect Chaos World for us. At least, for a year. Hold on? How easy is that? The best way to destroy a god's army is to destroy its spirit. The best way to bring down a powerful spirit is to consume all of its power and cut off its source of power. This is how the brutal 100 Years' War has always been fought. The elite of Order stole the poison nest of chaos, and the Chaos Army destroyed the Order worlds one by one, cutting off their foundations. No matter how well Chaos World is hidden, it will be discovered by the Lord of Chaos sooner or later. It is likely to have the same fate as the previous worlds that supported Order. Unfortunately, the competition between the two superpowers is so cruel that there is no mercy anymore. Luna quickly gave instructions to her subordinates on various arrangements. My lord, rest in peace. Getting back the power of faith as soon as possible is better than anything else. The archangels under her seat teased her in a way that seemed to be finding joy in suffering. Those who can become angels are all extremely mentally resolute and have absolutely devout faith. Otherwise, they would not have been able to persist until now. Everyone knows that this farewell may become a farewell forever. For the ultimate victory, Luna was still waiting for the opportunity with a nervous heart. Finally, the scheduled time arrived. A brilliant golden light suddenly appeared on the battlefield of the light camp. On the surface, it was because the Sun God could not sit still and personally punished a Chaos General who dared to confront him. But not many beings noticed that a holy soul that deliberately suppressed its breath to the minimum also rose up in the light cannon that pierced the chaotic sky and left the atmosphere. It all happened so fast that Chaos had almost no reaction. On the contrary, in the evil god camp on the side of Order, 3 gods frowned at the same time. You actually let Luna out? Before they could react, a mysterious and profound spatial fluctuation appeared. A purple-blue portal appeared out of nowhere and suddenly swallowed up Luna, who had just jumped out of the holy light column. The battlefield below was still extremely hustle, and the sound of shouting and killing kept constantly. If you are not a careful person, you will not notice at all that there is one less archangel in the light camp. Luna felt that her sacred soul was completely enveloped by a mysterious force. and the long-lost feeling of space teleportation made her feel both unfamiliar and excited. 100 years ago, since the death of the goddess of the demon net, she had never enjoyed the pleasure of reaching the destination directly again. I don't know how long it was, but then I felt dizzy, even when her consciousness was a little dazed. The scene in front of her suddenly returned to normal. Before this moment came, she had made all kinds of mental preparations. She thought that it would be her own followers who would bow down to her, and thousands of people would be waiting for her arrival. She also thought that this could be a trap, and she would fall into the clutches of chaos as soon as she came to her senses. She would never have thought that the moment her senses returned to normal, a guy who was obviously a god was waving his big hand and spanking her saints, but... Pa! 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 How many times have I told you? Don't mess with my things. This thing is chaos divinity. You will become an idiot if you touch it. I am most afraid of the air suddenly becoming quiet. Six eyes met. Everyone's mind was blank. What the hell is this? Archangel Luna looked at her own saint, who was like a child who had done something bad with her, but sticking out and being beaten. Her whole body seemed to be hit by a petrification spell, and she was completely unable to move. This? Please give me a chance to explain. Mr. Lay was sweating coldly. This? That. Luna claims to be well informed. 1 second later. Well, I have never seen such a scene before. Chapter 531, Understanding the Sacred. The scene was so embarrassing that Ryan stood there with his right hand raised high, forgetting to put it down. 3 parts funny, 3 parts abstract, 3 parts reasonable, and 1 part nonsense. If Luna had arrived a minute earlier or later, or if she had really followed the space jump trajectory set by Ryan to the teleportation array after entering the main world of chaos, instead of changing the teleportation route and coming to her own saint in advance, she was afraid that her own saint was controlled. She would not have discovered such an embarrassing thing. Luna wanted to convince herself that this was just an abstract drama deliberately staged by the other party. Looking at the tears in the corners of her own saint's eyes, the expression on her silly face that changed from surprise to joy, and then looking at the small female claw marks on the base of the metal disc containing the chaos divinity not far away. How could Luna not guess the truth? The same is true for Ren. Truth is always stranger than fiction. You thought Era couldn't do anything new, but she did it again at this critical moment. You threatened to kill her, and she gave you a hateful look of "I admit my mistake this time, but I will do it again next time." If you don't punish her, you will get angry again. Of course, Ren chose to fight first. Who knows? That angel has the ability to teleport here by himself? Don't think this is the end. When Elizabeth saw Luna appear, she was like she had found a savior. She didn't know what was going on in her head, but she suddenly exerted a lot of brute force and broke free from Ryan, who was definitely very strong. She ran to Luna with her pants wet and screaming, "Archangel Luna, my master is going to punish me. Please save me." Ellie was in a state of tears and snot, and with her pretty face. If you didn't know the whole story, you would really think she was a poor girl who was dragged into the alley and raped by a gangster. In just a word, the CPU that Sister Angel had just cooled was almost overloaded again. What? Our Holy Lady of Light recognized another god as her main god? Wait! If you change jobs, why should I care about this? Or do you want me to risk the annihilation of the angels of light and turn against my only savior, a super powerful, lawful, neutral, true god, just for your trivial matter? Therefore, between protecting her own saint, who was being bullied, and the stunned gods across from her, Archangel Luna made a quick decision. She quickly stretched out her hands, which were wrapped in white flexible divine armor and looked like they were wearing white silk gloves, and twisted Elizabeth's body as she rolled and crawled towards her, turning her 180 degrees to face her master again. Then she said something that made the former saint collapse. "My lord, I don't know what conflict she has with you, but chaos is definitely the public enemy of the world of order. She has committed such a serious crime of negligence, which is unforgivable. Please continue to punish her." As the words fell, the two faces became very interesting. The mysterious and unpredictable Supreme God on the other side was actually happy. To be honest, Ryan knew that his expression was changing, like Tom's expression when he caught Jerry in Tom and Jerry. But he couldn't control it. Elizabeth, who thought she had found her savior, had a completely broken face. She burst into tears. Wow! Hopeless. You must have been mad at me after I told you in my dream last time. Don't come again. I'm afraid my master will misunderstand. Wow. Poor little maid. I can only let my cruel master bully me at will. Luna, is it really appropriate for you, a saint of the goddess of light of hope, or even a former saint, to keep saying lines like despair? Could it be that you were played around by the devil and then fell into evil? Don't come here again in the future? Random bullying? Under normal circumstances, Luna would definitely strike this unworthy traitor saint with a sword to let her know the consequences of apostasy. But now she really didn't dare to move. Ryan was really angry, seeing that Luna decisively sold out her former saint. He had no psychological burden. He walked over and gave Yelishabai a light slap on the head, after she screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He threw her away 2 meters away, and she fell on her butt first. Roll. Ah! My butt is broken into 4 pieces. After another scream, the former saint left the stage in a miserable manner. It's over. A god and an archangel stood opposite each other like this. Without the crazy saint, the atmosphere was actually a bit dull. Luna was sensible. She quickly followed the etiquette of human ladies in the chaos world and knelt down in a beautiful and impeccable manner. Luna Isades, the archangel under the seat of the goddess of light of hope, is here to see you. The Lord, by order of the sun god Pero. How should I address you? Your Excellency? With a thought, Ryan suddenly had an energy throne constructed with the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind plus arcane energy. The 5 forces that should have been in conflict actually formed a delicate balance under his extremely delicate control. The fertile soil was the base. The water flow was the table mat. The flowing wind was the armrest. The arcane energy was the chair back. And the flame was the top handle of the chair back. Ryan looked like he was wearing a crown of flames. He sat naturally on the elemental throne, holding his chin, and looked at the suddenly appearing archangel with interest. It must be admitted that she is worthy of being an archangel from a large sect, and her challenge level alone is an extremely exaggerated 55. If we ignore the various absolute powers brought by the priesthood, Ryan is probably not her opponent in a fight, and which is not a first-class appearance. Her moon-white hair, also known as twin ponytails, fell to her waist, with a white bow on each side. Her oval face was so beautiful that it seemed to keep people away from her. Her golden eyes were clear and resolute. Her bright red lips were slightly opened, as if the next sound coming out of them was still as beautiful as a musical note. On the delicate shoulders exposed to the air, there were a few golden tattoos that looked like flames, or so-called holy marks. But Ryan instinctively felt that there should have been 2 gorgeous shoulder armors. Below the shoulders, the upper arms were clasped with a bunch of rune armbands representing the goddess of light of hope. Further down, starting from the elbows, there was a pair of long gloves made of divine power that looked like white silk. On the surface, she was wearing a low-cut white silk dress similar to an evening dress, with a 4-leaf clover-shaped golden holy emblem composed of 4 golden flames on her chest. But anyone with a little vision could tell that this dress alone consumed at least 3 index points of hope divinity. This thing could be transformed into angel armor for combat at any time according to her wishes. After looking at Luna, Ryan smiled and said, "My name is Ryan Tesla. You can just call me Ryan. As for my situation, I allow you to observe me with divine knowledge." Chapter 532, Continue to Fool. Sacred knowledge is the god-level version of legendary knowledge. To use this, you must have at least legendary strength, because it is to check the assets of a god. In most cases, this practice is a blasphemy against the deity. If your ancestors were investigated, you would also be unhappy. The most standard approach is to inquire indirectly, because the gods in this world can sense their presence when it is mentioned. Many times, it is nothing. It is simply that the gods are too lazy to pay attention to you. When meeting the gods, this practice usually represents a kind of beauty called a flying dragon riding on the face. Not to mention peeking over. Even if you look at them impolitely, your eyes, and even your soul will probably be burned off. Of course, if the gods actively allow it, that would be a different matter. Luna took a deep breath and bowed again. "Please forgive my offense." Ryan seemed to accept the other person's gaze into those golden eyes with great openness. Ryan didn't know that Luna came here with the determination to die. In the worst case, this teleportation is a one-time deal. If you succeed, you'll be a hero. But if you lose, you'll be put on the memorial wall. Now that the situation is smooth, she has long been beyond her imagination. She thought that she was the great angel of the goddess of hope. And she was the life of the sun god of the powerful god of power. She was not afraid of anything. Who would have thought that the first title that the other party jumped into the middle of her spiritual sea would make her a little overwhelmed? And her face, as if covered with frost, revealed an unconcealable shock. Destroyer of all worlds. If you haven't destroyed a 3-digit world, you can't get this kind of cosmic level terrifying title. You know, the Chaos Lord on the opposite side has just got this title. This is just the beginning. The fourth calamity. The immortal. The conqueror of the galaxy. The supreme humanity. The alien gourmet. The star devourer. The terminator of billions of stars. Compared with the above-mentioned awesome titles, the achievements of this terrifying outer god in the world of chaos can be described as extremely low-key. Well, not really that low-key. Weaver of Chaos's world law. Redeemer of the drow. Eternal sorrow of the orcs. Evil dragon meat connoisseur. Abyss plunder. Strategist of Bator Hell. Destroyer of the Mind Flayer clan. The great god's achievements in the world of chaos are like the green leaves that set off the red flowers. On the surface, these achievements are not as impressive as the titles at the beginning. But as a former chaos person, no one understands the weight of these achievements better than Luna. A little to Ryan's surprise, Luna actually bowed deeply to him. Oh! Ryan was actually asking. Why didn't you bow just now but now? Luna did not hide her shock and the warmth in her heart. Just now, I represented the great sun god. I cannot undermine his majesty. But this bow only represents the mortal me back then. My greatest wish after becoming the Archangel of Light is to sweep across hell and the abyss. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, I have never been able to do so. Oh! I accept your greeting. No matter that Ryan's outrageous titles, like Destroyer of Worlds, were actually earned from playing games. At least what he and his disciples did in the Chaos world were real. He deserves this respect. Ryan raised his eyebrows and said leisurely, Tell me about the battle situation on your front line. No need to cover up. Just tell me directly. If someone else said this, Luna would have to protect her own dignity and put it in a more beautifying way. As for Ryan, she felt that hiding the battle situation from him was a blasphemy. Indeed, she could sense that this god named Ryan was not as powerful and boundless as she had imagined. But ever since she had seen him fight a powerful enemy, but he died suddenly and came back to life immediately, she knew that there were always some beings in the world who liked to play with the world. He had countless incarnations and clones, and could die countless times without being affected by his true self. The only thing she couldn't understand was why every time he died, a bloody word Kai would appear in the sky above him. It does not matter. This extremely mysterious god of physics has proven himself with his supreme teleportation skills and exaggerated battle records. If she had even a little doubt about his ability, it would be the greatest blasphemy. She didn't allow herself to think so. Since Ryan asked, she really said so. The Order Alliance is in a very bad situation. Since our special forces were surrounded and annihilated, as many as 26 gods have fallen. Without the supply of the power of faith, the gods have all thought of escaping. Especially those evil gods. She used her pleasant voice to narrate the 100-year war between the gods of order and chaos. But little did she know that Ryan, who knew almost nothing about the outside world, took this opportunity to frantically gather intelligence. On the surface, Ryan was extremely calm. Even hearing that the Chaos Army was so terrifying did not cause any ripples in his heart. In fact, Ryan was so panicked that a magnitude 10 earthquake had already occurred in his heart. Not to mention the evil gods wanting to escape. He himself would want to escape first if he had the chance. Oh my god! Chaos World is too scary. I want to go back to Earth. Fortunately, actor Ryan has already developed a perfect ability to control facial expressions. Moreover, as the true god of physics recognized by the Chaos World, how could an angel spy on the fluctuations of his soul? Anyway, the calmer he was, the happier Luna was. She almost believed that as long as this ridiculously powerful outer realm god king took action, the order gods of this world would be saved. Unconsciously, during the narration, her voice began to sound a little cheerful. Even the commentary band presented the image of the soul. Luna said it for 15 minutes to finish. After she finished exposing herself, she actually felt a sense of relief. Finally, she concluded, since the Supreme God Tesla is willing to write the laws for the Chaos World, he must be willing to contribute to protecting order. Then I would like to ask, does the Supreme God have any arrangements? Having said this, She became cautious. Ryan wanted to roll his eyes. What arrangements? What other arrangements can I make? If there was a way, I would have run away. I am just a weak god with cannon fodder level divine power. Do you still expect me to go to the front line to help you as a filler? Bah! Don't even think about it. Lei Dogyu said slowly. It's a bit difficult. Most of my power is still in the original world. Moreover, in order to adapt to the laws of Chaos World, it took me almost 2 years to regain such a small part of my power. Yes. As long as I say that my strength is incomplete, no one can force me to take action. Luna was stunned at first. But then she realized, the God King opposite was too powerful, so that the cosmic barrier could not transmit all his power. She said nervously, this, Lord Chaos, may not be worthy of your personal action. But can you at least help transmit the power of faith stored in the Chaos World to the front line? Huh? At this point, Ryan was no longer sleepy. If the gods of order were his agents, he wouldn't mind selling some weapons from the divine world behind their backs. Chapter 533 God said light is an electromagnetic wave. Oh, so you were the ones begging me. Ryan raised the corner of his mouth. His smile was full of mystery. In my world, there is a guy who once said, if it's not on the table, it's on the menu. When Ryan said this, Luna's heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible big hand. Isn't this referring to her Church of Light? With the loss of the God of Fire, the Church of Light has become a piece of cake, either being eaten by the Lord of Chaos or being backstabbed by the so-called allies in the evil camp. There is no vitality in the Legion of Light now. It is simply death, and death of all things. It has reached the pitiful point where it cannot be said to be stagnant, but only that the loss is relatively small. Luna's heart almost rose to her throat. Fortunately, Ryan didn't keep her in suspense for too long, because that crucial but came. But I adhere to the principle of lawful neutrality, and have always hated the law of the jungle. I don't mind helping my lawful brothers. It's just that I need some time and your cooperation to adapt to the law of divine power transmission in the world of chaos. If Luna couldn't even understand this, then she was too stupid and wouldn't have been sent by the Sun God as his plenipotentiary representative. The Legion of Light is ignorant, so that means billions of times. But what the Legion of Light lacks most is time and hope. Luna bowed deeply and said, I have received full authorization from the Lord of Light. As long as you can defeat the Lord of Chaos, the Lord of Light is willing to serve you as the Lord God. To be honest, at that moment, Ryan was almost scared to fall off the elemental throne. How could a powerful god have fallen to the point of worshipping a weak god as his master? Could it be that your master is also the 500-pound golden retriever in the zoo who has fallen into the situation of being ridden by a dog? Ryan thought about it and suddenly realized, after all, it was because his title of Destroyer of All Worlds was too intimidating to the angels. Magical long-distance encrypted communications. Precise point-to-point transmissions to the second. Exaggerated records in the Chaos World. And the records that someone achieved by playing this Stellaris game look extremely real. Ryan held his chin in his hand and said, Oh, it seems that your master knows very well the price I have to pay for doing this. How dare Luna say the exact words, that the Sun God wanted Ryan to defend the Chaos World for a year. With this great God around, we can guard for more than just 1 year. But until the end of time. To say that we can defend for a year is to humiliate Ryan. Luna said quickly, the defense of Chaos World will probably be taken care of by you. The God. The supply of divine power. Ryan fully understood the concerns of her, and the gods behind her. Ryan once thought that the gods of this world were so great that they could receive the transmission of faith power from light years away. It turned out that he was overthinking. Why did the goddess of the magic net set up a temple in the outer space of the main plane of Chaos Continent? In fact, that thing is a temporary storage point and transfer station for the transmission of the power of faith. This temple is about 10,000 kilometers away from the main plane. With the strength of the Chaos Gods, this is probably the maximum distance for the transmission of the power of faith. Ryan searched those spaces that were originally identified as divine realms. In fact, those areas that were beautified as divine realms by mortals were no more than 30,000 kilometers away from the main plane. This is much worse than the Earth. The geosynchronous orbit is 36,000 kilometers from the ground. And the satellites in the synchronous orbit rotate synchronously with the Earth at a speed of 3.1 kilometers per second. Some people may ask, can the signal transmission of satellites be compared with the energy transmission of the power of faith? Ryan couldn't answer that before. after being promoted to the god of physics. Ryan smiled and said, "Did you know? In fact, light is an electromagnetic wave. Coincidentally, this is my specialty. Luna? Regardless of whether she is an archangel or not. This kind of stuff involving physical theory is at the law level for her. And she doesn't understand it at all. Since the Supreme God is sure this is not something I should ask about. She sensed it lightly and found that her temple in the outer plane was still operating. This made her happiest. Other details can be discussed later. The key is that my lord and the entire order camp are in urgent need of hope. Can the first force of faith be transmitted as soon as possible?" She was really anxious. It can only be said that the angels in the good camp are all almost exaggeratedly simple. Perhaps in her opinion, the sun god's direct recognition of Ryan as the Lord was already the greatest sincerity. But the anxiety she revealed intentionally or unintentionally was very disadvantageous to her at the negotiation table. If the opponent was not Ryan, but a more ruthless one, he would definitely be able to blackmail the Legion of Light into giving him their marrow. Ryan smiled. He almost immediately decided that he could hit the other party. But not too hard. If the extremely righteous sun god was hit to death, no one would stand in front of him. Well, I hate chaos guys too. In that case, I'll show some sincerity. Take me to your outer temple. Okay. Luna was overjoyed. With a simple mind transmission, Ryan knew the spatial coordinates of the outer temple of the Church of Light. He said low to his disciples and teleported to the outer temple. It must be admitted that the outer temples of various gods do have some tricks. The two outer temples he had seen so far were hidden in a very secret space crack that could not be observed from optical images. These places, similar to space interlayers, not only have extremely stable spatial structures, but also have imperceptible connections with multiple planes. A large amount of invisible and intangible faith power, with a small flow rate quietly gathered here, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. The overall appearance of this temple is like a golden trident. The three branch temples representing the three gods of light are built on a huge floating stone that looks like gold. The round temple representing the sun, the torch representing the light of hope, and the flame representing the god of fire. The three temples have very unique appearances. Luna was cautious, and the place she took Ryan to was actually the temple of the fallen god of fire. The fire god temple, abandoned for 100 years, remained spotless under the power of the gods. But the divine light in the temple had dimmed. Fortunately, he was not a single god. Otherwise his statue would have disappeared from the stone walls that recorded his glorious achievements. Unfortunately, all the great achievements of the god of fire are destined to disappear with his death, unless the sun god can regain his strength and lead the army of light out of despair. The god of fire is destined to become a piece of history that no one wants to mention in the future. Looking at the magnificent red and gold decorations around him, Ryan actually had the illusion of being an archaeologist, passing through the monitoring tables used by angels and heroes 100 years ago. Luna led Ryan straight to a golden brazier with a diameter of about 10 meters in the center of the hall. In the middle of the brazier, there was a huge golden ball of light, quietly suspended there. Outside the ball of light was an invisible cover, which contained a ball of faith power that was probably equivalent to the power of thousands of little fatty mushroom eggs. Chapter 534. Coincidence? How is it possible? Please place your hand here. God. I will transfer the authority of the power of faith of the fire temple. Luna led Ryan to a platinum disc. Ryan did as he was told. Soon, countless pieces of information were summarized and prompted wildly in the system. In theory, the power of faith of different attributes is difficult to convert, and even manipulating it across camps is an extremely difficult task. But Ryan is an outlier in the divine world. First of all, the neutral camp allows him to get along well with either side. Secondly, he is proficient in energy conversion and electromagnetic wave directional radiation technology. His operations in this area are far more awesome than those genuine gods, who seem to be high-end but actually use their power at a very crude level. Luna is not unwilling to believe in Ren, but because the Bright Legion has been forcing for so many years, and the world who believes in his own god is destroyed one by one. In the face of such a cruel status quo, everything he encountered was solved. It was so simple and easy that it felt unreal to her. Until the last moment when the power of faith was transmitted over ultra-long distances. She did not dare to easily believe in Ryan's promise and strength. But as Ryan said, he is a professional in this area. Or rather, Mr. Tesla is a professional. When Ryan switched his divine nature to electromagnetic expertise, a very mysterious feeling surged into his heart. At this moment, he seemed to be possessed by the old man Nikola Tesla. What happened next cannot be explained by science. He didn't need to think about it. A three-dimensional metal structure with a very sci-fi shape just appeared in his mind. This is a structural diagram of Tesla's wireless energy transmission tower that has been sealed by the US government and never made public. It is not a sketch, but the complete version that he has in his mind. In front of Luna, a conical tower built by divine power was generated out of thin air. The golden ring on the spit is dropping the mysterious power. When a considerable part of the power of faith was called in the Valley Temple, a huge fire-red beam with a diameter of more than 100 meters was sprayed and shot out of the deep space of the virtual space. Essence. One shot. Just one shot of faith light cannon consumed 1/5 of the fire temple's energy storage. This is the amount that millions of fire god believers on the continent, including shallow believers, have prayed for 10 years. It was just ejected. Luna widened her beautiful golden eyes, full of hope. How long will it take? If it is directly, maybe it can be available in 20 minutes. In order to avoid those flies, I made this power of faith a long way to go. Ren's smile became more and more mysterious, and his eyes gave Luna a deep feeling. She had no choice but to believe. She didn't know that if the star map outside the world of Kainos was regarded as a huge four-leaf windmill, Ren was equivalent to turning the power of the west to the east. If anyone could see it, they would find that the light beam was transformed into electromagnetic waves that were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye 1,000 kilometers after leaving the fire temple, and then refracted from one star to another. Under normal circumstances, this is of course impossible to do. Ryan secretly opened a portal near each star, controlled the electromagnetic waves with his divine mind, and then mixed the electromagnetic waves with the electromagnetic radiation energy of other stars, which just solved the problem of electromagnetic wave attenuation. Yes, it is a signal tower that uses stars as an enhanced signal tower for electromagnetic wave transmission. An hour later, the Order Legion, which was still fighting on the Chaos Mother Star, suddenly discovered something unusual. The star closest to this side exploded for no apparent reason. The star's particle storm crossed a distance of 100 million kilometers in a very short time, breaking through the atmosphere of the Chaos Mother Star and sweeping in. The first to bear the brunt was the Sun God Kingdom of Pero. The Sun God. The Sun God was shocked on the spot. How long? It has been 20 years since the last time I got energy replenishment. Right? Even though the kingdom of the Sun God radiates golden light all the time. Even the angels know that the kingdom of God, which always provided them with an endless source of divine power in the past, is now just a beacon representing light. Today, everything is different. The Sun God relies on stellar radiation for his livelihood. He can certainly feel how much stellar energy is mixed into this power of faith transmitted over extremely long distances. He will not mistake the power of faith implied in it as belonging to his old brother, the God of Fire. An expression of ecstasy appeared on the face of the Sun God for the first time in a long time. Frankly speaking, this amount of power of faith is only enough to quench the thirst of him and his angels. When you are in a desperate situation, the most frightening thing is not starvation, but the lack of hope. Pero's spirits were lifted, and his excited voice echoed throughout the entire Legion of Light. All troops, listen up. Counterattack. The vast and majestic voice echoes in the hearts of every angel and heroic spirit, feeling the divine power of light transmitted from the kingdom of God. They were pleasantly surprised to find that their injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their exhausted souls were being nourished by the power of their own Lord God. You know, for the past 20 years, they have always believed that if they can use skills to defeat their opponents, they will never use force, and fight as little as possible. This way of fighting is so frustrating. Suddenly I received a message that I can play without restraint. Who wouldn't be excited and swing hard? The battlefield was suddenly filled with light, as if hundreds of suns of all sizes were shining brightly. The Light Army launched a counterattack with extremely fierce momentum, stunning the Chaos Army on the opposite side. Not only did they recapture the positions that had been lost in recent years, they also broke through the blockade and reunited with the Justice Legion and the Earth Legion of the neighboring allies. The Chaos War Master Mongadon on the other side was also confused. What on earth happened? The Taxing Storm. Right? That thing erupts every 10 years or so. A Chaos General replied. Taxing is the term for stars from the Chaos side. The War Master shook his head. Impossible. The last outbreak was 5 years ago. The interval shouldn't be so short. And last time, that bastard Pero didn't dare to push back. It's a rare opportunity for the Church of Light to get a hold of stellar radiation energy. So they would definitely use it to replenish their positions. Why would they be so wasteful? Coincidence? How is this possible? This Chaos War Master, who has a skull on the left side of his face and a metal lump on the right side, is 30 meters tall and has an ominous premonition. On the other hand, although the intersection between Chaos World and the outside world opens and closes periodically, it actually refers to a large hole that can accommodate wide-area divine thought broadcasts. If you are willing, you can still find a small hole that can transmit messages instantly. When Luna received the definite reply from the Sun God, she fell into ecstasy of happiness. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Ryan. Your strength is unrivaled in the universe. Your generosity illuminates the entire world of order. Chapter 535. I'll give you a wing. Ryan waved his hand. For the next matter, you can talk to my apprentice Flora. Although Luna was excited, she did not forget her mission. But she suddenly found that Ryan was staring at her single wing. Can I take a look? I don't mean anything else. I'm just curious. Okay. Luna turned around a little embarrassedly. It's too awful. The beautiful back, which was originally flawless and white with graceful curves, was now left with a long scar that was almost big enough to fit half an adult's palm. This ugly scar formed a sharp contrast with the holy white wing on the right. This is a Chaos General left me a dying gift, Luna said lightly. Even though she said it so easily, Ryan could fully imagine how dangerous the battle was. To be honest, the Birdman Ryan has seen a lot, but this is the first time he has seen a real angel, and such a beautiful archangel. But this destroyed beauty makes people feel like seeing a statue of Venus with a broken hand. Full of regret and pity, Ryan said almost instinctively, this scar is ugly. How about I give you a wing? Lei never expected that the other party's reaction would be quite strange. Luna's whole body first froze, as if she had received an electric shock. Then her body began to tremble slightly. Her eyes turned red, and then there seemed to be mist in the corners of her eyes, and she subconsciously pursed her lips. Seeing her reaction, Ryan was already wondering if he had said something wrong. Just as Ryan's thoughts began to wander, he found that the other person had begun to smile. Although there were tears in her smile, Ryan felt that her smile was truly from the heart. Okay. But we have to wait until I deal with the matter of the Church of Light. Oh! Ryan agreed without thinking too much. No matter what, the sudden return of an Archangel of Light and his descent to Earth is a shocking event for the Church of Light, the Panhuman camp, and even the entire Chaos world. That afternoon, upon receiving the news of Luna's sudden arrival, Archbishop Antonio of Light was so frightened that his heart and lungs stopped immediately. He rushed over with several legendary paladins. Although Ryan did not describe how he took back Archangel Luna, many of the paladins present knew Luna. Remember me? I am a Bach. 230 years ago, I was baptized by your own hands, and the legendary samurai was promoted. Several years older than 100-year-old dwarf legendary samurai was moved. As a Chaosian, Luna is extremely popular in the Church of Light. After reminiscing about the past, Luna directly conveyed the oracle of the Sun God to Antonio and others, and informed them that the gods of order had formed an alliance 100 years ago to fight against the Lord of Chaos, and were now fighting in the Lord of Chaos lair. After hearing the news from the Archangel, they were shocked and stunned. They instinctively decided to unconditionally disobey Luna's command and immediately mobilize the entire Church of Light to organize a series of large-scale prayers, vowing to use the maximum power of faith to support the gods of light to win this just battle. They also did not forget to inform the rest of the Orthodox Church and the Panhuman camp of the truth about the gods' loss of contact as soon as possible. After 100 years, the first real angel, and an archangel, came to the earth. The commotion this caused was absolutely no different from a major earthquake across the entire continent. When Luna, Antonio, and a group of church leaders were touring and preaching in various places where the Church of Light was the Orthodox religion, the archbishops of various Orthodox churches became extremely anxious and lined up in front of Ryan to request an audience. Oh my God! The life of their own Lord God is in the hands of a foreign god like Ryan. How can they not be anxious? No exaggeration or understatement. Going to the Mage Tower, The visiting cards in front of Sophia, if piled up from the ground, would be taller than her. Not only those famous Orthodox religions, but also other camps that had no intersection with the physics school before. And even sects of other races came forward to submit visiting cards. Many people didn't dare to face Flora directly, so they brought it to Sophia in a roundabout way. Within 3 days, even though they knew Sophia was not at the Grand Duke's palace, the guards at the gate received an average of more than 1,000 gold coins in tips. Can you believe this? The money was so hot that the guards were frightened and cried, begging Sophia for forgiveness. Why? The evil god's church actually sent someone to deliver a note. This money is hot. If you accept it, you might end up in trouble. The Orthodox religions have always spared no effort to strike hard at the fallen. No one expected that. Apart from the Church of Light, the first person Ryan received was Actina, the leader of the Mondrel. Apart from her skin color, Actina's facial features were actually quite distinctive. Unfortunately, when she closed her eyes and stayed in the corner of the room, no one could see her with the naked eye. So Ryan never liked her. Upon learning that the spider goddess was still alive and well, and had formed a cross-camp order alliance with the good camp, Actina was immediately scared to death, and came to Ryan to seek refuge tremblingly. She had thought a lot before coming here. The worst outcome would naturally be that Ryan would sell her and her mandrel out for the sake of harmony in his camp. Unexpectedly, after Ryan met her, he said from a distance, "The spider goddess is nothing." That sent her away. When Harry sent her out, she felt as if she was dreaming. Lord Winston, did I hear you correctly just now? No. My teacher has ignored the spider goddess since the day he decided to let the School of Physics protect Mandrel. Harry straightened his back with great pride. Lehu secretly peeked at the screen. I am not. I didn't say that. Damn. That's a whole drop pantheon. 5 dark gods. Even if Ryan is promoted to a god under the protection of Chaos World will, who knows what the spider goddess will do? In the past, Ryan would have been extremely insecure, and would have been looking for someone to help him in the world. Life is unpredictable. Who would have thought that one day, even the conservative drow remnants, who were loyal to the spider goddess, would secretly pass notes to Ryan? The question is, if the spider goddess really asked the sun god to beg for mercy from Ryan, will Ryan refuse to give her the dark power of faith stored in the spider temple in the outer plane? Or will he embezzle it? Or will he accidentally press the wrong button and explode it? The spider goddess has enemies all over the universe, so it's not too much to have a few accidents. Right? Ryan shook his head and muttered to himself while enjoying the acupressure service of the humanoid dragon. The orcs are really tough. They haven't come to beg me even at this point. Hee. Poor Anna didn't dare to say a word. Is it possible that the orcs didn't receive the news of the arrival of Archangel Luna at all? Chapter 536. They all ran away. Right? It exploded. It exploded. It all exploded. Regardless of whether the fragile self-esteem of the Orthodox leaders was blown to pieces, or the leaders of the evil sects felt as disgusted as if their own toilets were blown up. The name of Ryan Tesla resounded throughout the world in various senses. Archangel Luna made her own testimony in the territory of the Church of Light, coupled with the lawful good camp's reputation of not lying and the frequent attacks by chaos demons. Even those who were at odds with the Church of Light had to believe that the gods of order, regardless of good or evil, formed an alliance to fight chaos. Everyone thought that Ryan had always been dead. Who knew that people were actually hammering? It was really the king of the outer region. Everyone's head was buzzed. Didn't you see that the Church of Light started to publicly change its doctrine? Archangel Luna and Archbishop Antonio personally came out to endorse it, saying things like there are many kinds of light. Even the neutral light created by the physics school can actually bring convenience to people's lives. And the light that can drive away darkness should be holy light, in the eyes of the charlatans of various sects. This is extremely incongruous. You are so servile and licking, and you still have the nerve to say that you are in the good camp? Aren't you very proud and arrogant? In the eyes of the public, this was a matter of course. Because of the previous case of the Light Town, millions of believers really believed that the Church of Light had decided to cooperate deeply with the School of Physics to complete a gorgeous transformation. Anyway, with electric lights, people's lives are obviously better. There are street lights when walking on the streets at night in the town. There is no need to worry about not being able to find your home in the suburbs. Even the clergy within the church did not mind the believers publicly praising the holy name of Ryan Tesla, but encouraged them instead. Don't forget that the Church of Light is the most powerful Orthodox religion, and its leading role is obvious. After Archbishop Johnny Justin of the Church of Justice learned from Luna that his Lord God was also in a bad state, he became even more anxious and squatted at the door of Ryan's mage tower almost 24 hours a day. Unfortunately, his family was too righteous to use any tricks, and as a result, he had to watch helplessly as the Dragon Clan openly took the back door in front of him, the gate of the Magic Academy that no one could knock on. Several terrifyingly large copper dragons, golden dragons, and fairy dragons flew in one day. They openly landed in front of a wizard tower in the suburbs, and then quickly transformed into human form, handed over visiting cards like obedient dogs, and waited there. Not long after, in front of everyone, these humanoid dragons with huge horns on their heads walked majestically into the gate of the Magic Academy. Johnny was stunned. He pulled over a third-generation disciple who was in charge of external affairs and said, "Wait, why can the dragons go in? It was obviously me who came here first." "Well, they're not visiting our master. They're looking for Miss Tylene's mount." "Isel!" The Archbishop of Justice's entire body was shaking. "Can he swear?" "No. He can't. His identity determines that he can't." So he had nothing to say. "Bah! What kind of good dragons are you? What a bunch of treacherous and cunning creatures." Upon hearing the Archbishop of the Church of the Goddess of the Earth scold him like that, Johnny felt like he had found a confidant. Unfortunately, a bunch of archbishops only dared to complain secretly behind their backs. When they saw a magic apprentice approaching, they immediately changed their expressions faster than Sichuan opera and responded with a smile. "There is no way. The situation is stronger than people." When even the sun god had to bow his head, the archbishops from all walks of life determined that Ryan was the god king of Outland. According to common sense, most of Ryan's disciples are gods, or at least archangels, which means that the third-generation disciples are at least gods who can enter the kingdom of God. Maybe, as long as a magic apprentice assistant is favored by a second-generation disciple, he will become the archbishop of the physics school in the mortal world. What's more, now all the factions need help from the physics school, so they dare not give the magic apprentice any hard time. As Ryan's status in the martial arts world becomes more and more exaggerated, it is destined that the status of his disciples will be greatly enhanced. Fortunately, Towns and his colleagues strictly disciplined their disciples and did not let them show off. Otherwise, according to the fantasy version of one person's success brings prosperity to the whole family, 3 generations of disciples would have been arrogant. Johnny even had an illusion at this time. Was he being cheated by his old friend Hibbert? You said the Church of Light was doing well, but they sent the saint to Ryan as a maid. At that time, everyone was laughing at the Church of Light. Now it seems that they, the Orthodox Church, were too stupid to let the Church of Light run away. The more old Johnny thought about it, the more he felt there was something wrong. Why is it that no one from other sects can speak up and get close to Ryan, while the Church of Light lost a saint, and the knight set a female knight who was equivalent to a saint in advance? Great. You, the leaders of the Orthodox religions, are more hypocritical than each other on weekdays. But in fact, you all play such cruel games behind the scenes and run away collectively. The Archbishop of the Justice sect became angrier the more he thought about it. But their sect only has the Son of God, no holy daughter. Thus, a large group of archbishops watched helplessly as the Knights Temple and the Dragon Council blatantly took the back door. Here, when Isolde heard about her visitor, her heart sank. Her father, her grandfather Paralandusk, the leader of the Golden Dragon clan and acting speaker of the Dragon Council, and 2 members of the Dragon Council also came. In the past, just hearing the name of this lineup was enough to make any ordinary dragon tremble with fear. Their strength is more than enough to attack the kingdom of a weaker god. As soon as they met, her good grandfather Paralandusk asked, "My dear granddaughter, tell me honestly, what is your current relationship with the great god Tesla?" Isel was startled and even peed herself on the spot. She would never forget how her strict grandfather used her as a teething stick when training her to fight. Don't be fooled by this old man's kind face. He might have some tricks up his sleeve to deal with her. Isel lowered his head quickly. "Grandpa, I am just the mount of his woman, Miss Margaret Tylene. Logically speaking, if a golden dragon were to be a mount for a small human, it would definitely make the golden dragons all furious." However, at this moment, her father and grandfather only had disappointment on their faces. That's it? Isel was about to cry because of grievance. I can't find a chance. What about Anadisia? asked a fairy dragon. Isel did not dare to neglect her, because the other party was the leader of the fairy dragons. She has a closer relationship with the god. She is the mount of the god. A group of dragon chiefs bared their teeth. Even though Anna was considered a member of the parliament, she was only able to become a member of the parliament because of her deceased mother, because she was a half-blood dragon. Other members of the parliament usually disliked her. Chapter 537, The Secret Language of Wings. A group of dragon leaders immediately started to discuss among themselves. In the end, Paralandask said, "Child, we also know that this will be wronged. But our dragon god is in danger, and we must ask Tesla to help us send the belief of the dragon temple to the dragon god as soon as possible. So, this is the order. What is the point you do? And you will follow the words. As for a dragon, showing its fangs means it is aggressive towards the opponent and wants to fight, even if they turn into humans." When a few Dragon Clan leaders put on a kind smile. How could they smile without showing their teeth? To Isel, the threat would definitely not be reduced in the slightest. Isel felt as if he was struck by lightning. And then, the world was spinning. She didn't know how she walked out of the living room. An hour later, Ryan came to the study, and was speechless as soon as he entered the door. "Sir? What are you doing?" I dropped a pen under the table. And then? My corner accidentally pierced the bottom of the drawer of your desk. I'm trying to figure out how to pull the corner out without causing further damage," Isel said hesitantly. "Ryan, as expected, if you travel to another world, there will be news to watch as long as you are alive. This year is destined to be the first year of eating melons." The size of Ryan's desk before he traveled through time was definitely for a big boss. 4 meters long and 2 meters wide. However, no matter how large the space under the table is, there is still a high chance that Dragon Girl will hit the corner. The size of the fairy dragon's horn is relatively small. After it turns into a human form, the length of the horn is about 15 centimeters, which is just the right size to use as a handle. The problem is that the golden dragon's horns are very large, even when transformed into a human form. Isel's horns are still 30 centimeters long, and a bit like the horns of a bull elk. They are the kind of V-shaped antennas that grow very ostentatiously. If you are not used to it, it is not unusual to poke the table board. Ryan held his forehead. The next second, he picked up Isel with one hand and threw the huge blonde dragon girl out of the door, kicking her in the butt while she was in the air. Ouch! In midair, Isel actually had 100 ways to dodge the kick, but she didn't dare to dodge it. And then she was hit directly, and was kicked away, like a weak woman who couldn't even catch a chicken. The door closed under the influence of a gust of wind. But before it closed, a message floated out from inside. The dragon god is on the second list of divine assistants. Looking at the big black footprint on his butt, Isel didn't know whether to cry or laugh. No matter what, she had completed the task assigned by her grandfather. When she ran to see her grandfather and father in the afternoon with a bitter face, she happened to see the old man pacing back and forth quickly in the hall. And he really rubbed the floor to make sparks. This is a good thing. The dragon god is on the second batch of aid list. When Isel saw the old man's ecstasy, he also noticed the look of the fairy dragon leader next door. Isel was not unfamiliar with that look of joy and slight contempt. She suddenly felt something was wrong. Oh no! I am not clean. No. They think I am not clean. Woohoo! I was just kicked in the ass by Ryan. But, can she say it? To explain is to cover up. And to cover up is to be useless. She suddenly felt so wronged. Unfortunately, in this cosmic drama about order and chaos, or even the game between gods, she is just an insignificant chip. Not to mention one legendary golden dragon. If the need really arises, it is not impossible to sacrifice all the golden dragons in the entire chaos world. While the major sects in the chaos world were busy trying to please Ryan, the battle situation on the Chaos Mother planet had undergone a completely new change. The Legion of Light, which was suddenly replenished with the power of faith, was able to fight even an archangel more vigorously than those middle-level gods next door. This change shocked both the enemy and us. Faced with the question from his own god, who he was not so familiar with, the sun god Pero simply laughed it off, and said that his own guerrilla forces had found an abandoned sun temple, and sent a sum of faith power. Pero did not hide the truth from his best friend Tyr. The god of justice, we have contacted the chaos world. There is a very powerful outer realm god king god of physics Ryan Tesla guarding there. Tyr's image at this time was a one-armed man dressed in Greek style. His hair and beard were gray and curly. And he had a big beard. He was so excited that his hair and beard went from curl to straight. Ah! It's Chaos. I didn't expect it to be the one at the last moment. Can I ask Ryan Tesla to send the power of faith accumulated by the Temple of Justice? That should be possible. I received a message from Isabella's Archangel Luna. Although he is from the lawful neutral camp, he has a natural liking for the good camp. Really? That's great. It's no wonder that Tyr was excited. His kingdom of God had almost run out of power a long time ago, and had been struggling to hold on for so long. He was in a typical state of a penny can stump the god. However, I advise you to hurry up. Everyone knows that the divine power transmission of different attributes is difficult to mix in one piece. And I don't know when the Cosmos world was found by the Chaos Army. The Sun God suddenly said mysteriously. Tyr shuddered. Why can't the camps of the Order Alliance be connected together? To put it bluntly, the transmission of the power of faith of each family is not on the same channel. And even the long-distance transmission of the power of faith of the evil and good camps will interfere with each other. Even if they are in the same good camp. The channels of the three gods of light and the channel of the god of justice are not compatible. After being a god for so many years, everyone knows that very few gods can handle ultra-long distance transmission. And after one god is supported, the other will have to wait for the next one. If things happen too frequently, the Chaos world might be destroyed faster. The Order Alliance wanted Ryan to send them the power of faith as supplies frequently. But they were also afraid that the world of Chaos would be destroyed. It's so confusing. It is very likely that you will miss this opportunity once you miss it. Of course, Tyr understands this principle very well. The dignified god of justice almost learned the divine skill rubbing hands like a fly. Does that lord have any special requirements? The sun god's expression became more and more strange. Alas! That lord first asked for Isabella's saint, and then said he wanted to give Luna an angel wing. When Tyr heard this, his facial expression twitched a little. Any god would know what it meant to give another angel a wing. You know, most angels were mortals before they became angels. And a few were descendants of angels. Giving a wing is a code word for her to change jobs. He couldn't help but ask back, are you sure he is lawful neutral? Isn't this kind of outrageous operation what the evil god likes to do the most? In the past, Tyr, who could not tolerate any injustice, would have gone up to Ryan with a knife in hand to greet him. With the chaos enemy ahead, Tyr was extremely conflicted. Looking at his record of slaying demons and evil dragons in chaos, you can say he is a kind god. Well, you know, gods often have some weird hobbies. As soon as the sun god said this, Tyr immediately thought of those funny gods of chaotic kindness next door. Oh! What else could Tyr say? He decided to just accept it. Chapter 538 Laymaun, whose reputation was harmed. As for combat power, even though everyone has powerful divine power, when the order entry is replaced with a chaos prefix, the strength is reduced by 70%. It's like the original light and justice can still barely withstand the chaos frenzy from the opposite side. But if a chaos and stupidity are added, they will collapse in minutes. This is why in the world of chaos, the devil army can defeat the opposing demon army with only 1/10 of its number. Most of the time, a few lawful ones can only hold the line at the most critical nodes, and then set up a pocket formation. Release some chaos demons in to consume each other with the legions of those chaotic gods, and thus reduce their own pressure in disguise. I dare not let too many chaos demons over there. Once the pressure is too great, those chaotic idiots will 100% collapse first to show you, and then lead to the collapse of the front lines of several orderly legions. Over the past 100 years, the chaos camp has been quite unpopular. There is really no other way. So the orderly legion is forced to let them hold the line for a while, or use them as fill-in babies at most. Therefore, even if ultra-long distance transmission of divine power is enabled, those few families will definitely be the last to receive supplies. Here, after the sun god informed several core allies such as the god of justice, loyalty and courage, he began to spread the news to the alien allies, such as the dwarves, gnomes and halflings, who were also mainly lawful good. In these panhuman camps, certainly not all gods are lawful and good. The key is that their leaders of the gods are all lawful and good, so they can coordinate their actions to the greatest extent. While everyone was excited about the news about the sun god Pero, they also expressed a certain degree of concern. Everyone's focus is the same. One is whether Ryan Tesla has the ability to transport the power of faith to so many gods over long distances. The other is whether the school of physics can defend the world of chaos. Pero said frankly, "How powerful is that god of physics?" "I'm sorry. I can't give you a definite answer. In fact, we are on the verge of collapse. We have no better way. Either we take a gamble and believe in a powerful outland god, or we give up here, disband the coalition, and then wait to be hunted down and tortured by the Chaos Lord until we fall." Moradin, the leader of the dwarven gods, frowned and said, "What if you are willing to gamble? If you are willing to gamble, please send an angel who can open the outer plane of the Kayabo's world to me. I cooperate with there to send the angel back there. If it succeeds, I will negotiate with Tesla to expand the range of divine power transmission to the entire good camp." The sun god's operation was mature words. With divine power, the good camp will undoubtedly continue to take the lead in the next coalition, and this great expedition against chaos can continue. In fact, there is no such thing as gambling or not. For each family, the worst that can happen is the loss of an archangel. After 100 years of fierce fighting, all the angels who survived had their experience bars maxed out. What is lacking now is not experience, but the energy to match it. Does this mean that each company has the most elite skeleton division and guards division, but lacks fighting spirit and experience? No. What they lack is just logistical supplies. If an archangel is really trapped, other archangels can always take his place. But once we receive supplies from the world of chaos, we will make a fortune. The agreed time soon arrived. This time, the sun god did something special. He threw 1,000 suns shining soul on the front battlefield. This move fully demonstrated his awesomeness as a powerful god. On the battlefield, it was as if 1,000 suns rose at the same time. The brilliant golden light broke through the fog of chaos, and even the chaotic sky covering the area was completely melted in an instant. Not to mention the miserable chaos demons, who were facing the Legion of Light directly. Their only fate is to turn into ashes in an instant. Several powerful gods carefully sensed it. And sure enough, an extremely weak space fluctuation was heard, and the archangel they sent out disappeared in the blink of an eye. This teleportation is truly a unique skill. Unless they were paying attention early in the morning, they would not be able to sense the transmission with such a tiny fluctuation even if they were standing in this war zone. The god of justice secretly said to Pero, "This move alone is far superior to the goddess of the magic net back then." Oh, don't mention it. It's sad to talk about it. The gods originally expected the goddess of the magic net to be the transport captain, who knew that the rookie was fed a lot of chaos energy by the chaos army into the magic net, which blew up the magic net. That's all. But even the goddess of the magic net and her subordinate gods were blown up together. The gods were dumbfounded at that time. If the goddess of demon net had been a little more powerful back then, everyone wouldn't have fought so miserably. But the goddess of demon net died in the line of duty anyway, so everyone should at least be more polite. As for how the evil gods curse her in private, the good gods have no control over it. On the other hand, Ryan learned his lesson this time, and did not let the teleported angel go directly to his study. He properly located it on the 7th floor of the Mage Tower, and sent Towns to greet it. Who would have thought that right after the transmission, Downs cried in the private communication of the physical network, "Master, are you sure that it is the angel of justice who came, and not some succubus in disguise?" When Ryan saw it, he immediately felt that the sun god must have misunderstood something. The styles of the angels of the dwarf, midget, and halfling families are quite normal, even if a pair of small white wings are added behind the dwarf uncle. This is not unacceptable. But what the hell is this about the archangel of the Legion of Justice? The armor coverage rate of that heroic 6-winged female angel is at most 10% on her body. I wonder if the 3 pieces of armor add up to about 30 square centimeters. The main idea is the smaller the armor area, the higher the defense. Right? There was also the expression of shame and anger that the girl couldn't hide on her face, especially when she felt Ryan's gaze. Her reaction was actually resentful. The archangel of loyalty and courage next to him was also dressed very courageously, almost at the band-aid level. Not to mention the young man Towns who cried out that he couldn't stand it. Even Ryan, the old god king, almost couldn't sit still. Ryan knew that there must be some god-level bastard gossiping about him, causing damage to his reputation. Induce good girls to go to the adult industry, focusing on a sense of accomplishment. Bah! Am I? Such a person? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How strange. Take another look. Ahem. I'm not being rude. I just want to study whether there is a physical law between armor coverage and protection. Contrary to the expectations of several archangels, Ryan's summons was just a formal procedure. Ryan comforted them with a few words, and sent them away. Only Ryan called Luna to the study. Archangel Aishadis. First of all, I want to make it clear that I am from the outside world, and I don't understand the rules of your divine world. So during my last communication with you, was there some misunderstanding that led to this result? Chapter 539, I have completed all the resignation procedures. Ryan showed Luna the image of the arrival of the Archangel of Justice. The cold female angel showed a rare expression of surprise and blushing on her face. She shuddered all over and finally realized a problem. Wait. Could it be that this arrogant foreign god king really didn't know what it meant to give an angel a new pair of wings? Luna's heart skipped a beat, and she screamed, "No way. Is this really a mistake? I have even completed the transfer procedures." It was Luna who lost her temper first. Lord Tesla. I don't mean to question the Lord's decision. But well, let me ask you. Do you really know that giving an angel a wing means that you hope that the angel will give up her original faith and the Lord she serves, and join you instead? When their eyes met, Luna easily saw the confusion of this outland god king. Ryan's neck instantly felt like a rusted machine, and his facial muscles looked as if he had been petrified. Even though he was a time traveler, he had been in this world full of charlatans for 2 years. This time was enough for him to understand how difficult it was to make these guys, who were full of faith, give up the gods they had fought for all their lives. Ryan managed to utter through his teeth, You have completed all the preparations?" At this moment, Luna was devastated. After she hesitated for a while, and finally told the story, she saw the wonderful expression on Ryan's face that could not be concealed. And she knew that this time it was a big deal. The Sun God and I both believe that this is one of the prices we need to pay for you to help the Legion of Light. Luna swallowed the bitter foam in her mouth and said, I have already said goodbye to my comrades. There were still some things she didn't say. She was even prepared to blaspheme the goddess of light of hope after joining Ryan's army, because no one could imagine what a god from the outer realm looked like. Even if she and Pero didn't think that a lawful god would be too much, it was really hard to say what a god from the outer realm was like. The goddess of light of hope was on the verge of death, and had to go into hibernation. For the future of the goddess of light, she resolutely sacrificed herself. Didn't she ever think that it was a huge misunderstanding from the beginning to the end? She was embarrassed. And so was Ryan. Of course, he knew what was going on. Before he traveled through time, it was like a girl waiting for him to save her life was invited to play landlord in his room at 1 a.m. How could people not think too much when they heard such an invitation that was equivalent to "you don't want your goddess to get into trouble"? Well, when they come over in their battle uniforms, and with a fearless spirit of sacrifice, ready to be slaughtered, they find out that you are really playing landlord and have even shuffled the cards. Well, this mess is probably 100 times more serious version of this example. Seeing Luna's expression of grief that she couldn't suppress, Ryan knew that he couldn't let her go back this time. Otherwise things would probably take a turn for the worse. Ryan slapped his forehead, and said with a bit of annoyance and helplessness, "Well, this is my fault. If I let you go back, I would be even less of a person. Let's just leave it at that." "Ah!" Luna almost cried. Who knew Ryan would handle it like this? She hurriedly said, "No. Let me go back." "Why are you still going back? If you go back now, isn't that the same as changing jobs twice? You were first poached from Company A to Company B. But Company B didn't want you and you returned to Company A? How would the other guys in your old company see you? This is not loyalty. This is hacking servility. It couldn't be worse. Will she still need to live in the future? Instead of this, it would be better for me, to dig her out completely." Luna obviously didn't understand what job hopping meant, but she was really panicked. Just as she was about to continue to explain, Ryan suddenly frowned. "I didn't have this idea originally, but now I really want you. You don't want the Sun God to not receive the next wave of faith power, do you?" If Ryan had said this at the beginning, she would definitely give in. But on the contrary, she would definitely be very dissatisfied in her heart. But after Ryan knew that this was a misunderstanding, he used this somewhat funny reason to threaten her. And she actually developed a subtle liking for Ryan. Am not. Stop talking nonsense. Lie down on the table, and show me the wound on your back." "Ah!" This is the order of your Lord God, Ryan ordered with extremely harsh words. Luna felt strange, but she still did it, looking at the beautiful angel lying on the desk, and then looking at the shocking and horrible scar on her back. Ryan felt strange. You got a bargain this time. Luna, whose face was facing the table, didn't understand what this meant. Ryan used the divinity that he had just washed out from killing the demigod-level chaos demon last time. Divinity represents the characteristics of a god, and the two divinities that are washed out happen to be optics. In a sense, this is also a professional match. As soon as Ryan took out this ball of divinity, he found himself embarrassed. Wings are where angels' divine power is most concentrated, and are the most important feature that distinguishes them from mortals. Unfortunately, Luna, as the face of the goddess of hope, originally had extremely high standards. To change her status, she would need to give up her remaining wing. As a result, the extra divinity that Ryan had now was only enough to make her a pair of wings. Luna easily saw Ryan's embarrassment, turned her head away, and said with a slight tremor, "It's good to have only one wing left. It allows me to always remember my hatred for chaos." Oh, what a considerate and kind girl. Ryan was a little touched. A soft golden light flashed, and the pure white wings she had left had changed. In the most vulnerable joint position of the wings, a small cut black and golden metal armor was added. Not only that, the appearance of the battle armor on her body has also undergone some changes. Ryan somehow felt that Luna had sensed his aesthetic taste and changed the style of the armor to that of the Wing Gundam Zero. Of course, the most important thing is that Ryan repaired the scars on her back. Whoosh. It's as easy as removing a scar with photo editing software. Everything was done, and Ryan looked at his work with satisfaction. Ryan swore that he was looking at it with the eyes of appreciating a work of art. For some reason, the angel lady lying on the table became shy and her face flushed. At this moment, as luck would have it, the door was slammed open without any warning. A husky performed a pig-dash move and rushed in carelessly. Six eyes look at each other. Suddenly, the second round of the most feared thing is the sudden silence in the air began. Chapter 540, Taking Advantage of the Solar Storm. I never thought that this crappy plot actually has version 2.0. On one side, there was Ellie, who was holding a broom and looked ready to do something big. On the other side was the angel's sister lying on the table. And Ryan, the nominal master of Shao-Bai. Even though all three parties were dressed neatly, with only Luna's beautiful white back showing. For some reason, it felt like I was catching someone cheating. Well, did I come at the wrong time? Ely laughed foolishly. If this was some cliché scene, Ryan would be happy to say, "No, you came at the right time." The point is, who the L would be so crazy as to want to hunt huskies? The worst thing is that Luna actually blushed, as if it was confirmation that Lei was up to something bad. Am I, Ryan, the kind of person who uses his power to overthrow his subordinates? Am I? I really am not. Lei Maoan righteously rebuked Shao-Bai. How many times have I told you to knock before entering my study? If you come in without knocking next time, I will break your dog legs first. Who knew that when Elizabeth saw the emblem of reason on Luna's shoulder that seemed to appear out of thin air? She was completely stunned, and mist immediately swirled in her eyes. Woo woo woo. Ryan, you bastard. It's not enough to snatch me, the former Saint of Light, and you actually want to attack Archangel Luna. Are you going to poison the goddess of light of hope in the future? At this moment, Ryan's balls hurt. I've told you 100 times. Don't read so many messed up third-rate night novels. When Ryan picked up a large physics book from the bookshelf next to him, Elizabeth screamed, turned around and ran outside. Unfortunately, with Ryan's god-level physical fitness, it was too easy to hunt her down. A 5-gene tome hit the former saint's buttocks accurately like a cruise missile, touching her wound. As a result, the former saint screamed and fled. This scene actually caused Luna to laugh softly. Pfft. Ha ha ha. When Luna noticed that Ryan turned his head, she covered her mouth in fright again. How? Luna quickly defended herself. No. I just think that you, my lord, really dote on Elizabeth, and you don't act like a god at all. One day you'll understand that huskies are meant to be played with. You really don't look like a god. Ryan said, nonsense. Preserving humanity is my ultimate goal. After the service, Luna found that she had a great change in Ren's view. She couldn't talk about 180 degrees. At least 90 degrees. This made her wonder, is Ryan really the king of Outer Realm? Or are all the Outer Realm gods like this? She hid her doubts in her heart. Now that she was Ryan's angel, she had the obligation to keep her mouth shut and try her best to be 100% loyal to Ryan no matter what the circumstances. Although she knew it was difficult. After all, her heart was still towards the goddess of hope. But she believed that she would be able to do it in time. The fact that Ryan accepted Luna was a great shock to the top leaders of the Church of Light. In the eyes of ordinary believers of light, Luna was still extremely holy and noble. They worshipped her fanatically and shouted the holy names of the three gods of light. Only the extraordinary people could easily distinguish the changes in Luna. Her alignment changed from lawful good to lawful neutral. What's strange is that the Sun God gave Luna complete authorization. And she still has the right to call upon all the power of the Temple of Light in the outer plane. Even when Ryan suggested that she give greater authority to frontline fighters such as paladins, allowing the number of people who could use light magic at the same time to soar to 10,000. She readily accepted it. It was not until then that Archbishop Antonio and other bishops realized that the Sun God had tacitly approved the merger of the Church of Light and the School of Physics. As a result, a large number of charlatans began to quietly modify the doctrine and notified all high-level clergy, both civil and military. The good camps and the pan-human camp have come to the angels. And such a big move cannot hide other denominations. This information gap makes them feel depressed and helpless. The real wise men have already guessed that Ryan has reached some kind of cooperation with the good camp, especially the lawful good camp, or at least a tacit understanding. But they lack evidence. The only thing they can do now is to pray that the story of this century of fighting with the Chaos Army is true. Which means that the good-looking camp just wants to get the leadership of the war, instead of turning their faces with the gods of neutrality and evil camps, or not playing with them. On the seventh day after the angels from various good camps descended, nearly 10 temples in the outer planes lit up with brilliant light. Not only the angels, but even Ryan's disciples fell into a subtle state of tension. Tangsi asked, "Master, why today?" Master, this title was deliberately retained by Ryan for his disciples, even though Ryan no longer relied on his disciples for a living. Perhaps this is what is called not forgetting one's original intention. Ren sighed and started to explain for a continuous article. This involves another astrophysical phenomenon. In my hometown, we call the star closest to our planet the Sun. Every 9 to 14 years, the Sun will produce sunspot phenomena. In simple terms, there will be a large-scale energy explosion that lasts for a long time on the dazzling star you see. At this time, the electromagnetic activity of the Sun will reach its peak. Solar storms are about to burst forth from the Sun. Coincidentally, there is a star on the chaotic mother star that has entered a stage where sunspots frequently erupt. So, please watch the show. Along with the last note in Ren's words, a huge star suddenly lit an exaggerated light in the long-range vitamin image provided by Ren. At the same time, the sun god Pero and the god of justice Tyr shuddered. Tyr asked excitedly, "Is it his power?" Pero was a little surprised. There is still some time left. Pero only felt a large mass of energy that he was familiar with accumulating on the sun. And then it was ejected at super high speed, spreading across the entire airspace. 9 minutes. It is not too long. The terrible storm that rose from the sun finally swept to the Chaos Mother Star, and collided strongly with the geomagnetic field on the Mother Star. In the extraordinary world, there was a terrible roar. Tyr smiled bitterly. This is the pure sun power. Yes, it has nothing to do with justice. However, no one expected that when the solar spot storm turned the perception of all supernatural beings on the entire planet into a mess. Powerful forces of faith and kindness were transmitted to the various good camp legions on the planet during the chaos. Chapter 541. I only recognize Brother Ryan. Compared to the ecstasy of his staunch allies who were like rain after a long drought, an absurd thought arose in the mind of the sun god Pero. Are you, Ryan, also a sun god? Last time, the Bright Legion suddenly obtained the divine supply, which has long caused great vigilance in the Chaos camp. Who would have thought that the supplies would come together with a sunspot storm? Ordinary beings are not aware of the impact of these electromagnetic waves at all, because the planet's magnetic field will block the erupting solar storm. But those who have long spread their perception outside the planet's atmosphere will suffer. In an instant, countless high-level chaos demons let out extremely shrill screams and died on the spot. The chaos generals, war marshals, and even the chaos lords were all dumbfounded. What's even more amazing is that it didn't take long before the changes on the opposite side were confirmed by news from the front line. A messenger said something babble, and the translator said, "Great Lord. It's not that we didn't work hard. It's that the other side suddenly got excited. Nearly 10 legions of the good camp suddenly exploded and chopped down all the Chaos demons on the opposite side in one encounter." The Chaos Lord's angry voice rumbled like thunder from the Chaos throne. "I don't want to know how much loss there is. I just want to know. Have you retreated?" "No." It must be said that the messenger understood Chaos culture. He said cunningly, "Our 13 legions have successfully moved forward. And several legions of the good camp have slightly improved their tactical positions. Yes. This hearty counterattack once again improved the front line of the army of order. Several battle groups that were once separated by the Chaos demons were connected again. With the momentum of such a great victory, several evil gods who had been ready to escape remained silent. To be honest, not to mention that the Legion of Light only obtained 1/5 of the power accumulated in the outer temple of Chaos World over the past 100 years. Even if they took it all, this amount is far from enough for a powerful deity to restore his combat power to his peak. Because the 3 gods of light have branches in many worlds. No, they are branch temples. The 3 of them use the power of faith from many worlds to support their fighting force. Now we only have one Chaos World and millions of devout believers. Unless those guys create an impossible miracle and pray for 300 years in an instant, there is no way they can fill up the temple of the sun with divine power. This is where Pharaoh's cleverness lies. He only replenished about 6% of his divine power. Under normal circumstances, he should have maintained the energy-saving mode. But he played with the momentum of 100% power. The arrogance with which he used divine power was enough to intimidate not only Chaos, but even the restless allies. It seems that the good gods suddenly got in touch with a very core perished planet and received the full support of an extremely powerful space deity. Pharaoh looked at the overjoyed Tyr and suddenly said, "Don't be too happy too soon. Ryan sent a message that the next supply will be in 13 days. And the quantity will be less than this time. It doesn't matter. This is a good opportunity for us to integrate the order camp and suppress all disobedience. It must be admitted that old Ginger is still spicy. Normally, Pharaoh, a gentleman, should not do this kind of flickering allies. But the situation is forced to God. He has to use Ren to feel a little bit illusory to be a foundation. Based on this, he flickered those alliances of neutral camps and even evil camps. Not long after, Pharaoh released the news. Although the wording was quite polite, the core idea was to obtain the power of faith. Listen to me. There is a bright future. This could be the end of the evil gods' lives. Logically speaking, if it weren't for the fact that 100 years ago, the Chaos side refused all communication without regard for good or evil gods and only cared about killing. Which evil god would be willing to listen to you? The Sun God? Back then, he was helplessly tied to the chariot to fight against Chaos. But he didn't expect it to happen again 100 years later? The evil gods were furious. The situation is stronger than the gods. If the good gods are allowed to continue to supply like this, and even recover to their peak state, by then, not to mention killing Chaos, it is possible that even the evil god group will be dealt with as well. The evil gods have figured it out. Now that the good camp has finished its supplies, they can't run away. If they run away, the good camp will definitely kill them before the Chaos. Those who are obedient can get some soup, but those who are disobedient will be finished now. The entanglement is tangled, and the god of the evil god has been boiled for a century. Everyone does not have much divine power. In this case, they really have no room for resistance. They could only run to kneel and lick the sun god Pharaoh in humiliation. Pharaoh was sober. Secretly, the ventilation of the justice of justice with the hardcore allies. We have found the most obedient evil god in the third batch as the typical example of the divine power. Tyr slowly typed a string of question marks. Ryan Tesla has killed the drow and orcs. He has almost wiped out their entire race. Hiss when Pharaoh told the secret message from Luna. God Tyr took a breath of cold air. Ruthless. This is really ruthless. Having said that, Ren did what Tyr wanted to do. It was cool. But now it is not suitable for the market broadcasters. The two good buddies discussed it, and decided that the third batch of supplies would first be given to some of the chaotic good and neutral pantheons. And then a typical obedient evil god would be established to appease the gods. After sending Till, in fact, Pharaoh had another doubt. That is, Ren and Luna said that he called 20% of the power of faith. But under his calculation, he found that he had received 27%. It's just outrageous. All gods know that the power of faith is transmitted across the stars. The longer the transmission distance, the greater the loss. The energy loss caused by this directional transmission is unavoidable. Moreover, depending on the attributes of the god's divine power, the transmitted power of faith will be diluted to varying degrees and mixed with various impurities. To be honest, they are at the end of their rope. Even if Ryan said he would give away 20%, they would only get 2% in the end. Not to mention Pero. Any other god would have to accept it. However, the feedback that Pero received was that the average amount of faith power received was about 18%, with the lowest being 15%. This loss rate was so low that even the gods were furious. Although Pero knew that Luna had changed jobs as agreed, he still couldn't help but send an inquiry. After 3 hours, the crack window in the Cana world opened. My owner said that he was very familiar with optics. The transmission was smaller than other types of divine power, and he felt that you were the sun god. When transmitting energy through the stars, he would bring you some pure solars by the way. Pero quickly said, No, I really like it. I recall that before the Chaos Crusade, all the gods went to lick the goddess of the magic network. With her help, the loss of divine power transmission was minimal. But there are more gods than gods, and they can make gods angry to death. Compare the goods, and you will have to throw them away. Now, Pero only wanted to say, Who is she? I don't know her. I really forgot about her. I only recognize Brother Ren. Chapter 542I. Ryan. And the most generous. Ryan's second round of power of faith was transmitted over a long distance, and the shock it brought to all major camps was like an endless wave that took a long time to stop. The conservative and good gods headed by the sun god began to recontrol the dominance in the order camp. On the chaos side, the Grand Lord's rage was driving the chaos war masters and generals crazy. The deafening roar echoed throughout the atmosphere of the chaos mother star. Find that bastard who secretly transmits the power of faith for me immediately. I'm going to destroy that bastard's planet. When the Lord gets angry, billions of chaos demons will suffer the consequences. Like a mad dog, they frantically tracked in the direction where the power of faith was transmitted. Seriously, this kind of thing has used to be simple in the past. If it is a single divine power, it may completely dissipate after a while. So it is not surprising that it cannot be found. But this time, Ryan took advantage of the sunspot explosion to mix sand during the solar storm. This made the chaos demons suffer. They have all become chaos demons, which are themselves a hodgepodge, with a body that combines multiple powers. Perception is their natural weakness. This is the price of having a strong body and a very long health bar. It can be said that the solar storm destroyed all traces. Lay people are even more chic. The direction of his last transmission power is actually the opposite of the star area where Kazos is located. This makes the Chaos world, which is not too far away from the Chaos mother planet, show a kind of luck similar to darkness under the lamp. This method was child's play in front of Ryan, who was familiar with using tools to circumvent the firewall, using VPN to change IP addresses, and had seen all kinds of fancy operations before traveling through time. That's right. He was bullying Chaos Lord because he didn't have an anti-fraud app. The second successful resupply was not without consequences. That day, Ryan had just come out of the study and went down from the 9th floor to the 8th floor. His Krypton gold dog eyes were almost blinded by the light. Can you believe that the one wearing high defense equipment and playing the piano in a hazy white veil is the Archangel of Justice, who has killed 6-digit demons and chaos demons? And the one wearing a light green gauze dress. Her style is very natural and environmentally friendly. And she is so poor that she can only use a few small leaves to cover her body. Can you believe that she is the elf's messenger? There were ding-dong sounds here and musical instruments and singing there. The scene of such a god-level large-scale talent show left Ryan dumbfounded and his head ached. For a moment, he sensed that Archangel Luna, who was following behind him, was laughing. As soon as he turned around, Luna immediately returned to her cold expression. Luna, what's going on? I don't know. I guess this is an oracle from the gods. In fact, all this is foreseeable. Back then, the gods moved their kingdoms over there to fight the chaos demon to the death, and never thought of coming back. It was a huge gamble that risked everything. Win this star zone. If you lose, You lose your entire life. They never thought that the two sides would die for a century and become the bladder bureau of the gods. At the critical moment, they must rely on a foreign god to help to get a drop of infusion to help. At this time, the power of more faith is good. It is not only about the overall goal of killing the Chaos Lord, but also about the division of power among the various factions in the star regions after victory. The good and evil camps are mortal enemies. It is not uncommon for them to go to war with each other right after defeating their common enemy. Ring glanced at them, and wore it expressionlessly from the middle of the venue. The moment the door behind him closed, he heard the music stop, and countless almost inaudible sighs. When he arrived at the 7th floor, he saw the disciples waiting in the front hall. Every disciple was secretly holding back, not knowing what these little bastards were betting on with Ryan behind his back. Anyway, judging from their expressions, Ryan knew that Harry had won the bet this time. Ryan spoke, with a hint of anger in his voice. It feels great to see the gods competing to fawn on your master. Right? Is master unhappy? The disciples were stunned for a moment, and then they all bowed their heads. Tangsi took the lead and said, "We dare not." "Oh, don't dare?" Not. Ryan's voice suddenly became stern. Towns lowered his head even lower. "Yes, I don't dare." "Oh, then let me tell you why the gods are so flattering to me. In the final analysis, this is determined by the battle situation. Yes, at this moment, all the gods have to rely on me. And even powerful gods have sworn to serve me as their master. But have you ever thought about the price? Cost?" A small number of young foreheads suddenly sweated. Ring continued to teach his disciples. "The price is that our physics school must take care of the entire Chaos mainland and deal with all god-level enemies. And the Chaos are handsome. None of them are vegetable chickens. The price is that if we can't see it, every god you know will be angry with us. And the entire world you know will fall into the refining of chaos and despair." At this point, no disciple dared to smile or take it lightly. The film Emperor Ren began to open the river. "Bragging for no draft, in the world of my hometown. What chaos can be squeezed casually? But here is not possible. The world rules limit my power. So the main force of confrontation is still you, not me. Remember, this is your world. Take your soul." At this point, all the disciples had already knelt on the ground, each with a look of regret on their face. "Master, we were wrong," the disciples said in unison. Knowing the mistakes can be changed. Even if the teacher deliberately hides the casual world, it gradually increases with the intensity of the war. And it is only a matter of time. This time may be 1 year or shorter. Before the Chaos Army comes, it is your only way out. Do you know? Master, we got it. Go back and think carefully about what you are best at, and in which direction you should strive for the divine position. The scope is set within the scope of physics. Once you have thought it through, come to me one by one and tell me. Yes. Each disciple's voice has changed because of extreme excitement. Worship. The disciples went out one by one. Luna looked at their back, and there was an envy in her eyes without covering up. Chapter 543. Give some off-field assistance first. What? Ryan asked. No. I just feel that being a disciple is really happy. In this world, Master left a pile of divine positions for the disciples and chose it at will. And even the road to God can escort all the way. Your generosity is enough to illuminate the entire Chaos world. Oh. Maybe. This is fate. Ren interrupted the topic in a timely manner. If you come across something you don't want to talk about, just talk nonsense about fate. In fact, everyone has misunderstood Ren. Is there any possibility that Lei is afraid of death? Want to make a bunch of disciples promoted to top the tank? He has not forgotten the bad things he did to the drow, orcs, and evil dragon camps. He will not forget that he is now a faint god. If he didn't serve as the god-level transport captain, any random god who came back with a desperate vengeance would be able to crush him. Lei, to pieces. It was the natural civil engineering holy body in his body that came into play. And he played the role of the plywood general in the divine world. That bought him some time to develop. Otherwise the situation would have collapsed long ago. He did so. Although hard work. But the benefits that might get after hard work are equally huge. You know, now the power of all the gods must be placed on the earth. Not to mention that the boat passed. Even if the eagle flew by, Rennians could push the hawk's hair. Seriously? The efficiency of Ren's power of transmission of belief is actually not 90%. Or 75%. but 99%. Because the power of faith is the primary stage of divine power. It itself has extremely personalized divine characteristics. When this spiritual energy, which has already been purified once, is combined with Ryan's sufficient directional conduction of electromagnetic waves and high-voltage electricity transmission theory, the consumption of this divine energy is far less than other gods imagine. These extra powers of faith happen to be the less condensed parts. And all of this energy was intercepted by Ryan. It is no exaggeration to say that Ren is now using the name of the only god and the god of the gods to use the power of other homes to refine its own fragments. Isn't this faster than he publicly grabbed the believers? To be precise, this is better than grabbing. So, buying for $0 is not as good as a banker moving a finger. Moreover, Ren gave the sun so much faith in the sun, and asked Luna to tell Pero's situation here in the orcs. If Pero did not understand the subtext of his lay, then Pero was not qualified to be his younger brother. However, how and when Pero would act was beyond Ryan's control. The sunshine storm is not available every year, and the fierce explosion period lasts 1 to 3 weeks. As long as Ryan operates properly, he can theoretically make the 4 suns explode in turn. As for whether the 4 sun brothers will be squeezed out, it is not something he should worry about. If he is properly matched, he can continue to let the cow's world go down. The only question is, whether the world is or the gods. All the gods of the outer regions are regarded as a thing that he thinks of him. All parties in the world are surprised. Why can he be so powerful that he is so powerful, and can still maintain sufficient humility? Because only Ren himself knows, he is a hammer king. Ren served himself. Every time he was unconscious, he would brag, and then he had to be exhausted behind him to make the bragging. Don't be said to be immortal. Even the gods have been covered by him. How can he reason with this? Oh, I am the one who is reasonable? That's okay. Oh, when will I be able to live up to the name? This was originally just Ryan's unconscious self-talk. But when it fell into the ears of the fairy dragon whose trachea was being poked, it had a completely different meaning. Anna's green eyes widened in surprise. What? This man who controls the fate of all the gods of order in Chaos World is still far from his complete form. How powerful was he in the original world? Anna once resented Ryan. After all, he arbitrarily captured her as a mount and deprived her of her freedom. But now when she sees her deadly opponent, when his sir is not eligible to drill the bottom of the table, somehow, she has a pride that she has a sense of pride over the dead enemy. I worship the King of God. Here, Ren felt inexplicable about Anna's sudden emotion. He felt that this was not an illusion. This fairy dragon seemed to be more loyal recently. I fed a little grace. Don't you take the wrong medicine? Ren didn't care. He was annoyed. The angels of the major gods did not go to the below to mobilize, or run to him, and change the fancy to urge him to ship quickly. Ren oil salt does not enter. His reason was also very grand. Chaos World was not ready yet. The total amount of energy that each family could supply each time was limited for the ultra-long distance transmission of the power of faith. Moreover, once Chaos World attracted the Chaos Army, if it could not withstand it, the power of faith you had stored would still not be able to be shipped. One meal or every meal. You can figure it out for yourself. The principles of the principles made the angels speechless. They were not experts in long-distance energy transmission. So Ryan fooled them with just some professional terms. Even if they reported it, there was still nothing they could do. Woohoo! That night, Ren's perception suddenly heard a whisper whispering. Following the past, he found that it was the righteous angel's sister who was sullen. Luna, is it that I don't have any charm? Or is it that Lord Tesla is just a random god? I feel like I haven't made any progress in these days. It's the same old thing every day. It was obvious that they knew each other well. Luna hugged her and said, Sister Lucia, that's not true. It's just that I don't know what he likes. Sometimes he seems very emotional and casual, but most of the time he is very rational. After all, I have only known him for a few days, so I can't say for sure. Wow. I'm so scared. What should I do if there is no more justice in this world? I can't answer you, but I can guarantee that because his appearance, at least the Order avoids the worst situation. Well, at this moment, a sudden purple light appeared in front of him. On the surface, this is a sacred war armor for the angels between the gods. But the above drawing adds special significance to this war armor. Ryan wrote on the blueprint, By changing the structure of the divine power and changing the inside of the armor plate to a hexagonal honeycomb structure, the defense can be effectively increased. Chapter 544. The Lord of Hell intervenes. The hexagonal structure is a quite stable structure. No matter which direction is impacted, it can effectively reduce the impact. Ryan was just making some tentative suggestions. If the other party listened, he would give them an improved version of the triangular internal structure. Seriously? It was given by Ren. And the guy gave it. The Justice Angel probably didn't look at it. As soon as she received the blueprint, Lucia sent the message back. Of course, due to the problem of the time-space rift opening gap, it took 3 hours for the message to be delivered. Seriously? This thing is not good. And the angels of the Justice Legion also have a try-attitude. Even the chosen angels almost thought of trying it and dying. The effect of actual combat is quite amazing. Angels generally react. This new type of magic armor of this hive-like structure is at least 30% higher than the defense power of the old version of integrated protective armor, considering that the internal armor is changed to the hexagonal honeycomb structure. The divine power used is still greatly reduced by half, which is exaggerated. The matter was reported directly to Tyr. Of course, this change has not reached a level that is beyond belief. Nor can it completely affect the war situation, considering the background of the shortage of divine power today. Any cost reduction and efficiency increase method deserves greatly promoting. Tyr shared the news with Pero and other allies almost immediately. The kind gods all expressed their admiration. 1 day later, the news came back to the Justice Angel Lucia. Tyr said a lot of encouragement. Translation and translation probably. AI Ching. Lucia was confused. How can I increase the intensity? Should I increase the level of sadness? Cry until my eyes pop out of their sockets? She was very good at killing people and punishing evil monsters. She could also sell her flesh. But when it comes to playing the victim, is this what an angel of justice should do? When did my main god become like this? Of course, Lucia knew that the main gods were miserable. The falling fall. And overdraft. Unfortunately, don't wait for this righteous angel to consider how to increase his strength. Luna came over to block the matter, my master said. That's the tide of his time. You should not make any excessive moves. But this will cause him to be unhappy. This is a bit uncomfortable. Ryan's policy is probably, I know you are in a hurry. But don't be in a hurry. This matter is not urgent. But it must be done quickly. I will give you some off-field assistance first. The key transmission of faith power. Ryan gave some. But not enough. Making the gods feel a little uncomfortable. They wanted to say that Ryan was not strong enough. Ryan was already the strongest one. They also have to acknowledge that Ryan's approach is sustainable. This is quite toss. They can only start to launch anti-push towards the chaos front under the state of the existing divine power. At least to ensure that the residents of the various order legions that were scattered before were reconnected. For this reason, Pero confirmed with Ryan again and again, the wave of faith power in 12 days must be delivered in time. Otherwise, I will be in trouble and unable to suppress the gods of the evil camp. No problem. Leave it to me. 3 days later, another wave of chaos demons suddenly arrived on the continent of chaos. Here, just when Lucia managed to clean up her mood and prepared for a big kill, Ren ordered her to make her and her angels, who came to Kazos, a little uncomfortable, in order to prevent the Chaos Lord from realizing too early that the Chaos World is assisting the Chaos Mother Planet's main battlefield, unless there is an absolute last resort, such as the demolition of their own cathedral. In principle, all descending angels are prohibited from directly fighting the chaos demons. Lucia felt very uncomfortable. Conversely, for the strong men of the major sects, this incident made them extremely excited, and they shouted like chicken blood, because the message conveyed to the following bishop by Renino is, when the chaos demons attack, we can certainly dispatch the archangels to destroy the enemy instantly. But are you satisfied with that? At this moment, our gods and angels are on the Chaos Mother Planet, fighting against the Chaos Legion for all living creatures. Shouldn't we contribute our share of strength to this? Those who have the most outstanding combat performance of the wiping of XXX God will have the opportunity to be selected as an angel, enter the kingdom of God, and go to the Chaos Mother Star to fight for the panhuman camp. Go! The gods and angels look behind you behind. This is the art of language. Give me and give me. This is two completely different concepts. With an archangel, or even the archangel, keeping order, which believer wouldn't fight hard? Tickets that have been in the country of God for a long time. which believers have not become fierce in an instant. Besides, this isn't just asking them to die. The physics school has set a trump card to the major religious sects. That thing is the chaotic divinity that has been initially cleansed. As we all know, chaos and chaos will be more chaotic. If the chaos is cunning enough, you can eat the purified chaotic divine nature and then escape, and then come to do things after digestion. Unfortunately, Ren will not give them this opportunity. Each group of chaos divine must have a second-generation disciples in physics school. The chaos divine nature and chaos god Gu recovered after killing the chaos of the semi-god chaos will be handed over to the physics school, and then handed it over to the factions after purification. Most of the old churches that have not been dissolved in the empty window period have not been disbanded for 100 years. A lot of seedlings did not know which horn came out of the corner. Red occasionally looked at it, and found that there were several young people recognized by the system. They actually ran to other churches as pastors. Storm the sky. Lei was distressed. Unfortunately, it is an allies church. It was a fanatic brain disabled that was taught and injected in the concept of a certain God first. From a structural point of view, the core of the physics school is materialism. If you want to correct the idealist mad apprentice, Ren has no effort, can only sigh. As time went by, Ryan recovered a total of 5 index points of Chaos Godhead fragments and 7 index points of Chaos Divinity. As long as he was given enough time, he would probably be able to slightly upgrade his divine power. On the eyes of the Bone Festival that is about to ship, there is a message from Pero. Can you pass on the power of the evil faith when the next transmission is transmitted? Ren was embarrassed on the spot. No. Wait. This is not this in advance. The Lord of H. I see through our sources of power. He inserted his hand. As a price, he would help to deal with the spider goddess. Ryan was silent. Chapter 545. 9-layer Hell Lord Asmutals. A very famous ruthless character in the divine world. It wasn't until Ren and Pyre went online that the name of the Lord of H. L broke through the cognitive barrier set up by the world's will and broke into Ren's mind. He also learned more about this king of hell. Asmodeus stands about 4.5 meters tall. As a demon, his skin and hair are dark red. In the devil's mouth, his handsomeness is like a beautiful thunderstorm. As for whether this description is handsome or not, it depends on one's aesthetic taste. His pupils flashed with the blood of H. L. And he had a pair of dark red horns on his head. Asmodeus wore gorgeous clothes, mainly red and black. Just one piece of clothing was equivalent to the annual expenditure of some mortal kingdoms. Even more praise is his means. He controlled tens of thousands of sinister and cunning demons. But he had never been overthrown from the throne. After he abandoned Bator and left, the demon lords only dared to fight for the position of Lord of the First Layer when he was away. The legend of the true form of Astotels will not live for 24 hours. This is the best description of his insidious and vicious strategies and his supreme magic. To this day, no one can explain his origins clearly. Everyone only knows that since they were old enough to understand. This guy has been the Lord of Hell. Until the Great War against Chaos 100 years ago. He was one of the leaders of the evil camp and chose to join the Cross-Camp Order Legion. Now he asked Pero for the magic power that he had stored in a secret corner of H. L. And Pero really couldn't refuse his request. So did Ryan. Compared to the chaotic evil spider goddess and orc gods, Asmodeus's demon army has been the backbone of order in the past 100 years. Guarding one side and never making mistakes. Ryan thought for a while. And then told Pero, I agreed. But does he also have a magic palace hidden in the outer plane? No. But he has a large amount of magic hidden somewhere, which he secretly hid when he left Bator. And there is definitely more than one place. As a token of sincerity, he can first tell you where this power is, and how to unlock it. The only problem is that this place is on the 3rd level of H. L. Interesting. I promised. I will send an agent to H. L. Pero stunned for a small meeting. He can only feel in the heart. The neutral guy is playing with it. He began to understand why Ren's title was Bato Hell's Hill. After cutting off the communication, Ren turned a little bit. And the next second, his cross-space gods fell into a magic palace in Bato Hell. Things have been very uneasy in Bator lately. The invasion of the Chaos Demon is comprehensive. And H. L. is no exception. If the chaos that frequently kills, if it is low order, H. L. has a strict dominance system. Among the partitions of the Lord's jurisdiction, at least one deep H. L. will be in the town. But if you encounter a demigod chaos demon with divine nature, then you will be in trouble. The recent big melon is the big devil Aldrich on the 4th floor of hell. When he chopped off the chaos demon's head with a beheading sword in an extremely handsome manner, an extremely sacred force of light suddenly burst out from the guy's body, catching Aldrich off guard. Even though he killed the chaos demon on the spot, Aldrich was seriously injured. It was not until later that the chaotic demon actually devoured a bright angel, which was its relic. The heavy loss of a top devil was extremely shocking news to many devils. They did not even plan to attack Aldrich at this time to replace him, but asked around to find out how he fell. Everyone can see that although the attacks of the chaos forces are irregular and uncommanded, the growing sense of crisis hangs over the hearts of every great devil. In this situation, when Ryan's will suddenly descended over his own demon palace, the reaction of the demon palace master was bowed down, kneeling down with trembling limbs. Yulia Francesca pays homage to the supreme god Ryan Tesla. Not only her, but even the fallen samurai beside her, and a group of devil even followed Chi-Chi and worshipped. Ryan's eyebrows twitched slightly. He really never thought that this big devil, who had wanted to join him for a long time, was actually a female devil. In the past, this product was wearing a thick iron can. At that time, Ren's perception was not so strong. Ghost knows that this product is a male or mother. Looking up, Ren's voice was like a thunder, and the rumbling earth shook their demon heart. There was a sense of squeezing all of their souls, as long as he was slightly effort. Yulia trembled and looked up, took off the dark red full-cover helmet. Rennie must admit that this product is a bit dour. She belongs to the kind of witch who can transform the class by hardware before he passed through. This is the ruthless role of marrying a wealthy man with a monthly salary of 3,000. Long, smooth black hair, a classic, charming vixen-like face, eyes that are as charming as if they were out of water, and a sexy beauty mole at the corner of the mouth. This face alone is so sexy. In the past, Ryan would definitely not be able to control himself. Now, that's it. He has been deified. So there is no need for him to get mixed up with the devil. Just look at it. I have a wealthy wealth for you. It depends on you can't accept it anymore. Please let God know. Ren waved his hand. A bunch of purple-blue light across the void cover. Yulia did not resist, and let the light cover her, separated her from her subordinates. You offered me the evil talisman before. Yes. I have never changed my heart for you. I am not interested in you. But I want you to do one thing. The first sentence obviously hurt her. She pursed her lips and accepted a real god who did not burden her reality, and immediately replied, please instructions. Order forces are fighting the Chaos Army. Do you know? I know. For a devil who is always concerned about major events happening all over the continent, intelligence gathering is a basic skill. Ryan said bluntly, in the coordinates I gave you, there is a magic palace of Asmodeus. You go and unlock the magic power, and then send me the spatial coordinates there, and I will handle the rest. In return, I allow you to intercept no more than 5% of the magic power there. Chapter 546, The Devil's Letter of Submission. Yulia's breathing suddenly became rapid. She immediately understood what this meant. Once she took this magic power, regardless of whether the Lord of Hell returned or not, she would immediately become the mortal enemy of the former Lord of Hell. On the other hand, she would be regarded as an accomplice by Ryan, and she could use this magic power to become the Lord of a lair. At least that's the case. But that's all. Ryan didn't even lie to her and said that if she faced Asmodeus in the future, Ryan would protect her. Is this operation scary? Yes. It's terrible. Yulia had no intention of refusing, because she knew that no devil would refuse such a huge temptation. What's more, she doesn't do it. Some are the devil. The Lord of Hell is fighting for his life on the Chaos Mother planet, and it is still unknown whether he can come back. God of Physics Ryan was very close, and killing her was as easy as killing an ant. Don't worry about how to choose. Your will is supreme. Yulia bowed deeply. Ren's will quickly disappears in the magic palace. The devil in the palace was stunned, and his face was solidified and unbelievable. Even though they knew that their master had a history of showing weakness to a mortal like Ryan, Ryan was no longer pretending. After showing his true god status, he ordered his master around like this? Then what are they? The huge mouth of a pit-hell demon moved, and its terrifying fangs made a clicking sound. My lord. What just happened? Yulia put on her helmet in silence, and only a cold and sharp light leaked out from the T-shaped opening in front of the full-face helmet. The only true god in this world. Ryan Tesla, has given us a huge fortune. It's up to you to accept it or not. Half an hour later, in a seemingly ordinary black stone wasteland on this level, Yulia raised her hand, and a black beam of light fell from a height of hundreds of meters above her head, guiding her and a group of big demons up. Pulled by this anti-gravity force, a group of demons came to a strange space crack. The demons were not strong enough to even take a peek at what was inside. The evil light coming from the cracks alone made them feel dizzy, and they vomited violently. Useless guys. You guys stay here. Yes. The intermediate devil who suddenly became sickly had no choice but to obey Yulia's order and stay where he was. In the end, only her fallen paladin follower and 4 lish devils could enter. This is. A pit-hell demon looked at the blasphemous devil words on the gate in horror. This is the palace of Asmodeus, the Lord of Purgatory. Is it appropriate for us to come here? His voice was full of tremors. There was also a demon who expressed his inner fear and anxiety. Yulia sneered. I came here this time on the orders of the Lord of Purgatory. I wanted to take the magic power he stored here, and then give it to Ryan Tesla to send to the Lord of Purgatory far away on the Chaos Mother planet. Otherwise, how do you think I was able to suddenly find the magic palace that he had hidden for 100 years? Upon hearing this, the 4 level 20 Hellfire fiends all showed relieved expressions at the same time. The Lord of Purgatory is so shrewd that the things he hides are not just a needle in a haystack, but a designated grain of sand in the ocean. First of all, not everyone is qualified to go down to the bottom of the sea. Secondly, even if you get to the bottom of the sea, it is impossible to find the hidden magic palace in such a vast area. And finally pass through the magic palace's protection system intact. But the next second, looking at the huge black liquid magic floating in the sky above the main hall of the demon palace, like a massive slime monster, Yulia said, "Ha ha. Of course, I'm not working for Asmodeus for nothing. I want to take 5%. Yulia's sneer made their nerves, which had just relaxed, suddenly tense to the extreme again. This is the property of the Lord of Purgatory. How dare you intercept it? One of the deep hell demons had the biggest reaction, and his pupils shrank instantly. But before he could react further, an extremely cold force rushed into his body like lightning. This powerful demon, whose body was surrounded by the fire of purgatory, turned into a huge lump of ice in just 2 seconds. Boom! With a heavy bang, the fallen female paladin's hammer had crushed the entire body, and even the soul of the demon into pieces. Yulia smiled wryly. Very good. Originally each of you could get 0.25%. Now you can get 0.33%. With just a few words that sounded ordinary, she tied 3 powerful demons to her chariot. Not long after, Ryan received the energy from the hidden magic palace. Interesting. I really take it away. 5%. No more. No less. This was not only his order, but also a token of loyalty from Yulia. With this 5%, she was in a deadly fight with the Lord of Purgatory. The only small surprise was that when Luna found that Ryan was holding this huge ball of purgatory magic in his hand, her face changed immediately. My lord, you don't want to swallow this power, do you? Ryan's right-hand fingers flexibly touched the ball of lawful evil energy that was enough to make all the devils in the world fear and go crazy. And smiled. Swallow it? How could that be possible? Luna was beginning to feel relieved. But Ryan's next words made her extremely conflicted again. However, I'm sure that Pero doesn't want to see me send 100% of this force to Asmodeus. For the sake of the Order Camp's combat power, and the convenience of Commander Pero, it's normal to lose some on the way. If possible. Which angel of light would be willing to cooperate with the devil in purgatory? This kind of thing will definitely cause the light angel's heart to be polluted. Unfortunately, after seeing the terrible army of the chaos, it seems that it is not so difficult to accept. Not long after, the third agreed ultra-long distance divine power delivery arrived as scheduled. It was another gorgeous solar storm. And this time, both the Order and Chaos camps were in turmoil. As the saying goes, every failure makes you wiser. The Chaos side cannot be full of idiots. A Chaos War Master led his troops into space, and had been waiting for this cross-space supply for a long time. Although the violent solar storm caused him to lose more than 90% of his Chaos Demon subordinates, he obtained some of the information he wanted. On the other side, the Pero's Bright Legion obtained the power supply of Faith 3 times, in addition to the bright sky of his men, all the rights to restore the peak state. His right to speak in the order reached an unprecedented point. Sometimes, being able to fight means you can do whatever you want. Especially after he united the various pantheons of the panhuman camp to form a new offensive and defensive alliance. Those pantheons and gods that did not receive the supply of power of faith began to feel unhappy. Chapter 547 The Gods Who Can't Be Defeated. In the God of God, a shirtless elder brother opened the spray first. Where is this supply? Okay. You actually eat alone? That's good. Chaos. You do. I win fight. Talos, the master of the storm, is a strong temper. It is true that the Legion of Light obtained supplies, and its strength rose to the first place in the order camp again. But on the other hand, it is not certain that the good gods alone can accomplish anything. At this stage, the balance of power has changed at best, and the overall situation of chaos being strong and order being weak has not been fundamentally reversed. At best, the balance has changed from 28 to 37. The Lord of Storms was definitely instigated by some old bastards, and couldn't help but jump out and curse. If he quits, it will have some negative impact on the Order Legion. The Justice of Justice immediately pushed back. Talos, you believe it. You dare to leave from the Order of Order alone. The next one is you. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a huge Black Widow spider projection broke into the group of divine thoughts. This was the spider goddess Rose. Her cold and arrogant voice sounded, "What if we go together?" This statement is very venomous. The implication is that this we can include many gods, not just chaotic evil ones. And it is very likely that it will even affect neutral pantheons. At this time, the benefit of the beneficiary of the purgatory, as needles, resisted the money, and stabbed Rose back. Huff, huff, huff. If you mean you, the useless chaotic evil gods, who waste divine power wantonly, and fail to achieve any results. Then go away. I am happy to see what you all look like together on the other side. Is it a spider's lower body with Talos' head? Or a big black belly with Talos' limbs? You? Rose was really choked. Asmodeus, are you looking for death? The grumpy old god immediately threw a lightning phantom through the air. This was both an attack of divine thoughts and real thunder. A ball of flame rose up, and the Lord of Purgatory smiled and broke all of Talos' tricks. You idiot who can do anything when you get angry. Are you sure you want to fight us? This we is very profound. We can refer to all pantheons and gods that are powered by the power of faith. Or it can refer to the entire lawful camp. As I said, if a guy has supplies and is full, he can do whatever he wants. To be honest, the gods of neutral and good camps are happy to see the evil camp fighting among themselves. Devils and demons have been fighting each other for thousands of years. So the Lord of Purgatory has no psychological burden in selling out two chaotic evil gods. Besides, cunning demons don't have anything called psychological burden. After seeing the master of the Purgatory, he followed, two less saying, the power of faith. Everyone will have it. As soon as the words came out, the three-digit deity in the group stopped the commotion. What is worrying is not the scarcity, but the inequality. With the support supply, they can play it. Everyone understands this simple truth. The gods who did not get the supply stretched their necks. Pero then spoke. To be honest, the world of chaos is sending us the supplies this time. An extremely powerful foreign god king, the god of physics, Ryan Tesla, unexpectedly descended there and inherited part of the priesthood of the goddess of the magic net. This time, he is the one who is sending us the supplies. This is a blessing for order. If you want supplies, come and discuss with me. I will then send back an archangel so that he can open your temple in the outer plane of Chaos Continent and send the accumulated power of faith from each family. Pero is open. In fact, as long as there are more than two secrets that know, it is not a secret. Pero knew very well who could not hide this. He still needed the combat power of each family, and it was impossible for each family to follow him to continue to die with chaos without meeting. In the past, everyone was hungry, so there was no way. Now after opening the words, the gods realize that the key to the supply plan of Pero is Ren. Seriously, until this, the evil gods are actually a little bit different. After 100 years, who doesn't suffer? Everyone almost gave up. The selfish evil god even thought about it. She slipped her own, and then let the fools like Pero and Tyr continue to calculate. When Pero pointed out Ren's outer domain god identity, the evil gods immediately lost their thoughts. Do you think anyone can be the god king? The so-called God Kings of each God department are just the level of powerful divine power. The real king is the against the sky with more than 21 points. The entire chaos is now a genuine king. Kero Luo claimed that the other party was the king of the outer territory. And then considering that the chaotic monarch had nothing to do when Ren sent the power of faith across the space. The gods really believe 90%. A genuine king of God is sitting behind the town. Which one who doesn't have a long-eyed guy dares to slip away? The evil gods suddenly tangled. The hard-hearted evil preface deities have been in contact with Astotels in real time. The Lord of the Purgatory was not annoyed. And he responded with a smile. That God King is very kind. He generously sent me 60% of the magic power I stored separately. Seriously? Rain felt that he was cruel enough. And the geese really clean the hair. But he is still too honest. At least, he thought of mixing milk in the water. And the evil god was thinking about dripping a drop of milk like milk in a pile of xiang. Different thinking patterns have caused him to feel card you 40% and make you uncomfortable. The Lord of Purgatory feels only 40% of it. Ren forgot one thing. The kindness and neutral deities gain the power of faith. On the surface, let the believers pray. But in fact, it is the spiritual power of the believer. And the evil god gains the power of faith. That is, sustainable exhaustion and fishing. They can completely squeeze the entire soul of the believers and become a soul residue. Either people, the devil, change to a batch when they are killed. The idiot who prayed to the devil and then the soul fell into H.L. is as good as Harry every day. To put it simply, the gods of kindness and neutral camps want the interest of the believers. And the bastard of the evil faction directly requires the principle. The power of the two sides is not at the same level. Therefore, the Lord of Purgatory gave Ryan a god's high god evaluation. From the heart. Then, there was no surprise. After the third time he delivered the power of faith. The seventh layer of Ren's mage tower had more than 50 angels. Chapter 548. As the only designated logistics and faith transporter of the gods, the importance of Renan suddenly reached a point where the Cosmos gods were unable to add. At first, when the gods such as Pero sent an angel long, the biggest consideration of selecting angels was loyal in the mentality of trying to try. After the third round of supplies, Luna, who was not ashore, had a little regretful taste. This thing is more outrageous than the seafood price in the seafood market. The response given by Renan is that the loss of the preface camp will be relatively small. And the chaotic camp will definitely lose money. Anyway, the greater the gap between the neutral camp with Ren, the greater the loss. In actual operation, the various divine systems would not communicate with each other about the exact amount. This was just like the Chinese companies before Ryan traveled through time, which would not make public everyone's salary, but only give an approximate number in range. There is a quite subjective judgment. On the chaotic mother star, there are 300 gods of the gods, and almost every family could not open the pot. Based on this as a premise, in the case that each family can only send back one angel long, strength and weakness are not the focus, talent and beauty. As a result, the angel chief of a pretty deity, where Ram became the head of the angel. Right. She is Marilyn * Barbara, the angel chief of cat and dance goddess. In terms of dancing, astringent she, and hooking people, this one is professional. At this level of angels, in fact, it has generally entered the point where the good-looking skin is the same. In the case of 100 points in the hardware, the face value is not less than 95 points. Because of the relationship between gods department, the temperament is also stylish. What saved is all the internal skills of the Department of Art. Marilyn is the kind of sexy kitten cat style with weak-colored skin. It is not used to habit. I don't like it. And I just look at her hobbies. However, her sexy and feminine charm that she revealed in one fell swoop is that rouse Ren, who is used to seeing the ribbon group before crossing, feels that the heartbeat is accelerated. A seemingly simple flower hand, a gently lifting leg, because of the arc of hand and feet, the frequency of movement, and the expression management on the face, can bring people a completely different feeling. She is AC position that is not allowed. The remaining seats are probably grabbed by fists. There is no harm without comparison. Obviously a group of angels dancing. The same dance. The same group of movements. I feel that Marilyn jumps want to chase brother. You can do it, drop it. The justice angel next to him dances subject 3. If you do it blow or black. How do you let these angels long quality? How do you let Ren's in his early 20s? How can a young guy with a constitution of 100 points tolerate? At this time, several of his disciples were still secretly commented. Harry whispered, "Brother, what should I do? I'm so excited. I feel like I'll be happy if I marry anyone. I don't know what Master thinks, but I feel like I'm about to fall for him." Downs took a slap on Harry's head, superficial. "Tell me, what do we want to be in the future?" Harry froze. Like a mosquito humming, "God? It's good that you know." Tangsi rolled his eyes at his junior brother, who was not doing well. "Even if we have to go down, we should target the goddess. Angels are just extras. As for Master, if you don't have a medium or higher divine power, you are not worthy of Master. Of course, Master has a wide range of interests, and things are unpredictable. It is not impossible that Master will kill the evil dragon goddess. We disciples have no right to interfere with Master's decision." As soon as Downs said this, the other 6 fellow disciples, including Ryan who was eavesdropping, all shrank their necks at the same time. The old face of Lay was blushing. "Yeah, I was the outer king." Ryan never thought that one day his vision would be lower than that of his apprentice. How embarrassing. Thinking of this, Ren's mentality immediately became extremely peaceful. If you want to come back, you have the right not to use it. Otherwise it will be invalid after expiration. Ryan exported some Korean and Japanese girl group dance clips from his memory through the system, and then gave them to Marilyn, asking her to lead the archangels in rehearsal. He is confident that these angels with a charming mentality will do this well. People are AKB48. He came to Great Angel 48. Isn't it too much? Well, the main focus is a sense of accomplishment. There are also side effects. Recently, Sophia has begun to follow Margaret's drilling Ren's desk, and accidentally wet several carpets. Luna then silently converted her clothes. It turned out that the rigorous, now on the pure white dress, there is a large diamond-shaped hollow design in the navel position. Maybe it feels a little embarrassed. Luna adds a thin layer of white gauze to that place with God's thoughts. In the past, a pair of white trousers were very convenient to fight. Now it has become a white gauze skirt floating from the left and right waists. The white flower thighs are only decorated with white lace on the thighs. Ryan. Luna weakly, "If my master thinks it is inappropriate, I will change it back. Only me and you. Just wear it like this." Fortunately, Ren was not stunned by the scene in front of him. Today, after 3 supplies, Pero received the power of more than half of the faith accumulated in the outer sun temple of the cause, and also sent him to the power of some of the faith of the goddess of Vulcan and the goddess of hope. You know, although the Vulcan in the 3 gods is not as good as Pero, he was the weakest gear in the powerful god of power during his lifetime. Ren estimated that the number of gods of fire god was about 16. The divine power of the 3 gods supports a god. According to the system's estimation, this will make Pyre's power easily come to about 36%. This means that Pyre's combat power has returned to its peak state. At most, it is a bit worse. Don't underestimate these 36%. Under the existing battle intensity, it is enough for 10 years. When Pero's side is stable, the Kana continent feels a bit bad. Reporting the ancestor. A report from the Northeast Pole said that it was found that it was a chaotic demon that was suspected of the god of art and reptiles. Chapter 549, this is our argument. The god of art and reptiles is a very unpopular god. There are fewer believers, and it is still a non-combat god. It can be calculated that the combat power of this product is not high. Not to mention that Ryan has now sealed God. Even if he was not sealed, he rely on the legendary combat power of his time, which would be mostly an opponent of the sophisticated. What really made Ren is not the god of art and crawler itself, but the significance of his coming to the cosmos. Ren gathered 7 disciples, a test of disciples, and asked leisurely, "Do you think that this is the chaos discovery is the cow's mainland to supply energy to the order ahead?" 7 disciples Chi-Chi fell into thought. This time Fong Dak spoke first. "Master, I don't think so." Ren asked, "Reason?" According to Pero, every time he finds the world that provides the order for the order, chaos will definitely be wiped out to destroy it. This time, the god of the bug. Disciples can only say that it is not like. Does anyone add? Ren swept his eyes over other disciples. Harry said with cautiously, "I think if Master shot this time, it may make the Chaos Monarch respond." "Tell me about it." "Yes." Harry began his analysis. "I speculate that due to the nature of chaos demons must lack good communication with each other. Unlike us gods of order, we can communicate directly over long distances through divine thoughts. But chaos demons, excuse me, each of their legs and each of their brains has its own ideas. Well, Harry's saying was so strange that Flora couldn't help laughing. And immediately she apologized. Renings feels this statement is learned by him. And it is also part of the cultural output. From the perspectives of other chaos, and the experience obtained by the semi-god chaos demon before. It seems that this is really the same. Chaos demon is more famous for resistance and fighting. Stubborn vitality. And is known for its aggressiveness. If they have lost too many other individuals, because they have lost too many other individuals. They have lost the ability of long-distance communication. This is not unusual at all. Ren held his cheeks. And his eyes flashed with a playful light. Then you talk about why the god of art and reptiles is the core of the chaotic demon will come back? At this time, Balit was listed. I have been sophisticated. Cana is his hometown. Long road. Home? Many dragons in this world have the custom of returning to the dragon tomb as much as possible before dying. And they are also willing to help their companions return home and rest in peace in the last moments of their lives. Of course, this is limited to lawful and neutral dragons. Chaotic dragons do not have this custom. And most evil dragons do not have it either. Ren wiped his eyes from the disciples' faces and nodded. Well, I understand what you mean. This time, I will give it to you. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. After you discuss it, find enough arguments to demonstrate your point. Yes, 7 disciples said together. How terrible is a god who falls into chaos. The god of art and crawlers, Fonda, is telling the world in person. Huh? Snoring. Jaius. The vague voice was sent out in the 3 mouths of the giant humanoid of this person. This is an existence that allows mortals to fall into crazy and violent at a glance. The spiritual light of chaos distort everything in the field of vision. Mortal people can see a vague and huge figure far away. And then, they will be filled with unstoppable fantasies. Someone saw the big tongue that played the big tongue to play the harp. Someone saw a high psalm like a praying mantis to make scraping glass. Some people also saw a grasshopper jumping on the drum, making a drum sound like a thunder. These mortals died of bleeding without exception. The extreme northeast of the mainland has nothing to do with the orcs. This is a typical boring place. And it is extremely difficult to survive, whether people and Warcraft. Only a small number of barbarians, who do not want to be under the jurisdiction of the Karak Empire, are here. There were barbarians who launched brave charges against this terrifying existence. But they all ended up committing foolish suicide. The existence of the master level is basically a spike. Only a small number of barbarians maintain their minds. They ride a martyr and keep the distance above kilometers. With this horrible existence, they report to the recent Light Church. Soon, the Guangming Church sent a reconnaissance team led by the legendary strong sacred warrior. It was just 300 meters a few hundred meters a week ago, and was driven back by the strong chaotic spiritual light. It was a true god. At least once. Because I saw the once prone relic of the god of art and reptiles. A golden harp. The legendary strongman reported to Downs in his heart. Then what? That thing cut his upper body into a pile of meat strips. Too evil. If this guy is not related to the stability of the chorus world. Under normal circumstances, Redding can let this stuff turn around on the ice field that does not shit. When the 7 siblings of physics are approaching this stuff, everyone finds that the situation is more disgusting than the legendary strong. On the huge harp, the dense strings cut the upper body of the god as a large paper. On each page of the body, a large number of other existences are put together and pasted. In this scene, Ren, who saw the peeping screen, felt that the SN value was big. Ren could not help but vomit Luna around him. Are the fallen chaotic gods so unique? Luna sighed. This is already better. At least we can recognize that his lower body is human form. Renin rolled his eyes. Is there any master? If possible. He really doesn't want to face this thing. If you lose your own unlucky, you have to drop the SN value when you win. If you cannot recover the divine and divine fragments, the stuff is a proper sale. At this time, Downs and his team were already close to this thing. About 300 or 400 meters away, Downs opened a portal very steadily, ready to run at any time for the younger brothers and sisters. And then he began to fight. Yes, right. It was an 8-pound cannon. The barbarian Gargata carried this gun tube like this, as a human flesh gun, and let Downs plug a huge artillery SH. L into the cannon pipe. With a thought from Ryan, the image on the screen suddenly magnified. He, Luna, and Sophia can clearly see that the cannons are engraved with various physical formulas as a rifle-like shell copy. And then the black cannonball is painted with a two-dimensional angel statue with a style. There is another sentence below hello. Opposing debater. This is our argument. Chapter 550. Once upon a time, the truth was only above Jianfeng. Today, adults have changed. The truth is within the range of the cannon. The so-called artillery of the physics school is the type of a range of 300 meters, an error of 1,200 meters, and then hit the target at 1,500 meters. Is there something wrong? No problem. This is as good as some 18-year-old dog authors who have been over 1800, when a series of physical formulas engraved with Newton's name exerted the power of their laws. This cannon SH.L that seemed quite rustic to lay began to exert the power of the Earth's 21st century electromagnetic cannon. Bayou. Strange buzz. The weird thing is, just this one shot actually caused several completely different reactions in the remains of the god of art and reptiles. Only those with extraordinary dynamic vision can get a glimpse of the full picture of that moment. The first part of the god's body was blasted out of a large hole by the violent kinetic energy. But the power on the next piece of meat seemed to disappear suddenly, and the 8-pound SH.I was instantly compressed into a twisted and cracking iron cake. This scene twitched slightly. Fortunately, this special SH.I had a backup plan. At this moment, the flame rune and storm rune hidden in the SH.L were triggered, and two completely different energies began to burst out in the extremely small space. It caused devastating damage to the second piece of meat. The piece of meat was like a piece of toilet paper that was crumpled up, and it was immediately in a mess. Then the double attribute destruction further destroyed the next few layers of meat. This chaotic god body did not try to resist. Only beings above the legendary level could see that during the destruction process of the SH.LS, silver lines representing the glow of the law continued to light up. The power of chaos attempted to rewrite the laws of the world and invalidate these destructive forces. But on the other hand, the power of the physics school directly linked to the laws of the chaos world, causing the destruction to continue. This is like two boxers banging on the ring. This outrageous taste cannot be made by the unbelievable strong. Mortals only saw that after one shot. The upper body of this giant, who was over 12 meters tall, around the left chest, changed from a stack of paper to a large ball of dough. Great! The third-generation disciples, who were watching the battle through the god Rain's vision, burst into cheers. Watching people see the lively inner lines look at the door. Anna and Luna, who were standing next to Ryan, had shocked expressions on their faces. With this skill alone, Towns can definitely be said to be a leader among legendary strongmen. Legendary warriors, who were promoted as mortals, were usually only able to specialize in one power. It seemed that he was able to call upon multiple powers of different attributes and touch the boundaries of the laws, which was definitely rare in the world. Even if everyone knows that Downs borrows Ren's power many times, the weak people don't say borrowing it. Even the most basic principles can understand. Being able to borrow itself proves his unparalleled talent. Ryan looked at the damage report and injury assessment given by the system and said with interest, "Oh? Is this chaos?" Noticing that she was being glanced at, Luna immediately stood at attention and replied seriously, "Yes. The characteristic of chaos is that the enemy is bodies of all attributes. It is difficult to completely destroy a chaos demon using only a single attribute attack. Oh! The Bright Legion used the light power of the light and the flames of the sun, which can eliminate most of the enemies." Luna didn't say anything else. The fall of Vulcan, the loss caused by the Bright Legion, is to describe it simply with the decrease in combat power. This is why Pero has to have similar concepts with the god of justice. But deities with different attributes have in-depth cooperation, relying on a single attribute attack. You can't play it all on the chaos battlefield. There is another more important key point. The power of chaos has corroded the body of the god of art and reptiles. Although it has made the power of this body more diversified and difficult to kill with a single type of power, it has also reduced the divinity of this body. The biggest difference between the gods and the half of the gods is its use of the laws of a certain field. Chaos weakened the divinity of this reptilian god, meaning that it was difficult for him to exert his due power and might. In a sense, it was chaos that helped them to weaken the power and divinity of this god, and then transformed it into another difficult form and delivered it to their doorstep. If it weren't for the order of the order, it would be regarded as an ally. And Renning wanted to say Chaos Special. Over there. After the attack was effective, Downs moved to the position with Gargacia with a teleportation door. At this time, a rather funny scene occurred on the battlefield. The wounded Art and crazy Chaos God actually followed the direction of Downs and killed it in a big step. He didn't see that Downs had changed to a position and came to the southwest of more than 500 meters away from the original position. Oh! Ren looked at the runes engraved on the SHL, showing a fun expression. Is this time ice and earth? All I can say is that the wizard has many tricks. And they are never the same each time. 18 like martial arts. There is always one suitable for enemies. Obviously, Ren's long-term teaching has achieved results. Towns did not rush to fire. He waited quietly for the Chaos God, whose upper body was like a fried dough stick and whose lower body was in the form of a standard giant, to stride onto the land they had just attacked. Only then did he begin to recite his laws of physics. At this moment, a violent fire rose into the sky, followed by an exaggerated purple-blue mushroom cloud. Harry laughed more than, ha ha ha. I know this strong. Harry's disciples have supported the amount. And their masters are good. But they like to dig a pit to harm people. Looking at the flying flesh and blood falling around the huge god, Harry always felt that Harry almost completed the wonderful task of God Aerospace, without the opportunity to breathe the reptile chaotic god. Aurora's cold and full of killing sound suddenly came to its head. Meaning reptiles. You are not qualified to survive in the world. Roll me from Fonda. At first glance, it sounded like the angry words of a young lady who had lost her temper, when Flora put a lot of acoustic power into it. A vibration that mortals could not feel began to be transmitted to this twisted chaotic body. Chapter 551. Be careful. Rustle. Rustle. Strange sound. Everyone was surprised to find that a lot of twisted flesh shook down from Fonda's body. These chaotic attributes are like a living creature that only has life and self-consciousness. They scream and escape from this huge wreckage of the gods. And they don't know what to do for a while. Some of them grew little mouths and bit and ate things like crazy, even eating dirt. Some reluctantly seemed to want to return to the deity of the god of nourishment. At this moment, the second special SHL fired in the form of an electromagnetic cannon hit. Puff. When, with strange and discordant sounds, a large number of ice crystals grew out of the huge, scarred and twisted body. There were also large clumps of mud gushing out from the wounds, like tumbling sesame paste. No matter which one it was, the result was that the chaotic aura on the remains of the divine body was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the balance of victory? Fong Dak was originally about to take the shot. He finally chose to stop and look at it first. At this moment, Ren's voice was passed on into the disciples' ears. Be careful. You have to turn to the end. Well, before Ryan traveled through time, if the boss only had one health bar, and had no reaction when its health was reduced, and did not even change its attack method, then for the players, this thing would not be considered a boss, but only a large super soldier. Only those who show different players in multiple stages can give players a sufficient surprise. Frightened, the disciples do not know what the turning stage is, which does not prevent them from understanding. This is the key reminder of their trusted master to them. 7 disciples choose to open the distance collectively. Noka suddenly sensed something and almost collapsed to the ground instantly. Fortunately, Matt next to him was quick and grabbed him, while inheriting the nausea of turning over the sea in the chest. Nucha reminded his brothers and sisters, be careful. Voice and image. Sound? Image? This reminder was not empty. Even though he flashed 1,000 meters away, Town still held up 2 huge magic shields to protect his fellow disciples. One is a super enhanced version of arrow protection with wind element as the core. Although this thing can only protect against arrows, it uses air. When the air is highly compressed, the rapid flow of air inside can offset the propagation of sound caused by vibration, which can produce a strong sound blocking effect. The other is a self-created magic that is quite physical. This is a kind of visual replacement based on illusion, replacing everything in one's vision with the 0 and 1 mentioned by the master, and presenting a digital vision to the 7 of them. Noka's reminder is quite critical. Downs just finished all of this. In the next second, a very chaotic notes broke into their spiritual sea. It was very strange. Like 3 different melodies were forcibly pieced together. For example, the strong note of the second piece was stuck in the gap between the notes of the first piece, The extreme high notes were soaring. And at the same time, the heart-stirring super heavy low hum was inserted. When these extremely violent notes played from the huge harp on the remains of God's body, Rao was 7 and the other party away from the other side, and still had a feeling of being knocked down on the spot. Can you filter it? Flora covered her ears painfully. No! Dow's yelled. This is the field of God. Despite and complete. Harry got up in pain. And the entire portrait was only rolled up in the ground. I don't know who said suddenly, back the law. Right. Use the law to fight the law. This is the right way. Otherwise, it is too disadvantaged to fight this true God with the power of the world. At this moment, Balin suddenly yelled, water. Reduce the speed of the sound with water. Theoretically this is feasible. But the enemy has the priority at the level of the law. Down suddenly remembered something. And he couldn't care about anything. He raised his hand and recruited a huge translucent and semi-illusory bathtub. This picture made Ren hold his teeth. If it was said that the legendary fire dragon was drowned hard at that time, it was chic. This time, Downs' operation was like a fool who burned his hair to his hair. He was planted in the bathtub, and he was still holding a half-ass on the water. In any case, the uncomfortable voice they suffered suddenly dropped. People are soaked in the water, and the sound on the water becomes blurred. This is an objective fact determined by the law of physics. When it comes to cows, it has become a dispute over the law. What fights is the priority of the two sides in the field of the law. In the 7 unsight areas, the struggle of the law reached a point where Renan frowned. System shows. Cow's world will determine that Vandy has fallen and no longer has the absolute priority of music. It makes sense. Let alone Fonda has rushed to the street. On the cold ground, the 4 huge walls of the illusory bathtub surrounded the remains of Finder and the 7 people. The huge amount of illusory water blocked the chaotic sounds, making the 7 people feel much better. This is just the beginning. Down soon discovered that the water bodies drawn from the water elemental plane were being polluted at a high speed. The clear and ethereal water bodies turned into turbid mud. And there was a great momentum of unlimited expansion. Downs thought about it. He thought if I want to pull out the plug of the bathtub. The next moment, like pressing the switch with a pumping toilet. This less to say that the water body of the standard swimming pool, with a large 3-digit pool, began to be discharged from the eyes. It is not to return to the water element world, but to the void outside the main plane of the Cana mainland. It looks like water, but it is like a damn flood. Once it starts, it cannot be contained. Is it just water that was sent away? No. There are also a lot of chaos god light. Even though the attributes have changed, even though the laws have faded, the divine power remaining in this chaotic divine body is still a kind of divine power. Now this remaining divine power has been almost exhausted. The big water retreated, and there was a lonely figure on the ground. After using Akamid bathing, Downs, who was almost not squeezed out of magic, sat on the ground with his buttocks and smiled bitterly. Master, brother and sister, look at you. Master, I must take a break. We can only withdraw it. It's okay. Brother, give it to us. Fondak launched the next round of attacks without any chance to breathe this god-level chaos. The huge inflammation fireball is so big in the carriage, so it is in the crotch position of Fonda's residual body. /S? Efficient? Chapter 552 Chaos Hand Toward Chicken. Right. The lower body of almost 7 meters high is like a burning big pants. And the rest of the upper body of the crown is constantly twisting in the painful scream. The large pieces of roasted meatballs fell down, as if a small-scale meteor fire and rain were raised under the ice field of 100 meters. The power of chaos is still strong, but it doesn't have the strong visual impact of exploding if you look at it for a second longer at the beginning. This proves that the power of this chaotic god body is dissipating quickly. Ring glanced at Luna beside him several times, and he laughed. If you want to ask. Thanks for my master. Luna righteously walked. I heard that the method of Cana mainland used to inject the purified chaotic divineness and disturb the balance of the body. Why did you do this time? Ren's mouth. There is an old saying in my hometown called leaving aside dosage and toxicity is a hooligan. Well, in order to interfere with the god-level chaos demon, the other chaos godhood injected must be sufficient. Otherwise, not only will it not interfere, but it will immediately strengthen the enemy. We lack enough interference bombs extracted and modified from demigod chaos demons. Of course, we will not use them on a god-level chaos demon casually. There is no shortcut. But learning to fight with stupid methods is also a good idea. Luna nodded thoughtfully. The method is stupid. Winning is stable. In ancient cows, I do not know how many legendary strongmen teamed to go to the gods, or the upcoming gods launched a hunting. In fact, 99% of them ended with groups. In the field, many attack methods will be directly invalidated. Downs did not count on their own strength this time, because Archimedes' bathtub had a high priority in the law level. In the picture, the god of art and crawlers that was soaked in bathtub suddenly decreased. However, it did not give up resistance, even though it was a desperate struggle of a trapped beast. The unspeakable system of Gangchin sounded violently in the vast airspace, and the notes, with a strong chaotic atmosphere, were venting with the chaotic power violently, and it created a scroll of the sky. The Kara earth is cracked, with 2 and 3 meter wide cracks, which is enough to make small and medium-sized beasts unable to cross. The turbid air ball was sprayed in the cracks. Those bugs climbing to the earth were only contaminated by a little, either violent, or they turned into small chaotic devils with Zhangya dancing claws. It is still struggling, trying to use Fonda's only 1/3 of the horrible heads to understand the 7 enemies. Soon, it doesn't need to be perceived, because a very eye-catching dwarf Gundam's Tang Templar is standing 400 meters away from it. Aohugasuo. An indistinct roar came from the half of the god's head left. It is trying to rush up. Who knows that this is actually a trap? A huge pit with a depth of 100 meters and a diameter of more than 200 meters appeared abruptly at its feet. Seriously? The magic of the system is not Harry's specialty. Who can be blamed for this? The earth began to tremble fiercely, and a lava fountain with a diameter of about 10 meters actually opened the spring eyes less than 10 meters in front of it. Puff puff. A large amount of hot magma split on it like this, further eroding the chaotic power on it. After completing the spell, Fong Dak left with a wry smile. So far, Downs, Harry, and Fong Dak's 3 guys who are good at elemental magic have left. In fact, there are 3 disciples left. Enough. In the name of physics, everything on this legendary physics is under the control of physical laws. The sound of Aurora's Chinyu sounded, although the effect was not obvious. But in the field of Ren, the line of the law of the surrounding airspace began to change fiercely. Ren's face twitched slightly. He stretched out his hand and pressed it away. Fulera is a bit big. With her legendary strength, she wanted to suppress a god-level chaos that showed a decline at the level of the law. But she lacked enough experience to determine the enemy's blood. When she felt the divine power from the enemy, she knew that she was out of hand. Law, this thing must be much stronger than the other party to exert power. One of them. She thought she was seriously injured. However, she clearly felt that when the opponent's exaggerated magical anti-bump rushed to her magic circuit through the legendary physics place, the fluctuations weakened more than 90%. Ah! Fulla groaned. Matt, who was about to charge, immediately asked, "Junior sister, what's wrong with you?" Fulla wiped the nosebleeds that he sprayed out, and smiled a little bit embarrassed. "No big deal. Master still hurts me very much." Matt stunned. "Understood." No hesitation. Followed Balrin and rushed up. In front of it is an extremely exaggerated semi-god level war. When the enemy falls into the mortal world, that's when the dwarf Gundam shows its power. Once upon a time, this god-level chaos demon was like the top of a mountain. Even if one looked up at it, one could only see a quarter of the mountain looming above the clouds. When it was forcibly pulled to the same level as the dwarf Gundam, it became this oversized metal dwarf that was unstoppable. Puff, a ball of chaotic evil mist covering an area of hundreds of square meters sprayed towards Masana. She raised her dragon head shield high, and continued to charge forward despite the chaos shockwave. The dragon head on the shield, which had been dead for a long time, seemed to be coming back to life under the interference of the power of chaos. The huge dragon head opened and closed, and even the fangs in the dragon's mouth seemed to have increased by a lot. Unfortunately, the next second, when this huge shield slammed violently on the broken body of the Chaos God. In this close combat where no tricks could be used, the side that was more resistant and had higher attack power won without a doubt. Not to mention Matt was using his arcane hands to help tear the giant apart. The originally 12-meter tall god-level Chaos Giant finally came to an end after the joint attack of his 7 brothers and sisters. The following painting style is a bit too brutal. A bit like slaughtering a pig. However, because the Chaos Demon has an incredibly strong vitality, The parts that are torn off individually can still survive on their own, and even launch a counterattack. So there was the dwarf Gundam who chopped off one of his opponent's legs, and then used an axe to cut it into small pieces. And Matt used his arcane hands to break up the chaotic flesh and blood like he was cooking hand-torn chicken. This scene made many Orthodox people, who came to watch the battle, vomit. Chapter 553, Galileo's shot put. A group of people were vomiting all over the place. There is no other way. I have to keep reading even after I finish vomiting. People who have to write reports are so miserable. Chaos invaded Chaos continent. And most of them were people who had never seen the horror of chaos. Not only the Orthodox Church came, but also envoys from various countries. Because this is the only teaching session of the True God Ryan Tesla group on the continent today. After changing other strengths, you can still spy at a distance. It is good to be able to score in minutes. After watching the whole show, everyone had only one feeling: it was too stable. Even though there wasn't a single demigod among the 7 second-generation disciples of the School of Physics, they still gave people a feeling of steadily advancing, chipping away at the armor layer by layer, and crushing the god-level chaos demon to death. In the past, if a mortal could defeat a god-level enemy with his body, wouldn't that be something the bards would write about in great detail? No one has forgotten that the 7 of them have an incredibly powerful master, Outland God King Ryan. That's right. No disciple used power beyond their own level. Even if there was one, they just took something that was obviously a holy relic to withstand the piano music of Chaos God Finder. Strictly speaking, this is not cheating. There were also many cases in Chaos history where legendary warriors obtained divine weapons and hunted down gods. But most of them ended in disaster. In other words, without those god-level stuff, it is basically impossible to hunt down a street god. Only if you have at least one divine weapon can you be considered to have obtained the ticket to kill gods. The 7 disciples of the physics school handled it so seemingly easily that no one died. And not even one was seriously injured. The envoys were shocked and moved, and rushed back to report. The biggest problem is that if there is a fallen chaos god running back, there could be a second one, a 20th one. That's the scariest thing. On the other side, after a short rest, Towns and his team tried hard to suppress the ecstasy and excitement in their hearts, and ran back to report to Ryan. Master, fortunately don't humiliate. 7 people worship deeply. On the table was a complex object that contained fragments of divinity and godhead, and looked extremely chaotic. This was the most valuable trophy. Ren nodded with satisfaction, and glanced at the system tip again. Downs, Harry, Baron, here. The 3 stepped out excitedly. This battle gives you valuable experience. It also gives you qualifications to move forward. You go back first. Write a 10,000 character paper for me. Carefully analyze the enemy and what you think, and make a summary of this battle. If you do and understand, you can ask Na when your paper is qualified. I will come to this one that conforms to my own character. Towns and the others only felt their hearts pounding and their lips dry. Tangsi licked his lips. Master, you mean become a demigod first? Experience the use of god-level power. When your understanding of a certain law reaches a level recognized by the world will, you can naturally apply to the world will to become a god of a single field in this world. Thank you, Master. The 3 of them bowed again. The 4 brothers and sisters next to each other were very envious. They congratulated the brothers, and glanced at Ren from time to time. Ryan laughed. You are not yet mature enough. Fight 2 more chaos gods to practice. When you are ready, I will not treat you unfairly. Thank you, Master. The 4 followed the knees. 7 disciples are very clear. When they understand the understanding of the law, they can't catch up with Master Ren. Normally, this cannot be recognized by the world's will and obtain the clergy in that field. In one exception, as the King of God, Ren doesn't look down on those small fields, and gives them to them at hand. This is not only the deepest level of interest binding, but also an absolute loyalty at the soul level. As soon as he walked out of the master's study and waited until the door was closed, Tangsi couldn't help but yelled, I knew it. I knew that the master would not treat us unfairly. Ha ha. This is the god. Harry danced with his hands. Don't be happy too soon. We haven't reached that point yet. Baron couldn't help but advise them. Unexpectedly, the 2 guys pointed at Baron and said, Fix your crooked mouth first. At the beginning of Baronet saw the reflection on the glass not far away, and found that he had laughed so much that he was crooked. To him, being deified has a more special meaning. Once he seals God, His old phase is good. Mars's soul can further evolve into a god ambassador. They no longer use yin and yang to separate. The 7 situations of them do not know how many legendary strong men are envious. You know, even if you are promoted from a legend to a demigod, it is not a sure thing. Most of the wild half-gods are picked up and grab the divine or divine fragments of a certain god of the street god. God is a great impact of a god. Even if you are lucky enough to conquer this divine fragment with a strong willpower. How to find the divine fragments and refine it into your own things. And then organize believers to bring yourself stronger power. Finally, the recognition of the world will be promoted to a new deity. This road is difficult to go to heaven. And 99.99% of people will fall on the road. Ryan, who already had millions of followers under his control, could be said to be providing them with protection. They had a smooth journey along this road. The only question was not whether they could make it, but whether they were qualified. As for Ren, there is another reason for him to be so generous. In a sense, this is also an experiment. However, it was a future. After sending his disciples away, Ryan couldn't wait to return to his bedroom, dismissed his followers and his girl, sat on the recliner, and calmed down, looking at the flashing system that has been flashing long ago. Ren's heart was almost unable to suppress excitement. The moment they completed the killing god Fonda, the system prompts. Considering that the apprentices were coming to invite me, Ren did not have a touching the treasure chest on the spot. He was afraid that if he was secretly happy, it would damage his master's dignity. Now, the prize can finally be drawn. After a series of glittering flashing, 2 of the 2 looking shot put in Ren's vision. This is, congratulations to the host. Get the holy relics, Galileo's shot. Chapter 554. Thinking about it, Ren was embarrassed. Huh? What the H.L.? This is the real response after the first glance of the holy relic. What do you mean? Of course, Ren knows the illusion of Galileo's shot, which is derived from the famous experiment on the tower. Galileo, who disagreed with this theory, conducted a public experiment. He climbed the Leaning Tower of Pisa, holding a 10-pound lead ball in one hand and a 1-pound lead ball in the other, in front of thousands of spectators. Galileo let the 2 lead balls fall from the top of the tower at the same time. 2 shotguns with different weights, at the same time passing the air and falling to the ground at the same time. You know, at that time in the West, Aristotle was known as the most learned man. Galileo's experiment was undoubtedly subversive. It proves that gravity acceleration has nothing to do with weight. However, for Ren, what is the use of this holy relic? Ren looked at the series. The system sometimes has this badness. The virtue of a speaker. Ren wanted to say riddles rolling. Unfortunately, he couldn't say it for a long time. From this physical illusion, it should also be related to the law of freedom of the body. The problem is that Ren already has a Newton's apple. If this is also a gravity acceleration, then the function is not overlapping? Ren was meditating. 5 minutes. He decided to torture. All or not. He was a disciple. He called the ghost talent Downs again. Downs was excited before, and when he heard Ren's summons, he immediately rushed over. Master, you're looking for me? Yeah. Ryan narrowed his eyes and looked at his eldest disciple. Most of the time, Ryan was afraid that he would mess up at the critical moment when inspiration was needed. He was afraid that he would not mess up. This time, Ryan decisively passed the blame. Towns, remember Galileo's Leaning Tower experiment that your master talked about? Remember. Downs' answer was simply, and he was excited for a while, and premeditated what he felt. Master, did you summon the Pisa diagonal tower to Kazos? Ren took out 2 shot. They are Galileo's shot. And they are also a very important set of holy relics. For the teacher, you can test you and see if you can think about the use of this set of holy relics yourself. Study hard. They determine the speed of your promotion. Obviously, I can't guess what this thing is for. As an excellent mentor, Ren decided to let the disciples exclude all difficulties. Isn't it too much? Yes. Downs took the pot excitedly. Ah. He took this glorious research task. Master understands everything. The kind of teacher is called teacher. Master doesn't understand it all. The kind of mentor. There is no way. Who is called Ryan now, that is not pretending to be on the bright side. I am actually the king of God. Coupled with the extremely outrageous record of Ren, all his mysteries will be deeply interpreted by outsiders' central ideas that does not belong to the original intention. watching Downs pick up 10 pounds of shots. Ren had a kind of pleasure to convert his hard big stone to his disciples. Master, can I study this holy relic? Okay. In this way, the master of master who did something deep to do everything to complete the transfer happily, and then went to see the Korean dance girl group. Why? There is still too little entertainment in this era. Blowing and pulling the singing is the mainstream entertainment of this world. Even though Ren did not intend to provoke more than 50 angels sent by various gods, this did not prevent him from raising him. Looking at these archangels with great figures and faces and a sacred aura, dancing in front of him with feelings of shame, reluctance, or deliberate flattery. Ryan had a wonderful sense of accomplishment of bringing good girls into the sea. I don't eat it. Can I see it? In particular, Ren made a coating of the Korean dance in his memory, and then let the goddess of the dance, goddess Barbara, responsible for choreography and soundtrack. The rest was their business. After watching the hot dance, the coming of Ronins attracted the fairy dragon. Unfortunately, ever since Ryan stopped pretending and openly said that he was a true god, for some reason, if you touch this fairy dragon, she will change her attributes and automatically cast water magic, making the floor wet everywhere. Looking at the green long eyes full of water mist, Rain sometimes couldn't help but pat the dragon stock. You support it. I still like the unruly you at the beginning. Unfortunately, every time Ren responded to Ren's terrible dragon roar with a height of 10 decibels. Perhaps some people will feel that Ren is not doing business now. The problem is that Ren randomly probably attract the attention of the chaos. There are not many things that Ren can do. Speaking of it, it is a bit regrettable that the number of believers now is basically fixed. If you want to accelerate the washing point process of chaotic divine and divine fragments, you can only increase the belief territory. Things are different now. Even the sun god Pei Luo had to kneel and lick his lei, snatched a kingdom as a new faith territory, which was really not too much. Soon, a very harmonious scene was seen between countries. The Church of Light, the Karak Empire, and the Kingdom of Cervantes jointly issued an announcement that the first state religion of the Kingdom of Cervantes was changed to the School of Physics. This news is undoubtedly an earthquake level for nobles from various countries. In the past, the conversion of the first and second denominations was basically linked to the god of war. In the context of the chaotic war order, this incident has undoubtedly continued to raise the evaluation of the physics school by the nobles. As a result, countries have sent their princesses to physics school to serve as maids. Renan did not accept it. Then he tried to stuff it beside Downs and other 7 second-generation disciples. There is no way. At the moment when the legend is not as good as a dog, the cow's power system also shows signs of inflation. The princess is not worth it anymore. In this context, Downs and others started a brainstorm in the shot. Everyone thinks about what the pair of holy relics do. The master spoke. Otherwise, take a look at it first. Harry proposed. If you think of it, do it. And the 7 guys walk to the highest level of the killer tower and throw the shot. Boom. No accident. The 2 shots landed at the same time. If you have to say something special, that is the shot that is very strong. Otherwise, try it as a projectile of electromagnetic gang? Berenda proposed. Chapter 555 Fake False. Puff. Like the sound of a fart cannon. There is no thunderous landscape, and some are just sloppy power. It is no different from the ordinary front bonus farm cannon. This is still the case where Downs personally uses electromagnetic acceleration. According to his statement, it even secretly added some wind elements to push it out. We are wrong. Fong Dak was extremely determined. None of the 7 guys were fools except Matt. A road is not good. And immediately changed to a direction of thinking. Do you try to see if you can change your gravity? Flora's proposal was quickly implemented. But unfortunately, the shot is different from Newton's apple and cannot change gravity. Downs touched his chin. I know. Master's habit has always been the mystery on the mystery. Let's analyze what Master said carefully. At this moment, the master of a peeping screen laughed unkindly. Ryan was really happy. The answer? The riddle? What did I hint to Towns again? How come I, as his master, didn't know? Dow's over there repeatedly. Flora first proposed. Have you noticed? The master said a group holy relic. This means that it is wrong to use the 2-shot shots. Everyone nodded. Baron said, this determines the speed of promotion of the master? Isn't this right? Brother's expertise is not Newtonian mechanics. Nor is it gravity acceleration. Everyone knows that Downs is best at the same lighting magic as Master. Even if it is classified, it is obviously the gravity acceleration. Nucha is weak, is it possible? This has nothing to do with the specialty of the elder brother? The crowd reached an agreement again. Rejected the possibility of this aspect. Matt finally had a chance to ask a question. Big brother, you have now been promoted to a demigod. What is missing? Downs' thinking has a short-lived stuck. And then said, listen to Master. What I lack is divine and divine fragments. As long as they successfully merge them, I am the standard semi-god, and then turn into my own clever job in a certain field to get the recognition of the world's will. I am the true god. This is knowledge that is impossible for mortals to know, and even cannot be imagined. Although someone has been copied hard from the game. It is really good. The rest of the disciples were thoughtful. Flora proposed a bold hypothesis. Is it possible that this is used to purify the fragments of chaos divinity? Ah? Downs was shocked. I calculated it. I just calculated it. Flora first folded her armor. Although Galileo and Aristotle are both sages in physics, I think the key to the story of the Leaning Tower dropping the shot put is that Galileo proved Aristotle's conjecture was wrong through experiments. Baron drew his beard. What does it have to do with chaos and divineness? I think the key lies in falsification. False? Everyone was strange. Yes. Isn't this through experiments? Prove that one rule is true, and the other is false? Isn't it terrible to deny the power of another rule at the level of the rule? Everyone is dazzling. Everyone will not forget that Cain is a world of faith. When there are enough believers in the world to believe in one thing, the power of these souls will be transformed into divine power. When the world recognizes the laws represented by this will, this law will also become the law of the entire world. This inference, let alone the disciples, even the thunder, who peeled the screen, felt strange. Tang Si moved his lips a little. How about? Give it a try? Everyone had no good idea, and could only turn around to find Rin. Lei pretended to hear this proposal for the first time, and the eyelids were raised at will. Oh, then give it a try. Ryan pretended to be profound, which made the disciples nervous and a little excited. Regardless of whether it was successful or not, it would increase their experience points in the road to becoming a god. It can be said that there is a king of God Master. Often it is equivalent to qualifications to do whatever you want, because Master will give them a bottom. As soon as Rin's hand is raised, a chaotic divineness with index 1 is separated from the divine mass complex that confuses the mud dumplings. As expected, an unexpected scene happened. Under the control of Downs, the 10-pound shot pudding was opened in the air. The chaos divinity represents the characteristics of chaos. Ryan doesn't know whether it has its own will, but at this moment, it keenly feels that a huge danger is looming over it. It actually struggled violently, flying and rushing out of more than 1 meter. Unfortunately, by this time, the shot that Downs hacking flew over with lightning and swallowed the divineness. Then, Downs was a little stunned. Ren said strangely, Yo, you are now. But Mr. Galileo Galileo. Town suddenly felt under a lot of pressure. Under the attention of Master and his siblings. Downs controlled 2 goals in the air, and slowly came to the terrace on the 9th floor of the Killer Master Tower. When he was about to let go of the 2 shots at the same time, everyone felt a jump in his heart at the same time. The feeling of Pom Palcal battle seemed to have a shot. Everyone was obviously perception, arrived. In the chaotic divine nature wrapped in the shot of the group, there was a little red light slightly brightened. At that moment, a horrible coercion seemed to want to break away the shot. This mysterious and weird power is so amazing. Downs had no doubt that without the seal of this shot, this power would definitely burst out, sweeping over the entire space around. However, this violent outbreak failed to break through the blockade of this little shot. Just as the League can block the radiation, the mysterious power was locked inside. Even if the momentum was open, Downs only felt a buzz in their heads, as if in the high-voltage electrical split of millions of volts. The whole spirit of the whole spirit appeared for a while, and the hair seemed to be erected like a dragon fruit. Everyone seemed to see that a horrible eye appeared in the chaotic divineness in an attempt to see through the wall of the shot, and found the murderer who killed the god of chaos. However, no matter how cold and cruel this sight, its pupils seemed to have no focal length. Still give people a feeling that it wants to see but can't see. It is like the poor animal that was locked in the magic mirror. Chapter 556 corrected. It's a weird asymmetry. Not to mention Downs. Even Ren didn't know that. In addition to the void that was far away, a chaotic elementary school explained on the chaotic mother star. He couldn't understand the feeling coming from the other side. Originally, he was only lost by his general and monitored the state of the chaotic gods scattered. But who thought of it would be like this? It was a terrible coercion that made him like his back, almost overwhelming his heart. That is a cage that cannot be broken. That is an irresistible closure. It tried its best to peer, but could see nothing. It can even imagine that there is a more scary eye on the other side of the distant void, and through the chaotic induction in the underworld. It is watching it coldly. That is definitely an extremely great will. The mere thought of this was enough to make the junior lieutenant tremble all over. Ah! No one expected that it was scared to death. A legendary chaotic devil was bizarrely violent. What is even more outrageous is that due to the characteristics of chaos, the chaotic mother star further lost a bunch of induction of a pile of chaotic gods. Either Ren, Downs, they know nothing about it. The cold wind in the early spring blowing through the ears was a bit cold and unstoppable. Towns almost missed the 2 shot puts. Ah! At the moment of looseness, he also screamed. He quickly turned his head, like a child who had done something wrong, and looked at his master whom he admired so much. What he saw was a calm master. Suddenly, Downs was uneasy. As everyone knows, Renan is peaceful, and he doesn't know what expression should be at all. The tube is the sudden business of the chaotic divineness, or the violent closure of Galileo's shot. He has a fierce mutual conversation with these 2 gadgets. Fortunately, I have seen pork running without eating pork. For so long, Ren has practiced a stunt called poker face. If you are in trouble, Ren is. As long as you don't show your fear, there will be great scholars who will debate for you. In the eyes of the disciples, everything is a test from their master. The shotter fell at a high speed. Falling down, Rao is a dull disciple. With their extraordinary perception of more than 20 o'clock, they can easily understand that things are wrong. The speed of the fall of different weights is actually different. Harry first puzzled. Wait, is the air friction different? Belinda then asked questions. Ren didn't answer, and I laughed mysteriously. You continue to guess. Guess? It is because the instructor himself does not know that he asks his disciples to guess. I guess that the disciple did not learn. Guess the right disciple, shall you? Ryan suddenly realized that his position as a master was as stable as a rock. Seriously? The 9-story mage tower, which is high, is not tall. It is short. It does not take much time to fall. But in order to verify whether his perception was wrong, Downs was crooked and lived up to Ren's expectation. With the support of a peculiar idea, he made a crooked idea. Seeing that the 2 shots were about to fall on the ground, Downs raised the space one that reinforced and transmitted on the left hand, and pointed out. Sieve! A 2-meter diameter transmitted door opened on the ground when standing. The next moment, the 2 shotguns in the first floor airport door fell, and the exit of a portal exit was slightly higher than the killer mage tower, and it fell down again. 2 shots are like permanent motors, and they start to fall from top to fall. After repeating it once, 7 disciples finally found out the problem. It's not friction. Fong Dak first rejected this possibility from the physical level. It's the right acceleration of gravity. Downs was extremely determined. The gravity acceleration of 10 pounds of balls is actually changing. Harry solved the final question. The answer is revealed here. All accidents are caused by chaos. Obviously, chaos power affects the world's laws. Although the impact does not seem to be significant, it does exist. There is no doubt that this is an event that subverts physics. Due to the nature of chaos divinity that breaks the laws of the world, there is a deviation in the gravitational acceleration of the 2 spheres. But, is that is it? Wait! I have an illusion. Is it? The speed of the 2 balls began to flatten? Matt was quite sharp. This scene looks a bit outrageous. In fact, it really looks slower 10 pounds. It began to slowly accelerate and gradually catch up with the previous 1 pound of shot. The 7 disciples couldn't hold it a little, and they looked at Ren together. Ren's eyes still give people a deep feeling. As a god stick. Ah! As a real god. Ren said everything makes sense. Do you think this set of holy relics is called Galileo's shot? Instead of answering with doubts, it is to let the disciples continue their imagination. Nuacha slapped his palm. I know. This group of shotters stood is the standard law of the world. And another shot puts the chaos law that was originally not bound by the rule of causos. This group of shot is just a standard way to allow the chaos to gradually return to the embrace of order. Ren had originally wanted to continue to let the disciples crooked, but he couldn't ignore a system prompt of ding. Congratulations to the host. Successfully discovered the special effect verification rules of Galileo's shot. Verification law. Law can be cognition. Cognition can also be the rule. When I saw this, Ren was quite surprised. Speaking of which seems to be complicated. This is actually the same as the unified measurement of ancient times. Kiki. In fact, in ancient times, before Ren crossed, the number of purchases on an e-commerce platform was 20 centimeters straight. General error is 1. 2 millimeters. This is like taking 20 centimeters to poke the fairy dragon pipe. And it feels worse than poking Margaret's trachea. Ahem. I've gone off topic. Regardless of the process. Under the discussion and trial and error of a group of disciples, Ryan finally successfully discovered one of the role of Galileo's shot. It is a pity that the holy relics are all the riddles of the dead version. Whenever Ren solves a series of question marks, it is found that there are more than a dozen rows of question marks below. Highlight a toss. At this time, Ren finally smiled. Okay. Congratulations. And unlocked the most important role of Galileo's shot. You guessed it right. This set of holy relics can remove the chaotic power above and revise it into order. Chapter 557. Do not pick up. The news could hear downs. They were blooming. Isn't it? Before it was replaced by Ren. This was tantamount to a series of old men's music levels such as Boucher Quick, Far as Shun, and washed it into a really supercar. Just ask not to be separated. Accelerating the power of chaos. Isn't this that the physics school can have more divine and divine fragments faster? Downs did not know how much Master Ren needs. When he has an extremely firm belief. When Master thinks that he is good enough, he will naturally give him the divine and divine fragments of the physics department, making him from God. After all, Downs is too young. Just 20 this year. He is not like the history of the longevity in history to devote the soul to the dark mage and lich who maintains the existence. He still has unlimited possibilities. And he will not think of those messy things at all. Speaking, if he is 5 or 60 years old this year, this must be another mentality. Ryan looked at their reactions and nodded with satisfaction. Galileo's shot put is certainly a rare relic. But you must remember the true meaning of this physics story, which is that as long as you have enough scientific evidence, you must dare to question authority. What Ryan said was, in Galileo's time, almost all Italians blindly believed in Aristotle, thinking that this sage was omnipotent, and that every idea he left behind was a holy law. Ryan never expected that just as he finished his sermon, the system would sound another ding reminder. Galileo's shot, hidden passive discovery of the physics school, with this holy relic will obtain the passive special effects of God's prestige plus 10. Chaos resistance plus 5. Ryan? Obviously. This is a very cherished God-level passive effect. In the normal environment, there will be no God's prestige. This thing is used to target the gods. Having said that, if the other party is a God-level chaotic demon made by the residual body like Fonda, isn't it equivalent to the resistance of plus 15? This is definitely the gods of minking. Renla. This is not over. Ren only sent a few legendary disciples to get a god-level chaos. The shocking shock waves brought by the head of the various factions, who stayed in the physics school, in turn returned the news back to the gods and the Chaos Mother Star. What? Vandy's corpse went back to cause? Then Ren's mortal apprentice can just kill the god-level chaos? Without blowing. With her current strength. Even if she uses the body of God's body. Fonda, who is on this version, may not be able to win. This is the sorrow of non-combat gods. Obviously, he was not good at fighting. He was forced to be forced by the Chaos Army that year. So he had to follow the order of the Order. It makes sense. Her combat power of her non-combat gods. Except for the field of dedicated laws. She is likely to be unable to beat Luna. This is the gods. In a certain field, he may be dug into the extreme. Once he can't use it in that area, he has become a large infantry in this war. Reason tells the goddess of wealth that for the victory of order, she should give priority to letting those gods, who can fight to get the power of faith. The reason is the same thing. And feelings are the same thing. Originally the collective divine power was exhausted. Each family was miserable. The overall situation is not good. But the gods are psychologically balanced. Nowadays, the good-looking fighting gods first get the supply. Somehow. Even the Lord of Purgatory has received magic supply. The goddess of wealth did not put pressure on his angels, and even let the poor angel try to bribe. Who would like to come back in a word? Why do I need money? I don't care whether I have money or not. If I can get a copper coin for every enemy I kill, then I will definitely be the richest person in the universe. After receiving the news, the goddess of wealth was half dead. The damn butcher. The god that can hit the most is to do whatever you want. I don't know if the goddess of wealth is killed. The reason why Ren has this title is because he is a classic social war criminal. Ah. What kind of aliens who eat billion are all routine operations? After the 3 supplies, Renin won a group of gods' friendship, and at the same time offending a lot of deities virtually. No way. Each god has its own ideas and preferences, as well as his own rival. In any reason, Ren gave a replenishment of the power of faith in advance, and was destined to offend the enemy of that family. This endless hatred chain, let alone the new god like Ryan's first arrival, is the god of knowledge that has been mixed in Cana for thousands of years. With his absolute neutral position, and his strong power of his power, he may not have the death of these thousands of years. In addition, Ren is extremely indifferent to the chaotic gods. Any camp prefix is chaos. You can basically wait with pit goods. There are many powerful gods in the chaotic camp. But why is it more pit than one? Pero knew the urine nature of these guys, and gave Ren cop early, if you can. After the supplies of the Lord of the Storm, the replenishment of the God of Fighting, you will send him the power of faith today. Ryan, there is no problem in the peaceful period. How to vent your old man's anger. Everyone picks up searches. And when a divine power can't wait to open the 16 copies to flowers, why do you blew the power to the waves in a blink of an eye? And then spread out your heart and ask me? But people don't think so. Ren asterisk Tesla. Return my divine power to me. In the large formation of the Order camp, the Lord of the Storm was irritated in his own kingdom. What is he angry? At most, he was angry all day when he was extremely angry. Because of the chaos barrier, the gods of Order lacked the means to contact Ryan directly. So they asked Ryan to take their own archangel back to chaos, and then pass the message through the archangel. From the beginning, Ren never thought of serving the Lord of the Storm, the Spider Goddess, and the Orcs of the Gods. So they set angels to be grew up. So Ren did not accept it at all. The typical phone is not connected. Plus the God domain version of the Black. As a last resort, Pero became a eunuch who delivered messages. This is not only Ren too lazy to deal with those bastards, but also adds Pero's right to speak. Chapter 558, Who is Soft Persimmon. No one expected that when the Order camp gradually improved, the Chaos Army suddenly launched a huge attack. The chaotic sky flashed in the chaotic rays like lightning, and the strong clouds full of chaos power were like boiling and rolling paste. The continuous defense line of the Order suddenly ripples suddenly. And I don't know how many powerful element reactions spread to the surroundings with violent elements. The angels in charge of patrol noticed the change for the first time. They issued a warning number, and then watched the huge shadow appearing in tens of millions of ripples. It was thousands of chaotic devils with flight abilities. On the ground, a deformal monster with a small were or a small mountain bag is passing through the fog. They seem to cross from the mortal nightmare and come to the real world. And on the banks of them, more small chaos magic clusters surrounded them. It is not correct to say that the clustering is not very correct, because the large chaos magic does not care about these small life and death. They move forward unscrupulously, and they don't know how much chaos demon is on the way. In order, more angels began to flash in the air, and the fighting angels, wearing various bright armor, held various weapons with various gods, and excreted the three-dimensional formation in the country. It is the direct troops of the Chaos Army. Damn monster. Is this a total attack? The sudden appearance of the chaos that shocked all the gods. At this moment, the gods who did not necessarily be united immediately showed what kind of beings. Getting the power of faith and transforming into a god of power. The gods of God's kingdom. Under the god of power, the angels looked up at each other slightly, hoping that their gods would come out in the divine power that is accumulated, so that their combat power would not be too much. The sad thing is that many things in the world are afraid of comparison. I don't know. I will explode at a glance. Outside the kingdom of light, dense golden dots of light flickered in the incoming chaos storm. At first, they looked like stars hanging in the sky. But every time the golden light flashed, a fighting angel covered in armor and shining with golden light appeared in the void. In the vast sky, Golden spots of light spread across the sky that was more than 10 kilometers wide. The vast, as much as the golden fighting angels of the golden fighting angels ejected a few meters of golden flames behind each of the wings. 100 Years' War. Who doesn't know what this represents? This is an angel with full power blessing and fighting full power. On the one hand, Pharaoh sent such a luxurious angel army. And on the other hand, the two angels who did not get the divine power were dull as fireflies. This extreme contrast made the battlefield silent for a while. I'm sorry. A god with full combat power and powerful divine power can do whatever he wants at this time. And it's not just Pharaoh. There is also the god of justice Tyr, the lord of the dwarves, the gnome pantheon, and even the lord of hell. And their subordinates also appear at full combat power. If you summarize carefully, you will find that this is an explosion centered on the lawful camp. As for the gods of the neutral camp, there is one thing: the chaotic and funny ones seem to be the least favored by Ryan. Among all the gods with the word chaos at the beginning, only a chaotic and kind unicorn goddess is qualified to show up. You can't say that there is no one. You can only say that this is the one. No one knows that the tragic unicorn goddess is actually the point of litting. On the surface, chatting is better than nothing. Everyone knows. Sometimes it is critical to show the strength. You don't show your muscles. Chaos may really be your sick cat. At this time, Pharaoh was saying his principle again: allies. I know that the state of all the kingdoms is not good. But this is the last moment. And the weakening of chaos is also obvious. As long as I wait for, continue to put enough pressure on the chaos side. That is, the time of order. This argument is no different from what he has announced in the past. The difference lies in the change of circumstances. Before receiving the supplies from Ryan, the morale of the gods was visibly low. Many selfish evil gods were ready to flee. After 3 supplies, it became unevenly divided. Interestingly, in the face of the enemy of chaos, even the uneven division of the stolen goods will only cause the fight without breaking, or the work will not be contributed. So that Pyre's old tooth loss lines are interpreted by many gods as led by me. As long as you work hard, I will let Ring give you divine power. It's not that there are no evil gods who think that this is Pharaoh taking the opportunity to eliminate dissidents and purge evil gods. However, there is Asmodeus, the Lord of Hell, who came out to serve as an example. On the day of the 3rd supply, everyone saw with their own eyes a dark magic power crossing the void and descending into his mortal hell. The owner of HL work hard. Let a bunch of big devils fight chicken blood. And the rest of the evil gods have to believe Pharaoh. As a result, a large number of divine kingdoms became brighter. Even the gods, who had not yet obtained the supply of divine power, gritted their teeth and took out their most powerful divine powers to fight this battle. In that dark and sneaky kingdom of the dark god, which looked like a spider's nest, the spider goddess was gnawing on the corpse of an unlucky spider. It was true that the black mold turtle was her servant. But for this intelligent giant spider, it was still a supreme honor to vent the anger of its own master god and offer its life and soul. On the huge spider's face, it was very anthropomorphic. Damn! Whoever does not work hard, it will become the main target of those chaotic lunatic in minutes. Right. It is not the call of the spider goddess to respond to Pharaoh and prepare to fight hard to fight this battle. It is also the kingdom of God. And it is also a god. No one wants to be the soft persimmon. For a while, all the gods of the gods are lit. At this moment, a huge arm that had a thorough earth appeared. At first glance, it looked like a devil's hand. Take a closer look. That hand is a lot of things. You can find meat quality, fine stones, fine metal, and even translucent illusions. This hodgepodge arm is very chaos. Its only advantage is that there is abundant power, the chaos contained in it, and the kingdom of God, full of Pharaoh, is more than enough. Pharaoh only glanced at each other and knew the other party's plan. Stop it. Chapter 559, whose face was slapped. In the past century, the real capital is the chaotic monarch. And he can afford it. So his once play is to consume this group of gods one by one. Everyone has a long life. And the ultra-thick family. Everyone thinks that their own family can afford it. During this period, whenever the gods of order obtained divine power supplies from other worlds, chaos would demolish the gods of order's layers and eliminate the order's supplies at the source. Originally, the Lord of Chaos had already sensed the collapse of the gods, and he saw that if he continued to put pressure on them, the gods of order would collapse without a fight. Who would have thought that this time a god-level monster would suddenly appear on the side of order? Ryan transmitted the power of faith 3 times. But the Chaos side couldn't figure out how Ryan did it, let alone find where Ryan was. The transmission of the power of faith cannot be cut off. Nor can he find the source that can be destroyed. The Chaos is not an idiot. He originally began to be cruel to the Order of Order in accordance with the concept of hurting his 10 fingers. This scary and chaotic hand that is 1 kilometer in diameter alone is one of the prince's killing tricks. With just a simple stretch of his hand, the surrounding chaotic atmosphere began to vibrate violently. The energy turbulence caused by the movement of the giant object hit the nearby Kingdom of God shield, emitting an obscure light. The Kingdom of God thing has different sizes depending on the size of its owner. The minimum of the God of God. The minimum is a 400-meter diameter sphere. The kingdom of a powerful deity is generally 10 kilometers in diameter. For example, the kingdom of the sun god Pero and the god of justice Tyr is 12 kilometers in diameter. This chaos hand was obviously a clone of the Great Lord. If it was used to deal with Pero's kingdom, it would probably be powerless. But dealing with the kingdom of a weak god was another matter. In the battle that lasted for 100 years, the gods of order had only seen this thing once. Although this giant hand gathered a huge amount of chaotic power and looked very powerful, due to its large size, it would also become the best target for concentrated fire on the battlefield. Ever since the Chaos Lord used it once 100 years ago and was defeated by the gods of order, the Lord has never used it again. But at this moment, the god of hatred of the elven clan Shirovilas keenly felt the huge danger. No, he screamed, driving his poor and weak god of God, and shrinking back at the fastest speed. In fact, the kingdom of the elf god was also slowly turning. On the space barrier in front of the kingdom, the huge crescent-shaped emblem that seemed to be inlaid with diamonds was filled with emerald green light that was incompatible with the chaotic scene around it. The emblem shines in the battlefield. This is the signs of the power of the main guns began to be in the kingdom. Of course, the main gun is just a mortal's way of saying it. This energy ray bombardment with amazing destructive power can be regarded as the most powerful attack a god can make. To do it, a blow of a powerful god of power can clear all the divine power accumulated in a weak god of power. It can be seen that in order to protect the god of hate, the Lord of the Elf is also anxious. Note that the goddess of life of the elves, Angrisi, is also a powerful god. On her kingdom of God, she also has a green greenery. Obviously, the main artillery of her kingdom also aims at this big hand. There is no doubt that this is the final warning from the 2 powerful elven gods to the Lord of Chaos. In fact, in addition to the couple, the other elven gods, and even the neighboring kingdoms of the sun god Pero and the god of justice Tyr, also lit up with brilliant light. In this way, if you severely warn the Chaos, you will pay a heavy price. Normally, to pay such a chaotic incarnation in order to attack a god's kingdom of a weak god, it is actually a loss of money. But the prince showed no intention of stopping. No hesitation. The next moment, with 4 giant god kingdoms, nearly 20 god kingdoms violently shocked, the divine power of different attributes is into the world's most terrible energy landscape. And the space of several kilometers, or even hundreds of kilometers, is instantly conquered. Ah! Rao is the power of the prince. And it is inevitable to eat the pain and make a shocking pain. However, compared to other gods, it can only be the little injury that can cause 100 meters deep scars on the Chaos Giant. It is the 4 lights that really hit the devastating damage. Did you make it? Such. For extremely surging divine power shot into the Chaos Giant hand. For a moment, this arm composed of multiple elements actually set off a local energy storm. Even the long materialized arm emitted strong light. The arm's skin could no longer cover up the bright and amazing energy ball inside. The whole hand seemed to be about to collapse at any time. However, even if it was hit by this, the chaotic hand did not break immediately. The arms began to completely dismantle. But the magic claws with a single finger of more than 1 kilometer continued to explore. The no-god Shirovilas made the final sorrow. This magic claw is too big. Just like this, the finger on his kingdom covers most of the outer wall of the kingdom of God. The magic claw is just a pinch. Crack! The crisp but horrible burst spread throughout the quartet. A true kingdom of God was pinched. This is not the end. All the gods of order, and hundreds of thousands of angels, watched the magic claws holding a little struggling villain, and then returned to the Chaos camp. My lord! Save me! Save me! The god of hate? Now he is more like a Haba dog who is begging. However, what is more sad than Hababu is more sad that the dog's owner is powerless to the dog's slaughter. The magic light guns in the near-100 God of God covered the demon hand overwhelmingly, and frying many chaotic meat pieces into the sky. Unfortunately, in front of the gods, the magic hand crushed the god of hatred as easily as an adult tearing a rag doll apart. From the perspective of power exchange ratio, it is the victory of order. From a morale point of view, it is obviously chaotic. The Chaos Lord made a move, and with just one incarnation, he slapped the faces of the two elven gods, and also slapped the face of Pero. On the other side, Ren never expected that almost at the same time, a very sacred god-level atmosphere suddenly came to his mage tower. Ryan? Chapter 560 You are born noble. It makes sense that most of the angels running to Renan have the divine nature corresponding to the gods. The breath of an angel is completely different from the breath of a true god. The condensation at the soul level is like one is as hard as stone, and the other is as hard as an egg. This exaggerated atmosphere, with the sense of overwhelmingly hovering in the sky, and the majesty of the crown, made the angels waiting in the living room as soon as they appeared. In unison, they bowed, not daring to look up. She just watched the person who was originally at the end of the list walk proudly among them, come to the end door of the 500 square meter living room, and look frankly at Luna, who was guarding here. There was an unconcealable surprise on Luna's delicate face. The person in front of her was still the same person, dressed in the same noble style, but the mortal soul had been replaced. This kind of temperament that is beyond the world and independent of the sky can have only one existence. I have seen Hain Momphis on the gods. Luna stroked her chest with her right hand, touched her left collarbone with her fingers, and slightly owed her body for 30 degrees to the other party. This is a standard. Seeing the etiquette of other gods. I want to see your master. And let's notify it. Yes. I will go through the pass. Here. Ren first felt it, and then heard Luna's notification. The gods' bodies are all on the Chaos Mother planet. With their high-energy bodies, they can't just use the portal to come back. Even if Rankin uses his divine power to support the portal, the Chaos Lord will interfere with the space and prevent him from evacuating. This does not mean that the gods cannot send their avatars back. The avatar of God was not sent so well. First of all, you must have a pure body that can carry the power of divine power. And then the gods must divide a part of their own souls and match enough divine nature. This is a standard deity. If the avatar released by the gods is intercepted or destroyed, the gods will bear a considerable degree of anti-bull. On the other hand, what the gods of the gods do are equivalent to the ontology, because their interests and will are highly unified. The aristocratic goddess played God's Descendant without loudly, and it was given a little shock to Ren. No, see. It seems that you can't say it. Although Ren was a bit reluctant, he still said, please come in. Soon. A woman wearing a fur coat, an extremely noble temperament, stepped into Ren's study under the leadership of Luna. Both sides carefully looked at each other. Renins must admit that this is the first real goddess he has seen in his life, rather than the artificial goddess who crossed the front shit capital. Speaking of which, this girl was originally a princess of Barbarossa, who was in the 8 classics. Just ran to believe in the goddess of the nobles, and became the virgin of the nobles' church, who advocated orthodox and noble nobles. At this moment, she was willing to be occupied by Dove. The advent of the noble goddess gives this sublimated temperament to this original blonde female body. Now it feels like it's the same body, with a different ace pilot. The mysterious smile at the corner of her mouth, the arrogance in her slightly raised chin, the awe-inspiring look in her eyes, and the hand on the waist that shows both her posture and her attitude. All the movements and small expressions add up to create the image of a noble and inviolable goddess. In contrast, Ren was not a god of gods at all. He neither let go of a powerful divine fluctuations nor did he make any movements. If you ignore the purple-blue light of high-purity divine power that occasionally flashes in his eyes, and block out his aura, even if Xianmofo sees him 100 times, she will not think he is a god. Fortunately, the noble goddess never dares to underestimate a real king who holds the entire order of the gods. She first performed a very complicated ancient lady's etiquette to Ryan. How cumbersome is it? Just after raising the right arm, the flower hand with the orchid finger was waved from top to bottom, starting with an OK gesture, and changing through 7 different flower hand gestures along the way, coupled with the movements of the rest of the body and limbs. Just a lady's salute was like completing a high-intensity dance that lasted for 10 seconds. When she did all of this, she didn't look tight or not, giving people a pleasing sense of pleasure. Ryan knew that the other party's ancient etiquette was deliberately intended to please him, but he didn't feel any disgust at all. Interesting. Ryan turned sideways and relaxed, resting his left hand on his cheek. No need to be polite. Right. Laengdi's role today is the Outer Realm God King. He must accept the other party's gift calmly, and does not need to return the gift. In fact, the noble goddess on the opposite side is also drumming. The man in front of him didn't look like a god king in terms of temperament, power, or anything else, but he had the ability to secretly send double-digit faith powers to the front line. With just this one move, he was able to defeat the goddess of the demon net back then. She thought to herself, no matter how I look at it, he is just a weak god. As expected, this foreign god king is not in the chaos world, and his strength is unfathomable. However, it would be impolite to test him again. Dear Ryan * Tesla. She started to speak, but was interrupted by Ryan. Ren shook his head. I'm just a practitioner of physics. I actually have knowledge and spread. It has nothing to do with noble or not. The noble goddess ate a little. She realized that the other party was similar to the existence of God of Knowledge. Then, shall I call you the eternal great sage? I finally solved the problem of the sage's time with my divine body. You are a sage. The noble goddess had no idea that she had just stepped on a landmine. Ryan said calmly without changing his expression, just call me Tesla. Lei has taken Tesla as a pen name and the like. Mr. Tesla, I'm very sorry for what happened just now. The noble goddess bowed again. Although more courtesy is better than less. Ryan began to feel a little annoyed with this goddess, who claimed to be the benchmark of nobility. He always felt that this girl was the type of person who would not get into the main content of the email until she had 300 words of nonsense. This is probably the archetype of an aristocrat who is bored to death. Ryan waved his hand. Just say it. I'm busy. Is there something wrong with the Chaos Army? Who has fallen again? The aristocratic goddess stuck a bit, and her eyes were struggling with subtle struggles. After a second, she sighed. Yes. The elves' hatred god fell. So? Please be sure to let me join the physics school. You will be noble. You will recognize the nobleness of knowledge. The noble goddess didn't notice that Lei's forehead had a few more angry black lines in the forehead. Chapter 561 won't be the last. The noble goddess didn't say much, but the amount of information was enormous. Rao did not say that Ring could also make up for it. What a wolf and face that just happened. There are two powerful gods in the elves. Ren has supplemented at least 10% of his faith for the two goods. A faint gods covered by the boss can hang them. What about the big guy? Henmofris is the most hard-working category. There is a powerful god of power and a fall. So what is she? I really don't blame her to come to Ren. No matter how much. She is also a deity of the preface, and naturally wants to move closer to the same camp and powerful. The problem is that Ren is a hammer and powerful god. If you bring money into the group, won't Ryan's everything be exposed? And after the goods came in, they stepped on the mine several times. Is my Lei who is such a lascivious person? First, I am not. Second, Lao Tzu is not born and noble at all. Renning can actually understand why she has such inferences. After all, in most worlds, most countries, knowledge is the most expensive thing. The poor are not qualified to read, and they will write their own names, let alone high knowledge. Just as in cows, downs, they gained the knowledge of physics to teach physics. And of course they felt that they would sell their lives for master. Ren looked so learned so much that it was natural to treat Ron as a big aristocracy. But before Ryan crossed over, he had only enjoyed 9 years of compulsory education. Even if he went to college, he could only make around 10,000 yuan a year. This was completely different from the magic apprenticeship education in Chaos, where one could easily lose a house in the capital. This misunderstanding, unless she crossed her to the earth, did not believe her. Ryan sighed inwardly, having already secretly sentenced her. But he still maintained his last bit of politeness. Then what can you give me? The aristocratic goddess sat on the desk of Ren's desk with great enchantingly, and his legs stretched out to act as a desktop cleaning master. Perhaps unintentional. She swept a book physics written by Ren on the ground. She piled up a charming smile. If you let me join, then you can get orthodox. And me. She was very confident that Ryan would definitely agree, because of the combination of a local goddess It will definitely accelerate the recognition of the Chaos World's will to Rin, the immortal god, and restore his divineness faster. Rinpi smiled without a smile. Hee. Interesting. Now holding my hands with my hands. And then turn around. Hinmofo's was so unexpected. Rin was so anxious. She is not annoyed. Anyway, the noble girl is sold. But the price is higher. And the currency is a kind of thing called political resource. Ordinary people are not conscious. She turned around like this, and put on a seductive pose. At this moment, she was a little surprised to find that the door of the study in front of her was blown open by Ryan with a gust of wind. Just when she thought it was a special play, Rin jumped up behind her. A stingy leg, kicked her butt, and flew her entire god to the study. Ah! A noble goddess, a true god recognized by the world's will, was kicked out like this. From a distance, she was like a large bag of irregular garbage. Still in the air, she can still feel the sight of the angels. Each pair of sight is a pair of knives called social death. Stunned her heart fiercely, making her sad and indignant, and made her despair. At the moment when she reacted, she retracted her thoughts. The physical power in the body disappeared. So the just is the pity of the sage that was aggressive and didn't know what happened. Luna's eyes were fast, and she quickly flew up to hold others. Avoiding his highness fell to the ground fiercely like a dog. Unfortunately, it is hard to say which is more serious, kicking the goddess's clone away or letting the saint fall to the ground. There was almost a silent commotion in the living room. What's interesting is that when looking at the big shoe print on the saint's buttocks, a certain golden dragon actually felt secretly delighted. Oh my god. I'm finally not the only one suffering from my buttocks. Here, Luna quickly appeased the noble's virgin. She realized that Rin's reception was too extensive, and she hurried to find Flora to explain. Falola hurriedly recruited a group of 3 generations of disciples to arrange the angels, to arrange different rooms in the magic tower. And they had to separate different angels in the camp. After everything was proper, Falola carefully stated to Rin, Master, although in your identity, it is better to do whatever the Chaos gods, but it is better to draw a faction. At least it is confirmed that the allies must be more than the enemy. Got it, Ryan replied calmly. He was a bit annoying. This is not only a battle between chaos and order, but also involves a large number of games and interest disputes. Recently, he has been tested, and he can send up to 36 power of the faith of 36 different gods at the same time. There is no way, even in the same god, the camp will have subtle deviations. This brings trouble. This is like fighting on the earth. If you want to transport hundreds of different types of bullets to the front line, you must scold the mother who replace it. This is the crux of the matter. Rin's operating ability is limited, and the gods of front lines are almost gods in danger. Rin has a hunch, and the goddess who directly kills the door is the first. And it is definitely not the last. Ryan never expected that even though he was on guard day and night and was extremely careful, he still fell into the trap. He is very relieved to follow Margaret, who has been following him for a long time. Who thought that when he had in-depth communication with a female knight, a very sacred atmosphere came to the female knight. Ryan. Chapter 562, A Complete Blunder. Ren didn't think of the consequences of the war. He knew that the gods would be in a hurry, and he would tell them not to worry. But I never thought that there would be such emergency. Without even saying lo, he descended directly from the sky. This is okay. And it is thoroughly reduced. At this time, the sacred atmosphere on Margaret's body was so rich that Ren almost thought it was changed. Well, actually, it was a swap. Just watching his girl's hair suddenly turn into short beige hair, and then raise her neck to the sky like a swan shot by an arrow. The feeling at that moment was extremely weird. But at this moment, his own holy sword of physics lost control and began to run rampant. Stop! Stop now! No! Once the chain response is opened, you can't stop casually. Would you like to withdraw God's thoughts? What is joking? Father God finally helped me down the soul. Once missed, it would be time for at least half a month to send the soul fragments to the Cosmos world. Maybe our entire God is going to collapse. You stop first. Stop the heck. Ren didn't know what would happen in the future. Sure enough, the world of Kano was eroded by chaos. There was no reason. And exposed to God war. Do you say that Ren is wrong? Of course. You can decide the time of the war. But when the end is the final say. In a civil war, it was almost 12 hours. At 12 noon, The two gods sat opposite each other and had breakfast. Seriously? They are all gods. And eating is no longer necessary. Ren put down the coffee cup, wiped his mouth with a napkin, rinsed his mouth, and asked, "Margaret? She is okay." The heroic-looking female knight opposite rolled her eyes at him and put down her red teacup unhappily. "I'm not some evil god. Her current state is no different from sleeping. She has good qualities. As long as I don't use my divine power, it won't be a burden to her. This, I can rest assured," Lay said with a guilty conscience, then dared to ask, "Fiona? Just call me Fiona." Ren stunned his teeth. At this moment, he was embarrassed that his toes could pick up a small villa on the ground. "Okay, Fiona, why don't you send your angel along, but directly fall? My archangel has fallen for many years. The stronger angels at my disposal can't leave." This time, it was Fiona's turn to be embarrassed. The air suddenly fell silent again. Ren sighed and said with a scalp, "Okay, let's go through the things. You have no angel long. In order to miss the opportunity to descend the divine thoughts, you will directly drop with your own soul. Then you did not expect his own Saint Margaret to be the one with me." Finally, Fiona looked like she had lost all hope in life, and she held her head with both hands. "Please believe me. I would rather die than ask for help in this way. If it were another god, Ryan might consider it. But Fiona is the god of knights. This oolong is outrageous. A goddess who had only a weak divine power 100 years ago went to war with the Order Legion because of the information cut off. She didn't know what was happening here. She thought the saint must be safe, so she rushed over to play God's descent. It would have been fine if it hadn't come down. But after it came down, I found that I had become the barbecue on a skewer. But the damn Ryan's arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Ren supported me. That. Fiona raised her right palm and made a gesture of rejection. "Forget about this crap. The gods don't care about this." Ryan was relieved. "As you wish." I don't know if it was an illusion, but Fiona's off-white hair seemed to turn red like a flame for a moment. But it returned to off-white in an instant. Ryan changed the subject abruptly. "Is the front line bad?" "It's terrible." Just after she finished speaking, Fiona remembered that she had suffered a lot, and she became annoyed again. She continued with a stiff neck, "All the gods of order are waiting for your faith power to replenish. The weaker the gods, the more panicked they are. I'm sorry, but I must support you on the premise of ensuring the safety of Chaos World. Otherwise, the so-called support will be a one-time deal. If you spend this savings, you will still be in dire straits." "I know. I just want to ask if Battle God's system is on the 4th batch of supply list. The world is cruel. Even if you are a god, if you cannot be on the table, you can only be on the menu and become a dish of the Chaos Lord or the so-called allies. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Battle God system seems to be strong and powerful. With a powerful Battle God, a weak Night Goddess and a Lion God. In fact, it is just like that. The chaotic neutral Battle God has wasted 90% of his power a long time ago. And now, he only has some combat power when he goes into battle with his own body. Its combat capability is almost equal to that of a dog." Ryan was frank. "Originally in my plan, there would be a little bit." "How much is 1 point?" Ryan didn't say anything, but turned over the cup of coffee he had just finished drinking, and saw a drop of turbid coffee rolling in the cup. Night Goddess. She was visibly struggling, as if she wanted to beg for mercy, but didn't know where to start. When she reacted, Renan felt very interesting. Compared to the aristocratic goddess, who would sell herself for money, the Night Goddess is more to Lay's liking. Ryan stopped teasing her and said, "Well, because of the changes in chaos over the past 100 years, the Knights have actually become a large sect equivalent to the church of a powerful god. It's a waste to keep so much faith power in the temples of the outer planes. I can send you more faith power. As for whether you transfer it to the god of battle, that's your business. The god of war and the goddess of knights are like father and daughter, so it is not uncommon for them to repay each other." It would be great if Ryan agreed. Fiona should have been very happy. But when the words came to her lips, she thought of that terrible night again, and felt as if she had gained the benefits by relying on that night. This made her very uncomfortable. Ryan gave her a way out. "We, the physics school and the knights, are now sharing the tribute from the Barbarossa Empire. But this is a temporary agreement made by your Grand Knight. As long as you issue an oracle and confirm this situation, we will be even." "That's good." Fiona breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, can you keep the transmission of the power of faith as stable as possible while keeping it safe? Ryan spread his hands. How is this possible? My integration with Chaos World is not enough. And the Lord of Chaos is staring at me very closely. Unless a large world with impressive strength suddenly appears and helps me divert the Lord's attention. You are fighting a fierce battle with the enemy. And suddenly a stranger comes and diverts the attention of your enemy? This kind of good thing seems impossible just by thinking about it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 563. Treat everyone equally. Ryan silenced Fiona. What else can she say? It would be nice to have one. Can she still count on Ryan to feed her every day? She is not the first goddess to come to Ryan for help. And she is definitely not the last one. Why should she be given priority? Ra was her reason to tell her that the power of transmitting faith is not the best choice. The more you understand, the more emotional resistance. Fiona was sulking and was restrained by the Knight's 8 virtues she created, which caused a very awkward situation. She wanted to replenish the power of faith very much, but she couldn't ask for it. At this moment, Ryan retracted his thoughts, glanced at her, and smiled. How about this? If you promise to restrain the god of battle, let him save his divine power, and achieve a better loss-to-battle ratio. I can give you some of the faith power originally supplied to the Lord of Storms. As for how to control the grumpy brother, that is the business of Pero and the god of battle. This isn't good. The upright night goddess lowered her head subconsciously, and then her right index finger unconsciously played with the ends of her hair at the temples. Coincidentally, the sun shot outside the window at this time, just hitting her fingers, and the sun shining with the sun reflected by the white hair, as if she realized that her little action was disturbing Ryan. She stopped immediately. Ryan laughed. No need to be so polite. Everything is for the sake of order. She seemed to have a short circuit in her thoughts for a second, and quickly followed up with, everything is for order. After having breakfast at noon, her eyes began to wander. I have to go back. My real body is still waiting for news. Okay. Ryan hesitated for a moment and said, you should send an angel back as a messenger. The night goddess's face flushed instantly. She lowered her head and hummed like a mosquito. Okay. God gathered away, and the faint sacred disappeared from the room. When Margaret's body was soft, she fell into Ren's arms. After long-term communication and in-depth exchanges, Margaret certainly realized what was happening. No, that's not the point. The charm left by her own goddess, and the faint shared memories now flooded into her mind like a tide. The awakened female knight's face changed drastically. Wait! Ryan, you gave the night goddess to... Ryan's cheek muscles twitched slightly. How could you ask me to stop then? Margaret held her forehead in pain. She didn't know what to say. She knows that she has the qualifications of the virgin. The problem is that the cavaliers of the cavaliers never told her that the goddess may use her body to play with her body. Now, Ryan has even knocked down the night goddess. What is going on? What a mess. Margaret hesitated for a long time, but still asked, he is not angry? Maybe a little. But I treated her to a midnight snack last night, and she just had breakfast with me before leaving. At this time, Margaret could feel the slight fullness of his stomach. She was a little conflicted and a little overwhelmed, and finally chose to snuggle in Ryan's arms. What should we do with him in the future? What else can Ren say? Is this a girl in the soil, and then harvest 2 girls? But share one body. Then 1 or 2. But the night goddess looked like a good girl, which made him feel conflicted. Well, let's take it one step at a time. On the day after the Cavaliers left, Renan launched the trap card he had arranged before. A huge solar storm swept most of the galaxies. Under the cover of the solar storm, the 4th wave of faith power supplies arrived. This timely supply helped to restore the declining morale of the Order camp. As we all know, if an army suffers a heavy blow, it is usually not a good idea to continue to resist. As the saying goes, if you defend for too long, you will lose. If you cannot get supplies or rotations, the morale will drop to a certain level and collapse is the only outcome. The supplies sent by Ryan were just what we needed. There are gods and sorrows. When the Lord of the Storm received a shrinking supply package, he couldn't help but yell, what? 10% out. 2% to the hand. His archangel trembled. Ryan Tesla said that the storm attribute of your Lord is too close to the solar storm, and a considerable part of the power of faith has been swallowed up by the solar storm. The Lord of the Storm was all on Sunday. He really wants to scold Pero to control your son. The problem is that everyone knows that the name of the sun in Pero is not true. He wants to lose his temper now. Once, he did not dare to offend the captain of the transportation of Rin. Even if the loss was high, Rin was still better than the goddess of the magic net that year. Change the idiot goddess, who was already exploded. The loss of the power of confusion is greater than the preface. And the chaotic deities are so no god rights. The outer gods could only feel that the kingdom of storms was very lively, and knew that the Lord of Storms had lost his temper again. But who cares? On the other side, the Cavaliers and God Kingdom. A very burly body, 2.5 meters tall, and a godlike god, who looks like a barbaric man, with a grin into the temple of the Cavaliers. The golden-armored knight guarding the temple was not surprised at all, and even knelt on one knee before this unshaven bearded, rough-looking god. "Father, are you here?" On the silver god, the goddess Fiona seemed to be a little uneasy. "Hi, my dear Fiona. I just came to ask. Are you sure you gave me so much power of faith?" The god of battle Tempest strode over, and sat down on the metal wind throne, made of 100 kinds of weapons, that was set up for him in the temple. Fiona said guiltily, "You are right, Father. Didn't I tell you that after the people of Chaos lost their magic, they respected melee professions? Back then, the Barbarossa Empire regarded my knights as the first state religion. It's a pity that I don't have enough time to condense the fragments of the Godhead. Otherwise, with this supply of faith power, I can at least reach the middle level of God power. And I am lawful neutral. So the transmission loss of faith power is relatively small." She knew that every word she said was a fact. And she was in her heart. How strange. Is Ryan really fair? Chapter 564. The world's luck is coming and can't be stopped. When she told this story, even her naive old father didn't believe it, let alone her who was known to be rational. Rin said that it was really the Lord of the suffering and suffering. She doesn't care whether the Lord of Storms will fall or not. The big gift package given to her is too big. Among all the gods, only her temple in the outer plane of Chaos world was mismatched. Originally, her temple was a standard temple of weak divine power. And it was her adoptive father Tempest who built a large temple of medium divine power for her. What's outrageous is that because this outer temple is large enough, she can bestow more divine arts on believers. And the reserve of power of faith is also large. This is like she bought a original stock, and she didn't look at it for a long time. Even though the power of faith that Ryan sent to her this time was only 20% of the reserves of the outer temple, it instantly filled up her pool of divine power in the kingdom of Chaos Mother Star. She thus became the first god among the gods of order to replenish her divine power. In percentage terms, she is richer than Pero. This time, she not only restored 100% combat power, but also had the power of unnecessary faith to the other two gods, who were also the combat gods. Tempest arrived first, and the lion god Nubin arrived right after him, and also expressed his gratitude to her excitedly. Fiona felt uneasy despite being praised by her adoptive father and big brother. Without it, after absorbing back to her soul, after sharing that memory, even if she was sitting on the seat, she had an illusion that was being stunned by the sanctuary of Rin. She didn't know what expression she should use to face Ryan next time. She was originally the most principled principal, the most hated the back door, and the ghost made the gods, and those who walked the back door turned into her. This is too confusing. Although the Order camp suffered losses, the replenishment allowed the Order Legion's battle line to be pushed back several kilometers towards the Chaos side. At least after the force supply, it seemed that the morale of the gods of Order was rising instead of falling, which made the Lord of Chaos extremely angry. Mix didn't find which world is provided to the gods? Also, who was hosted by the replenishment? After finding that Order god, I will tear him for the first time. The chaos and handsomeness of all ways mobilized their own subordinates, and the universe was full of scrambled, looking for the unknown supply base. Then, found it. This was the cheer of the Chaos Legion. Find it? This was the doubt of Lei. Everyone knows that the communications of the Chaos Corps are so messy. As long as the distance is long enough. All kinds of long-distance communication is particularly the same. After all, they themselves don't know how to use the complicated codes. And if they use them, their own Chaos generals will be the first to not understand them. This is the same as that of Lei's Ministry of Defense. The Ministry of Defense. The Ministry of Defense of the former Dead Sea has a secret file password on the cloud disk, and its extensive style of painting makes the world speechless in various senses. Ryan was now a deified being, and his divine power had already spread to the periphery of the entire Chaos Mother planet. Although he had cancelled all kinds of active sensing and exploration for the sake of concealment, this did not prevent him from passively sensing his divine power and eavesdropping on a lot of new gossip. In fact, his first reaction was that he was exposed. Later, he felt that the direction of the news turned out to be a bit far away from the cause space position cracks as far as a dozen solar system. Huh? Who gave me a gun? This is really good. Just like when China invented the train passing through a building. The Eagle Sauce invented the airplane passing through a building. When a big stick was about to hit its head, another family suddenly jumped out and said, "I bet my head is harder than yours." Is this a winning? This kind of thing is so funny. This is the national games. All boo. This is the cow's world boundary all. As for whether this world where Chow Pai's wife goes into the vegetable garden and Jinji picks vegetables, Ryan has no control over it. Anyway, Ryan's momentum was already full. And he was like, as long as I don't give my approval, no one can do anything in this area of Chaos Continent. I can ignore the petty fights at my doorstep. But if anyone wants to overturn the table, I will have a real physics talk with you. No one knows what will happen then. Of course, as a nuclear-friendly alien god, when a large number of Chaos demons were riding on Chaos transport ships made of huge meteorites and flying on a crooked trajectory towards the planet, the charlatan named Lei was still willing to remind them. There is no way. The meat shield is not good if it is too thin. In case the flesh of this meat shield is as thin as a piece of paper, it will not play the role of attracting hatred. At this point, Ren spread out, following the direction of those noisy chaotic devils, searching straight. At this time, Ren was extremely fortunate that he had enough astronomical physics knowledge, and mixed is also the physics department, which made his space perception reaching a point where even mortals traveled through crossing were unimaginable. With the help of the system, he was like a supercomputer with its own super-powerful optical astronomical telescope. And it didn't take much effort for him to find the planet covered with yellow sand. Ryan was shocked. Everything in front of me is indeed strange. A strong sense of vision rushes into my heart and lingers. It cannot be said that it is very similar. It can only be said to be exactly the same. Looking at the space from space, the world of God easily crosses the clouds and falls into the first batch of highlights displayed by Ren's vision. Yes, in the barren desert, along a large and turbulent river, the pyramids are like diamond rivets that are stuck on the ground, which is very eye-catching. No surprise, when Ryan's thoughts sank to the ground, they saw a large number of ancient Egyptian characters on the building. Ren laughed. He knew that gods often did not stay in just one world. For example, Pharaoh, 100 years ago, his faith spread across more than a dozen worlds, including Chaos. Unfortunately, now, except for Chaos, the civilizations of other worlds have been destroyed by the Chaos army. And this world known as Emas is obviously the presence of the Egyptian gods, who are called Mohana in the local area. Ryan directly sent down a ray of divine consciousness. Below, tens of thousands of workers are using various wooden tools, such as huge leverage, to promote a boulder, and it is necessary to make it a pyramid. At this moment, a loud voice came from the sky, with thunder lingering around him. 100-meter-tall virtual image of Ryan, wearing a robe, appeared in front of him. This is the warning of the warnings from the Order of the Order is about to come. Wait for the battle immediately. Otherwise, the Amaz world will be destroyed by chaos. Chapter 565 Transferring the flower and taking the pot. After being in a high position for a long time, whether it is a person or a god, it is easy to lose consciousness. Ren didn't realize how terrible and majestic his appearance was at all. In the eyes of the Imas, this is not the case at all. Their style of painting is like this. There was a loud bang in the sky, and the outer gods made a brilliant appearance. The endless thunderbolt and the ultimate mystery. The Yun Tuan was shocked one by one, and Hua Sha was blown away by the wind. At this moment, their gods did not respond to them, let alone give them the shelter. Yes, this 100-meter-high god in front of him declares that the end is coming with endless majesty. After passing the initial shock, tens of thousands of people forgot that their priests had said that they could not worship outside of the gods. Instead, they worshipped at Ren's virtual figure, praising the supreme power of the god of thunder. Great Thor, I will follow your deity. A guy who looks the biggest manifests his head, and then raises his head solemnly. Very good. You notify his MS gods to prepare for preparations. The lateness of chaos is the last month. Yes. Dare to ask God. Your name is Ren * Tesla. The god of physics. Ren said casually. Immediately recovered his divine power, letting his projection in the world of Amaz disappeared. However, the abnormal ghost animal happened. Just after Ren's recovery of God's thoughts, the system suddenly popped up. Ren froze and found that the title of the so-called God of the Realms was actually not used. Usually just to prove that he was not a small place. Just as Renan thought that when this was the end, the system popped up again. Congratulations to the host's 7 apprentices Noza promoted to the legendary master. Oh! Ren's response was that. That's how it should have been. It was so dead. And a soul image rose inexplicably from the depths of Ren's soul to the surface of Ren's brain. In the picture, there is a guy who looks very abstract, with a broken wooden wheel stuck in his head, and his whole body is full of chaotic power that shines like a little sun. He is talking. He threatened the Ima's gods. Don't make excuses. You are on the same side as the god of order who attacked our home planet. The aura of the god of thunder and lightning also appeared on your planet. He definitely has a large number of believers on your planet. The impact screen ends here. Ren was speechless. Of course, he knew that this was the ability of the prediction department brought to him after Noka was promoted. The key is that this content is a bit outrageous. Wait! What am I doing? I just brightened just now. And then a bunch of Amaz people changed my physics school. And then it became the evidence of my is the Ima's god. And then the Chaos Army determined that Amaz was the logistics base of the Chaos god? Doesn't this mean that I warned them, but ended up harming the Ima's people? Is this the legendary moving flowers and pot? Ryan was a little overwhelmed. Suddenly, Ren's sense of guilt came up. But he does have a sense of guilt, but never too much. What he needs most is time. It happens that Chaos does not want to give him time. So it is the best choice to drag more gods and gods to launch the water. Or to the existing order. Anyway, Chaos will not give any order for any order. Then it will be done. At this time, Ren didn't know that he could easily gain faith in the world of Amaz. Because the Amaz world is not a look. The population is not much. And they are not attentive to spread their faith. Now that you can gain the power of faith, what do you still consume the divine power frequently? They basically rely on priests to promote their teachings and attract new believers. There is no way. The entire Yima's world is a yellow sand, which is a bird-like bird in ancient Egypt. Ryan had previously used his divine vision to scan the area and found that there were 7 million people. No more. The gods of the Amaz did not show saint. So that after seeing Ren at the grassroots level, they jumped off without saying a word. Perhaps they have always been the shallow believer of the gods of the Amaz. But they secretly changed their faith in Ren, so that the power of faith turned to Ren. If Ryan gained the recognition of the Ima's world and built a temple on the outer plane of this planet, which is not much different in size from the moon, he would be able to receive the full power of faith from the believers. In any case, due to a series of coincidences, it seems that the Chaos Army is about to defeat the Ima's gods in every sense. Ren scratched his head and called his disciples. Master, do you call us? Downs and others saluted together. The situation outside is a bit change. Ren briefly said about the Ima's world. A few minutes later, he concluded, fortunately, the gods of the Isamas have one more time for you. Let you have the opportunity to improve your strength before facing the Chaos Army. Downs and other disciples were quite excited, and they expressed their willingness to put a shirt for the physics school. Ren inspired the disciples, and praised Nuacha in a special place and praised, Yo, Norcha. You do well. The little fat man rarely showed a smile with silly attributes. It is much slower than the elder brother. They getting started earlier than you. And your promotion is not much slower than them. This is good. Thank you, Master, for your cultivation. The attribute bonus brought to Ren's attributes can actually be ignored after Ren sealed God. This is too critical. Many times, predictions cannot be fully trusted. But with the art of prophecy, you can avoid those pitfalls. Noka. To be honest, I am not good at prophecy. Let me see if I can find the abandoned temple of the fallen god of prophecy. If I can find it, you can develop in that direction in the future. Can't find it? Nucha asked, whispered, which was actually what he cared about most. The scope of physics is so vast. it is easy to find a relatively suitable position for you. However, it will waste your talent, and your ultimate height will become limited. This is the truth. With Noka's performance and talent in physics, it would be a special favor from Ryan if he could become a weak god with a godhood point of 1 in the future. Just as Ryan was admonishing and encouraging his disciples, Luna came in. My lord, I received the news that there were 2 god-level chaotic devils at the same time in the northern land. One of them was the god of exploration and travel that had fallen. The other seemed to have some hidden ability and could not confirm the previous identity. Oh! When the disciples listened, their eyes were shining. Chapter 566, granting the divine power of thunder and lightning. This is experience and confidence. Unknown is always frightened. But after the first time I bump, I will have a little water before, and it will be logical. Even with the existing resources, the disciples have been grasped to win off. They invariably put their excited gaze towards their true god master. Ren's mouth was smiling slightly. God-level chaos is coming, which is both a crisis and an opportunity. If you do have the previous learning and actual combat as the foundation, you can't afford the wealth of the sky. But now, it is the best time for you to take the wind. Yes. The 2 stepped forward excitedly and worshipped Ren. Look up. 2 disciples do. Ryan raised his hands and pointed his index fingers at the 2 disciples. 2 spots of soft blue light flew out from his fingertips and sank into the brows of the 2 disciples. There are many spiritual impacts and prestige that rushed into their spiritual world like this. Their bodies became brilliant, and they wove in the huge illusory blue law formation by the physical formulas, which came on. It was the core law of Ren to give them divineness. Electric appeared in front of Downs. On Harry's chest is fluid mechanics. This is Ryan's words of the god of physics. This is the master's expectation for his disciples. And it is a great preacher's gift to this world that is like a physics desert. A combination of laws based on several laws of physics took shape instantly. The laws composed of Chinese characters floated up, and were then engraved into the souls of the 2 people. At this moment, they both suddenly had a new understanding in their hearts. As if their originally flat knowledge suddenly gained a new dimension. They know, this is a fast channel that directly draws the law from the law of physics directly through the law of physics. With these laws as the core, more physical formulas are like flying runes to rotate around the 2 for a week. After all, the formulas and laws are deeply linked in their souls. Not only did Towns and Harry feel that the energy in their bodies had reached a higher level, but the strength of their bodies had also been greatly enhanced. Master, we are. The 2 asked together. Congratulations, both of you. You are now demigods of physics. Ryan's eyes were kind, and his gaze had already exceeded the boundaries of a master. This is how an old father feels when he looks at his own trumpet. At this time, the physical fitness of the 2 people also soared to at least 20 points, exceeding the limit of legendary physical fitness. As for individuals, Ryan estimated that Towns' physical fitness had a chance to soar to 30. And Harry, well, that kid is just like that. In any case, they have a feeling of changing from crispy college students to thick-skinned graduate students. As for when it becomes a PhD student, just wait until they are really sealed. Thank you, Master. The 2 of them knelt down and bowed again. Tangxi said excitedly, Master really spent a lot of money this time, in everyone's perception, to transform these chaotic divinity and fragments of godhood into physics. It would consume a huge amount of fate power. After all, when the 7 second-generation disciples took the time to chat with Luna, they knew that they could have the divine nature of God. Downs can feel that there are less physical divinity in his body. Isn't this equivalent to the 3 years of the physics school? While Towns was excited, he also felt heavy in his heart. Master paid too much for him. It didn't cost much. Everyone thinks Ren is low-key and deliberately dilutes the hard work. No one knows. Ren really didn't give much. Why? Ren used the name of transmission loss. And the Masters of the Storm were close to 80% of the power of faith. So the chaotic funny guy has flaws all over his body. The loose structure of chaotic power is easily affected by external forces. When Ren, a deity with a thunderbolt, has tamed these devastitudes, and the powerless faith, do not be too simple to practice. For these energy groups, it is basically a lightning needle to push in, export the energy, and then transform through the transformer, based on this as the premise, injecting its own laws of physics. To watch the chaotic divineness, it becomes quite relaxed. In addition, Galileo's shot has the characteristics of correcting chaos. From the conclusion, this time is really difficult to talk about the spirit. Well, thank you for paying for the Lord of the Storm. The irritable brother and the God of God is still strange people. Ren's relaxation is one thing, and it is another thing to fall in the eyes of others. Seeing how relaxed and comfortable Ryan was, washing away the most disgusting chaos divinity in such a short time. Luna's face was filled with unconcealed surprise. In her impression, the gods did not like to take over the divinity and godhood fragments of other families. Even if Pero took over the legacy of the god of fire this time, it was not an easy task. Ren was so good. And in turn, he sat in the same way. This is the world. The more you do and admit it, the more you expose the more chicken feet. Horse foot or something. The more people think you are. Anyway, Rennie gave the two apprentices the divine nature, which spread completely in the entire physics school. The 3 generations of disciples rushed to each other, and they were as excited as the new year. Other gods are high. My ancestor is close at hand. The sense of alienation and God can bring absolute look and worship. In turn, a sense of closeness and teaching must bring more direct worship and desire. The 3 generations of disciples will think, the ancestor is so generous. Our master's eyes rush to the gods. Then, can we work hard? Can we be at least mixed with God? This feeling of hope drove them to study physics more enthusiastically and spread vigorously. It is in such an atmosphere. Downs they sighed. This time, the degenerate tour of the industry and the god of exploration ran a little bit. But in the desert areas west of the Barbarossa Empire, this bird's break is a bit far away. If Ryan could not now use his divine sense to see the coordinates of these places he had never been to from a distance and open portals directly, it would have been a pain in the ass in the past. He would have had to go through the nearest capital with an open portal and then transfer to other means of transportation to get there. Chapter 567, Independent Training. This time, because a large area of space nearby was contaminated by the power of chaos, Ryan could not send them directly to their destination. It was a bit surprised that Ken Dragonisar jumped out. The great physics god. If you can, please allow our dragon tribe to give me a meager power for the signs of the 2nd generation of disciples. The golden dragon girl prostrated herself on the ground, looking so humble that it was hard to imagine that she was actually an extremely proud golden dragon. Renowin, don't underestimate the 4 rounds of supplies, because the number of gods who can get supplies and the supply are quite limited. The priority of the good dragon is actually very low. How to say? It cannot be said that it was intentionally abused him, which was so good than the previous H.L. Lord. The total amount of divine power in the kingdom of God increased by 3%, which can be considered a little replenishment, but not much. Just enough to moisten the throat. Not to mention that compared with the goddess of the nights, who was filled with a direct god kingdom, Ra was 2 lower gears compared with the Lord God of other races, who calls dragon god not belongs to the pan-human camp, since there is also a bright shoe print on the buttocks of the noble goddess. Isar has been afraid of Ren. Mixed physics school for so long. She knew most of Ren's guy. Most of them can be called conscience. If anyone wants to abduct him morality and give him blood pressure, he will mostly cut off the protester's neck to see how the protester's blood pressure. This product is pure empty attribute. It is the so-called empty is cough. Anyway, it is difficult to approach his XP system. Isol still had a little confidence in herself. At least she was not kicked out like the noble goddess. But when Margaret's mounts, they couldn't get closer. When they heard downs, they were about to exist. And Isar felt that their opportunities were coming. Ren raised his eyelids. Isar, how long do you come in the physics school? Isar's head was empty, and he lost his voice. I forgot. Forget? Although I felt a little aggrieved at first. After feeling the greatness of Tesla on the God of God, I really took the time since I felt the greatness of Tesla. So I didn't count it. Ryan wanted to laugh. This dragon maiden would speak, and she felt that the grievance was true. But the situation was stronger than the dragon. This is the habit of classics that cannot resist. Renine hasn't had any ruthless hands to her. It was purely grinding her temperament. Now it seems to be very effective. Ryan glanced at his disciples and said to them as well as Isol, the School of Physics will not tolerate any provocation, nor will it mistreat any ally. We have a scale in our hearts to judge who is really good to us. The same goes for you guys. If you think it's appropriate, you might as well recruit some powerful followers. Yes, Master. Downs had a legendary barbarian. And other siblings said that they were not envious. Now they are in a high status. And there are more guys who climb the dragon and attach their phoenixes. The second-generation disciples are generally young, lack of experience, and it is difficult to distinguish who is really relying on, who is the benefit, and even wants to pull the tiger's skin as a big banner, and then secretly do bad things behind him. As a result, they cut off the follower's application. And now Ren opened his mouth. But they were a little overwhelmed. Harry said, "We are too young to see a little bit of people's hearts. Can Master give pointers 1 or 2 in terms of accepting followers?" Ren thought about everything. And he couldn't be busy. He turned his head to Luna. "How are your insight and sense of people's hearts?" Luna thought about it slightly, and raised her head without avoiding it. "The light will not let go of a trace of dirt. I hope that I am very clear with the boundaries of greedy. Very good. You go to the palm of your palms. Yes. Follow your will." Luna bowed to salute. Ren turned his head. "You don't need to collect too many followers. There are 2 legendary levels. And the master level will receive 5 casually. Even if the rest is. There are too many men. And there is no experience of experience. Understand?" The disciples responded together. At this time, it was rare. And the dragon maid Anna, who had always been waiting for her eyebrows, stood up. "Is that mount?" The speech of this product made Ren's eyelids jump a bit, and quickly supplemented the vulnerability. "Each person receives up to 1 legendary mount. Not among the followers." "Yes. Today, when the enemy is basically coming, a greetings allow the disciple and younger brother A to win. In case the disciples are accustomed to picking up the enemy, and can't go up with their strength. Wouldn't it be abandoned by his late person's tireless system?" As a man who wanted to hug his thighs at the beginning of his crossing, Rennie knew the mentality of those guys who wanted to hold his thighs. If there are so many legendaries strong in the world, if Ren does not restrict the ignorance, the guy below dares to throw a 3-year-old baby as a legendary person and eat the empty puppet of the physics school. Don't overestimate humanity. Not to mention what eternal life is involved and what to enter the kingdom of God. Even if this is just an ordinary opportunity. And more people are crazy. Renan intends to deal with it coldly. He did not directly publicize his disciples to recruit followers. Instead, he released a large number of low compensation. But he needed a master level strong and even the legendary strong. For example, the task of reconnaissance chaos, or studying the weakness of chaos and so on. I think the physics school becomes a cricket, and Renan will list it on the blacklist. The current school of physics is so arrogant. With chaos, the only true God, in charge, they no longer need to pave the way with money as they did in the past. Ren stared at Downs. If this is the same as the last time, the 7 disciples besiege the justice of it, Ren will not be too worried. But this time is the 2 soldiers, and at the same time deal with the 2 God-level chaos. This kind of battle to train disciples is different. In order to be as flat as possible. This time, Ren lent Galileo's shot to Harry. He was actually quite interested in what this old coin disciple would come up with. Chapter 568. The entire universe will burn for this. The preface. Neutral physics school raised again. The news caused a commotion in the entire casual mainland. The physics school half a year ago was just a powerful new denomination in the eyes of the world, with the opportunity to catch up with the major orthodox religions. As Ren was reality. It was a true God. And the gods of the great orthodox religions awarded the gods. The actions of the church behind the 2 empires on the mainland are the vain. The sun god Pero spoke directly. The light of the physical school is also a kind of light. Light can also be neutral, bringing convenience and peace to the world. But light must be lawful. This is to dilute the good attributes, but emphasizes the characteristics of preface. The Lord God did not say who subordinates, but a secret order made mortals such as Antonio scares urine. Luna Ashadi's angel's chief to the god of physics Ren Tesla. His duties are handed over to the new Cana liaison angel chief XXXX to take over. Who has seen his archangel chief jumper publicly? If this is compulsive, don't watch it. Fight with God. But who has ever seen a successor who is 1 level lower than the predecessor? This shows that the successor is pretending to be. Or Luna, who dominates the cooperation. With one of the 3 gods of light dead. 1 seriously injured. And 1 weak. This was undoubtedly Pero's compromise with Ryan. Even a large number of God-level PY transactions took place without Archbishop Antonio's knowledge. Antonio was so scared that he went to ask his teacher. The teacher a bear also said only one sentence. The front line is very tight. And God of Pyre decided to reach in-depth cooperation with Tesla God. Antonio understood. And then urgently mobilized a bunch of legendary strong and master priests to rush, to gather places for physics school. After everyone rushed to roll, they were dumbfounded. The Cavaliers of the Cavaliers. The punishment of the Justice Church. The holy woes of the Bright Church. The Elves God Bowman. The Dwarfs Rock God Shield Guard. The elite of the dwarf and the half-body. A group of people glanced on their eyes when they looked at each other's equipment. The melee professional anti-shields were per capita. The naughty behind the pockets behind them. The remote professional waist was a hook of people. It was all prepared to be a meat shield or auxiliary. Forget it. There was a commotion in the sky. And the dragon dived collectively. Do you think the dragon tribe is here? When everyone saw the golden dragons who fell from the sky and installed the saddle early. The guys of each school were all silent. So coincident? The same to you? You too? It's a nice day today. They were so awkward that they had to force themselves to chat. The fields under their feet did not need to be plowed this summer. Because the owners of the land would find out later that they could carve out a 3-bedroom apartment on each plot of land. Fortunately, the physics school has not yet arrived. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing. A group of guys tried to discuss a doorway before the second-generation disciples of the physics school arrived. Who knows? This style of painting is not good. No one is willing to let. There is no way. The deities of the Lord God are the highest orders. God wants them to kneel and lick. They must lick. When licking slowly, it is to blame God. So ask them if they are afraid. At this point, everyone suddenly found a golden dragon girl coming. The human body with the pair of horn above her head always feels weird. She didn't care about everyone else, and rushed straight to the dragon in the distance. And the opening was a dragon language output. I told you not to be late. What are you doing? No. Isolt. We do not wear dragon saddles. Shut your mouth. You won't go to school. You ain't go away. You do ain't have longan. Isrs Longway gave the dragon head down to the dragon head. She extremely professional pointed out the fault of the dragon. This is too loose. And that too backwards will cause the rider to be uncomfortable. 1 year ago. This was definitely what the dragon couldn't imagine. The proud dragon. Especially the noble golden dragon. The silver dragon. And the like. Who would think that they would willingly to ride humans? Are they crazy or is Sar and Anna crazy? However, the front line is too nervous. If these dragons in the rear, if they are not working hard, they will either wait for the dragon god to return to them. It is even worse. If your own gods fall, then the forests of the world will not have a place in the world. These pure blood dragons that are higher than the top of the eyes are at this moment. At this moment, there is no difference between the second-generation disciples waiting for the second-generation physics school. Is this a kind of sorrow or an evolution of Muchong? This scene took Downs, who was ready to come to the scene, and let Rin, who occasionally voted to look at it. Rin was enjoying the fairy dragon at this time. The left hand was Margaret to help him press his shoulders. On the right is Sophia holding black tea. They saw this scene and were in shock. Especially Anna. She has never seen her proud compatriots be humbled to this point, which simply subverted her 3 views. She suddenly felt that she was tamed by Rin. At least Rin had hand in person. What are the noble golden dragons? Rin even kneeling without even hooking his fingers. This is really. Ha ha. 50 steps and 100 steps. Rin's heart is proud. Men's creatures are easy to float before the girl. He patted his buttocks and bragged, what is this? This is what they should. In my hometown, if any foreign people dare to pedal their noses on their noses, they will be miserable. How is a tragic law? Sophia asked with interest. Ren's eyes were cold, pretended, and his deep eyes seemed to cross time and space. His voice was low and powerful, as if he was not bragging, but was telling a rare fact. Whoever shock humans, just wait for the war agreement to start. Ren deliberately paused for 3 seconds before he continued to say, once the war agreement starts, the entire universe will burn for this. It's right. This is the flavor I want. Ryan was very proud. What neutron killing. What canning of aliens. I would call it efficient. Only when opening an alien zoo would we consider leaving a few aliens for viewing. Well, Ren is pretending to be forced. And he doesn't know how much he has. His time to seal the god is too short. It can be described as a consciousness of being a god. Why can God's words and deeds be called decree. That is, their casual words and deeds can affect the survival of hundreds of millions of beings. Chapter 569. Lei has always had a good self-awareness of himself. He knows that he is just the lowest level faint deity in the divine realm. He felt so. People don't think. All the recognition of Ren is the king of the outer domain. So his words and deeds represent the very powerful physical god department in another world. As soon as he had fallen in this way, the girls around him trembled. They did not know what war agreement was, and they would only determine that Ren had opened the war agreement to control the existence of a universe hundreds of millions of life. Renan thought that he was only limited to a few girls around him. But he didn't know that Luna waiting not far away, or Margaret, who was nestled by Ren, at the same time alarmed other existence. A soul of a sleeping soul, who was caught in a sorrow because of the creation. A white-haired goddess sitting on the cavalier's seat was restless. As the goddess of the cavaliers, Fiona has a part of the war clever job. Each deity can set up sensitive words to trigger sensors within the scope of their clever job. For example, war. When Ryan said the vocabulary beside her sirloin, Fiona received the wind as soon as possible. Her face changed drastically several times. Even if she knew that doing this was very immoral, she still couldn't hold back and let herself share hearing with Margaret. The goddess of the dignitaries just raised the little ears of the gossip. Sure enough, the shocking response made Lei fluttering. Anna raised the faucet and looked up at Ren. My master. Can you talk about that scene? Seeing this little mother dragon, who had been conspiring him many times, now looking up at himself. He thinks he can ride it anytime. Anywhere. Ren's heart is bursting. His mind is hot. If pretending to be committed is a disease, he may be willing to make mistakes again and again. I won't talk about it. I can only tell you. My mech is covered with the earth. No matter how many rivers and sea on the ground, my fleet blocks out the sky. No matter how many suns there are. Two simply words, let alone shock the mortal brain blank. Forget to breathe. And even the night goddess, who was overheating, was shivering, trembling, and couldn't speak for a long time. Is this bragging? Is this pretending? For personal words, that is probably yes. Who is Ren? A true god that has been recognized by the world and the Kino world. A disguise in disguise, the true god of order to kill the power of the gods. A real thigh that has more than 200 gods of imagination and can change the results of this order and chaos. It's not that God can't brag, but not to scare each other. The mech? The mecha has begun to mass production. Recently, the 3 generations of disciples under his hands have begun to drive the new mass production type. Battleship? His sophisticated degree of sophistication of the Heart Fleet is definitely not something that has not seen the airship. Putting together every clue, anyone would conclude that he was telling the truth. This is incredible. The night goddess' lips trembled far away in her own divine kingdom on the Chaos Mother planet. She didn't need to breathe, but she subconsciously took a few deep breaths and sent out a divine thought. Father, I just overheard a piece of news from Ryan. Not eavesdropping. I think he told me this on purpose. That is, Fiona said for a while. Then the battle with the Chaos King is destined to have a victory. Fiona choked for a while. The Cavalier's goddess made a decision. Lei knew nothing about the changes in the mentality of the Cavaliers. Anyway, seeing the fairy dragon deliberately inherited, Lei was happy. While sitting on the sofa watching the show, he even ate a popcorn or something, and looked at his disciples like his disciples who faced the top strong men who gathered. Choose me. I will be your strongest barrier, and I can heal myself, so you don't need to be distracted, said a legendary paladin of the Church of Light carrying a large shield. In fact, he also said a lot. The simple summary is to be able to carry and milk himself. Please choose me. I am an absolute expert in charging into battle. I can ride all kinds of mounts, even dragons. A great knight patted his chest and said, not only him, but also the boss next door. A golden dragon nodded fiercely. It was obvious that they had already colluded and were ready to buy one and get one free. I should choose me. I am a natural believers. When you need the strongest greater druid, when you need it, I can become a magic bear soldier to resist the enemy. And it can also be turned into the wound of the cure. It can also become a spiritual leopard to explore the road. Druid, who is a corner helmet on the head, highlights the characteristics of Wan Jin Oil, not to mention other disciples. Even Tang Si, a senior disciple who was known for his wide knowledge, felt overwhelmed. Matt spoke a little bit stuttered. turned around and asked. 5 sisters. Do I have to choose? Folo's headache said, it looks like it. This is what Master meant. Well, you usually have the best ideas. How about you help me choose? Flora didn't want to do this at first. She thought that this foodie didn't know anything. If he made a random choice, he would only hurt himself and even ruin the reputation of the physics school. She rubbed her brows and sighed. Most brothers should choose a front row. But you are different. You should choose a healer and an archer. I don't know how many gossips' small ears have been erected early. Which legendary strongman is not full of perception? In a word, the legendary moon archer set by the elves, the branches of a ranger of the Chaos world, were moved out of tears. Chapter 570 Extreme Artifacts. She is too difficult to get the head of her head on her head. And she comes to the scene with a hard head. She is also worried that the mage itself is the most powerful long-range profession. Who will want her to be such a low archer? Originally, the legendary ranger also had a range. But the FA average monster of the physics school was helpless. People are powerful. And the range is farther than you. In addition to reconnaissance, the legendary railway can also be a bit useful. There is really no room for employment in the rest. Only Matt, a weird mage with a range of only 50 meters, needs her. As soon as she heard Falola's name, she quickly sold her bowstring gently. Flora saw the break and pointed to Matt's long ears, just the one of the elves. As a result, Matt chose a legendary moon archer, plus a legendary druid. In addition, Baron picked a ranger and a movie dancer. He was special. Compared with protection, he needed an intelligence advantage. As for the other second-generation disciples, it is basically the configuration of the meat shield and plus treatment. At this time, a group of people envied the bastard of Gentiae. It makes sense that barbarians may be the most unnecessary occupation in Fae. Barbarians can neither carry nor heal, and are not even good at providing cover. It was such a guy who was mixed with Donis, a major disciple of the physics school, and his status was as stable as Tyshawn. Interestingly, this product was supplemented by Ren's phrase, I was assigned by me. It means that Downs can also pick 2 legendary followers. At first, a bunch of people were picky and picked, and felt that everyone was a legend. Why bother to rely on the physics school and go to the followers of their disciples? This is to cheat themselves. Unexpectedly, Feng Shui took turns, and the second-generation disciples turned out to worship a king of the outer domain as a division. The per capita scheduled to be a magical position. Garga was a great momentum of becoming a thug from Ren. This really proves the saying you ignored me at first. But now I'm out of your reach. Among all the followers now, who dares not to call Gantia big brother? Look! Each of the 7 disciples picked 2 legends and 5 masters as Mazi. Whoever dare not work hard will be brushed off. Those who are elected are overjoyed, while those who are not elected are like their fathers have died. This scene made Ryan, who was peeking at the screen, feel a little annoyed. He wondered if he had made too big a mistake. Is it so easy for them to climb onto the high branch of the physics school? Even though these guys brought their own food, didn't ask for money, and even paid their lives to come and work. They weren't looking for a future, but a favor from the physics school. As long as Ryan could bring a little more faith power to their main god when he replenished the faith power next time, it would be worth it even if they sacrificed their lives. This is the supreme authority that Ryan holds at this stage. It is no exaggeration to say that he has the gods by their necks. Alas, Ryan sighed, and then left a line of admonition in the second-generation disciple intranet of the physics network. Quickness, anxiety, carefulness. At first glance, the 7 disciples immediately put away the lightness in their hearts and worshipped at the Fulong Mountains. The 7 people were divided into 2 groups. A group of Downs, with Matt, Perora and Nucha. The 2 groups were headed by Harry, with Barond and Fong Dak. They brought a group of followers, plus the Dragon Mount 1 to 28. The soldiers were divided into 2 roads, and they were mighty to the 2 god-level chaos. Half a day later, Downs came to a chaotic wasteland that can be called H.L. Sitting on a golden dragon overlooking the ground below, Downs found that it could not be called ground. I finally understand why chaos is the enemy of all order. 3 siblings nodded with some siblings. The scene below is out of the category of the land. This is more like a stinky mud, which is wrapped in the soul of countless smart creatures. In addition to humans who once lived on this land, there are more vague spirits of various birds and beings in Warcraft. They made a sharp hissing of the language or tone. and kept fluttering. Seemed to want to break free from the desperate chaotic mud. And it was like the hand or claws of the existence of the order on the side of Downs. Everything is destined to be in vain. They have already left the realm of order, and have been swept into the tide of chaos. The culprit behind all this was the 10-meter-tall, slightly thin figure. It trampled the wasteland beneath its feet at an extremely fast pace. 10 meters at a time. This is no longer just a matter of grabbing land. This is the god of travel and exploration, who is polluting this land with his corrupt divine power. From receiving the news from the physics school, the first time I came, it was actually half a day. However, from what we can see, at least 200 square kilometers of land has been destroyed by him. What is unimaginable is, if everyone finds too late, or no one can stop him, chaos will spread into what ghosts. Tang Xi felt the anxious gazes of his fellow disciples and followers. He smiled slightly and said calmly, "What's the big deal about chaos? Master has already anticipated all of this." Flora also laughed. "Oh, I don't know if the opponent of the powerful divine power deserves Master. If someone else said this, it would undoubtedly be considered as an extreme pretense." The followers dare not believe it. The last time, the god of art and reptiles, Vander, was beaten to death by these legendary disciples. And his death was not a surprise. Instead of doubting whether towns can handle the enemy, it is better to be curious about what the physical school can come up with this time that can be written as a holy relic or read as a divine weapon. Towns did not disappoint everyone. He took out 2 shot puts. The seemingly flat shots just landed freely, fell directly to the ground from the air. Oh! This is the sound of heavy objects. Just when the followers put their sights on the ground, the 2-shot shot appeared abruptly at their flat position and fell once again. It was the 3rd time. The 10th time. The last 100 times. The shot put is falling faster and faster. Soon, even the followers, who have low perception power, come out. The chaotic atmosphere below is quickly dissipated. Numerous power that belongs to physics and has the power of orderly laws. It is an exaggerated chaotic slurry that is actively exaggerated. Just as Galileo used the positive experiments of that year, the world woke up from Aristotle's wrong theory. Chapter 571. The deafening shouting exploded on the ground. They may be chaotic, but they are no longer chaos. And every voice clearly expresses independent self. Although every painful soul is shouting, people with enough perception will find that their karma has been separated from the category of chaos. Everyone, please follow me to purify this land. Downs's order was issued to all followers, as well as the dragon mounts. The dragon opened the dive attack mode in 3 groups. The 3 gorgeous dragons spit on this earth that was once eroded by chaos. The high temperature evaporates a large amount of chaotic substances, and also makes those confused souls disappearing in the wind. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know which soul belt. And they were relieved from the extreme chaotic pain. And with a last gratitude, they said such last words. A feeling of sublimation is permeated in the air. Under the command of Downs, the Dragon Coon was centered on the chaos of the gods, about 500 meters away, and the ring-shaped cleanup was launched. Soon everyone found that they cleaned up quickly, and the other party's pollution could not just keep up with the speed of cleanup. When the huge feet stepped on the plot that had been transformed into a legendary physics place, it would be difficult to reconvert it into a chaos. This is funny. This is the best proof of the strength of both parties at a level. Ha ha ha. The chaotic demon-like magic of the dignitaries is even better than an artifact given by Lord Tesla. Everyone in the hunting troops cheered and jumped. Of course. Who is cool? Who is upset? The lean chaotic figure made a shocking roar. The vague roar expressed the anger of this god-level chaotic demon. How can it be easy to step on the road of chaos that can easily be destroyed by mortals? However, it was a Dabadoo who responded to it. Snapped. The crispy and pleasant face. When the huge golden light flashed in, everyone realized that it was just a mane driving a golden dragon, passing by about 50 meters from the chaos. This distance is definitely a thrilling deadline for a degeneration of more than 10 meters tall. This slap also fired the big wheel above its head. Let the head like a scalp followed away. Everything happened so bald. After a short time, the crowd broke out a bigger laughter. Ha ha ha. Is this a god-level chaos? It's funny enough. Physics school is almost invincible. Many people are the first time to participate in the god-level hunting. Rao is a precedent for the 2nd-generation disciples of physics school to hunt the gods with mortal body. Everything is different now. No matter how envy, You can't change the good master of the gods. For the artifact of the fallen god, it is simply coming. And a leak out of the finger seam is enough to kill these chaos devils attached to the fallen god's body. Everyone knows how much Matt's hit may cause how much harm to the chaotic demon of the tour and exploration Shadaker's chaos. This is how the world is. The harm may not be very serious, but extremely insulting words will greatly boost the morale of your own people. The response of Shadakel was quite weird. It actually performed a trick. Is it not scientific? Isn't it unreasonable? This is chaos. The extremely uncoordinated limb movement is in exchange for an extremely awkward front sky and flipping the leg. The movement is weird. And the attack distance is even more outrageous. Pay attention to it. Pay attention to the physical sense. A twisted big foot seemed like a cruise missile. And a weird S-shaped curve was drawn in the air. Over 200 meters. Chasing Matt's golden dragon to smash. At this critical moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, knocking away the disgusting big foot and blasting a hole with a diameter of 2 meters in Shakidar's left shoulder. Once a good counterattack. The effect was that the Japanese could not be counterattacked by the day. Oh. Long live Monsieur Quixote. Everyone cheered. It is most afraid that it is not defense against god-level enemies. The former Downs was just the legendary magist of the area. It really wanted him to deal with the enemy of God alone. Now, Ben God knows it. Banshin is also divided into 3, 6 or 9. It seems that the semi-gods like Downs have the divine nature that matches the attributes of his strength, which is undoubtedly the strongest gear in the half-god. An expert can tell whether it is real or not at a glance. Town's attack not only broke the defense, but also hit a critical hit. How could his followers not be excited? Just when everyone is preparing to do something big. Maybe, just maybe, we really have to do something big. Probably sensing the danger instinctively. Shakidar roared. And suddenly a huge crack appeared on the ground next to it. Countless large chaos demons over 5 meters tall crawled out of it, and attacked the strong men from the panhuman camp who were besieging it. Beams of light mixed with mottled colors shot into the air, catching many dragons off guard. In addition, there were some strange chaotic devils flying. Their speed does not necessarily grow quickly. Some look like twisted tumors. Still, the other party can fly. And you say that it is a flying arms. Those who can fight with the order camp for hundreds of years will not be a good stubble. For a moment, the hunting match seemed to be evenly matched. Killer Luna seemed a little unable to sit still. She hesitated to look at Rin. Unexpectedly, Ryan was not worried at all. Soon Luna knew why this was. All the second and third generation disciples of the physics school present at the scene burst out at the same time. Hundreds of extremely exaggerated elements tear the sky like this, and also drown the opposite chaotic counterattack. The large chaos demons that gave ordinary legendary warriors a headache were almost smashed to pieces every time they appeared. In a good battle, I added a bit of the taste of hit the mouse. This power. Luna was shocked. It looks like a mage. In fact, you say that he is a self-walking human-shaped turret. Luna, who has a long-term life and insight, first felt that this was the set of magic nets. The magic web limits the number of times a wizard can cast a certain spell in a single day, while the physical web has no upper limit. Chapter 572 Masterpay pays the bill today. What about Pyroblast? It's just a lot of it. Anyway, the caster's mental strength can withstand it and control it. You can throw as much as you want. The extremely intelligent system will not let the disciples die. Once their mental strength falls below the threshold set by Ryan, a warning will pop up immediately. Those who ignore the warning will be disconnected from the internet. This scene shocked an archangel like Luna. If a century ago, my owner participated in the war of order and chaos, what would happen? Her murmurs were naturally heard by Ryan. Rin was stunned in his heart. A century ago? Don't even mention me. Even my grandfather wasn't born yet. How else could Ryan react? With a mysterious, evil smile, he said, "Everything is guided by fate." Luna's delicate body trembled. Sure enough, everything is guided by fate. Seeing how his archangel reacted so strongly, Ryan knew that he had been fooled. The world is a huge grass platform. When you think that the family is very bad, you often find that other homes are even worse. Can the offenders rush to the Chaos's hometown to fight? Can't you find a way to install thrusters on the asteroid? Or learn from the goddess of the magic net and crash into a larger plane? Since it is a planet without conquest value, it is not possible to destroy it. What kind of 100 Years' War? It was obvious that both sides had their brains filled with pig feed, which was why they had to fight like a bladder in the divine world. When Ryan thought about how such a mess would be portrayed by the pens of major religious sects as a heroic creation-level war, he had the urge to ask the other party, "Do you want to make me laugh to death so that you can inherit my Huabe?" Seeing that Downs was fighting in an organized manner, Ryan thought for a moment and asked Luna. He felt relieved when he learned that the strongest priesthood of Shikotal was Portal, and the others were third-rate priesthoods such as Minor and Caravan. Portal the priesthood sounds impressive, but unfortunately it is not suitable for chaos. Any technical skills that require precise operation will only have the opposite effect when combined with chaos power. Shaquital's serious lack of attack-type clever jobs, which has caused him to be a large sandbag. Since I know that Downs may not roll over, I simply let Luna stare at there, and he placed his attention on Harry himself. Compared to Town's preference for head-on play, Harry has long since gone down the path of playing dirty, and has never looked back. This crooked talent is good or bad. The disadvantage was that Harry was used to move. He would lack the ability to tough for a long time, because his thinking mode was dead. The advantage is that for some of the high attack and high speed and crispy career, it will have strange effects to send him to him. Such as this time. Huh? You said you can't find the trace of the other party? So the big god-level chaos is not found? Harry was really strange. The chaos in the minds of everyone is like the lights in the night, and it is a ghost fire no matter how good it is. The weird place is here. We can confirm that there is a reaction of god-level chaos in this area, but there is no trace of trace. And what? Including 2 legends. A total of 7 gangsters have lost contact. The news is either a ranger or druid. Ah? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Harry frowned. And then he called to his disciples, "Give me the list of gods who have fallen in the world of chaos." Harry looked around and suddenly laughed. No wonder. Bolland asked curiously, "Have you eye-catching?" Harry pointed to a striking name on the list and said, "It's not as simple as having an idea. I have already locked on to who it is. The problem is that we are unlikely to be able to figure it out." Noka's mouth trembled, and quickly said, "Please ask Master to go out." At this moment, the peeping screen of Lei wanted to kill this rebellious disciple. Bah! I am a faint god. What is weak? Weakness is that everyone can't fight in the God of God. The question is, the ruthless words such as "let the universe are burning" have been released. Rin shot here. Isn't it the word that is forced? And it will be exposed to the true face of his only weakness? No. Absolutely not. It was one thing to complain in his heart, but when he experienced Harry set a call for help, Ryan, who looked confident, actually, he felt like a non-existent pillar was hitting his chest and almost had a heart attack, raised his eyelids and said, "Luna, go there." Luna stared sharply, and there was both a surprise and a little excitement here. Since joining Ren, she has a sense of incompetence. She is not a person at the pillow of Ren, and she has no feeling of integrating this god. Unexpectedly, Ren would name her, "My lord." Can I? Luna felt her voice tremble a little. Let the disciples of the half-level be able to deal with a chaotic monster of a weakness and other divine power. It didn't take long for me to join the physics school. It is not too pure to master the laws of physics. No matter. You can use the power of the Temple of Light. Renan usually said a very exaggerated thing. This is really not to treat the Light Church as someone else. Interestingly, everyone knows that Ren has to use it, and Pero will definitely give up his hands. In other words, please sting hard. Today the young son pays. Luna was speechless, and then felt unparalleled trust. Yes. My owner. I will not live up to my master's expectations. Ren thought about it. Forget it. You can get this stick. Yes. On Harry's side, a group of followers were waiting anxiously. Throughout the ages, it is already the biggest achievement in ancient books with the body of the half-god to attack the street god. Even if it is put until now, everyone knows that the power of the god who has fallen into the chaos is absolutely weak. But the weakening is 3 points. And it is still outrageous. Not to mention a god who is good at hiding and assassination. If you do it. The grief of collectively giving takeaway to the chaotic demon when it starts. Suddenly, a portal opened, seeing the chief angel who came across. A lot of samurai felt strange. Luna, they are no stranger. The strange thing is her temperament, and Li Zihui in her mind. They only know that the great bishop said that the Luna angels had other more important things to do. Who knows that it was actually a waiter? Somehow, the sacred warriors had a sense of encountering Huang Mao. Chapter 573 Right. You say the holy woods are stuffy. It doesn't seem to be so stuffy again. Renan did not take away their big angels for no reason. Don't forget that before their contact with Pero, the physics school has opened the cooperation with the Guangming Church Guangming Town. In the new era of light, it is difficult for you to say that this is not bright, especially after linked to the three gods. The changes in the teachings of their own churches. The people below realize that the bright church may be reorganized. This is the same as the god of the suns and the goddess of hope 500 years ago, and the light of the three gods of light. The concept of multi-divine religion has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Thinking of this, it doesn't seem to be so unacceptable. As for the physics faction, or the bright church is incorporated into the physics school, this is not what the God believers can be controlled. However, the weird feeling is not to let the soul collapse for the saints. That is, it is still weird. People from the bright church do not speak, and other sects are still invisible. Everyone still feels deep in physics. When other families encountered this level of opponents, they could not send one from God. And even the avatars of the Lord God directly came to the town field. The physics school is good. It turns out that a weak and chaotic demon, with only one big angel long? Some people think Ren is pretending. No one knows. Rao is let Ren himself be unswerving. Luna, who seems to be a worker, is the highest combat power of the physics school in a sense. This wonderful mismatch will not believe it. Even Luna doesn't believe it. However, it was a bit of a spoilsport for such a delicate angel like her to hold a writing crowbar pronounced as holy sword of physics. A good angel long. Holding this play is a female hooligan like street fights. Fortunately, Renin gave her a holy sword skin. It's really a holy sword. The famous EX Curry Stick, Sword of Victory skin. Luna is a bit embarrassed. You say that the master has a taste. He gives her a leverage. You say he has no taste. He takes care of you again, and gives you such a beautiful blue and white gold 3-color cross sword unreal. Just glance. You can feel a sense of sacredness. Unfortunately, Luna knows that this thing is not sacred at all, and contains only the pure law named physics. Interestingly, outsiders don't know. Just from the appearance, it seems that the God King Ryan trusts Luna very much and just gave her a divine weapon. No one knew that Ryan had recently decided not to give the holy relics to a specific person, but to let a disciple or follower take it when it was suitable to deal with someone. I always feel that the entire school of physics has formed its current structure due to the accumulation of various misunderstandings. Anyway, the reinforcements arrived and Harry felt relieved. He even had time to comfort his fellow juniors and a group of potential followers, since Archangel Aishadis is here. Let's get started. My master never does anything extra. If he thinks we can do it, then we can do it. If he thinks that a certain enemy is beyond his scope, he will send help. Please don't worry too much. Just do your part. Yes. Once upon a time, everyone thought that it was outrageous and unkind for Ryan to always force his disciples to kill enemies of higher levels. Now that I think about it, the God King had already seen everything through the great prophecy. It is this level of stimulation that can maximize the potential of the disciples and catch up with these battles. If the disciples slacked off, it is possible that Towns would be just a master who could not take the stage in the Chaos War. The scene at this moment reminded Harry and other disciples of the famous saying of Master Ryan, legends are worse than dogs, and demigods are everywhere. Although I don't know how long the god-demon dance scene described in Master's mouth. It is not far away. They must seize the last window of opportunity and rush to the throne in one breath. Only in this way can we secure a place in this epic war that has lasted for 100 years, but is about to decide the outcome. Harry sighed and said, now I need a volunteer to act as a bait to seduce the opponent to attack. I must emphasize that the enemy is a true god. Even if he has fallen and lost his mind, he can attack the attack. This is still not a legendary strong. The only thing that can trust me is the holy relic that my teacher lent me. The breathing of the people around them suddenly became heavy. It's a familiar life or death drama. Since it is a bait, the danger index is definitely full. Everyone wants to cling to the thighs. But before clinging to the thighs, aren't they afraid of dying first and their clan being destroyed? Harry originally thought that he would have to go up for a while, but who knew that an old man would stand up without hesitation? Harry was dumbfounded at a glance. It's not that he didn't know this old guy, but that he knew him too well. Kara Wolf, the leader of the first small sect Ice Wolf School, who defected to the School of Physics, is famous for her ability to slide through the sky with one hand. How he and his school were shameless. In the past 2 years, the Ice Wolf School has been very moisturizing. Thanks to the Master. When Master chose his disciples, he stuffed several warlocks with ice-based magic qualifications. He really cultivated 2 masters and several high-level warlocks. He was the first to step forward and really set an example. Harry's cheek muscles twitched slightly. Sir Wolf is old now, so don't argue with the young people about this. The old man's hair and beard were standing up angrily, and he slapped his chest that showed his ribs. No! It is precisely because of my age that I want to leave hope to the young. In order to fight against chaos, and for the future of Chaos Continent. It doesn't matter if I sacrifice my old bones. He was drooling and talking a lot. If you didn't know about his shameless deeds, you would really think he was a great hero. Everyone knows what he is after, but no one can say he is not. It's one thing for them to be shameless, but when something happens, they really dare to take action. Really? Harry had no choice but to agree. Okay, Sir Wolf, your righteousness will be remembered by the world and the physics school. This is what the old man wolf was waiting for. He was overjoyed. The Ice Wolf School will continue to follow the physics school until the end of the world. Everyone in the world is afraid of the ferocity of the physics school. But he was the first to confirm that the physics school will repay a grudge or a favor. He immediately pulled out a spotless white robe and put it on himself. Unless it was a special sect. An old man wearing a pure white robe meant only one thing. Harry and others' eyelids were twitching at this. Damn. You even prepared your own shroud. You old men are really cruel. As a result, an old goods holding the heart of death just walked into the preset ambush ring. Chapter 574. Come here. Everyone looked at Wolf. She was really envious and trembling. The world knows that Wolf is a wastewood that is hung by the master. They may be novices, but they know how to place bets. Sometimes this is how things are. Choices are more important than efforts. There are many people who are better than him, and there are not many who are doing better than him. The Ice Wolf School can hang on the chariot of the physics school with such a bad hand. You have to admire this old guy. In the wilderness, the old man was enjoying himself. He brought a deck of playing cards and played with himself. You really have to admire his good attitude. Lei, who was peeking at the screen, sighed. I'm beginning to understand why the government allows private individuals to go fishing during the fishing ban period. Sometimes, the fish that are kept alive by making nests are more than those that are caught. Look! It really came here. The shadow on the ground suddenly shook violently, and even spread in the direction of the sunlight. This scene was like a large bottle of ink suddenly spreading in a pool of clear water. The mist was filled with an evil feeling that was unfamiliar to the world, as if countless sneaky things were whispering in his mind. Soon, what echoed in my ears was not just whispers. It was more like the sound of some ominous presence rushing towards me at a high speed. The chaotic noise accompanied by the sharp sound made Kara Wolf feel that she didn't even need to face the enemy's attack. If she listened to the noise for even a few seconds longer, her whole body and soul would explode. He has never felt so close to death in his life. Am I going to die? God Tesla should be kind to my disciple. Kara was daydreaming, and he seemed to be facing his own end. He seemed to see the gates of H.L. opening for him. That's how it should have been. Doing. Gorgeous sound. The essence of the sound should not be described as gorgeous. But he never imagined that an extremely gorgeous sword with a golden guard would stand between him and death. Kara had a hunch that the sword was not a sword, but a hook, which hooked his aging soul back from the gate of H.L. with extreme brutality and force. Ah! The next scene subverted his cognition. An extremely beautiful single angel, with her good body, waved the holy sword, blocking the tall black body shadow to take over a consecutive crazy strike. Seeing this scene, a major ticket with Harry's core passed the initial surprise, and his face showed an ecstatic expression on his face. God of the Thieves' Mask. One of the terrible existences of theft, shadow and thieves. Compared with the god of travel and exploration, his attack power is even more terrifying. If he could escape thousands of miles away immediately if he missed a strike, then he would definitely be a headache for everyone. Fortunately, he is no longer the extremely cunning and treacherous god of thieves. The height of the 4 meters, the thin god, the iconic black silk mask, is a pair of big eyes beads with a pair of eyes popped out in the physical sense. Not only did this ruin his extremely cold, arrogant and sinister personality, adding a bit of ridiculousness to it. It also created two fatal weaknesses for him. Under the influence of chaotic power, in the eyes of the falling thieves, there were two meat strips of the front arm thickness of adult human men, connected to the eyes and two big eyes. If the calculation was correct, simply cutting off these two strips of meat would render him blind in every sense of the word. It seems that after even the attack, his life-saving instinct finally occurred, and a large group of shadow clouds began to cover his body. Unfortunately, his running is more than one step too late. From the surrounding ground to the half of the clouds in the sky, the entire airspace is full of translucent and strange water. Harry was lying in Achaemen's bathtub. Multiplication. Here it comes. Yes, from this moment, every action of Max must be multiplied by a viscous coefficient that makes him greatly decelerate. Of course, for Mr. Wolf, the head of the Ice Wolf School, it is still as fast as lightning. Fortunately, whether Wolf sees this is not important. The key is that Luna sees it clearly. Archimedes' bathtub will not pit herself. Max slows down. She did not reduce it. In the eyes of others, it is EX curry rod full of firepower. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of sword strikes in a row made many cuts on Max's body, which was covered with chaotic lumps of rotten flesh. It was not caused by the crowbar, but the damage of Luna borrowed from the power of the three gods. Absolutely amazing. One physical angel long is a god of shadow that has fallen with the power of light. It sounds like these words would make even the CPU smoke to those who don't know the inside story. But this is a real fact. However, when Luna completely attracted Max's attention, a huge tomahawk split down fiercely. Huh? Is it actually split? Dealing with such agile enemies has never been the forte of a big, fierce and slow guy like the Dwarf Gundam. This is like playing mosquitoes in the cannon. And it is the right way to hit. Once hit, the scene was a bit too cruel. It was simply smashing the egg with a pile driver. Snapped. The black tomato sauce splashed the quartet. The left half of Max collapsed. It is not to cut into two sections, but that the blockbuster combines the flesh and blood of chaos elements, and is instantly compressed into a small piece by a huge tomahawk. This scene made Kara Wolf, who forgot to escape. Well, alas, Max shouted vaguely. Useless. The bright shy light lit up, with a total of 36 shiny golden balls up and down, to form a brilliant cover. All round, extremely three-dimensional, covering him inside. This is the surgical light tactic that Ryan taught her. When there are strong light irradiation in the full angle, the shadow power will be weakened to the maximum. At this moment, Luna was definitely not fighting in herself. Her dependence is the savings of the century-old faith of the three gods. Her level angels have let go of the big angel, which is not much different from the fanshare of the Lord of Guangming. Under the cover-in world law, Guangming has always placed a very important position in the world. Different rules and order, intertwined with each other, formed all the sun, moon and stars that all the world saw, and replaced day and night. When the power of Guangming burst out in the day, there is no night and shadow. Punishment. Coming here, between the heavens and the earth. The voice of Luna Qingyue's trial is echoing. Chapter 575. That round of lonely Yang seemed to fall into the earth, as if he had fallen into a thick light, which was enough to wrap a small town in a small town. The whole piece of heaven seemed to resonate with it, and trembled slightly. That scene seemed to be a myth. After seeing it, Ren was faintly felt that he had seen the same scenery there. Yes. This is like a laser beam bombarded by a certain trail satellite. When it was bombarded, within 10 kilometers in diameter, there was no second color except Jing Guang. Unlimitedly calling the power of the outer layer of the solar temple power attack is so arrogant. Wow. The peeping screen made a low voice representing the light. The system does not need to give a prompt that it can be basically judged by the strange body structure from Max's body, no longer seeing the strange body structure. And the chaotic power on his body is basically stripped. Today, he is just a walking body with walking and the most basic attack ability. Ren turned off the sound of the big screen and changed to a silent playback. It is not that I do pay attention at all, but I am not so concentrated. And they are ready to send the shot at any time. Sophia was curious. Don't you want to watch it again? It's not a god-level battle. Instead, Ren played another gesture. Sophia would come over. But it was a thick report. The above is full of reports of the recent situations of the Principality of Marnino. Renan ignored the finance part. To this day, he is already the kind of shouting a throat and countless mortals to send money to the girl, just asking for the status of asylum. He can no matter whether others have money or not. He has no money anyway. Ren's gaze came directly to the food. And after watching it, it was relatively satisfactory. Sophia's internal affairs ability has never been top level. But after he urged, at least she ordered a considerable number of logistics talents. Ren nodded, and Sophia's face immediately emerged with happiness. A little unexpected, Margaret came over with a thick report. Apparently she was ready in advance. Ryan took one look and was stunned. The report of the entire Barbarossa Empire? Ren is full of question marks. Shouldn't this stuff be sent to Emperor Barbarossa? Renin immediately realized. Looking at the female knight, who could be seamlessly switched to cavaliers with the review eyes. Margaret lowered his head guiltily. If it is troublesome, you can just look at the last 30 pages, which is from 5 northern provinces. This is second. Ren's gaze was still staring at the female knight until she stared in her face and had a fever and surrendered her hands. I asked me by the goddess of the cavaliers. Ren was not good at it. What do she mean? I just talk about it. Don't annoy me. She said that she had no time to look at her believers, and never thought that she would have so many believers in a weak god. She said that if you don't mind, you can use the power of faith accumulated in the outer level of her outer level. She believes you can use it in a better place. When her own girl wore 3 pieces of fire red cloth armor, she knew the armor with high protective power at a glance. She hugged her thighs poorly, and she was not softened by a person with grievances on both sides. After a little thought, Ryan knew that although he seemed to be wealthy and powerful now, and had taken the former temple of the demon net goddess, he knew that as he got more divinity and godhood fragments, he would need more faith power to convert them, relying on Marino and Tiamin clan, plus the 5 new northern provinces and the superficial beliers of the kingdom of Cervantes. The scale of the power of this faith is probably the level of the middle god. You must know that the 4 major elements accepted by Tesla Academy are not the power of faith. At the moment of Ren, without the 4 major elements, those magic can only be used as magic, to wash away the chaotic divine and divine fragments. It can only rely on the power of faith. Of course, he can get a part of the power when he transmits the power of each family, helplessly involve a problem of a conversion rate. The goddess of the cavaliers is dominated by preface and neutrality, and has good prefaces. If she completely liberalizes the authority of Ren and actively transforms Ren, Ren will save 70% of the trouble, thinking that he had to fight for time to be promoted to the powerful divine as soon as possible. Renan knew that he didn't have much room for choice. He sighed, okay. Take me to ask Fiona. Her kindness I accepted. I can only promise to give priority to ensuring the power of the faith of the fighting god department. Really? Great. Margaret loosened, rushed up enthusiastically, and worshipped red lips. Renin didn't know that at this moment. The night goddess in the kingdom of the chaos's own star was fascinated. He calls me Fiona. The several messengers around the night goddess were stunned. They stared at their goddess standing in a gorgeous landing mirror, not in the posture of wearing a full set of armor, but of women's clothing. In the hundreds of years they became god, they occasionally saw their goddess in the mirror, and they were watching whether their armor was dressed. No one would think that the human-shaped armor was actually equipped with a female knight with a sloppy figure. Today, they feel that their 3 views have been subverted. On the other side, Rin watched the live broadcast of the picture for half an hour after a moment of warmth with Margaret, and Harry first ended the battle. After being severely injured, Max tried his best to escape, and Harry had to use more magic and call upon the power of Archimedes' bathtub to delay the fallen corpse. Luna and Baron chased all the way, and finally completely caused the remains of the gods to lose all their activity, refined the stuff of chaotic divineness and divine fragments, and ran back to Ren. After half an hour, Downs also ended the battle. Looking at the asthma, the disciples full of the torque with a triumphant atmosphere, Ren finally had a sense of accomplishment of nourishing. Do it well. Waiting for a week at peace. I will let you summon all the 7 gods, and then I will communicate with the world will. Yes, 7 disciples rushed their eyes, and were excited. Chapter 576 Ampere's Little Blackboard. Don't look at Ren's desperately calling for the disciples, letting them risk their lives. And they looked like the end of 007. It also depends on the reward. Now everyone can see that the crisis is approaching. And if things go wrong, the world will be destroyed. It is rare that a foreign god king thinks highly of them, helps them, and gives them a reward proportional to the risk. If anyone does not know what is good for them, then they are ignorant. Perhaps one day in the future, they will rise. But at that time, no matter the world situation or the field of faith that can be divided, at that time, there was time to rest. Now that they have been promised by Master, they have retreated excitedly. Ren smiled, and his identity would not be mixed in. If he goes, don't look at each other's age is not much bad. Senior points are here, and the disciples will never be released. As long as the disciples are willing. Most of the noble women and angels are posted. Ren retracted his attention and focused his attention on the system prompt. No surprise. The new harvest came. Seriously, simply killing the god-level chaos is actually not much income. In a certain perspective, killing the god-level chaos demon is losing money to buy and sell. Fortunately, Ryan is a peculiar person who definitely does not lack the power of faith. And Ren's main income is from the system. Congratulations to the host. Your apprentice successfully killed the fragile deity of the chaotic corruption, the gods of Tor, and the god of exploration, and the gods such as weakness, Max. The god of the thief. Divine nature is the characteristics of a god, falling into chaos. And the characteristics will definitely be obliterated by a large number. The highlight is yet to come. Congratulations to the host. Since the host's apprentice has once again killed a long-renowned god in the chaos universe. The host has 1.6 chances to draw for holy relics. The points for the draw that are less than 1 time will be accumulated to the next time until the points are accumulated to 1 time. Do you want to draw? Yes. A lot of strange black silhouettes in front of him quickly passed from Ren. When the light flashed and finally stopped, he looked at the black blackboard in front of him. Ren once thought that the system was bug. Congratulations to the host to draw the holy relics, the little blackboard of Ample. Ren sweat. This is Andrin. Mary ** Anti. Who has achieved outstanding research in electromagnetic effects. Antone, an international unit with current, is named after his surname. It was not the one who was BIU. The first male gun. Seeing the system introduction. Renan's little story for the first time in Anapi's little story. Once, Anpei walked on the street. Walked. And came up with a formula for electrical issues. And was worried about no place for operations. The carriage moved. And Ampere followed. Riding as he walked, as the carriage got faster and faster. He began to run, intent on completing his derivation, until he could no longer catch up with the carriage and then stopped. Ampere's abnormal behavior made people on the street laugh. When Ampere's little blackboard into the holy relics fell in front of Ren, it was another concept. The description of this holy relic is quite simple and rude. The owner of this sanctuary. The magic power of the thunderbolts is plus 100%. The method of electrical system is preferred plus 100. Ren narrowed his eyes. And the system did not say that it was the priority of the rule. For example, everyone is playing electricity. And my electric crushing your electricity is that simple. With Ampere's small blackboard in hand, Ryan felt as if he would not be so weak even if the powerful Lord of Storms jumped in front of him immediately. Ren exited from the system with infinite emotion, only to find that Luna was on the list. He came to him and kneeled in front of him, raised his hands with both hands, and served the physical holy sword. My master. Fortunately, don't humiliate. I do it know how Mao. Looking at Luna holding a crowbar. Renan was ridiculous to have a mistake in her mind. She felt that she had to shout in the next second to shout. Gong Jean. Please whip me. Ren laughed in his heart. But his mouth raised slightly. Luna. Do well. This is the power of my master artifact. Although this artifact has some impact on the city appearance. Luna talked in her heart, but did not dare to say it. In any case, let a beautiful female angel wave the crowbar. Even if she changed her skin, it still made Luna a bit strange in her heart, without knowing the real ability of this artifact. For Luna, this is a burning flame that is not bad. It is okay to deal with ordinary god-level chaos. It is really necessary to fight against the weak gods such as the weakness of the sober state, or the strength of the chaos of the gods. This stuff is the decoration. Luna's thoughts seemed to be sensed by Ryan, who said leisurely, I also know that it is a bit inappropriate to let you take this. Tell me, what reward do you want? Luna groaned, if you can. Ask my lord to give some physical laws. Ren stunned for a second. Is this unfortunate? Of course. Loyalty and merit must be rewarded accordingly. In front of her own girl. Even the ease of the night goddess, who is being overheard. Renai raised his hand. A 2-meter wide, 1-meter tall strange wood blackboard appeared on the right hand of Ronin. I saw Ren's hand. A white chalk appeared in his hand. When he finished writing April's law, this law turned into a white mixture, flying from the blackboard to Luna. Originally, Luna thought that this level of power would be imprinted on her in a rune. After all, this thing is the preference of the gods. Even if the pattern is on her face, it is also God. Unexpectedly, in the end, after substantialization, this law became a white lace leg ring. So it was tied to her slender thighs. Huh? Looks strange. Luna's face blushed very rarely. Thank you for your gift. Chapter 577. What god do you want to do? You're happy. Ren's smile was a bit bad. No way. This wave of Mijia is full of responsibility. You cannot play original. But you can't deny the leg ring of Mijiazu really poked the otaku's XP system. Ren looked at the leg ring on the white flower's thigh from a purely appreciation angle. Luna felt a little bit. And immediately changed his face. My master. This is too expensive. As the big angel of the goddess of hope, Luna never lacks insights. She knows that she knows the strength and terrible of this strands of laws. Array of laws that have the priority of the law. In this way alone, Luna's inner combat power soared to no less than the real faint divine gods. Or the strongest one in the faintness. After all, the operation of the artifact is external forces. The internal power is not good, and the power of the artifact will be discounted. But this will increase her inner fighting power. Being able to give an angel such a magical power casually. What extent is the strength of Ren's deity? Luna really dare not imagine. Kneeling on one knee became kneeling. Ren's response to Luna was very satisfied. Waved his hand. Let's go. Understand the law of the electrical system. Yes. Luna's heart. It really deserves to be the king. And just give something to give something. It is enough for me to be used endlessly. Luna retreated here. And the human-shaped fairy dragon next to him was full of envy. Anna? What? I'm thinking. When I can be given so beautifully by the host. Ren is not angry. The dragon leg is only written positive. I did not expect the fairy dragon to grieve. I have been upright long ago. Rare Ren was raised by his own mount. They blame him with too many cultural output. So that even mounts understand this talk. Ren waved casually. No time to reason you. Yes. I once tirelessly conspired to deal with Ren's fairy dragon. And now it is like a low-eyebrow daughter-in-law. After Ren left, the G-Long Isor came up. This? Just Tesla is annoyed by God? Isor really doesn't understand. As soon as Anna's eyes changed. Looking at the former opponent with the high eyes. Sneer, hee. Don't understand. Sometimes placing play is also the owner's love for me. Isor still didn't understand. But she was shocked. Here. Ren came to the hall where the divine and divine fragments were stored. Today, this nearly 2,000 square meters of halls have been made into the ground magical domain. At this moment, the chaotic divine and divine fragments that are just handed in the shot. The two portals fell reciprocated between the two portals. In the process, the chaotic forces were continuously peeled out. And then the passage preset by Ren was discharged into a void outside the world of Kainos. With Galileo's shot, the purification speed is fast. However, the speed of the retarded physics cannot keep up with the speed of Shinj fragments. Fortunately, now there is Appin's little blackboard. Ren tried to write the law of man Appin on the small blackboard, and then attached it to Shinj fragments. A few minutes later, Ryan showed a more satisfactory smile. Sure enough, this holy relic is very powerful. Through the law of the law, the inscription of the electromagnetic law on the blank divineness, and the fragments of divine grids was almost completed instantly. The only problem is, only the electromagnetic rule. If you slowly watch with the power of faith and enter all the rules of Ren's mind, you can switch seamlessly in various classifications of physics. The more general physical divine and divine fragments can be used. It is carved with a small blackboard. And it can only be the electromagnetic law of Ampel. What the remaining mechanics and optical laws are not as expected. Renin is realized, if you want to adjust at any time according to the enemy. The divine fragments of the full category physical laws are the best, if you want to quickly form combat power. Then inject a large number of Apel laws. But the price is undoubtedly rushing to the Thunderbolt King. Don't forget in this world, Ren also hangs the last name of Tesla. He has a hunch in his meditation. And he will definitely get the holy relics of the old man of Nicholas in the future. Imagine a Pamela. Tesla. If you add the holy relics of big guys such as Edison, Maxwell, Hertz, etc., Ren feels that his nickname in his life is estimated to be Thunderbolt God without running. Fortunately, I still have plan B. Let Downs replace me to become a Thunderbolt God. When I thought that there was an apprentice inheriting his own mantle, picked up the pot. Ren's mood was much better. In this way, Ren spent about 5 days to purify the first batch of divine and divine grid fragments. With a previous home, it was a 25-point God grid index. 4 fast. 15 of them were washed out of the electromagnetic law with a small blackboard and was quickly washed out. The root number of the 25 Shinj index is 5. From this moment, Ren is a faint deity of God 5. And it can reach the lowest threshold of divine gods such as the weak god of power. According to the law attributes, Ren is now the god of electromagnetic. After all, 3/5 of the index is electromagnetic. Almost Ren came out of his own ground. And immediately saw that both sides were all on his own. They felt the divine fluctuations inside. And they were waiting here. Downs took the lead. And 7 disciples congratulated them. Congratulations to Master, and retrieve some divine power. Ren nodded, yes. The integration of my world law of chorus is getting deeper and deeper. With a glance, the 5 disciples who were excited. Ren divided the washed physical divinity to the remaining 5 disciples. Just as they were stingy, Ren threw explosive news. Downs, are you willing to be master? Might Songshin? Ah? The news was so shocking that neither Towns nor others could react for a while. It took several seconds for Tang Si to recover from his trance. With an expression of unbelievable ecstasy on his face, Master. Can I really do this? Ryan's eyes were extremely kind. Of course you have the qualifications. And you have proved yourself worthy of a throne with your loyalty to the School of Physics and your impressive achievements. I will ask you one last time. What kind of god do you want to be? Downs trembled. His mouth creeped, and his upper and lower lips were fighting because of excitement. Master, if you are the god of all-round physics, then I want to be the god of electromagnetic. Chapter 578 I am really not an evil god. Downs was a little scared. When I first saw Master, he was already mastering the power of electromagnetism, and I was deeply fascinated by it. At this point, he felt a little embarrassed. Of course, I know that Master is an expert in lightning. If Master wants to keep the field of electromagnetism, I can become a god in other fields. Anyway, I am good at them all. Lei secretly said in his heart, all I can give you now is Ampere's electromagnetism. After half a year, I will be at least a weak or even medium level god. It doesn't matter if I give you electromagnetism. Tang Si. Ryan waved his hand amiably. Master, you don't need me to do anything. I've checked the laws of Chaos World. A god can have many different types of godhood and priesthood. Even the same priesthood can be shared. How about this? Master, you keep the strong electricity that triggers thunder with lightning rods. And you take the weak electricity controlled by electromagnetics. Let's see how the world laws combine. And then we'll make adjustments. Under the envious eyes of the younger brothers and sisters and others. Downs worship deeply. Everything is based on Master. That's it. Ren nodded. You are the first time you seal God. You can't be sloppy. Although the physics school tends to seal God directly with the power of the world's origin. But in the principle of walking in the 2 legs, the power of faith is indispensable. You first need to encourage the momentum. Remember that Rao is in the physics school. Yes. In the early stage, we need to gather 3,000 devout believers and 20,000 to 30,000 shallow believers. This will probably take half a year. As for where to recruit believers, let's go to your hometown. The kingdom of Cervantes. Yes, unconsciously, Downs had burst into tears. At that time, the little cavalier's apprentice was not just out of place today. Unless one day, the Chaos World or the School of Physics is completely destroyed. His name, Don Quixote, will be forever engraved in the history books of chaos. Passed down by word of mouth by poets. And passed down through the ages. Congratulations to brother. Harry first sent a blessing. Bar and joking, by then. The older brother will give me a god-level electromagnetic control system for Marsa? Flora laughed. After you seal God? You just make a trick. Matt pointed to his face. Can we all cover God? Fong Dak took him a bit. If you did not fall into black, Then it is okay. The little fat boy Noka's fat face looked like a chrysanthemum when he smiled, making people want to beat him up. Ryan agreed with his disciples' opinions. Whether it was the encouragement of the system or consideration of the overall situation, everything was in line with his original ambition, which is Liu Bang's classic quote, "How can I find brave men to guard the four directions? To deal with the chaos of full invasion, Renins must not be busy." With his trained disciples as the core, he would then pull a few gods, who had jumped ship to join his own faction and form a huge pantheon. Then, no matter whether it was his enemies or chaos, they would not be able to easily grasp him. Lay. This is the trend. Seeing Downs trembling with excitement, Ren laughed comfortably. He turned his head, his eyes across the distant galaxy, and fell on a planet that was almost completely covered with yellow sand on the other side of the starry sky. What I need most is time. And you are my time. You are my time. In the physics school, Downs was about to seal the gods. Downs' disciples rushed to show each other and began to build momentum everywhere. When the believer who recruited electromagnetic god, the world of Amaz was caught in a crisis of extinction. Sometimes, strategic determination is such an outrageous thing. The two superforces are dead. It is not counted to fighting the dog's brain between them. Often, the war will spill on without any clue, and then the passerby is involved. 3 days later, Ren sent the phase supply to the gods on the chaotic mother star for the 5th time. Rao was a stupid monarch, and he could also find the direction of the power of faith. It was the direction of Amaz. Even if Ren's hand is put in the god of God, it is also a departure. The chaos monarch under the anger was attacked by the gods at the front line. When the situation was tight, he still gritted his teeth, and then sent a chaos army to Imaz in the past. The Grand Lord firmly believed that Imaz was the source of the power of the gods of order. If Imaz was destroyed, these disgusting guys would be like grasshoppers in autumn, and they would not be able to jump for a few days. A huge island with a size of 10,000 square kilometers slowly rose into the sky under the support of the power of chaos, leaving the mother planet of chaos. With such a big momentum and scene, it was difficult for Pero and his men not to notice it. Don't say it. Pero was really panicked this time. Although the 5th supply supplements the divine power stored in the kingdom of God to 42%, which is away from the danger line of insufficient divine power. This time it looks like the last dinner, when he passed through the middle angel of Luna and knew the truth of the matter. He and Tyr was speechless for a long time. The two great gods sat opposite each other, without saying a word for several minutes. As two kind gods, their consciences are really hurting. The rings in their ears are still the famous saying of Lei. There is no way. You have a lot of faith, and you have to be anxious. Such a large amount has already reached the point where the sun storm cannot be concealed. A transmission node I used when I transmitted was the world of Imaz, which happened to be the old nest of the gods of Mohan Ade. In fact, at this moment, what these two great gods want to ask most is that you are really not evil gods. Such a lightly described to pull a huge order of order, and it is said to be forced by order. In the past, only lawful evil guys could do this kind of operation of diverting trouble to others. Your moral bottom line is so flexible. Does Chaos World really have no objection? Chaos World will. How dare I object to this operation where my friend dies, but I live? It is because of this strange reason. No matter who checks, Ren's camp is still preface neutral. On the other hand, the Cavalier's goddess Fiona watched the huge Chaos Island on the big screen. For a while, it was so crooked to the right of the pipe, and finally flew towards the Amaz world. She was also drunk. I always feel sorry for the people of the Amaz world. Fiona was so emotional. When they can't hold it, some Amaz refugees go to the desert areas in western Barbarossa. Ren said behind her. Okay. Doing this would obviously make the night goddess feel better. Chapter 579. The goddess of the Cavaliers suddenly felt a lighter between the waist, and then heard a loud sound, and the heavy metal skirt fell to the ground. She glared back fiercely. You. Why did you suddenly move your hands? Each word is theoretically scolding, but it can be said that it is full of coquettish taste. A shameless god of physics chuckled and said, whose knight's armor straps are tied into bows with ribbons? Tell me about it. I think the famous god of knights will definitely not let go of such a blasphemy against armor. Right. My Fiona? Fiona flushed. Each part of the armor is fixed with straps. In the case of her believer, she absolutely dropped the penalty to kill the goods, falling on her own head. Kiki. Who is your Fiona? Don't meddle in the affairs of the gods. The night goddess' face was flushed. Ah! Then, respected god of nights, please raise your hands. Wait. How do you know that the rope under the left ribs can be quickly removed by pulling it? You're all the bow. Bang! What Fiona wanted to say what she wanted to say, and was silent immediately. Lay suddenly felt like a goblin in a lair, preparing a feast for a female knight. When he knew that the feast in front of him was the famous god of nights, he felt extremely satisfied. As a god-level goblin, Lay Mao generously learned to write a word that needed 5 strokes to write. Somehow, Rin fantasized that one day he could transform Jeune Goblin and find Fiona to practice his hand. Of course, it is impossible at this stage. Rin is teaching the goddess how to get used to switching from the arch bridge to a concave shape. 8 hours later, Fiona put on her thick armor again. She didn't seem to wear armor, and her brain couldn't calm down. I found a new saint. I don't need to trouble Margaret in the future. Ren's black tea in the cup. This is the best. Otherwise, every time she was tired, she had no memory. And then she had no memory. This was the worst. Fiona's face blushed, and she lowered her head and dared not answer. After a while, she changed the subject abruptly. I'm sorry to bother you with the battle god system this time. During the 5th supply, based on the principle of being discovered by the Lord of Chaos, Ryan did not deliberately reduce the supply of Chaos faith power. Instead, he generously sent 60% of the stock of the god of battle Tempest in the outer plane temple of Chaos. It can be said that the god of fighting accounts for 80% of the power of Chaos. The other chaotic gods that have been called for a long time still have only soup this time. As for the spider goddesses who have revenge with Lay, they have received the power of faith. Let's put it. Even the soup is a second mix of water, or water. Why is a tragedy? Because of walking in the back door here. The 3 gods of Fiona's house were completely ridiculous to get rid of the dangerous area. Tampus vowed not to survive after receiving the power. Then his 31% of the divine reserve saved a little flowers. And he could definitely boil for a long time. Ren looked at Fiona for a while. Fiona is a goddess admired by millions of people. But in this regard, she is a girl who has no experience in love at all. It is estimated that she does not even know. Now she has a relationship with him. But here's where it gets interesting. Change to the noble goddess. Renians now mostly consider some of the nobles such as the superb Brandial burning noble problems such as the wife, who have been infertile, but have the right to inherit the right of XXX and the infertile, but have the right to inherit the XXX. Don't laugh. The expensive circle of the feudal system is so outrageous. It's more comfortable to get along with a good girl like the night goddess. Ren pulled Fiona's hand. It's okay. I will be your strong backing. Fiona first shrank, reached out, and intertwined with Renan's fingers. If you have a chance, will you participate in the expedition of Chaotic Monarch? The real one is the Chaotic Mother Star. The slam god Ren smiled at a sheik, compared to going to the front-line battlefield to fight. I stayed in the world of Cana and helped the gods more. Isn't it? Indeed. Knowing that Ren was right. But Fiona always felt a little lost. Perhaps it won't take too long. Once I adapt to the laws of this world, and at least reach a powerful divine power, I will seriously consider my next move. Ren had a preventive needle to Fiona in advance. I was not unwilling to kill the chaotic monarch. I was a god that had not adapted to the law of this world. I couldn't restore my heyday war power. It was not good for anyone. That's great. Fiona's beige hair seemed to shine with her mood at this moment. She pounced on him and offered him her red lips. Ren was the captain of the transportation here. And by the way, he took the card and asked for all kinds of bribes in the order of the order. The world of Emas was sent over there. Mohan Ad, the gods have actually been fighting among themselves all along. And they are not so slow as to not react when the enemy comes to attack them. The last time Ryan appeared as a prophet to remind the mortals of Emas, he not only spread the faith, but also awakened their priests, and notified the gods Mohan Ad through prayer. The first wave of Chaos army was sitting on the Emas galaxy with a giant meteorite. And they felt it. An illusory man, with a sunlight exuding the sun, as high as 10 kilometers, was stopped in front of this meteorite full of chaos. The strong light made it almost impossible for the chaos side to see his figure. Stop! Scum of chaos! Ahead is the territory of us Mohan Ad gods. If you dare to come any closer, you will be my mortal enemy. Dead enemies. A half head is a stone statue. And the chaotic war between the half sides of the octopus sneer. The order dog is only matched with our chaotic food. Drill it in the chaotic frenzy. Puppet God. In fact, for a moment, Ryan, who was eavesdropping, was somewhat afraid that his attempt to divert the blame would be discovered. In case the chaotic camp is smart enough. The power of transportation of faith is confronted with the gods of Mohan Ad. The two sides cannot fight. Which is not wonderful for the gods of Cosmos. As it turned out, he was overthinking it. The Chaos Camp is an out-of-the-box interstellar robber. No one is convinced. In a world war, it started. Facing the aggressive Chaos army, Mohan Ade could not say that he was unprepared. At least before the Chaos meteorite fell into the atmosphere. A certain Lord God was able to summon the power of the sun, and gave the Chaos army a heavy blow. The sun, actually, is the sun god again. Obviously, this evokes the very unpleasant memory of Chaos War. Chapter 580 Bad News. S3 level is coming. The sun in the Emma system moved. A throbbing of the Chaos camp is not strange to rise in the sun. On this huge star, a new solar storm has set off. And the sun particles that swept the sun flies at high speeds. Even if it is far away, the light of the sun can still be seen. The power of Pei-Ran-Mo is forming a vortex. It didn't take long for a very exaggerated golden line to run across the void and conquered the distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers at a speed of light. And fell straight to the huge meteorite entangled by the Chaos army. Chaos War Master Abaddon looked up at the golden line shooting from the direction of the sun. He didn't know who the god Mohan Ade was, but he thought he knew this method very well. This method was not very similar to that of Pero and the mysterious sun god, who always secretly sent supplies. But it was exactly the same. At this moment, this god Mohan Ade took the blame completely. And he was completely obedient, without any sign of fakery. It must be acknowledged that such a means cannot be played by ordinary gods. Only one master god, or even the existence of the true king, is the highest, and get the highest permissions of the world. Can we mix such a huge divine power to release such a blow? Abbott was extremely angry. And at the same time, he did not forget to retreat from the negative light of the meteorite. Percival Abbotson's response. A very disturbed feeling covered the solar god of Mohan Ade. The feeling was too weird, as if the other party was very familiar with his tricks. It was like a long time ago. An equally horrible breath. And it almost extinguished it completely, leaving the other person's deep impression. So that he had the sun. Power has sufficient response strategies. Boom. The dazzling solar beam was bombarded on this huge meteorite. For a while, I didn't know how much chaos magic even had time to make a terrible scream. The meteorite was like a rotten watermelon that was severely smashed by a hammer. A large piece of it was recessed on the spot. And there were countless lives, stone broken slices, and unknown debris. Until this moment, the sun god Mohan Ade was quite satisfied with the power of his ultimate move. But as the roar went on, the sun god discovered something was wrong. The large meteorite seemed to have self-awareness and life. Its huge outer L shrank inward after being hit at first. And then the structural damage was rapidly reduced. Although a large amount of solar power penetrated into the holes inside the meteorite and wantonly destroyed the chaos demons inside. The strange thing was that the meteorite did not disintegrate further. A mysterious force surged out from within, which included both dark forces and a large amount of obscure and mixed chaotic forces. They collided violently with the solar cannon and consumed each other. The energy impact of the main gun bombardment produced a large amount of energy turbulence, which continued to reap the lives of the chaos demons. Unfortunately, this is not important. The Chaos War Master Abaddon does not take the loss of a few chaos demons seriously. The sun shouted in the heart of the sun, "Oh!" because he saw the huge meteorite in front of him. He was divided into 6. This is not the result of him. Real destruction would not split the meteorite so evenly into 6 parts of similar mass. Obviously, everything is in the enemy's budget. Later, the sun god fired another light cannon. This rushing light cannon also thoroughly exploded one of the meteorite fragments, which is not supplemented by the overall situation. Not long after, in the world of Imas covered with yellow sand, a group of farmers, who were farming on the alluvial plain beside a big river, suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the sky. At first, no one cared, and no one looked up, because nothing was more important than farming. And without food, their families would starve. The whistling voice of the wow is louder, and it feels like something is about to fall on themselves. And the farmers are finally alarmed. Following these deafening noises, everyone looked up and saw a huge meteorite burning with flames streaking through the sky, falling from the sky and plummeting onto a barren mountain 10 kilometers away from them. The burst of the huge heavy weight of them made the farmers scream and cover their ears, squatting on the ground. This is not the end. 1, 2, dozens of large and small meteorites penetrate the atmosphere in groups and appear on the top of everyone. The gods are on. What happened? The peasants yelled in horror. Everyone's eyes revealed blankly. One of the meteorites fell near a town, and the original dry field had turned into a large pit at this time. At this moment, the meteorite, which was supposed to be lying quietly deep in the pit, suddenly moved. The mottled stone surface above is falling off, revealing the true appearance of these monsters. One after another, strange-looking creatures stood up. Some have 3 legs. Some have more than a dozen legs of varying lengths. And some are human-like. But without exception, their appearances are very abstract. And no two are even alike. As soon as these monsters, which were emitting chaotic light all over their bodies, appeared, they launched indiscriminate attacks on all living things nearby, including humans. Some monsters suddenly grew a large blood basin on their knees, swallowing people. Every time some monsters take a step, the ground in the range of tens of meters in a circle is constantly emerging from the horny pointed spikes, stabbing people with blood. Screaming, the local ruler tried to send troops to fight these monsters, and the results were very small. The priests in each temple had to pray urgently and requested support from the gods of Mohan Ade. All of a sudden, the entire Ima's world went haywire, and everything happened in the world of Isis, through the Eye of God, which is located in Amasis in advance. Almost no delay was broadcast into the unreal projection of the highest level of the Killer Mage Tower. One by one, see Ren and his disciples for a long time. Fiona sighed, at this moment. Just like the moment. Oh! Similar things happened that year? Ren asked. Before 123. The Tanral's world outside of a galaxy here was the first world to invade the chaos. There were more population than Kazos. Among them more than 200 Kaz's gods you knew. There were more than 50 dissemination faith over there. Then, I have resisted for 3 years. And with the destruction of the world. Fiona talked about a sad past, when those gods were asking for help. Many Kaz gods were not related to their own mentality, or they deliberately refused to rescue the rescue. After a long time, the war spread, the order across camps was formed, and the most severe counterattack was launched to the chaos. Ren's heart jumped. How does the Interstellar Fight S3 season? Chapter 581 Good news. We are very strong this season. As Fiona talked about this period of history, Ren understood that the chaotic monarch relied on his strength, and it was not used to rule it at all. It was only that the prince did not expect that when the more than 200 gods gathered to fight against each other, they really pushed the front of the front. When the Chaos King found that the goddess of the magic net set up an interstar magic network in order to transmit the faith of the world of logistics bases to the front line, the monarch found the opportunity and poured the power of the chaos on a critical magic net node. These uncontrolled forces can easily recover the entire magic net controlled by the goddess of the magic net. This is like in the home circuit on the Earth. The insurance system first destroys the insurance system, and then suddenly it is injected into a high voltage electricity. Then the entire set of circuit is burned is the only ending. As for whether the electrical appliances in the circuit are finished, it depends on the protection of their respective insurance systems. At that time, the Chaos Continent was not the power of the core beliefs of the gods to supply the world, seeing that it was located in the spatial cracks. The Chaos Continental contained in the intermittently was not good. This is the truth of the era of the French era in the end of the century ago. And the gods lost contact. A reasonable history. After listening to it, Ryan even felt that nothing strange had happened, which did not suit his taste as a spectator. Suppose, for example, if the son of the God King came and did something bad, such as throwing a divine power bomb into the magic net and blowing it up. Then the gods would raise the flag of rebellion in anger. That's the wonderful story. Today, this period of history is so serious that Lei Mowen, a former Paradox player, finds it a bit boring. Fortunately, otherwise, in the era when the gods are sanctified, how can he have the opportunity to rise of the so-called outer god king who stole the crowd? The generations of this kind of gods are often attacking each other, and everyone can't beat each other. In the end, they have to sit down and talk. Any room for rise? Now, The crisis is not small. And Renines feel good. In the live broadcast, the desert people were crying and crying. But when I thought of the loss of the gods of Cana, the chaotic army that burned and looted everywhere would still not let go of the Amaz world that was close at hand. And Renine did not have much psychological burden to carry it together. The Chaos gods were killed on the front line. Your Amaz people are quiet in the latter years. This is unreasonable. You Kong, even if I am a lay, are working on the captain of the transportation. At this time, Harry said weakly, the Amaz people are too miserable. There is no need to speak for Ren. And the more reason. Folo opened his mouth and refuted her second brother. This is the price of freedom. The real chaotic invasion is more direct than we say anything in advance. Fong Dak sighed. This chaotic army was originally looking for us Cana continent. Without the Ema's world to lead the chaos army. Then it is not the chaotic demon that is scattered. The disciples were silent for a while. Is it cruel? Yes. I still say that. If you stand up now, there is still hope for a comeback. It's too late. The existence that could be considered an ally has been wiped out. And you are left to carry it alone? More than 200 chaos gods can't resist. Why can your third-rate pantheon of dozens of gods withstand it? Everyone knows the truth. When you think about whether to cheat others or yourself, it is not difficult to choose. When Lord Chaos received the news from the Ima's world, he laughed 3 times. Found another handful of the God of Order? Very good. One of his conspirators, in fact. There is still a possibility that the Supreme Monarch is that this strange God is not the God or God of the power of transmission of faith. So what? The great Lord's eyes became fierce. All false gods of order are my mortal enemies. The conspirator does not persuade. After all, from another perspective, killing a bunch of order gods in advance is also the war potential to weaken the order. Whether this world is in order or chaos, there is no so-called full map for the perception of battlefield situation. In many cases, communication needs to be communicated face to face, especially for the chaotic side. Because of the chaotic attributes, all orderly things will be greatly discounted. The most direct consequence is that they did not receive the news of the chaos and magic farts from the god of the gods of art and ruddy god. Because of the vague message from feedback, Vandy was killed by mortal groups. On one side is the god of order of the order, and on the other side is the mortal force of the Sat Alam and Youngyu. Who do you say that the chaos attaches more attention? After the god of Renfeng, he couldn't come out. Only the war method of the disciples made the combat method, and at this moment got a perfect remuneration. What's even more interesting is that after the 5th wave of supplies, seeing that the power of faith they received was still at a shabby level, several victims including the spider goddess, who were originally preparing to do something secretly, immediately stopped when they heard that the world where the gods of Mohan AD lived was attacked by the Chaos Army. It's simple. The situation has changed. Once upon a time, kindness and evil, preface and chaos, all parties looked down on who, but also had to hold the group for heating. But what about now? After the version update, it can be summed up in one sentence: if you don't do it, God will do it. When chaos mindlessly drags the gods of Mohanad into the water, leaders like Pero can easily win them over and replace the gods who are causing trouble. Aren't the dozens of new gods more powerful than your Drogar or Pantheon? What's more, when the Anti-Chaos Treaty was signed, it was written that no one was allowed to retreat until the Chaos Lord was dead. Whoever retreated first would be the public enemy of order and would be punished by the gods of order. The spider goddess did not have an excuse. Insufficient power. And 3 can be replaced. She also jumped. At this time, she was like a spider who was extremely poisonous, secretly weaving her own net, waiting for the opportunity to come again. Learning the situation of the Ema's world, Pyri Yontion sighed. Fortunately, Rin is from our side. Tyr nodded in agreement. Yes. In this new era, we are stronger than ever before. Chapter 582. In the war, many people thought that the war was the army who killed the opposite side, and then crushed all the way to win. In fact, war has always been a comprehensive combat competition. Of course, it is important, but sometimes it will appear. Some famous generals have won many times, but they will be completed once. For example, the ancient Gaidi people on the planet Hannibal. He led the army many times to defeat the Roman army, but eventually lost the gap between the national strength between the Gijiji and the Roman Empire. Now Pyr's confidence is not the Mohan Ade god who is about to be forced to join, but the king of the outer domain of Rin. although Ren did not promise too much. The cross-era logistical ability he showed, and his invincible records were enough to make Pyra think a lot. There is a saying that Pero and Tyr have never said. If Ren could pull his god's department to help dry the frame? Even considering that Ryan, the god from another world, was not used to the rules of this world, everyone couldn't help but think that if they failed, they could still hold on to Ryan's thigh and retreat to Ryan's world. Things like living under a god's roof are definitely something that should be avoided if possible. They are god in the world of cows. On the other side, they are large infantry and noble workers. What is very sad is that no god can see that Lei's name is not true. Ren's stress is big. It's strange. He was already a state of dead pigs, who were not afraid of boiling water. And even he dared to touch the conscience of the Cavaliers and vowed, "I have done my best." Everyone thinks that Ren is stuck in the world's laws. But in fact, Ren is waiting for the divine and divine fragments. Fiona reluctantly before leaving. After I go back, it is estimated that the Order camp will launch a large-scale counterattack in order to restrain the chaos, so that he dare not divide the troops too many attacks on him as. Make more care. In addition, Ren could say something. I have been filled with you. Suddenly thought that this was a bit ambiguous. Fiona quickly said, I refer to the power of the God of God. I know. Lei Motion smiled evilly. The combat gods have sufficient divine power, so there shouldn't be any problems. Divine power saves a little use. Before the audit department of Mogan was completely closed, it was difficult for me to directly transmit the power of faith. Well, I will advise me to the righteous father. The night temple here. You can help watch it. Yes, I will. On the continental continent, the situation has changed drama under the circumstances that most mortals have not perceived. The two orthodox religions moved closer to the physics school. The bright church just secretly reformed, incorporating the light of the lights into the teachings, and expressing the recognition of the physics school. This is still a matter of face. The Cavaliers exaggerated that the Cavaliers who believed in the Cavaliers directly awarded the gods to find Ren in danger. A very simple sentence, but contains a huge amount of information. This means that if the Cavaliers do not have the time to take care of the believers, the Cavaliers can find Ren. It didn't take long for the Turin Knights to be upgraded to the Capture Cavaliers and obtained a significant expansion. Then, because the headquarters was demolished, the Torrential Battle Church began to cooperate with the physics school without warning. First, the god of fighting had a response, frequently gave the magic, and expanded the upper limit of the number of people who used the gods at the same time. Coupled with the good camps such as the Justice Church, the physics school was faintly smelled by the mainland sect of the mainland for a while. As the physics school began to advocate Downs' great achievements, the first sect name became more and more real. Without it, anyone who has enough theological knowledge knows what it means. Downs *G8 is going to see up? It has been announced, and Downs will develop his belief with the kingdom of Savannes as the core. How long is this? He worshipped Ren Tesla's door for less than 3 years. Oh my god! He is really a dog. The guy who walked away. King Savantes was crazy recently. His family was not just getting on the car, but he also held the thickest thigh. I can wake up in the middle of the night. From King Savanni to ramen. But almost everything related to the Savantes started. They began to renovate or expand the physics school in accordance with the standards of the temple, and then set up a sub-level section of Downs specialized electromagnetics. After some considerations, the clever king of Savannes waved his hand and left the additional 6 sub-schools in the physics school of each city. In fact, this matter is not no objection. Ren Tesla seems to be just a faint god. Right? Why did he support some god so early? In fact, the problem is that the problem refers directly to the core. At least from the bright side, Ren is not enough to support God. However, there is no special environment of the true God except Ren. And the hidden benefits of the fattering system, coupled with the special setting of Outer King of God, make Ren dare to move forward. It is said that there is no shop after the village. Whether it is a chaotic mother star or an MS world, Ren will probably be too busy at that time. At this time, it is necessary to represent him to deal with the miscellaneous service. In fact, Ren still depends on the situation and first support Downs. Time stepped into May. As the winter wheat under the 5 provinces in the north, Renin finally washed a new batch of divine fragments. The 36 full index points of the gods made Renison the 6 o'clock. From this moment, Ren finally is a glorious, weak and other gods. Duang. This is the sound sounded in Ryan's heart. Rin saw that the laws of physical formulas were turned into aura, and it was rippling in his spirit. The extensive scope of the laws covered by physics can be regarded as all-encompassing for the cows. In addition to the most needed Newtonian mechanics, Ryan can now rotate the subjects of several physics branches to stuff it into its own deed fragments, playing as a complete set of laws. In this unprecedented change, my grasp is a point. Chapter 583 Tang Xi's Ceremony of Conferring the God. Happy for sure. Rin reached out his hand and clenched it tightly. He could clearly feel that the power of the law ran away in his hands. Huh? Fortunately, technology is in the hands of civilization. I am civilization. Although there was no one. Lei was like a big villain's face. But he was innocent. He continued to mumble to himself, "It's a pity. This broken world has always been outputting the law of physical physicality. There is no villagers to share with me controlling nuclear fusion technology." After scratching his head, Rin still gave up this idea of hitting the grand games. It is already his greatest luck to get a must-have system for crossing. The divine power fluctuations at the top of the mage tower did not conceal intentionally. At least not concealing their disciples. When the vast and mysterious divine power rippled out from the 9th floor, as usual, the 7 second-generation disciples dropped the work in their hands, even announced a suspension of classes, and rushed to the hall of the 9th floor as soon as possible using various means such as flash. At this time, Luna guarded the door, while Sophia, Margaret, 2 maids, a mount, had already waited here. "Master," Fulara said, and saw the gorgeous hall door open. Ren, who was like lingering in colorful glory, came out like this. The gold representing fire, the purple representing lightning, the icy white representing thermodynamics, the invisible fluctuations representing mechanics, and all kinds of energy common in physics were presented in some way around Ryan, like a touring exhibition. And finally everything returned to calm. From a superficial perspective, Ryan seemed not much different from before he was deified. Only by carefully observing his eyes could one see the unfathomable divine light. Only by getting within 3 meters of him could one truly feel the hidden force field surrounding his entire divine body. "Congratulations, Master." The 7 disciples bowed together. "Master, have you retrieved some of the strength?" Downs was extremely excited. "It is right. It is not worth mentioning the divine power," Rin said deliberately. These words, let alone their disciples, even if they put them outside, they believe in God. It's just so exaggerated. Rao is the most chaotic in the world. And the gods are together. And the gods who are constantly conquering each other. First of all, he needs to find some clergy for his own power, and provide a lot of faith. Secondly, he has to get enough divine and divine fragments. And finally wash it off. And use a lot of faith to change to his own objects. Each step is extremely difficult. And each step is often in units of 10 years. If things go wrong, it may take hundreds of years to upgrade each godhood point. And if you are not careful, it will lead to a disaster, such as raising a godly evil. This method of spitting out the meat you have eaten will definitely cause a god to suffer a lot of damage. Which god would be like Ryan, who could find special relics to quickly wash away other people's original characteristics? And how the worlds will help open a shortcut. Quickly imprint the laws on the fragments of the godhead. And switch at any time. Every step of Rinnings reveals the extraordinary things that the indigenous gods cannot do. It is really not surprised that the gods regard it as the king of the outer region. Seriously, to this day, even Rin himself believes that he is really a shit king in the last life. Is every P agency player who has the strength to seal God after crossing? He mocked so much in his heart. On the surface, Ryan couldn't say that. In front of people, he will always be the image of a deep teacher. Rin glanced at the apprentices, and finally fell on Downs. "Downs, are you ready?" A light and fluttering words made Downs almost forget to breathe. When everyone thought that Downs would yes. Downs's face rarely hesitated. "Master, I must admit, I don't know if I am ready." "Oh, tell me about it." Tang Xi lowered his head. I feel that everything happened too fast. When I first became a disciple in this small valley, I was just full of enthusiasm. Although everything along the way proves that the master is great and right. I am a little confused. I don't know if I am so young and worthy of being admired by everyone and worship as a god. The more he said, the lower his head, and his chin was almost on his chest. His words made his younger siblings fall into the same reflection. Yes. Are they really called Germany with its position? Rin glanced at the disciples again, and found that no disciple dared to look up at him. When is Rin's heart a little bit happy? But I actually admitted on this bone festival? Rin didn't know what kind of state of this callous coquettish system to accompany him. He only knew that he would not try to hold his disciples on the throne. And he did not agree. Blindly forced is meaningless. Rin said from another angle, Oh? According to Downs. Did you not encounter me at the beginning? And then, there was no trace of the gods on the Chaos continent. Finally, it was directly invaded by the Chaos army, destroying the entire continent, and killing everyone. Ren's playful expression gives a very spicy feeling. Downs was a spiritual, and quickly argued, No. Master, I don't mean that. I'm just... Ryan interrupted him, You could argue that your destiny is false, and it was given to you unilaterally by me. Well, our 3 years of mentor-disciple relationship, the time we spent together, and the laws of physics I taught you, are they all false? No. Downs started to understand. Ren's mouth didn't spare people. Then the devil, Jur, Orc, Warcraft, and the current god-level Chaos Demon are all fakes. Are they all fakes? No. Downs's voice became more firm. This is right. For the teacher. I still say that. My energy is limited. I will leave the Kana mainland one day. Even if I don't want to go. The Kaya's gods will not let me stay here without doing anything. They will do everything possible to go to the last blow of Chaos Mother Star. Downs, Harry, Barrand. 7 disciples trembled. They took a step forward. And they said in a different word, guarding the world of Kobos. I have no blame. Very good. On this day, Downs will hold the news of the God of Gods, and spread all the main countries and races in the mainland. Chapter 584 Who do you represent? Mortal world frying. The gods of the Kana also fry the pan. The gods always feel the beauty of being killed on the front line. And the beauty of the family is stolen. In another way, they were so high. And they were so high in a group of angels back. And persuaded this new god to send vegetables in the front line. Unfortunately, it is Ren's disciples that want to seal God. The god suddenly asked for no squeak. There is no way. The disciples of the transportation captain, and the king of the outer region Ren. It is so hard. Not only cannot be suppressed. The gods must also send congratulatory. Pero, Tyr, Tampas, Fiona, and the gods of major races said that they would send at least an angel that day to give gifts. Even before the master of the storm that did not deal with Ren. The goddess of the spider, etc. Before tearing the skin completely. It was orally to express a congratulations. As for whether these guys do things behind them, they can't know. With Ryan, the god king of the outer realm in charge. Anyone who wants to cause trouble must be tired of living. For Ryan, this was just a gift to Downs. Ryan had also greeted the worlds well early on. So there shouldn't be any accidents. Seriously. This time because the war is approaching. It is actually simplified. From the announcement to the ceremony, it was 10 days. It was incredible before the last era. Some mortal sealing ceremonies have been emptied for 3 months. So that believers can travel to the scheduled ceremony for a long journey. Because this is not only the God of God. It also represents the recognition of the world. Now the chaotic war is still ongoing. Secondly, the opening and connection of a large number of portals make important people come more conveniently. The third is that Ryan let Downs lock the believers in his own house. Basically, both Raman and King Savanis are the core. Many Downs' supporters and his apprentices want to do big. Unfortunately, Renoir has gone back his divine power and has not handled the ceremony or something. Downs didn't seem to be so exaggerated. So he settled like this. Downs' sealing god here settled on the agenda. Ren's promise to Harry and Barrand. Even the latter mat was gone. Make bricks without straw. On the premise of ensuring that Ryan is promoted to a weaker divine power. The only fragments of the divine power that can be vacated are to help 3 disciples ascend to the throne. And all of them are weak gods with only 1 divine power point. According to time, the 3 god-level chaos that had been cleaned up before was the earliest fluttering street. And then, more than 20 gods rushed to the street collectively. If the other party comes one by one, Rinning is definitely not false. This is a typical gourd baby to save grandpa. The most afraid is to go together. So the worst case scenario is that Ryan has to rely on himself and 3 god-level disciples, and 4 demigod disciples to fight against these 20-odd god-level chaos demons. Winning is not a problem. The problem is how to deal with them in the shortest possible time without letting them cause large-scale pollution. Chaos guys are just so disgusting. The death is not over yet. And it is to pollute the world. Every time I kill a chaos demon, it feels like a huge firecracker exploding in a toilet. Don't think about it. Think about the god of travel and exploration who died before. He stepped on a piece of land and ran a few steps. Then he dragged a large piece of land into chaos. In order to purify the land, Ryan and the charlatans of the Church of Light worked on it for several days before they finished the task. This is the most disgusting thing. Is there no way to get the battlefield away from the chaos world and obtain the fragments of the Godhead? Ryan said to himself. Everything happened so suddenly. Ryan felt that he had some ability to make his words come true. Less than 3 seconds after he finished speaking, the 8th floor of the Mage Tower suddenly lit up with an unconcealable bright light. Come again? Ryan was a little too thick. The last person who launched the surprise attack has become a good friend of Ryan, with whom he has had many spiritual exchanges. Who is it this time? Before Ryan could think any more, a faint sound of music began to sound. Ren wiped out, and suddenly felt weird. Cat and dance goddess Angel Chief Marilyn * Barbara is passionately dancing her coquettish body. With the explosive music, she stepped on the drums barely, dancing a series of dazzling dance movements. Who would have thought that she, who is so beautiful and good at dancing, would not be the main dancer? There is only one answer. The main dancer has his own personality. She, a sexy and sultry black swan dress wrapped around her toned and voluptuous body. She, with the auction of music, stepped on the lotus and came to the front of the door of the Ren study, and kicked the golden silk high heels on the feet. Then a split in the air made a pair of more flesh and one more flesh. And one less meat was too thin. Under the golden hair hoop with golden eyes, a pair of charming eyes blinked in the direction of Ren's vision with golden powder as the eyeshadow. The charming gold pupil made Ren, who was known, and a sense of widespread brain. Except for her pair of peach blossoms, there was no other thing in the horizon for a while. The long black hair draped behind her head like a waterfall was tied into a unique bun, revealing her slender, wheat-colored neck. There was a faint blush on her cheeks, and her light smile was as charming as a dream. At this moment, she embodies her most feminine side, the kind of breathtaking beauty that makes all men's hearts beat fast. She did not ask for it, and she danced a very fierce Egyptian dance, even without the kind of music with the sound of the gods. Just watching dance can feel that kind of exciting feeling from the strength and beauty. Ryan suddenly understood why she could still mix well among the gods of chaos with such weak fighting power. As long as it is a male god, it is difficult to carry her god-level charm. Opening the door, Ren's applause came out. Snap! 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 Great dance. Cat and dancing goddess. Ryan had a warm smile on his face, but his eyes were like a bald donkey who had retired to Buddhism, giving the other person a feeling of emptiness. This Xiaoris was not scared, but she quickly adjusted her mentality and stopped dancing. She stretched her left leg forward, her right foot bent, her hands with flower players, walking a bit like a ballet meeting ceremony. Ask you low. So, this time you come. It represents yourself. Speaking of which, Ren deliberately paused, sweeping this sexy beauty with a playful expression, a great Egyptian style, and lived out like the goddess of the Egyptian demon, or does the Mohan Ade god? Chapter 585. No rush. Let them hang out for a while. Ryan's heart-piercing words were not over yet. Also, should I call you Cherise? Or Botette? These words made the cat and dancing goddess freeze, and then she began to tremble slightly, as if she had experienced a failed divine descent. And the body of the saint brought her limbs that were still untamed. In the distant ancient times, the chaos gods once had a fierce battle with the Mohaned pantheon. The result, of course, ended with a great victory for the chaos gods. Although the chaos gods were reluctant to talk about this large-scale world-class war between gods, and Fiona was too young to have experienced it personally, Ryan could still guess a thing or two. In fact, Ren are even more doubtful that if the gods who have spread on the earth are also real, then it can be proved from the side that the gods of the Mohan Ane, who had widely believed in Egypt, were beaten by other gods. If the kneeling was not so thorough, then whose family had their ancestral graves dug up, and even their ancestors were dragged out for exhibition and charged admission? would not have any temper at all? Coincidentally, Xiao Ruiz is such a god who switched from Mohan Ade. Therefore, every problem of Renin is a statement. After 2 or 3 seconds, she opened his mouth. Of course, I am Kao's Xiao Ruizi. However, the old friend who knows some of them in Mogan Ade. It seems ridiculous when she avoids it. Ren sat back in the future. A god sea composed of various elements such as lightning, flames, frost and other elements appeared under his buttocks, and supported him well. Ren sat down comfortably, but let Jiao Didi Xiao Ruiz stand there. And at a glance, the two sides knew that the status of the two sides was extremely different. Ren held his cheeks with his left hand, and deliberately pretended to be stupid. I do and know how to teach me suddenly when God came to me suddenly. If I hope that I will give you a little more in the next power of faith, then I have to say sorry in advance. It is not a combat god. These words almost blocked all of Xiao Ruiz's options. Xiao Ruiz's face flushed, and for a long time, he clenched his fist first, then loosened his fingers, and adjusted his posture a few times. He finally stood up, and stood up with his chest, as if he had spoken by himself. Yes, I am the idiot used by you all day. After saying that, she threw out something like a scroll, and let it fly lightly towards Ryan. The next second, she ran like this. Ran, and ran. The sacred aura disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a saint who had lost consciousness and collapsed on the ground, and a dumbfounded archangel. Seeing the stunning expression on Ren's face, Angel Marilyn bowed awkwardly and apologized. Sorry. Tesla on God. My lord's temperament is just like this. I vowed that he was not malicious. Nor did he make you embarrassing. What else can Ren say? Xiao Ruiz is obviously the chaos in the standard sense. And everything is casual. Ryan waved his hand to dismiss the archangel and the saint who were taking the blame, and opened the scroll casually. After a few glances, he didn't look at it, as if he was thrown away. Luna beside him owed himself. May I ask my master, is this scroll sealed or for the cow's god? Please circulate it. That is a meaningless alliance application. Thanks to Ren's difficulty in the same plan, the Ima's world was a sin for a while. As we all know, you lose half before you fight at your own site in chaos. If you lose, it will be polluted by the destruction, and it will be contaminated. Ima's is a shabby place full of yellow sand. To be honest, I don't feel bad if more than 90% of the area is polluted. What's disgusting is that Abaddon deliberately threw a lot of chaos demons into the upper reaches of various rivers to die, directly polluting the water source. Now the world of Amaz seems to be supported. It is hard to say over time, although the gods of the Mohan Ade were beaten by the gods of the cows in ancient times. It was a huge god of 3 or 40 gods anyway. What is proposed this time is to allocate alliances on the basis of equality, and then fight against the provisions such as chaos. In this regard, Ren sneered. In the school, and even said so much to Pero, a group of chords that almost on the menu. Also feel good. Do you feel qualified to go to the table? Interestingly, Pero turned his head and whispered to Tyr, isn't Ren really a evil god? Did he forget? Who quoted the Chaos Army? The god of justice showed a rare conflicted expression. Ren's operation is very unjust. According to Till's temperament 100 years ago, it is necessary to take an angel cluster to the outside of Ren's kingdom. Sadly, in the face of the greater justice of chaos, what kind of thing is the real justice? The god of justice is silent. Ren saw operation was not over yet. Just when Abbott was crazy about the world of Isam, Renan issued the 6 consequences of faith. This time still uses the storm that is excited as a cover, even though the origin was not the same as before. The blame was ultimately borne by the Mohan and gods. There is no other reason. In the chaos world, there is only one sun god, Pero. In the heyday of Mohan AD, there were 5 sun gods, namely the sun gods of morning, noon, and dusk, plus 2 regional sun gods. For the chaos, there are too many suspicions, and he is not interested in checking one by one at all. Destroy them. Destroy them all. As soon as the prince was angry, the world of Amaz was guilty. Ren, who has always been doing things, coincides with the hard to eat for those who have been eaten so far, such as the guys such as orc gods and spider goddesses, and made up a big meal. In fact, it's not a lot. Probably each family contributed about 5% of the total value, which is just enough for them to keep their own divine power just out of the danger line. Chapter 586 The Celebration of Gods Full of Gods. Ryan's excuse was also very reasonable. I'm sorry. I'm a lawful deity. And I haven't been able to handle the chaotic power of faith well before. Now I'm more familiar with it. And the transmission efficiency is a little higher than before. Sorry. Let me practice more. I think I'll be better in the future. The chaos of the home was tossed by Ren. Of course, they would not surrender the key to their temples. Often, like the owner of H.L. Asto telephones, each time he gave Ren a storage point to let Ron transfer the power of faith. You say Ryan is corrupt. But you have no evidence. You say he is bad. He is much better than the goddess of the magic net. The main thing is the helplessness. What is more tortured is that they had to charge hard after receiving the power. The big supervisor of Pero was staring at. And a macho like Tyr took the lead in charge. Others really had no excuse to rot. If you don't follow, you're betraying me. If you don't do it, God will do it. This is not only a life and death battle with chaos, but also the big shuffle of the power of the gods. Seeing that the gods of the Mohanade are about to be forced to board the boat. No one wants to be lower than those who are bitter than those who are bitter. For a time, the Order camp was gaining momentum and pressed forward towards the Chaos Lord's lair Chaos Temple, forcing the Lord to mobilize his own direct lineage to fight to the death with the Angel Legion of the Order gods. Ren's operation was as good as a tiger. Not only divided into a pot and pulled the new ally, migrant worker. He also had to serve the gods forced, the gods of the main battlefield. Are you in your world? Shouldn't you be the god of conspiracy? I vowed my conscience and swear me. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Fiona opened Ren's paw. Don't touch this, my conscience. Ren is serious. I swear in the name of Ryan * Tesla. I really have never been a conspiracy or strategy god. I'm just a paradox player who almost became a street lamp pendant. It's quite convincing when a god swears that he didn't do something. Unfortunately, she would never think of killing Fiona, that Ren was just a mortal before passing through. It is well known that the winner of a fight does not have to go to a military court. But the loser does. Even though Ryan had tricked the gods of Mohan Ade, the gods of chaos, who knew the inside story, unanimously supported Ryan. So when Towns became a god, the lineup was so exaggerated that it overturned the three views of ordinary people. May 15th. An ordinary day. This day became very memorable because of Downs' sealed god. This not only represents the complete rise of the physics school, but also for the first time in the past century to have mortals. In the capital of King Savani, King Cervantes, who was obviously old, laughed like a withered chrysanthemum. No one said that he was not at all. Today he is half of the owner. Under normal circumstances, Downs' sealing ceremony is so urgent that it must not be able to build a temple exclusive to Downs. However, there are Gundam in the physics school. More than one. Outside the city, tall and burly multi-armed giants were digging huge stones and moving them, each weighing hundreds of tons and as big as a small house, into the city. In the city, Baron led his disciples to drive a new type of golem, quickly cutting stones. With their work day and night, they built a physics temple with an area of 10,000 square meters and a main building of 6 floors in just 1 week. And the internal structure was quite complete. If there is anything regrettable, it is the lack of murals that require a lot of time and effort to create. The physics school had its own countermeasures. They engraved a large number of electromagnetic laws and formulas on the outer walls. When the divine patterns filled with divine power glowed with a mysterious blue-purple glow in the night, a noble atmosphere arose spontaneously. No matter how much a local church praises itself, if other churches do not recognize it, it is just the self-satisfaction of the local church. But this time, the 30,000 square meters of the main entrance square of the sanctuary of the physics. Everyone can see the main stage in the middle of the square. A charming woman is dancing. She has a beautiful beauty and the most enchanting dancing posture that men all over the world, and have a strange power that makes it easy to worship. This perfect combination of temptation and holiness makes it easy for anyone with discerning eyes to guess the answer. Oh my God! It's Cat and Dance Goddess to present dance. It's really her. Do you see it? All her angels are dancing around. In the music, 8 enchanting dance angels act as his perfect wingmen. Seeing their beautiful wings, mortals were scared. Someone was afraid of bowing his head. But he heard that Cat and Dance angels announce loudly, the goddess of Xia Rusids is a dance for Downs * G to phone god. And everyone can enjoy it. With permission, mortals are boldly appreciated. This scene alone can let them go back for a lifetime. This is a goddess performing a live dance in the form of a clone. Just when everyone thought that this was the peak of Towns' career, they didn't know that there was always someone better. Not long after walking, everyone saw countless knights kneeling on the ground. That mighty power, the majestic image of British martial arts in the red armor, let everyone easily associate it with the title of God of Knights. Ah! He actually came to watch the ceremony. Not long ago, there were many rumors within the Knights, such as that the physics school stole the power of faith of the Knights, because there were too many acquiescent Knights. The Knights had always been conflicted about their attitude towards the physics school. The public appearance of the Knight Goddess dispelled all the rumors. Is this a face for Downs? No. Everyone knows that this is for Run. Downs felt that the Goddess of the Cavaliers came to one of her spare virgin, and quickly greeted it. When she met, she was deeply ritual. Your visit make the electromagnetic school feel rough. It's easy to say. Ren's disciples function. How could I not come in such a big deal? I was arranged on the front line, and I came. Anyway, thank you very much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend. Tangxi hesitated for a moment and said, Master is resting in the back hall. There are still 3 hours before the ceremony begins. How about you go over and talk to Master first? Downs felt sensitively that the temperature of the opposite armor seemed to rise a little. This doesn't seem good. It's okay. It's idle anyway. The Goddess of the Cavaliers was difficult to refuse Downs' enthusiasm. So he ran to the back hall to go to Master Downs. This is not the end. As the time of the ceremony approaches, one mortal one after another only hear the legendary gods, letting its avatars coming. Dwarf's medical and love goddess, the language of the elf, and the goddess of exploration, the god of forging of dwarf. Basically, all the pantheons in the Penhuman camp directly sent a clone of a god to attend the ceremony. As for the Church of Light, the leader of the good camp, due to the death of the god of fire and the severe injury to the goddess of light of hope, they were unable to send a god's clone to the scene. The one sent by Pero was his archangel Vivian. The gift turned out to be a divine being without attributes. Chapter 587. This gift is not small. As a busy god, Pero would not dare to use gods to send even if he had the ability to handle affairs in multiple threads. You have to know that even the worst clone would consume at least 1 point of divinity. The key is that if something goes wrong, such as being abducted, the enemy will analyze the core law of his power. It's normal that he didn't come in person, but his old people spent their expenses to give attributes, which is also a gift in the divine realm. After all, not everyone is like Ren. It can easily wash away the signs of the owner by the sanctuary and the divine fragment, when other homes are still at the meeting. Even if you give face, Pyro will hit a gift, and you will definitely be smashed into a new god who knows a little bit. The interesting thing is that Towns doesn't know how to do it. He only knew that his master could wash a bunch of divine fragments every month. He only felt expensive, but he didn't feel very valuable. So for Pero's gift, Tangxi gave him enough face, bowed to the sun from a distance, and expressed his gratitude. And that was it. He did not embark on the path of deification independently, no matter how much Pero had done for him. Could it be as great as his master's kindness? In the final analysis, he is the disciples that Ren are promoted. He instructed Sanders to put Pero's gifts in a conspicuous position, and then continued to receive the avatars of various gods. In fact, he is already fulfilling his duties. Downs was very clear that what the gods were going to see were not him, but his master. He is like a welcoming official, receiving waves of god-level guests. The mortal guests were dealt with by Sanders. To this day, even the Emperor did not necessarily see Downs. This is the huge difference between humans and gods. In the back hall, Ryan was dancing with his sleeves, almost like a god, and came over to toast him. So he at least had a drink with him. People give face. What they want is the lazy. No one dares to offend Ren. Of course, it seems that the cat and the goddess are so hard. While they were chatting, an extremely powerful divine might descended. Oh! Ren raised his eyebrows. It must be admitted that when the incarnation of a powerful god arrives, the cards are still fully stacked. Even if most of the gods use the meaning of one god of nature, the charm emanating from the avatar knows the gap in the old gods mixed in the god world. Ren froze. As far as he knew, the powerful gods were in front of the front line. No one could run here to run here. Unless the door of the back hall opened. Rin saw the one that Luna greeted in. The first thing that broke into the eye was a pair of violent papaya-type fierce things. Well, it is time to pay attention to the test. Please stare carefully at the other person's face for 5 seconds. Wow! Test failed. Whether it was sweeping the slender waist that felt unbearable, or continued to look up, the other party was so exaggerated. And before Rin crossed it, it was impossible to do more than a dozen operations. This kind of incredible body proportions, which would normally only appear in anime or androids, is now presented before our eyes. Rin spent half a second to let the system complete the most thorough scan of the opponent's body, and then grabbed the knife of the knight next to him to duel him. And he corrected his sight. Cough cough. Ryan miscalculated again. If Xia Ruisi was the kind of bad woman who was so charming that she made people feel a little dangerous, then the woman in front of her was the so-called pure lustful woman. She has the most ferocious body, but she insists on having a pure and beautiful little round face. It's absolutely amazing. Fortunately, he had already been deified, and Ryan's control over his divine body had reached a very powerful level. So at least, he did not make a fool of himself. Welcome, Goddess of Love and Beauty Susanna. I don't ask for it. Tesla, you won't see the strange. It's more than just a smile that can conquer the city. Susanna smiled slightly, and Ryan's system started to pop up warnings frantically. The Goddess of Love and Beauty's natural charm passively takes effect on the host, and the host must accept a willpower roll with a difficulty coefficient of 14. Do a dozen in one breath. Susanna is not deliberately enlarged. Otherwise, with Ryan's breaking willpower today, there is really a possibility of verification. If it were a mortal, even Emperor Barbarossa, who had 1 foot in the ground, would be willing to offer his crown. This goddess's charm is so outrageous. Ryan was embarrassed, compared to looking at the other person's fiery red eyes. It seemed that he did not receive as many test prompts as he stared directly at the other person's exaggerated pectoral muscles. Never mind. As long as it is not with the intention of killing. The Coms are guests. The physics school will not refuse any goodwill. Rin stretched out. Please take the seat. The Goddess of Love and Beauty is a rare non-combat powerful god, because the clergy is love and joy. Everyone understands. Whenever her doctrine is extreme. That is, the color of the cause version. Fortunately, she was a chaotic and kind camp, and it was not so outrageous. Susanna has the same common problems as the unattended gods, and she can't fight. In addition, she can't fight. The outrageous charm is ineffective for the chaos demon, so that she is more reunited than the spider goddess in Ren's supply sequence. Ryan almost thought she was here to call him to task. Now comes the fun part. Susanna greeted him, sitting quietly on the VIP seat, smiled, glanced back and forth between Ren and Fiona, and finally laughed. This time it was the night goddess embarrassing. To be honest, I didn't know that the god of nights was actually a goddess. Susanna sent a divine thought to Ryan. You can choose to be silent. If I don't, that's your choice. Ren deliberately does not. The more you don't allow it to be chaotic. And sometimes she is getting stronger. Said that Ren refused to communicate with Susanna, but cheered up with other god representatives of the gods. This time, it was the Goddess of Love and Beauty who was anxious. She had come here specifically to improve her relationship with Ryan, not to make matters worse. In fact, she had just wanted to help Ryan connect with something, because she found more than one red line floating from the void and falling near Ryan. But now, she feels a bit messed up. Ryan is the god king of Outland, and the night goddess is protected by the fierce god of war. Susanna cannot afford to offend either of them, just as she wanted to argue in the past. She suddenly saw the cat and the goddess of dance coming in. Xia Ruisis mysteriously came to Ren in a divine thought. Mohan Ade God has a great gift to give it to Downs. Oh! Ren followed Xia Ruiz to the partial palace and got along alone. I saw the former Mohan Ade goddess and took out a small box to open it. Inside was a fragment of divine nature without any attributes. This gift is really not light. Chapter 588. Of course, I won't go there. If a fragment of the godhood with a full 3 points of attributeless godhood index is given to Towns, he can collect 4 points of index in a very short time. According to the square root method, he can be upgraded to a weak god with a godhood of 2. This gift says that no one will believe it without careful design. This world, even if you rise to the god level, is still a world where you have to look for a father and cling to someone. As for who is the real big father, then see the wisdom. Obviously, the gods of the Mohan Ade as the Big Father. Rin did not accept it directly, but squinted, carefully looked at the goddess-like goddess, and saw Xia Ruiz's hair in his heart. Rin did not directly accept the Shingrid fragments, but asked another thing. Mohan Ade knows. Am I responsible for the power of the entire Chaos world belief? Ah. No. They don't know? Xia Ruiz shook his head and hurriedly argued. They hope that I will give this gift to your big disciple because I say you are the only powerful god in the cause gods who have the ability to help. As for the specific situation, I dare not say. Rin laughed in his heart. This silly cat must be a bit crooked. Fortunately, she won't lose wisdom and stabs everything. That's good. When Ryan said this, Xia Ruiz was somewhat relieved. But when she looked up at Ryan, she found that his eyes were narrowed into a line, and the fierce light in his pupils made her shudder. She couldn't help but shiver on the spot. Sure enough, there is more to come. It seems that you at least know that you are part of the Chaos Gods. Definitely. It is the consensus of more than 200 Chaos Gods to use Chaos Continent as the core logistics base. Even though it is an open secret among the gods that I am responsible for delivering the power of faith, it does not mean that anyone is qualified to disclose this information to other gods at will. Mohan Ade will not be an enemy, Xia Ruiz said timidly. If necessary, they can be. You should be clear that you will reveal the secrets of the Chaos God at will. How will it end? Ren's words scared Xia Ruiz to urinate. No matter which pantheon she is in, she is just a poor little kitten with weak divine power. During the peaceful period, she could be savory everywhere and jumped everywhere. At the time of the war, she was a stroke of the hind legs. If it weren't for Susanna, the goddess of love and beauty, who was willing to protect her, she would have been devoured by various evil gods until nothing was left of her bones. Not to mention that Ryan is a recognized Outland God King with a lot of titles recognized by the world's will and even feared by the gods. Even if Ryan looks like a weaker divine power now, a combat-type god is not someone she can afford to offend. As a goddess of a cat, she instinctively wanted to blue hair, but the movement of the end was soft, and she kneeling in front of Rin with a duck-sitting posture, her eyes stunned. Seriously? Fenrin has such a little evil thoughts. He can already try the taste of the Egyptian demon. Isn't it easy to get this kitten to dry? Rin is a god of doing great things. A mere Xia Ruiz is not qualified to be in charge of big things. Rin sat comfortably back, and the sudden element of the element supported his god's body well. Talk about the situation of Mohan Ade. After Xia Ruiz stunned God, he hurriedly got up from the ground, like an elementary student who had just been reprimanded by the teacher, respectfully bowed his head and reported it. Since the success of the nausea, Rin rarely allows the consciousness to explore. On the surface, this is so-called avoiding suspicion, but in reality, it is distancing oneself from the matter. Apart from leaving some inconspicuous passive reconnaissance systems outside the planet Imas, he didn't care about what happened inside the planet's atmosphere. Events unfolded much as Ryan had imagined. At first, the threat of the Mohan Ade's threat from the chaos may not be too much, and felt that it was the enemy that could be killed casually, as a large number of chaotic devils died at the source of the major rivers. The water source was corroded, and the believers died a lot, or were corrupted into a chaos. They began to actively fight against the enemy, and purify the source of the rotten rivers in various orderly ways. At this stage, it was still deadlocked, and even they once pressed the chaotic war handsome abbot. Unfortunately, when the second chaos team was killed, the new war handsome took more than 20 previously fell Karshota corpses into the battlefield. These falling gods have long lost their ability to use complex gods. However, the strength of the body is placed here. With the chaos power, even relying on instinctual attack methods, they can act well as the chaos's meat shield. Coupled with the chaotic generals of the cold-style attack, the line of the Mohan Ade god began to collapse. After being stubbornly couldn't take care of themselves, finding a reinforcements became their only choice. That's why they found Bice, Xia Ruiz. Oh! In this way, their request is to hope that we can help recycle the body of some cause falling gods? And they are willing to pay some clean, non-attribute divine fragments for this? Rin showed a smile to God. Yes, Xia Ruiz said carefully. I asked me to receive it. I would talk to Pero, Tyr and Tampus, they said. Xia Ruiz breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, she did it. At least she returned the expression of the old owner. When Ren came out of the partial hall, when he returned to the back hall, he found that Susanna was eating a puff. Obviously, she put all her spirit in eavesdropped. She was so concentrated that she burst into the slurry when eating puffs. And the cream of white flowers was full of mouth. This thing is very delicious. Just a little strange. Susanna was a little messy. This is called puff. Do you like it? It's a little sweet. But I like it. She frantically looked for a napkin to wipe her mouth. But she didn't forget to secretly observe her little sister, Xia Ruisi, who she had been protecting for many years. She was relieved to find that Xia Ruisi didn't seem to be bullied by Ryan. After Lei, who was licking Susanna's cream, repeatedly screenshots and recorded short videos in the system, he went back to the other gods. By the way, a star call was given to Pero. Mohan Aid's group will naturally surrender after being beaten and injured. We can ignore them. But you? Don't take risks easily. If you go to Ima's, you can't adapt to the rules there. Which means you have to start all over again. Unless you move the kingdom of God there. Don't forget that my good brother was besieged by 3 chaos legions and died of exhaustion. What Pero is talking about Vulcan? Rin responds faint. Of course I will not pass. The question comes. Is there a way to get a good way to get the benefits? Chapter 589. Downs * God of Quixote. Ren's statement made Pero curious. Do you really have a way? Hee. The dealer of the exploration of the travelers fell. The portal, this clergy is empty. Pero understands, sure enough. The god of physics is amazing. In the back, Pero really wanted to vomit. The fields covered in physics are too wide. And even the sun is incorporated into the field of optics. Helpless at this time, Ren was both an ally and holding his logistics. And was the kind of father who had to provide. Moreover, as a kind of good-looking deity, Pero could never do that kind of break afterwards. So he was so tangled. Ren and the leader of Kasari got angry. And even greeted the Lord of H.L. and repaid attention to the scene. At this time, because God of Chanting Liurla was present to sing, and Xia Ruisi also danced with her, the atmosphere on the scene gradually reached its climax. The atmosphere was set at this point, and Towns obtained Ryan's consent to start the deification ceremony half an hour earlier. Near dusk, a lot of writing teachers, the electromagnetic lecturers who read as the god stick waved their arms, allowing the apprentices to recite those electromagnetic laws that had long been rotten. However, when those holding the wires right and letting the straightened thumb finger in the direction of the current, then the direction of the bending forefinger refers to the direction of the magnetic line. When the stuff jumped out of the apprentice, believers, the gods who came to the listening could still be a bit stretched. What is this stuff? The angel chief of the god of knowledge sent to the Daoxiang said, I don't know. It is the law of this kind of repeated 100,000s of times, and reaching thousands of effects. The atmosphere began to roar. On this earth, a ray of the naked eye snakes visible to the naked eye circled one by one, appeared around, and rushed into the sky. It was a wonder. With the emergence of electromagnetic phenomena, more incandescent lamps are on, which is the best explanation of electromagnetic phenomena. Many farmers who have never left their hometown in their entire lives do not understand electromagnetism. But they definitely understand electric lights. So that there were funny misunderstandings such as praise light. Ren smiled slightly, and did not clarify or correct. Archangel Vivian, who was sent by Pero, also sat there upright, without any expression. From the perspective of outsiders, this also indicates the combination of physics school and the bright church. At this time, more docile electric currents began to pass through the wires that had been arranged in advance on the outer walls of the University Hall temple. The circles of docile electric currents and the electromagnetic phenomena displayed on various display stands aroused cheers from the apprentices and the public. Praise you, the great god of electromagnetism. Don Quixote. We believe in you. We worship you. The world of cows. I waited for the god seed of Downs * G8, and worshipped it in front of your eyes. Please give him a god seat. Honestly, this prayer sucks. What Ren thought was that he had been deified by physics. And he felt a little sorry for the physics sage. For Ryan, it was all just a formality. Generally speaking, the prayer of believers takes a long time to get a response to the world's will. Historically, what prayed for 3 days and 3 nights was it normal to humiliate the world's will? And it was normal. The worst thing is that a certain guy who had failed to let 50,000 believers pray for 7 days and 7 nights. The world did not respond. Don't forget. Towns is a relative of his. Just pray for 10 minutes. And it is dawn. In this sun, it will definitely not brighten naturally. It is the light of the world that illuminates this earth. The soft blue light is as if the goddess of the creation of the world opened the chaos. And opened this cow's world in the gap between time and space. Symbolizing original. Symbolizing the most basic consciousness of the world. In the sky, the blue and bright block Chinese characters form a ribbon, like electromagnetic rule. They fly like a snake and rise into the sky. And eventually inlaid in an extremely huge compass-type stuff. When the last electromagnetic law was embedded, the entire world was filled with a whisper that seemed to come from ancient times. I admit it. Simple. A cluster of light from the world dropped from the sky, opened the clouds, and landed on the head of Downs. It looks like he is still him. Actually, he is not him. With the same appearance, all the biological tissues inside were replaced in an instant by a materialized spiritual energy body with the same function. All Downs' attributes soared at this moment, especially key attributes such as intelligence and perception. Of course, another consequence of the heightened perception was that countless noises suddenly flooded into his mind. Most of them are the sounds of his disciples and the prayer of believers. This is quite uncomfortable for a mortal. It's like being suddenly thrown from a sleeping environment next to the engine of a commercial airliner about to take off. The sudden outbreak of the volume did not knock Downs down. Just when Downs almost couldn't stand, a powerful arm supported him. Turning around, Tang Si was excited. Master, it's very noisy. Isn't it? Concentrate and block out the low-volume sounds. I cannot do it. Strive. You can. Renouin led Downs. His disciples did not have such a plug in such as a system. He could only rely on himself. It was a bit bitter. You need to learn to completely ignore those ordinary voices. Only concentrated on the voice of your disciples. Towns didn't know whether he no longer needed to breathe, or he was gasping for air instinctively. Under the guidance of Ren, his situation began to stabilize. Okay, Downs, now you have to learn to only respond to questions about electromagnetism, and then bestow the power of electromagnetism. It doesn't matter. You can take your time. Tang Si suddenly asked a question. Master, were you also so uncomfortable when you were deified? Almost. Strange. Ryan has a system. He can just block and delete it. Nothing will happen. The problem is that he can't teach his disciples like this. When Towns saw Ryan's expression, he immediately knew that his master was trying to comfort him. He smiled bitterly. Sure enough, I am so far behind my master. Yes. All that's missing is a system. Ryan smiled but said nothing. The final step of the deification ceremony has arrived. Downs bowed deeply to Ryan. Please bear witness to the will of the chaos world and the gods of heaven. I, Downs Quixote, am willing to serve the god Ryan Tesla as my master and share the electromagnetic priesthood. The clear voice pierced the sky. It didn't take long for the sky to have the same response. I admit it. Chapter 590 I can. At this point, the ceremony of the gods is ritual. The rest was just a time for a group of apprentices and believers to celebrate, sing and dance, and let the countless bards who heard the news come to eat. At this point, Ryan doesn't need legendary level, but Towns does. Looking at Sanders and Barbarian Gartia, others can't help but feel that sometimes they choose to be more than a god. Two guys who are not even Fae. A talented master. One is a barbaric man who has a high rate of violence in the legendary strong. These two crooked jujube are actually mixed with eternal tickets. Although knowledgeable people know that having a ticket to eternal life does not mean that you will never die. With this extra layer of protection, the instant death rate will definitely plummet. The key is to leave the soul fragments in Towns' kingdom of God, so that these two guys can be resurrected. As for the incomplete soul, that is another matter. Just say whether he was resurrected or not. Especially Gantia, who stood with his hands on his hips, leaning back with laughter, and looked like his chin was about to drop to the ground. Many legendary warriors just wanted to beat him up. Unfortunately, it's just a thought. They couldn't afford to offend the notorious Tang Si, let alone the foreign god king behind him. Tang Si was deified and had to attend many social events. Whether he was willing or not, he could not escape. He had to meet the kings who showed goodwill to him one by one as a host. Interestingly, he actually met his former Miss White Moonlight at the end of the line of nobles, who came to congratulate him. They really lived up to the saying, you ignored me at first, but now I will make you out of my league. If this noble lady had only lost a magician husband with great potential. What has she lost now? The gap between mortals and gods is so great that even looking up to them is a luxury. Her lips trembled. And she had so many words in her heart that she wanted to say to him, but had no place to say them. Because she was not even qualified to stand in front of Tang Si. Down certainly saw her. In the end, there was only a faint smile. Hello and goodbye. After all, Tang Si had a kind heart. He could have taken Miss Bai Yueguang as his servant with just a hint. But Tang Si's final move was to do nothing. In fact, this is the most miserable for Miss Bai Yueguang. If there was any episode, it was that Talons took in the noble ladies that Ryan had given to him and Harry as his servants. This can only be said to be in the same vein. On the other side, after saying hello to Talons and Ryan, the various gods went back one after another. The war in the front is intense now. Even if only the clones of the gods come, it will take up a considerable part of the mental energy. They withdrew. But several people who had connections, or wanted to become connections, stayed. Susanna took Sherry's hand and walked over with her snake-like soft waist. Lord Tesla, Sherry's has been here for so many years. I have seen her loyalty to the Chaos world. Please don't blame her for this. If there is any misunderstanding, you can clarify it here. Ryan smiled and said, there is no misunderstanding. I have communicated with gods such as Pero, Tyr, and Tempest. We all don't think that Sherry's is betraying her. The two goddesses opposite breathed a sigh of relief. This is a pass. Xiao Ruisi asked carefully, what about Mohanade? If you are the one delivering the message, you can talk to my disciple Tang Si tomorrow. Thank you so much. Xiao Ruisi put her hands together and bowed. With just such a simple action, coupled with her evening gown with an X-shaped front, Ryan immediately received 2 more willpower test warnings. Cough cough. It turns out that everyone has their own specialties. What dancing goddess? What goddess of love and beauty? None of them is easy to deal with. I always feel that they are a greater threat to Ryan than the Lord of Chaos. At least they were sent away. And when there were finally no outsiders, Ryan could already feel that the little resentment in the eyes of the tin can next to him was about to melt away. Ryan reached into the right rib of the tin can with great agility, untied a bow, and after a series of clanging sounds, he hugged a soft little jealous person. Why are you so skilled? Why did you leave a hole? I swear on my conscience that I didn't mean to make you angry. You? Fiona was too lazy to correct this guy. She just turned her head away and continued to sulk. After a while, she said faintly, I know it's my fault. In fact, I didn't ask you for anything. After all, we were a mess from the beginning. I don't even know if this is love. And I don't know when I will fall. So I'll just do whatever you want. When she said this, Ryan seemed to understand. No wonder Fiona didn't make any noise or fuss. After all, it was the situation that forced her. Ren couldn't help thinking of Mauzi invaded by Sandezi during World War II. For example, the classic Stalingrad campaign. Once they could rest, Malme was also quite waved. This is the general environment. That was the last time that the Lord of Chaos forcibly killed a weak elven god, which left a terrible psychological trauma on the gods. Farina is so enthusiastic. Why not want to do something she hadn't done before? Ryan hooked her nose with his finger and said, I cooperated with Xiao Ruisi for the sake of the overall situation. Why not get something good for you by the way? Nice one. I remember that both the gods of war of humans and dwarves have fallen. If you get a roughly purified fragment of the godhood of war attribute, can you quickly break through from weak divine power to weak level? Fiona suddenly stood up and looked at Ryan in disbelief. Her beautiful eyes widening, You are willing to give me this thing? If I help the Mohanet Pantheon deal with the bodies of the fallen chaos gods, it means I will get a lot of divinity and godhood fragments. In fact, even if you give me all of them, I can't use them all. Instead of this, it's better to give them to my own people. Hearing the word one of our own, Fiona's face flushed. She didn't know what to say. Divine and divine fragments are key items involving the upper limit of the god of gods. Even gods would want this thing. No one would trade it. Nowadays, on the Chaos Mother planet, gods with weak divine power can be crushed at any time. Even if a weak god wants to upgrade, it is not so easy. Chapter 591, Continuous PY Transactions. Under normal circumstances, the deity should be advanced or the old, divine fragments to reach the standard. and then use a large amount of faith power to pour the above two to completely increase the upper limit of their divine power to break through the critical value. Broken. To achieve this goal on the chaos front, one often has to bear the risk of being attacked by chaos during the promotion process. Because refining a large number of new Godhead fragments also means that a large amount of divine power cannot be used in the process. This trick is a powerful divine God, and there are many risks, let alone a weak God that can be pinched by the prince at any time. The current situation is that all gods with weak divine power want to be promoted, but they can't do it. Even if they can do it, they dare not do it. Fiona has the chance to be a special case. She and the god of fighting went to the war clever job in the world of fight. Under such a constant situation, this was originally the top priest. If Ryan gave her some fragments of the divine power that already had war attributes, the time she needed to condense the fragments of the divine power would be reduced by at least 80%. Then there is the matter of cover. The last three powerful gods did not keep the unlucky egg, but this time it was changed to Ren's request. That's not a cow's deity dare to refuse Ryan's request, even if they were no longer on good terms with Ryan. The orcs, Drow, and the evil dragon goddess, who had already discovered that Ryan had destroyed their lair, did not dare to turn the table with Ryan at this point in time. The night goddess's promotion to a weaker divine power definitely brings benefits. But as for the price, I can't afford this price. Fiona was about to cry. Silly. You are the price. The evil god of physics almost smiled crookedly. Fiona was completely mesmerized. Whether it is a human or a god, when you gain something, you will lose something. Perhaps what Fiona lost was her modesty. On the day when Tangs was deified, the structure of the three interconnected worlds of chaos, Imas and chaos, underwent subtle changes. Very low-key. Towns was promoted to a god with a godhood point of 2 on the second day. Although it was still a weak level, his combat power was incomparable. This doesn't mean that Towns completed the refining of the fragments of divinity and godhood so quickly, but because he and Ryan are of the same origin. Ryan directly let Towns bring up the fragments he had refined first, and Ryan used the system to wash them himself. This is more efficient. In fact, it's not that high. Just 100 times faster than Downs' traditional method of refining the fragments of the Godhead. A subordinate god who is of the same lineage as oneself is very important. In the eyes of outsiders, the school of physics is no longer a small sect. It is the prototype of a huge pantheon and a symbol that foreign doctrines, beliefs, have taken root in the world of chaos. If this happened 100 years ago, it would have been strictly scrutinized and even resisted by all local gods. But now it is a matter of course. All thanks to the cloud-piercing arrow swiped by Chaos Lao Jun. Without this old man's aggressive and unyielding style, it would be difficult for Ryan to steal the chicken. On just the third day, news came from Imas. The messenger Popularize said weakly, "If you, Lord Tesla, can deal with the remains of the old god's chaos who broke into the world of Imas, the gods of Mohan Ade are willing to pay 2 attributeless god fragments and 3 points of attributeless divinity for each kill. And the remains of the gods can be dealt with by the Lord himself." Ryan figured that the gods of Mohanad had suffered heavy losses. At this price, if a god with weak divine power were to be replaced, it would not be a layoff. It would be a direct cut to the aorta. The bounties of more than 20 gods are enough to make a powerful god drop in strength. It can be basically confirmed that this was a proposal made by a group of top Mohan Ade gods with great effort. Ryan did not answer directly, but left Popularize alone for a while. After restoring communication with the Chaos Mother Planet front, he would make a deal with Pero Py. Pero was shocked by Ryan's bold plan. Can this really be done? I think so. To be honest, if it was this serious, there was no need for Ryan to find Pero. Ryan could just deal with the remains of the gods that were corrupted by chaos after they died. And Ryan could just make a fortune quietly. With Ryan's current status in the martial arts world, no chaos god dared to interfere. Ryan was very good to his girl. When Ryan proposed to help the god of knights to get promoted on the battlefield, Pero was speechless. Are you serious? Like me, the 3 co-joining Tilgatapas may not be able to keep the god of the cavaliers. What if there are more than 3 of you willing to go all out? You mean, if the night god succeeds this time, I will present a highly customized fragment of the godhead to each family that has made a full effort. Pero stunned. The temptation was so great that he couldn't think of refusing. For example, the god of light. Now he is unable to handle it alone. Isn't it that the god of fire has fallen? And the goddess of hope has been seriously injured and unconscious? Why are you in a coma? In the final analysis, it was because her divine body was injured and her divine power was overdrawn. Under normal circumstances, it would take 100 years to recover. And with the continuous replenishment of the power of faith, she would slowly repair the damaged fragments of the divine body and replenish her divine soul. What if Ryan managed to create a neutral fragment of the Godhead that had the attribute of light? Don't even think about changing to another one. Don't forget that the physics school has a category called optics. A highly customized fragment of the Godhead means that the recipient only needs to inject its soul as a token of recognition. And the task will basically be accomplished. No matter how powerful a god is, he can only fight alone. Having an extra follower god means there is backup to help defend the home. Pero thought about it. I promised. I allow you to use Tyr and Tampa's will take a shot since then to convince the main gods of other gods. For this reason, I hope you will do your best on the recovery of the goddess of hope. It's natural. After the three families agreed, Ryan used this to convince the elves, gnomes, dwarves, halflings, and the good dragons. In fact, the most capable fighters from the good and neutral camps were all pulled onto the chariot. Everything is ready. Just wait for Ren to do it. Ryan made a small deal with Chaos World Will. World Will. I need, portal, clever job. You can give it to you. Is it exaggerated? It's just so exaggerated. To the world. Gods are both the seizers of the power of laws, and the maintainers of laws. Chaos has lost nearly 30 gods. And with the invasion of Chaos, it instinctively wants to survive. So it naturally agrees to all the requests of the strong. Chapter 592, unable to recognize his own brotherhood. Now that Chaos has taken care of things, it is naturally the turn of the Ima's world. Before the gods of Mohanad could really feel it, the will of the Ima's world instinctively woke up because something was wrong. Will you serve my continued existence? My goodness. The abacus beads are flying all over my face. As the will of the world, it can of course see those glorious titles of Ryan. How could it not know that Ryan is a life-saving straw-level boss? Just as soon as you speak, you can make Ren part-time a god of Amaz. This is equivalent to setting responsibilities. If the world collapses, the gods will lose that part of the power. Now Isama's is a fast ship. And Ren must decisively refuse. Work? Of course not. This is just a temporary collaboration. I have no intention of joining the Ima's world. You refuse? Then I will not allow you to set foot in Ima's. Very good. Ryan was not annoyed. There were too many people without AC points these days. And one more world will have Ima's was not a big deal. Just as Ryan concentrated on continuing to watch the divine and divine fragments, he thought that Amaz could work hard, at least showing their bones, but did not expect to pull the big one. As a broken world covered with yellow sand, the water source of Ima's world is pitifully small. The source of the largest Labraja River is on a plateau. To be honest, the world is so big, and even though water resources are scarce, it won't be the end of us if one source is polluted. Badness is at this time. The god of Mohan Ade is still playing in the regional single defense. That is, a deity is only responsible for defending the most believed in his believer. They didn't even send down the kingdom of God to play around the kingdom of God on earth. They just sent a clone to guard a piece of land. At first glance, it is a typical behavior that has never been beaten. The direct consequence of this is that the three most important water sources are guarded by a water god, a crocodile god, a rain god, and these three gods are their incarnations. Moreover, the strength of the three gods is extremely uneven. The strongest water god has medium power, and the weakest crocodile god has only weak power. How could this configuration withstand the extremely ferocious Chaos Legion? Once a few Chaos generals and their minions charged forward, the defense line collapsed. This directly caused the already scarce water element on the planet Imas to immediately fall into a very dangerous situation. The invasion of Chaos had originally interfered with the sowing of a pile of paddy fields along a bunch of hidden plains along the river. Now even the water sources are contaminated in large areas. If the people of the Amaz can still live with food for the time being, but without clean water, the people will start to be infected. From core towns to small villages, there are reports of humans dying after drinking water contaminated by Chaos power, and becoming low-level Chaos devils. This in turn affects the income of faith power of the Mohanad gods, forming a terrible vicious circle. When these horrific images were transmitted back to the Assassin's Mage Tower by Ryan's passive perception system, Fiona was silent for a while before she spoke. Our fighting god once also had faith in a world named Alex. In fact, it was the first world under the jurisdiction of the Chaos God. There were about 60 gods that established our own sanctuary there. We once organized counterattacks, which can consume 10 years, or gradually fall, and the entire planet was drowned by chaotic power. Gradually, the Lord of Chaos followed the path of our divine power, and found the worlds where the other Chaos gods spread their faith. At the cost of sacrificing 5 worlds, we made up our minds to kill our way to the Chaos Mother Planet, and fight a decisive battle with the Lord of Chaos. It's not surprising that the gods of Mohanad behave this way. It's normal. The difference is that the gods of Chaos have enough strategic depth. But they don't? When she said this, Ryan became curious. No. In fact, it wasn't that you accidentally found the gods of the Mohanade. We all thought that they all left the star area. Or it fell. The last Millennium War. But the gods of the Kazos won all the victory, and drove them away. In a sense, that cat is our loot. Fiona refers to Shares, the goddess of cats and dance. Renowin. He had found a defeated general of the Chaos Gods to take the blame. No wonder the Chaos Gods had no objection, and were cheering wildly in their hearts. This is also normal, according to what Fiona heard from Tempest. At the peak of Chaos's domain, there were nearly 300 gods, while the other side only had 80. Now, after thousands of years, both sides have suffered losses. But Chaos is still a lean camel that is bigger than a horse. Deep down, he is not willing to be on an equal footing with the Mohanad gods and form an equal alliance. And now it seems that the priesthood of the Mohanad gods is very uneven. Because the world of Imas is extremely dry and most of it is desert. The population is only 7 million. Which means that all the priesthoods that can support gods are snatched up. There are 5 sun gods and 3 death gods in Amasri. And if we exclude a bunch of animal gods with weak power and no use, there are actually only a little over 10 gods who are quite capable. Think about it. Paro's core priesthood is also Sunday. If 5 sun gods are stuck here, will Pero be happy? Even if Pelair is a lawful good deity, it is not certain that he would be happy to see this happen. Now that Imas has come out to take the blame, the Chaos gods have become less anxious. After fighting with Chaos for more than 100 years, the strength of both sides is almost clear. There are no means that have not been seen before. The only difference is whether they are willing to pay the corresponding cost. More Chaos war bands went to Imas, which meant that Chaos World was more stable as a logistics base during this period of time. Pero led the gods and launched a fierce attack on the Chaos Lord's lair. In recent days, the battle line has been pushed almost back to the position it was 50 years ago. Only 500 kilometers away from the nearest place to the Grand Lord's Chaos Palace. The prince was a little confused by the Chaos gods for a while. In the Demon Palace, he lost his temper more than once. Why is it that after we attacked the home planet of Chaos, Imas, they attack more aggressively? His advisor hesitated. The bastards of order are all the same. The bigger the enemy's reaction, doesn't it mean that we are doing the right thing? The prince heard this and said, that makes sense. Send another regiment over there. The Mohanad gods were completely overwhelmed, and once again used Shares to act as lobbyists. The poor cat goddess was a bit dazed and acted as a mouthpiece. The battle situation over there among the Mohanad gods is okay. I just hope we can quickly retrieve the bodies of the dead Chaos gods. Not bad? Ryan laughed miserably. Battle reports can be deceiving. Battle lines can't. The territory occupied by the gods of Mohanad is less than 60% of the entire planet. Could this be the so-called the army is victoriously advancing to the rear, and the chaos beasts are chasing after them? Ren's wonderful description will not give Xia Ruisi. Chapter 593 Physical Chaos? What else can Shares do? She is a passing between the two gods, and it is not human, god, on both sides. Didn't she change jobs because she saw that Chaos was strong enough? The old boss asked her to pass on a message, and she dared not disobey. After all, she had been with the current boss for 1,000 years. This meant that her butt could be crooked. But only a little bit. Not more. She didn't know how many times she had cursed her former employer in her heart. But she didn't dare to say it out loud. People who criticize their former employers everywhere are not necessarily good people. As a kind deity, she still has a bottom line. What else can I do? I can only sigh. Even though so many worlds controlled by the Chaos gods were destroyed, they still had the ability to fight back. This was because the Chaos Gods were powerful. Their territories were large enough, and they had enough strategic depth. The gods of Mohan had once left this star region, and no one knew where they went. Anyway, Xiaoruisi vaguely knew that they were beaten back by another more powerful one. Now there is only one Ema's world left, and they really don't know when they want to set up. No matter how dumb Sherry's was, she knew that the gods Chaos plus Ryan were determined to use the gods Mohanad to take the blame. She had no choice but to say some free words and leave in shame. After Downs learned about this, he came to ask Ren, Master, do we take the Amarta world? This seems not good. Ryan smiled and asked, then what can we do? At this time, the Chaos Gods have to rely on joint defense to withstand the Chaos Army, and the Mohanad Gods are still playing individual defense. They won't face reality unless they are beaten to a desperate situation. I always feel like they are about to die. Lei Mao's smile reached the point where strictness and neutrality, bad in fact. The Amaz world does not have to be discouraged. This is not the break. How can it be continued? We just shed their breath when we need it. Don't forget. How many gods of the Mohan Ade still resent the gods of the cows? Alas, Tang sighed. After following his master for so long, he has changed from a kind young man who could not tolerate any evil to the current neutral young man. Since Mogan Aid's side is so unrestrained, only the choice of suffering from the people of the Amaz. Ryan changed the subject. Yes. You reported that the laws of physics can repair the land infected by chaos? That's right. Flora stood up excitedly. Master, I guess you must have anticipated all this a long time ago. And that's why you asked us to do the experiment. This time it was Ryan's turn to be speechless. Wait. What did I budget for? Does physics have this ability? Why don't I know this physics mentor? Thala said endlessly. We detected that the gravity acceleration g of the pollution plot changed. So my disciples chose to engrave the mechanical formula and law. When the power of faith injeeped the formula and the law rune, G obviously began to call back. It turns out that as long as there is sufficient faith, it can effectively repair the soil infected by the chaotic power. The runes Flora mentioned are actually Chinese characters. Ren flickered disciples. This is an ancient pictograph with supreme divine power, and it is also the treasure of his world. Just as Dr. Tian Chao used Latin during prescriptions, all the deep laws and laws in the physics school were written directly in Chinese characters. Over time, this has become an important feature distinguished by the FAE and other denominations of the physics school, and even disciples of physics school have a sense of superiority of Gal FA. But the laws of physics can suppress chaotic forces. At least a small amount of chaotic forces, which Ryan had never thought of. Ryan used his 3-digit intelligence points to think quickly, and was basically certain that it was the power of my thinking from the chaos world that was taking effect. Ren pretended to be groaning, and said after a while, now it seems that chaos is the first to mess with world cognition. This is like we instigating a 3-year-old child, and pointing at a deer saying that it is a horse. When the child is completely distorted, he really refers to the deer. But this is a horse or a deer? Malu. The army is a horse deer. Or the navy, and the army are all horse deer. Matt was stunned. Is this possible? Ren laughed. Yeah. When everyone was wrong. Who would know what horse is and what is deer? Bolland asked. That messy cognition. That thing still produces the original role? Yes. Your conjecture is correct. But you think about it. If that thing is destroyed, I don't know what it is. How can it repair it? Master, please give an example. Ren continued to induce. Okay. If you are injured, a big mouth is cut on the arm. Under normal circumstances, the wound will heal. Right? The disciples nodded. Then your body is wrong? It records one eye there. Not the skin of your arm? The disciples were shuddered at first. And then they thought about it. Harry said, chaos is so destroying our world. And then disrupting the laws of our world. And finally the whole world is in chaos? Ren nodded. I'm not absolutely sure. But physics itself is the record of the entire world rules, and the summary and induction of the law. When we use the law of physics for the world, we remember the review in the past. The disciples are very sighing. Tang Si even said, Master came to the chaos world by accident. It turns out that the worlds will instinctively longs for Master. Renian saw his disciples sticking to his face, and he was rarely embarrassed. Oh, really made people. Ren estimate that the repairs of this level are still based on the ability of the world to repair. Ren did not take Downs' words, but looked at the distance through the window. Sure enough, it must be a correction before the situation must be completely deteriorated. Ryan didn't know that at this moment, the Ima's world began to fall into a state of collapse. The sky continued to fall in the sky, and every cloud group in the atmosphere was on fire, and the ruthless chaos flames burned the atmosphere. On the desert, large and small gravels began to float on anti-gravity, and half of them were tall. The only gravel seemed to not be too much. A slap fan passed, and it could give more than a dozen suspended flying sand. Chapter 594 Conditions of Redemption. People walked on the ground, and obviously felt that the body was lighter than before. Only those who have studied physics know that this is the disappearance of the planet's gravity, or disorder. All kinds of natural disasters are endless. A town's living in more than 10,000 people have been buried by the huge Shoshan that moved overnight. Mohan Ade. Where are you? Where are you? Many Ima people cried and grinned. Sorrowful. But no matter how they look for priests and internal officials, they get the same reply to pray. Prayer can change the comfort of the soul. You can't change the fruit. You can't change the future. They could not blame the Mohanic gods, as many had witnessed their resistance. The god of death awakened the sleeping mummy army to fight to the death with the taller chaos demons. However, the mummies, who could easily kill a group of mortals, were like matchsticks and were easily broken into pieces in front of these grotesque chaos monsters, which were generally over 4 meters tall. Only more powerful and light magical power, soldiers of the gods, with a light divine power can reluctantly compete with it. So what? Lost a city today and lose a river tomorrow. When the mother of the nourishment of one in yesterday became a stinky ditch that exudes poisonous gas. Even the nearby well water became dirty and could not drink. A large number of Amaz people were thirsty, or they were tortured, drinking chaotic water. And most people were poisoned, and only a few became their most fearful monsters. Under such circumstances, the gods Mohan had finally began to give up their damn arrogance and proposed a new alliance treaty to the gods' chaos. In the Killer Master Tower, Renan saw Xia Ruisi, who was bitter. Her embarrassing look. But the floor of the mage tower is a little bit blocked. Her 10 beautiful toes with red nails are estimated to have a few soil pits. Of course, when she was doing business, she was not so charming. She was dressed in a thick pure white court style. The following classic middle skirt, except for the golden silk embroidery lace, looks noble. There is really no taste of dancer. Why are you again? Is there no real representative in the Mohan Ade god? Yes. Yes. Just I dare not expose the space coordinates of the cow's world. I'm afraid this is not good for the Kayabo's world. Oh. Instead, Ren looked at the cat goddess, who had never done business in the past. Of course, it is because your old man is sitting. To this day, no cows can estimate how strong the king of the outer region is. And no one even dares to say that Ren and Chaos are strong and weak. Even at the god level, Ren's strength is still bottomless. Think about it. God level Chaos Demon. He can still play the teaching bureau. So that the disciples of not the gods at the time were done. As his strength is only the divine power such as the district. He dares to let his disciples be promoted. And he is PY with the world's will. There is no blockage at all. Xia Ruiz got the guidance of Susanna early and bowed without hesitation. Let Tesla sit on the town of Kazos and dominate everything here. It is the consensus of the cause gods. She said so. Rennie did not intend to embarrass her. Say, can there be some nutritional proposals over there? They want to talk to each other. For example, ask each other to send the gods to talk about each other? When Ryan heard this, he felt something was wrong. It is not that the representative is wrong, but that Xia Ruiz's attitude is wrong. Who represents? Xia Ruiz was a spiritual, and he knew that he couldn't hide. It's Hazel. In ancient Egyptian mythology, there is a perfect goddess, who is not only beautiful but also very loving. She is Hathor, the goddess of love and beauty. Hazel came from a cow. From this point of view, ancient Egypt and ancient Chinese had the same wonderful work, and they regarded the cow as a kind and docile animal. The question comes, who is not good for sending? Ren was unhappy. Oh, in your eyes, I am a lascivious guy? Or, do you deliberately disclose it to the opposite side? Is this my so-called weakness? The anger of the God of God can make the God world a million corpses. Today, the outer king of God, which has been identified as the will of the casual world, is how terrible Ren's power. At this moment, some of them are true and false. And the stars of the planets are crazy into Xiaorui's spiritual sea. She saw Ren driven to Terra to destroy an enemy's universe fleet. She saw Ren ordered a huge metal creation. And a hit of hundreds of millions of people in one blow exploded. She also saw that Ryan opened a terrible stargate, releasing a storm of grey goo, sending all his enemies into the abyss of despair. Any means of this is what she has never seen and unheard of. As a rural village ant-level goddess, she felt that her 3 views were hit the most. No wonder Ren didn't take the Chaos Monarch as a matter of time. It turned out that he was more terrible than the Chaos in another star domain, due to the isolation of the world in different worlds. The world's isolation leads to the picture distortion. And Xiaorui's committed the same mistake as the world's will, and took the game screenplay by Ren. I dare not. I really didn't intend to betray your information. God. It's just that Isis asked me what your biggest hobby is. I answered it carelessly. Xiaoruisi was almost scared to death, with tears hanging in the corners of her eyes. With an IQ of 50, she really didn't realize that she was being tricked. Ren is happy. I am waveless. If there is no break from Fiona's sudden fall, there are only 2 women around me and a mount. Besides, sending Hazel can let me sell a lot of interests. Do you believe it? As long as I nod. You and Susanna, who covers you, will pack it? Ren, desperate for this idiot with a skinny symbol, don't see it. Tell them. Emma's world is not saved. If you want me, every god must give up his status and become the god of the god of the god of God. And assigned by the Lord, will try their best to evacuate their believers. Xiaoruisi's good face lost all blood in an instant. Chapter 595. Conspiracy and Heartbreak. Harsh. Too harsh. Even if this kind of thing is not in the realm of God and changing to mortals, it has changed from the boss to a migrant worker. Not to mention that even if the Mohan Ade gods gave up their status as the main gods, there is still a chance that they would be thrown into the chaos battlefield as filler babies by their former mortal enemies, and they might still not escape the fate of falling. How can this make the god of Mohan Ade accept it? Xiaoruisi's body was shaking. No, they can't accept it. Ren laughed. I don't mind having peace with the Chaos Monarch, and even joining the Chaos Legion in turn attacking the cause god. Sherry stopped talking. If the Chaotic Monarch was willing to talk about peace, the gods of the cause could not twist into a rope. It is because Chaos regards all existences on the side of order as mortal enemies, and will not be satisfied unless it drags all the gods of order into chaos. In fact, it is not that there is no chaotic idiot. The result is not only a cold shoulder, but also a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. That guy was chopped into pieces by the chaos side that day, and then turned into a chaos demon and sent to the front line to be mocked by the gods of order. Nowadays, the gods of the Mohan Ade are not counted by Renla to block the gun, and they are about to die. If they really want to join the coalition forces that crusade the chaos as an ally, Ren can't sleep. This is why Ren knew in the previous PY transaction, knowing that Para was willing to be the gods of Lamon Ade, but he insisted on yielding the god of Mohan, regardless of the master. Do not stuck every Mohan Ade's neck, and merge their clever jobs. They have one day better than Kashu's evil gods. When the MS world is over, they have to offer the clergy and be involved in the cow's world, which is equivalent to the Lord Kana, who belongs to the Lord God. They can't even receive a little faith, coupled with the Lord God's unlimited jurisdiction over the subordinate gods. They will never be able to turn the tables. Xiaoruis's attractive red lips tremble constantly. God Tesla. Aren't you worried that they will run away? Ryan's smile became more mysterious. If running away can solve the problem, why didn't the chaos gods run away in the first place? Xiaoruisi clenched her fists and stopped talking. The gods of this big world are either deified through faith, or rely on certain elements from a small world as the source of their divine power. Once they lose their divine power supply, it is only a matter of time before they are exhausted to death. It just so happens that the Chaos Legion is not good at other things, but they are top-notch experts at chasing and killing by smelling the scent of order. No matter how their pursuit goes astray, it is common for them to take twice as long. But in the end, they will still catch up with those escaped gods. By the way, there were more than 300 chaos gods at the beginning. Where do you think the missing gods went? Sherry's lowered her head in frustration. I will convey to them what you and Lord Pero mean. Go ahead. This. What else is there? Ryan thought for a moment and said, the first 10 Mohan Ade spirits who surrendered to Lord Chaos will be treated above the standard. The treatment will get worse as time goes by. Sia Ruizi's wheat-colored face was now pale. Killing God. And killing his heart. She left in a daze. Seriously? Ren didn't necessarily want to pit the gods of the Ade. But unfortunately his system upgrades were stuck. Yes. At the moment when Towns was recognized by the world, the Teaching People Tirelessly system was announced to be upgraded again. However, the result of the upgrade made Ryan quite distressed. The host needs to spread physics more widely to further unlock the system's capabilities. Ryan thought about it and wondered. I have spread physics to 2 great empires, plus a bunch of kingdoms and duchies. Isn't that enough? Looking at the keywords prompted by the system-wide, Ren began to realize that perhaps the system hoped that he would spread physics into the department of Mogan Ade. Believers are the core of faith and deification, and the lifeblood of the gods. Without the gods who are willing to give up their own believers, it is a hen who will lay eggs. Although Ryan gained a few followers after his last warning, as he no longer appeared in public and the local gods suppressed him, his poor followers disappeared. Then believers can believe you today, and you can believe in your home tomorrow. As the situation on the planet Imas became more and more serious, many Imas people tried desperately to find a cure and began to chant the name of Ryan. However, the world was stuck there, and Ryan could not get that part of the power of faith. Ren is not in a hurry now. Anyway, it wasn't his Chaos continent that was being attacked by 3 Chaos regiments and more than 20 God-level Chaos demons. Why was he so anxious? The opposite Mohan Ade god was crazy. 5 hours later, Sia Ruiz's clone took advantage of the opening of the space rift in Chaos World and spread the news. After it was transferred to the other side, the gods of Mohanad were furious. What? Pero and this Tesla are so vicious. Are they not afraid that we are in chaos? Forget it. Chaos only wants our lives. Should we run away? Guess why the Chaos gods didn't run away, but instead spent hundreds of years fighting the Chaos Lord in this star field? Damn it. Is it really blocked by that side? Or do you want to try your luck in a black hole? More than 40 gods were originally unwilling. No god spoke in the entire Divine Thought channel. But everyone knew that each other's restless hearts were pounding wildly, whether they admit it or not. Imas can no longer hold on. This is their last base of faith. If there is no foreign aid, the mortal believers are dead, and the next drama of the kingdom of God is besieged. Is it risky? Or should they endure humiliation and seek refuge with their mortal enemy, who once beat them so badly? How to choose? If the Mohanad pantheon was a large pantheon with a god king or leader, perhaps they would tie themselves up and use it as a bargaining chip to put pressure on the Chaos gods, at least to fight for a follower position, rather than this kind of servant-like relationship between a subordinate god and the main god. Unfortunately, just before the Chaos invasion, this shitty pantheon was in the middle of a civil war. The sun god Horus is in the dry frame with the dark evil gods of killing his father Osiris. Although in the Egyptian mythology, there are many versions of Horus's grievances with Sate. This is why the Ima's world has been unable to organize a decent defense. Chapter 596 showing good votes. Be it the human heart or the divine heart, it will be difficult to carry it if it is scattered. There are constant internal strife and powerful external enemies. The self-proclaimed king of the Sai was inaccurate, and out of the outside must be settled first. At this time, we must be crazy to make a demon, so that his men attacked the territory of Horus * Thunder. This made the Amaz family that was not abundant worsen. It has been like this for more than a month, let alone Set. In fact, Horus Thunder is also difficult to blame. Ren's conditions are harsh, no matter how much you say. Not to mention the gods below. Even Horus Thunder has a snack. There can be only one of the sun gods of the Kana world, and Horus does not feel that he can divide the big sun clever job. It happened that cows as human beings were hung up. This means that Pero lacks a powerful lawful good deity to serve as his thug. From God is not something that can be chosen randomly. Firstly, their camps must be similar, and secondly, their priesthoods must be similar, or at least of the same category recognized by the world's will. Horus was doomed to kneel if he stayed in the world of Imas. Even if more than 40 gods followed his command and defended to the death, they might not be able to hold on. Not to mention that he had to face Set's backstab every day, without blowing. He is the one who can get the best treatment after changing jobs. Unfortunately, he was originally to be the king of God. He decided to test it and passed through Sia Ruisi. I fully understand the trend of the general trend. I believe that every Mohan Ade god will make my own decision. Before that, I hope that the Chaos side can show enough goodwill. Goodwill? Xia Ruiz was a little embarrassed. But she still delivered the message obediently. Here, the apprentices in the direction of Ren and his direction of the direction began to discuss after hearing the conversation. How can we show goodwill? Report to them in advance and let their believers come over? Harry was curious. Fulla shook his head. No. Believe in a million level believers is not a simple matter. We must first coordinate the various gods, and then discuss with various countries, and do a good job of preventing work. Matt blinked. Isn't the other party asking such a complicated thing? Ren made a hammer. Simple. Horus * Thunder wants to see the combat power on our side. The benefit of Mohan Ade is goodwill. And the enemy who kills Mohan Ade can also be goodwill. No matter which one can reduce the pressure of the opposite side, it is a good thing. Still, God cannot bleed. And he cannot see the blood bars for everyone. The day of seeing the blood bars is not far away from the fart. Conversely, if a god is always unpredictable, using the power of the secondary level to settle all problems, then his divine power will be infinitely overestimated. This time, Renin didn't need to ask the will of Emas. A world that is contaminated by more than 40% of the rules is no different from a weak woman. In a sense, this is the happiest party when the chaos is the happiest. This kind of resistance is ineffective. The world that is about to fall is the most suitable for chaos puffs. Ren has no interest in saving this unknown and barren world. On the other hand, the state of chaos world is better than Ryan imagined. While the physics school is suppressing the spread of chaos and repairing some chaotic lands, governments of various countries, awakened by the impending disaster, have begun to organize farmers to harvest winter wheat and plant summer crops quickly, and have banned all winemaking activities. If the casual world can be more than half a year, the food in various countries will be better. At this moment, the Amaz world is everywhere. In the desert, there are fleeing camel knights and their servants. In this Bonai, except for those places where the gods are directly sheltered, there are basically no living people. For the Imaz people who had never seen the world, this scene was like a doomsday meteorite falling on their heads. From the bottom of the heart, an endless fear can only soothe the mind by praying. Unfortunately, most of the Mohan Ade gods are in a state of war. And every city that is still insisted is isolated. No one knows if he can see tomorrow. Not to mention, those fallen chaos gods transformed into chaos demons, and came with the chaos army. Their arrival seemed to be the final sentence of destruction. Hathor has never been a combative deity, although she has always been non-confrontational in the entire pantheon. And the power struggle between Horus and Set will not affect her. This is under peace. Now that Horus is overwhelming, in addition to directly lowering her believer Shilud, she is not her affairs at all. She can do it by her weak chicken god. Galagos, the former chaos god of war, showed up. This 7-story tall god-level chaos demon frightened Hathor's crusaders like thieves as soon as he appeared. Without the blessing of the gods, mortals had no courage to resist. They dropped their weapons on the spot and fled screaming. In the blink of an eye, the entire front began to collapse. Love and beauty are useless on the battlefield. The god of war, which had already been distorted, looked like an oversized zombie. Half of his face had collapsed and was filled with evil biological tissues that looked like barnacles. As if he saw something interesting, he leaned down, and his skinny giant hand swept over the heads of the crowd. Finally, like an eagle catching chickens, he pulled a priestess in a gorgeous dance dress out of the crowd. The poor priestess uttered a miserable cry, calling out the holy name of Hathor. But what could Hathor do? She could do nothing. On the other side of the battlefield, a chaos general fiercely attacked the shield of her kingdom. Seeing that the poor priestess was about to be broken into pieces by Galagos like a doll, Hathor even imagined the horrific scene of this beautiful priestess being pulled out of her lower body along with her intestines and spine by Galagos. Then a miracle happened. The gorgeous blue-purple halo suddenly appeared at the feet of this chaotic giant. Galagos, who had long lost his sanity, was unable to understand what was happening beneath his feet. He moved his only eye and scanned the surroundings with his cloudy eyes. Before he could react, a huge portal with a diameter of 100 meters opened under his feet. He and everything around him fell into this seemingly bottomless hole. No! As soon as Galagos stepped in, Hathor found that he turned into a cluster of flowing light and was forcibly transported to another world. Chapter 597. Be careful to spit it out. Hathor, who was in the palace of the gods on earth, opened her beautiful eyes wide in surprise, unable to believe her eyes and perceptions. Wait! You can just use a portal to transport the body of a former true god across space. Can you even do something like this? After a brief moment of surprise, she suddenly understood. It seems as if that it can really be done. It is impossible to drag away a true god through a portal. The most important thing is that the laws of this god and that world are completely integrated through the priesthood. Forcibly taking away a true god of this world is no different from tearing a world apart. Not to mention a powerful god. Maybe even the real king can't do it. There is no doubt that Galagos, the god of war, is not among the true gods. He has fallen, and these are only his remains. After teleporting a god-level chaos demon that has no lawful connection to the world of Imas, the only remaining problem is the maintenance of the portal. As we all know, the stronger the object to be teleported and the farther the distance, the more magic power or divine power is required. No matter how you look at it, teleporting a god-level chaos demon is actually a very bad value for money. The amount of divine power required is enough to condense twice its own divinity and fragments of godhood. Interestingly, there is such a weirdo in this world who almost cannot lack the power of faith. As the transport captain of the chaos gods, eating Cardana is a basic operation. When the god Lay was eating hot pot and singing songs and made the god of war Galagos return home, all the gods who received the news were stunned. Wait, Ryan Tesla can even do this? No matter how bad Galagos was, he was at least a decent god when he was alive, with some weak divine power and the crucial priesthood of war. Even after his death, Tempest and Fiona took action and secretly divided up his priesthood. This does not mean that his priesthood was not powerful. He possesses the divinity and fragments of godhood with the attribute of war, which are treasures to the three gods of the battle pantheon. The moment the chaotic demon transmitted by Galavas, Fiona exclaimed, and then foreshadowed that she could not go to the end of the way tomorrow without Ryan's command. The 6 disciples he taught had already stood side by side and launched all kinds of attacks towards Galagos. As for Tang Si, he is a true god, and now he has become the one in charge. Master, brother, and sister, remember, don't attack for attacks. We must carefully observe the enemy's status. We cannot regard Chaos Demon as a unified whole. It is best to make preliminary partitions according to their shapes and appearances. There are some rules corresponding to some limbs. Use corresponding physics attacks. Town selflessly contributes his experience, and he also longs for more fellow students to step into the divine realm. This is an era of great chaos, but also an era of leap forward. It is true that the world has suffered a terrible catastrophe, which has also broken the state of one person in one position in the god realm. If the Chaos Lord is suppressed by an external enemy of this level, even in the era of the God War when the gods attacked each other, it would not be easy to rise. It's just like Town's own electromagnetic priesthood. He might just be deified when his grumpy brother, the Lord of Storms, comes to kill him. Even if Towns could hold on, he would have to vomit out most of what he ate. Maybe he would have to guard that one point of godhood throughout his entire career as a god, living a depressed life. How could he easily get a high score like he does now? The fellow disciples and sisters were also very cooperative and quickly found Galagos' weakness. This guy was afraid of ice, and at least 70% of his body was weak to ice. This is easy to handle. Harry took out the Archimedes bathtub, gritted his teeth, and soaked himself in ice water. Galagos' fighting power was reduced by 70%. The next step is a natural progression. In less than 40 minutes, the physics school completed the killing of Galavas. And by the way, the killing video was turned over. There was an uproar among the Mohan AD gods. The one who was most shocked was Hathor. Without Galagos' restraint, the goddess of love and beauty managed to repel the Chaos army in front of him. Amazing! Ryan Tesla's disciple actually killed a god-level Chaos demon with a mortal body. Of course, most of the credit should be attributed to Supreme God Tesla. But his disciple is also very strong. At least, stronger than my archangel. Hazel's angel lowered his head ashamed. The dishes of non-combat gods are of the same origin. Hathor had other ideas. On the other side, when Ryan teased Fiona, when he changed his fancy to tease the Cavalier's goddess, he received the bad news. What? Hathor is willing to become Susanna's subordinate god. When Ryan heard the news from Sherry's, he was a little amused. This can't be considered as being intercepted. After all, she is a goddess who sings, dances, and talks about love. Even if she changes jobs, she will find a job that matches her profession. There is nothing wrong with that. But your life, Susanna, is still in my hands. Ryan, I'm afraid you, Hather, have gone to the wrong place. Right? It's like when survival becomes a problem. Who the hell will let you get married and have children? Nowadays, the Chaos continent with better status can still receive a 2-digit chaotic demon invasion report every day. The chaotic and kind deities, such as Susanna themselves, have great divine consumption. The key is that her divine supply is bad. Even if Rin does not intercept her power of her faith, she feeds her own angels. This girl is not suitable at all. Sure enough, the guy of the chaotic camp was just like, and he took the little sister as soon as he patted his head. Ryan was genuinely amused. Xia Ruisi carefully observed Ryan's reaction, and found that he was a little strange. She couldn't help but ask, Goddess Tesla, do you object to Goddess Susanna's decision? Ryan said speechlessly, what opinion can I have? Accepting the Mohan AD gods as subordinate gods is the collective opinion of the entire Chaos Pantheon. Anyway, those who accept the new subordinate gods over there will have to contribute more on the main battlefield. Seeing that Ryan didn't object, Xia Ruisi finally put her mind at ease. Ren, you don't like the way of the goddess of Susanna? Sophia asked carefully. You are a guy who overestimates his own capabilities. If you are not careful, you will lose everything with interest. There was a cold light in Ryan's eyes. In any case, Ryan dragged away a god-level chaos demon from chaos and took him home to kill him. This exaggerated operation gave the god Mohan Ade, who was waiting in despair, another possibility. Chapter 598 Xia Ruisi went out for a stroll, but soon came back miserable. Don't scold me. I am a preach. I declare it in advance. I am not all the way to him. Xia Ruisi looked crazy before talking, and Renan was happy. Just say it straight. I want to find the one who is in trouble. Xia Ruisi wore the most dignified dress, wrapped up tightly, and had the aura of not even showing her career to Ryan, clearly making it clear that she was not here to be a lobbyist. She took a deep breath and tried to lower her voice, imitating the way that person spoke. The sound is very strange, just like a coloratura soprano forcing herself to sing bass. I have heard for a long time that Lord Tesla is interested in joining the Ima's world. As the legitimate successor of the Mohanad Pantheon and the current God King, Yusuf has granted you permission to contribute to the resistance of Imas. Not to mention Ryan. Even disciples like Towns were having a hard time holding it in. Mr. Seth, did you drink fake wine? Are you so confused? Our master is the king of the outer domain. For the sake of so-called etiquette, Tangs and his friends couldn't laugh. No, just can't laugh until Ryan laughs. As Ryan burst into laughter, they couldn't help it and burst into laughter for a moment. Xia Ruisi was also helpless. Coming from her old employer, she certainly knew how difficult it was to mess with Seth, and that he was definitely not a ruthless god she could handle. She couldn't afford to offend Seth, and the foreign god king in front of her was her immediate boss, who supplied her with the power of faith. So she couldn't afford to offend him even more. Sandwiched between two big bosses, she is neither a god nor a god. Just like a bullied wife. Ryan was laughing, and Xia Ruisi could only laugh dryly like a dancer accompanying drinks to show that her butt was not crooked. Ryan gave instructions. Just say one sentence to set. Xia Ruisi stood straight and listened attentively. Unexpectedly, Ryan's answer was just 2 words. Haha. Have you returned? I'm back. It seems like there was no reply. Like back. Xia Ruisi tried hard to imitate Ryan's tone and expression when he said this. But suddenly she felt that she deserved a beating no matter how she imitated it. Anyway, Ryan is really not in a hurry. This kind of I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet style of play really drives the Mohan AD gods to death. This is the margin of surplus that we have when the war doesn't reach our home. But Ryan's strength is unfathomable. A god-level chaos demon could be dealt with by sending some legendary disciples and half a divine weapon before. But now, the war god Galagos, who once made Sheris extremely afraid, was killed in just a few shots. There is no chance to force him to make himself in person. Think about it. A foreign god king who not only controls the destructive power of lightning, fire, etc., but also has the priesthood of portal, and has triggered the solar sunspot storm in advance during the previous transmission of the power of faith. This means that Ryan's space attributability is also ridiculously strong. If anything goes wrong, whoever wants to get close to the chaos world Ryan can destroy the enemy with a space storm. Even if Ryan has not yet gained sufficient control over the laws of this world. Never underestimate the power of a God King. Since Ryan had demonstrated his strategic fortitude, and was not ready to release the eagle until he saw the rabbit, Xiao Ruisi could only convey the message truthfully. Otherwise, Set was angry. That bastard. How dare he do this to me? Doesn't he know who I am? How dare he? How dare he? The terrifying roar made the entire Dark Kingdom tremble. Not to mention Xiao Ruisi, who delivered the message. Even his own angels and servants were so frightened that they knelt on the ground and trembled, not daring to move an inch. What made Seth even angrier was yet to come. Ryan continued to attack. It seems that Ryan's actions were very arbitrary. In fact, anyone with a little insight can see that Ryan was apparently cleaning up the remains of the old god Chaos, who was running around in his family. But in fact, he had a clear targeting purpose. Basically, when Mohan Aid's gods of good or neutral camp were attacked by the Chaos army and were under the greatest pressure, he suddenly intervened and took away the god-level Chaos demon who was the spearhead. For example, once, Afterthought, the god of wisdom, joined forces with Hathor, the goddess of love and beauty. They were trying to protect their believers, but they never expected that Chaos, the god of hunting, would be so fierce. This once combat-oriented god, even though he has fallen and his soul has disappeared, can he still be so ferocious with just his divine body and the chaotic biological tissue attached to it? Accompanied by strange hissing sounds, the god-level Chaos of the apes showed amazing bouncing power. Well, the huge claws teared on the thick magical light hood of the country abroad. Even if the price of all flesh and blood on the claws was paid. The shield of the Hazer god's kingdom flickered violently. The soap bubble was about to be poked, and even the bystanders were about to carry it. No Chaos will care about a cannon fodder, even if this is a god-level cannon fodder made of fallen gods. Just when General Chaos was eager to see the god of hunting perish along with the defenses of Hathor's kingdom, Ryan made his presence felt again. Just swish it. It's quick. A mysterious purple-blue halo appeared under the feet of Maral, the god of hunting. With Marar's mobility, a trap of this magnitude would not have been able to trap him. But then a huge hand of lightning appeared. This hand formed by pure lightning is so bright and dazzling that mortals cannot look directly at it. Only by tilting their heads to one side can they glimpse from the corners of the hand of lightning that there are tens of millions of electric snakes twisting and winding inside. The monkey, as big as 5 stories high, seemed to have suddenly turned into an electrician monkey straddling 2 high-voltage wires. Suddenly, its whole body stiffened, and it was dragged down by this huge hand of lightning. It was not until most of his body was dragged into the portal that Marar woke up belatedly. He waved his long arms covered with pus and metal objects, trying to grab the ground around him to resist the huge pulling force coming from the other end of the portal. It's so sad that his strength is not enough compared to the opponent's divine power. Right in front of the 2 Mohan Aid gods, their number 1 enemy was dragged away alive. Chapter 599, Godhead Fragment Supermarket. As if to show off, or to demonstrate, the man opposite only used a power slightly higher than that of Meryl. This enabled Mullah to struggling, and dancing crazy with limbs. This futile appearance was the most hard-minded. To be able to play with a formerly weak god like this, the power of the god on the other side of the portal must be outrageous. The funny thing is, Ren was totally unaware, because the system told him that his divine hand could catch Meryl. So he did it. He never thought that it would be this kind of kin. Under the wrong yang. This has become the battle of leeway. At the last moment of the transfer door, Hazel shocked a glimpse of the huge Lazy Ender, instinctively keeping in mind the emblem of the big bull opposite the opposite side. At this moment, in a small valley in the Fulong Mountains of the Chaos world, a group of legendary warriors were stunned when they saw the electrician monkey being pulled down from the portal in midair. Wait! Is this Maral, the god of hunting? It seems it's really him. What honorifics! Marar has fallen, and this is only its chaotic remains. It's just that Tesla is too exaggerated. Really? This small valley, which was originally the lair of a red dragon, now has a new name, God-Killing Valley. In order to control the power of chaos and prevent chaos from spread at will, Ren caught a god-level chaotic demon every time, and will throw it here to concentrate. The entire valley had long since been transformed into a legendary physical land, and it was a Lorien Force version. From the mountain walls to the ground, the valley was engraved with the copying of books as punishment homework of 3 generations of disciples. The numerous physical laws represent the highest level of legal constraints on the Chaos continent, so that the chaos flesh that falls from these god-level chaos demons cannot spread the pollution. The hunting god Meryl is not the first prey in this valley, and he will definitely not be the last. Not only the second and even third generation disciples under Ryan came here, but now because of the harmonious relationship, many good seedlings such as the Knights, the Church of Light, the Church of Justice, and the Dwarves were also arranged here. Not only legendary masters, but also any master-level experts who have a little hope of breaking through the legend will come here to see the world. Some people have thought that the remains of the former emperor who have become chaotic magic cannot be regarded as God. But the same thing goes. This thing is no easier to kill than those non-combat gods with weak divine power. And it still drops divinity and godhood fragments. You tell me whether this thing is a god or not. To this day, no one dares to doubt Ryan's identity as the god king of the outer realm. Which weaker god could drag so many god-level chaos demons here to kill them? It is not one or two, but a large-scale slaughter like a streamliner. Like killing pigs and slaughtering cattle. Some of the evil believers in the industry did not believe that their gods had fallen. They began to gather around the god slaughterhouse, eager to see the last side of their gods, or grab the corpse, trying to resurrect their gods. Unfortunately, Ryan will not give them this opportunity. From the moment they set foot on the land of legendary physics, their fate was doomed. Without the protection of the gods, they lost all their magic and became nothing more than large infantry. The orthodox clergy such as the Church of Justice and the Church of Light were happy to send these guys off. The orthodox religion is much better. For example, after the fall of the god of fire, basically all the believers and angels switched to serving Pero. And the same is true for other races. This is the advantage of forming a pantheon. Even if one of the gods dies, there is no need to worry about the benefits falling into the hands of others. As the beneficiary of this slaughter feast, the luxury is unimaginable to outsiders. Tang Si. Look at this, Meryl. I think this tracking priesthood and godhood fragments is pretty good. Tang Si smiled bitterly. Master, I don't have your exaggerated perception. Even if you give it to me, I won't be able to use it well. Well, I'll take it first. Throw the rest back to the world will. At the end, Ryan said to his disciples, whichever one you think is good, I can keep it for you. The world will is very easy to talk to now. Yes. The 6 disciples smiled so much that their eyes became like crescent moons, and it was almost impossible to see their eyeballs. No one has ever dared to do this. Throughout history, apart from a certain master from a foreign land, who else has such courage? Although most of the priesthoods are useless, there are still a small number of priesthoods or fragments of divine power that can be used after a little washing. For example, the time and the gods of the elves. Because his time-clever job is limited to the elves, the foreigners cannot be obtained. But his divine fragments are not the same thing. For example, the dwarf god of thieves has the priesthood of illusion. And Flora is very fond of his divine fragments, because the necessary illusion ability can greatly enhance the power of Flora's command magic. Now Ryan has 79 points of divinity left in his hands, and the number of fragments of the godhead has reached 91. With Ryan's existing foundation, theoretically after the cleansing, he can be promoted to a god of medium power. Of course, it's not that simple. First of all, he would need to wash all these fragments, which would take him a long time. According to the system's estimation, it would take at least half a year. The problem was that according to the pace of the fall of the Ima's world, he definitely did not have half a year of stable development time. It remains to be seen when the Chaos Lord, having discovered something is wrong, will turn his guns around and capture the Chaos world. This is something that needs a big question mark. Secondly, if he eats it all by himself, his reputation among the Chaos gods will be ruined. Finally, if he wants to speed up the washing of these things, he needs more believers, or the cooperation of the main gods of these fallen gods. After Ryan dealt with 10 god-level chaos demons, he initiated a PY trade application to all the powerful gods in the good and neutral camps. I have a large number of fragments of divine power, including some of the fallen gods from various families. Would you like to have a deeper cooperation? The chaos gods were collectively shocked. To be honest, Ryan had taken so many divine fragments, and they were brought back from the Ima's world, according to the rules of the god's domain. He could have simply not shared them with everyone. Moreover, as the transport captain, no one dared to say anything wrong about him. However, Ryan generously traded with everyone. He also left a message. I hope to form a community of shared destiny with you all. Chapter 600. Rubbing the prince's face on the ground. After Ryan said this, his realm was more than just a level higher. He is the dignified God King of Outer Realm. Ryan is the God King. Yet he is willing to share the joys and sorrows with everyone. As long as he has a conscience in his heart. Who wouldn't be moved to tears? Without Ryan's interstellar transmission of the power of faith, the Chaos Gods coalition on the expedition to the Chaos Mother Planet would have collapsed long ago. How could there be today's counterattack? Without Ryan and his disciples to deal with those god-level chaos demons running around the world, Chaos Continent might have suffered. Could they have saved their last supply base? Now the relics of the fallen gods are being sent back. It would be hard to find such an outlandish God King, who can be both AC and a support in any other world. Many gods had secretly speculated why a guy like Ryan would come to Chaos. However, after Ryan proved his position and ability time and time again, all doubts had long since disappeared. There are always some beings in the world that are noble and great. Just like Tyr did back then. He brought the light of justice to Chaos. Just like the God of knowledge back then. Spreading the light of wisdom to the whole world. Now there is another Ryan Tesla. So much so that everyone felt that Ryan had no selfish motives when he proposed that each family make use of these fragments of the divine power to upgrade their own gods at the peak of weak divine power to weaker divine powers in turn. Right. With one move, Ryan hid the night goddess's upgrade in this seemingly selfless proposal. After all, everyone knows that gods with weak divine power can be killed in seconds. But having one more weak one means one more point of combat power. After Ryan's proposal was supported by 10 powerful gods, Fiona came to Ryan obediently that night to learn how to sharpen the holy sword of physics with a pair of night breastplates. If the previous war godhood fragments were everything is ready, then the gods' promise to help was the east wind that Ryan brought. One day in late May, on the Chaos Mother Star, a cluster of dazzling light that penetrated the sky and earth attracted the attention of all beings. Not only was the Chaos Lord amused, even the Chaos evil gods were stunned. The god of the Cavaliers is crazy. He actually chose to be promoted at a time like this? Is he frightened out of his wits? Or does he have other plans? They looked at the scene with a review of the scene. They immediately noticed the change in the arrangement of the kingdom of God. When they saw huge shadows moving one after another, the largest dozen or so kingdoms of God that looked like cities in the sky formed a hemispherical array, enveloping the small kingdom of the God of Nights. Then countless bright spots of light flashed in the sky, and angels wearing different styles of sacred armor holding various sacred weapons formed a three-dimensional array in the gaps between the kingdoms of God. An even more vast expanse of light spread out across the sky covering several kilometers. This was the angel army of medium-powered gods lined up in the second line, led by a group of powerful gods. They used this method to show the Lord of Chaos that if you were brave enough, come! Seeing this, the evil gods' facial expressions all froze. It wasn't that the God of Nights was seeking death, but the good and neutral gods had already reached an agreement on it long ago. This time it's Chaos Lord's turn to go crazy. If he was in his prime, he would definitely risk getting injured to kill this weak god who dared to challenge him in public. The hateful thing is that he is no longer as brave as he used to be. After 100 years of intense consumption, his chaotic divine power had long been insufficient to cover expenditure. In the final analysis, he was only one level better than the exhausted Chaos Gods before. But not much better. During the period when the combat power ratio between the two sides was the greatest disparity, it was estimated to be 30:70, with him at 70. Now, as the Chaos Gods received supplies, the power ratio came to 4:6. And he was 6. Otherwise, why would the prince be in such a hurry to destroy the Ima's world? He didn't want to get back into a tug-of-war with these troublemakers. Well, now that more than 10 powerful gods have expressed their opinions, with the wisdom of the Lord, of course, that is, give it a try. Anyway, you won't die if you try. Without any shouting, the sky and the earth changed color, and the monstrous chaotic devil hand that once crushed a weak divine kingdom with one blow appeared again. How the Chaos Lord desired it. And this time it was exactly the same as last time. Only 4 powerful gods took action. In this way, he can once again undermine the opponent's morale. He is wrong. Big mistake. The next moment, the dozen or so powerful divine kingdoms shook violently, and one side of their ships suddenly emitted a fierce divine light. Immediately afterwards, a lot of medium-sized gods were fired. Next are the weak ones. Hundreds of colorful sacred light cannons fired at the Chaos Lord's evil hand. Snort. Before the angels could react. No matter how much the prince wanted to keep a low profile, he still couldn't help but let out a groan of pain that shook the world. Continuous explosions and fireworks exploded on the long arm that reached the sky. There are crushing blood of the size of the mountain, so that the blood blew into the air, and then landed to the ground. The Angel Legion dealt a heavy blow to the oncoming Chaos Army. The Maharaja was aroused to ferocity, and he struck back, swinging his huge palm towards a huge kingdom of God that was blocking his way. If the other party cherishes his life, or has the idea of preserving himself, he will definitely hide. Who knows that even if the kingdom of the elven gods pays the price of the shields of the God of God, the price of the God of the kingdom is 30% dropped by 30%. It is not flashing or hiding, and eating this blow. In exchange, the Chaos Giant hand, which was once again targeted by the Chaos Gods, was finally blown up. The Chaos Lord was known for his stubbornness. He did not give up and summoned another big hand, this time attacking the kingdom of the Dwarf God King. It's evil. Another dead? 3 times in a row. The Lord of Chaos even deliberately avoided the attack of the human kingdom. But he just couldn't get through. And this high-intensity God war maintained for 15 minutes. And the kingdom of God of the Cavaliers has undergone the most intense changes. In the surrounding space, countless war illusions appeared one after another, and the clanging sounds were endless. When the kingdom of God expanded to a diameter of 1 kilometer, it finally stopped expanding, and everything returned to silence. Amidst this bloody storm, a faint chuckle seemed to be heard. This not only mocks the Maharaja's meanness, but also mocks his loss. Right. The Lord failed to destroy the kingdom of the God of Knights, and paid the price with these hands of chaos, which is a huge loss based on the energy exchange ratio. The amount of chaos power that the Grand Prince lost was enough for him to form a new, weaker chaos core. You? I remember you. The God of Night. The ruthless words of the chaos were enough to make a goddess such as a new and weak goddess fear for a long time. The problem is, the second day after the afternoon was promoted, there were 2 more on the second day. There were 3 on the third day. There were 4 on the fourth day, and 5 on the 5th day. In the end, the God of the Cows stretched the face of the chaos on the ground. Chapter 601. Disintegration of the Evil Alliance. I will remember you. God of Knights. I will remember you. The sleeping God of the Dwarfs. I remember. You percent hashtag at. What the H? Do you still remember? The great Lord of Chaos angrily overturned the table of his mind. Threatening one enemy is called a threat. Threatening several enemies is called threatening. And threatening a dozen enemies at the same time is called bullshitting. Both sides have started a war. And you can't just kill the enemy if you want to. Isn't that just empty talk? This feels a bit like not blaming everyone for the crime. What's even more amazing is, although Ryan seems to be so generous, as he promoted 16 gods at once and promoted them directly on the battlefield. In fact, he is not very generous. The total value of the fragments of the divinity that Ryan gave up was just over 20 index points. These 20 or so points are all key points, according to the algorithm of divine points and divine index. The index is the square of the points. So 34 and 35 points are still weak divine power, and 36 has just stepped over the threshold of weak divine power. Don't underestimate the difference. It's more than just a difference. It's a matter of life and death. I can be crushed to pieces by the Chaos Lord at any time versus the Lord cannot crush me unless he exhausts my divine power. The difference in mentality is like heaven and earth, along with the upgrade of gods. There is also the expansion of the kingdom of God and the expansion of the Angel Legion. And the combat power has almost doubled, even in a pantheon with multiple gods. This means that the main god has one less burden to look after. But at least, he has one more capable thug. Ryan's concessions may not be much, but more than a dozen gods have to owe Ryan a favor. Although Ryan seemed to be treating everyone equally, there were actually rules for who got what kind of Godhead fragment to advance. For example, his girl Fiona got the Godhead fragment war, which was very practical and useful. One promotion brought a combat power increase of more than 100%. A rough estimate was 150%. After all, the war priesthood means that even if she comes to the enemy's territory, she can still absorb a certain amount of divine power through the war phenomena around her. The endurance brought by this is something that the knight priesthood does not have. As for Leela, the goddess of singing who had given Ryan enough face and sang at Talon's promotion ceremony, She was promoted with the fragments of the literature godhead of the fallen god of literature. Just tell me whether this thing can add any bonus to combat power. It can't be said that it is useless. At least it helps Lear to be promoted to the weaker level of divine power. As for the old god Ceres, she was holding the fragment of the divinity of god of art and reptiles Vander. Well, a fragment of the godhead called various arts. In addition to promotion, theoretically it can allow her to dance better and have her own BGM. To express their gratitude, Lila and Ceres came to Ryan and gave a private performance to the physics school as a thank you. The only audience members were Ryan, his girl, and a bunch of second-generation disciples. If it weren't for the powerful goddess of love and beauty Susanna, who was here to express her gratitude but actually to supervise, Ryan dared to bet that Ceres would dance the way he wanted. A large number of chaos gods with weak powers were promoted, eliminating a crisis of destruction. But the undercurrent within chaos did not stop. Ryan has dealt with the good and neutral gods. But don't forget that there are still a group of evil gods watching him coldly. If Ryan was arrogant enough, he could just ignore them. At this point in time, they couldn't do anything. As a veteran Paradox player, betraying your allies is a basic practice. Some of the allies knew that these guys were incompatible with them and wanted to kill them. But due to the powerful enemy at hand, Ryan still had to focus on the main contradictions and let go of the secondary contradictions. Just after this collective promotion event, Ryan first approached the Lord of Hell and the Lord of Storms. After dealing with these two big guys, he found the orc god News. Genus was even unwilling to see him directly, even though Ryan called him via his divine mind. He could only see Genus's holy emblem, which was a single scarlet eye that never closed. What do you want to talk to me about? I don't think there is anything to discuss with you. If you threaten me with the power of faith, you don't have to provide it. His harsh words proved that he already knew about the fate of the orcs on the Chaos continent. Ryan decisively passed the buck. Hey, you can't say that. It was the Barbarossa Empire, which believed in the god of knights, that counterattacked the orcs and took over the 5 northern provinces. I was just helping out. Fortunately, Fiona couldn't hear this. Otherwise Ryan would have spread her legs apart and written the word miserable on her thighs, no matter what she said. News was silent. This actually makes sense. He didn't even know that the night god was a goddess, let alone knowing about Fiona and Ryan's mess. At least on the surface, it was the night goddess with weak divine power who was carrying the banner. And the one who should be blamed was Tempest, the god of war. The orc pantheon and the human pantheon have been mortal enemies since ancient times. There is nothing to say, and no need to wash them off. If you have something to say, say it. If you have to fart, fart it now. The way orcs do things, from mortals to gods, is simple and rough. You can talk to Tempest about your followers. It has nothing to do with me. I know all the shit that the spider goddess has been instigating recently. These words immediately confused Genus. No, you're such a spider lady. You keep saying that only the 4 main gods know about this. But it has already reached Ryan's ears? You are famous for your conspiracy. Is this how you do things? What do you think you are doing? This is treason. Maybe we will die first. News didn't realize at all that Ryan was tricking him, and immediately downgraded the spider goddess's opinion to negative in his mind. When Ryan saw that Genus remained silent, he knew that his trick had worked. I admit, I don't like orcs. In fact, all human gods are the same. But for the sake of the overall goal of defeating the Lord of Chaos, I can make certain concessions on behalf of the good gods such as Pero. You speak. I listen. You also know about the world of Imas. I can make the crocodile god of Mohanad, and 1 or 2 additional animal gods. Your subordinate gods. When Genus heard what Ryan said, his first reaction was to laugh out of anger. It sounds ridiculous. Are you using other people's money to compensate me? Ryan's next words left News speechless again, of course. If you are determined to oppose me, I can also let the crocodile god and his men perish in the Ima's world. News was silent again. Ryan's move was similar to the Western Development Plan when the United States was founded. New immigrants were allowed to build railways all the way west from the 13 newly established North American states and build new frontiers. In exchange, the new immigrants would receive new land. Well, Indian land. Regardless of whether this matter lacks virtue or not. Just tell me whether this matter was successful or not. Chapter 602, What you borrow must be repaid. Ryan's proposal really touched Genus' heart. These evil gods are dissatisfied with Rin because they have not made a profit. and even their lifeblood is stuck. As luck would have it, Ryan found a new balance. The evil god had heard something about the world of Imas. Unfortunately, among the more than 200 gods left, there is not even one god with cross-galaxy perception ability. There were some in the past, such as the goddess of the magic web, the god of mages, and the god of travel and exploration. Unfortunately, they are all dead. Basically, the extent of the situation on the planet Imas depends entirely on Ryan or Sherry's verbal retelling. No one can verify whether it is true or not. They only knew that Ryan killed the corpses of gods that had fallen and been corrupted by chaos, and then snatched back some of the divinity and godhood fragments of each family. This is the asymmetry in battlefield perception and information. Ryan, who possesses a lot of modern knowledge on Earth, knows the principles of radar and how to read simple star maps. Even to this extent, he has already formed a dimensionality reduction attack on them in this regard. They have no temper at all. Of course, News knew that his family was not treated as well as the good and neutral families. They strengthened their own weaknesses, and the gods who became stronger were old partners who had cooperated for thousands of years. So there was no trust problem. He also knew that the good and neutral pantheons would also accept Mohan Ade as a subordinate god, even if the orcs received additional combat power. How far that guy would go, how he would carry out his work, and even whether he would come or not all depended on Ryan's words. Even though they knew Ryan didn't like them, their words were so heartwarming. Unless News immediately fights to the death with the other gods of chaos, the best outcome is to accept the olive branch extended by Ryan. News groaned for a moment. Are you really not a lawful evil deity? Ryan smiled. The chaos world will determine that I am lawful neutral. This statement has three meanings. First, I have the endorsement of the world's will. Second, I am taking care of the interests of the chaos world, and the Imas world has nothing to do with me. I am not a god in the Imas world. Third, this is my hometown. Why do you care about my camp? I can jump around in the 9 camps. Isn't that great? Using his intelligence, which was considered top-notch among the orcs, Gannis thought about it over and over again. But he didn't think Ryan would cheat him. There is no way. Lei is famous for being trustworthy in the world of chaos. Regardless of whether it was I will kill your entire family and not leave a single dog behind, or I will finish what I promised to do. Ryan never smashed his own sign. News made one final request. I want my kingdom of God's power to be replenished to 1/3 in the next faith power replenishment. Make a deal. The world is so impermanent and interesting. I know you want to kill me. You also know I know you want to kill me. Due to the situation, everyone understood it tacitly. As for how the two sides will fight out the dog brain land after dealing with the Chaos Lord, that is a matter for the future. At least today, everyone still has to live together. Ren went to Fiona after talking with Jub. When Fiona found out about this, she was so angry that she almost broke the holy sword of physics. You are the king of the outer domain, and you are embarrassed to make me a shield with a small and weak god of power? Just tell me, are you the one who has the most power of faith in the 5 northern provinces of Barbarossa? Ryan silenced the night goddess again. It was true that Ryan had stolen her power of faith before, but that was when she had lost contact with the knights. Now that she had been promoted to a weaker divine power, the kingdom of God had grown, and the demand for the power of faith had also increased. Regardless of whether Ryan took advantage of the situation in the process, it is an indisputable fact that the base of her faith was expanded. She really had no way to say anything bad about Ryan, so she could only apologize whimperingly. Ryan easily split up the evil camp that might have caused trouble. When he found the spider goddess, their spiritual thoughts were connected, and they remained silent for a whole minute. I will give you the scorpion god of Mohanad as your follower. Good. The whole conversation consisted of just 2 sentences. It's over. Does the spider goddess hate Ryan? Ryan almost destroyed all her faith among the drow, and she absolutely hated Ryan. Apart from her good sister Moon Goddess, who is her eternal enemy, and Pero with whom she has fought for thousands of years, Ryan can now replace the original goddess of the dead demon web and rank 3rd on the spider goddess death note. Unfortunately, she couldn't do anything about Ryan. Ryan not only strangled her energy supply, but also divided the evil alliance she had worked so hard to pull together. If she were the only drow pantheon working alone, she would have no choice but to escape from the battlefield. The consequence of this is, before waiting for her and the kingdom of the gods to fly to the chaotic mother star atmosphere, they will first set fire to pyre their gods and explode in the air. Since Ryan was willing to reconcile temporarily, Her only option was to go with the flow. There is no doubt that the scorpion god Seleucid, who is assigned to her, will be miserable. And being squeezed dry is his only fate. As for Ryan's last enemy in the world of chaos, the evil dragon goddess Tiamat, the supreme leader of the evil dragon delicacies, ignored Ryan at all. Ryan sent out a communication request, but the other party only replied with one word: get lost. Ryan shrugged. He wasn't annoyed. After all, this is the nature of the dragon race. If you don't beat her up, you will never get her respect. And Tiamat didn't rely on the power of faith to gain her current combat power. She trusted more in her own invincible dragon body. In a sense, she was the one who needed the least power of faith, and could also ignore the control of him as the logistics captain. After finally contacting a group of potential rebels, Ryan ran over to say hello to Pero. Pero expressed his understanding of Ryan very much. Thank you to the strategic planning of God in the rear. Anyway, everything is important. Well, everything is for order. Evil gods will have their own evil gods to deal with. Cana used a mask to block the gun. And then Hema, the gods of the family. The evil god is not okay. If the main god is not cruel enough, he will definitely make trouble in various ways. Even though Imus has not collapsed yet, Ryan has already arranged the entire Mohanad pantheon clearly. Chapter 603 Burn a Glass. The best performance of Ryan's control was to kill more than a dozen god-level chaos demons with weak or medium power, but intentionally left behind the ones with the greatest destructive power. For example, the god of fire, who was once a powerful god, and the god of suffering, who was of medium power. As bad as it gets, these two guys were sent by Chaos War Master Abaddon to beat Set. Since Chaos War Masters are themselves the product of chaos, chaos is notoriously unstable. Among all War Masters, the strong ones can suppress most powerful gods, while the weak ones are only at the level of medium-powered gods. Simply because a certain chaos demon had the ability to command more than 100,000 elite chaos demons, he was directly put into the position of War Marshal by the Grand Lord. Abaddon is the kind of person who can fight on his own, has a good command level, and can stand on his own. His appearance puts Seth under tremendous pressure. As a chaos giant 10 stories high, Abaddon has a body similar to the legendary Titan. He wears a fierce dragon horn helmet, and the horns on the helmet come from the chaotic evil dragon god of destruction Karikas. The visor of the helmet was open, revealing a bloated face that looked like a floating corpse, with a few sparse hairs on the chin like weeds in the wind. His giant left arm was covered with dried corpse spots. His right chest and right arm were robot-like metal limbs, and the rest of his torso and lower limbs were made up of large clusters of crystals and rocks. He exuded a hot and chaotic aura from head to toe, with flashes of fire, ice, lightning, etc. from time to time. Today, he has won a new title in the world of Ima's Destroyer, because he not only killed the god of destruction of the Chaos Dragon clan, but also just destroyed the kingdom of the Mohanad frog god Hakwid. Hakwid only survived with his divine body and escaped in a panic. Unfortunately, his attack seemed to have no effect on Seth. His swollen mouth suddenly opened 10 times wider, and a cluster of terrifying chaos-like cannon shot out from his toothless mouth. When the dull and unknown chaotic light clusters span a distance of kilometers, when the kingdom of the god kingdom on the ground, a leopard head, and a giant, who is also 10 floors appear. Stetchen, who was red, fiercely pointed out his left hand. He obviously had an intangible divine power on his hand, and he could restrict the chaotic power of the gum. Finally, Seth pushed hard, and the huge amount of chaotic power bounced back on the spot. Puff! The desert within a radius of 1 kilometer was affected, and rugged rocks, twisted tree roots, foul-smelling muddy springs, and all kinds of messy things appeared on the ground. Abaddon himself alone was unaffected. TSK, both sides spat at the same time. As an evil god with a priesthood of corruption, Set may be the one among the gods of Mohanad who is least afraid of the power of chaos. Direct chaos attacks have little effect on him. For Abaddon, this level of chaotic power recoil was nothing more than the power returning to its source. His huge body just shook twice, and the power that would have been enough to bring down another being was easily absorbed by him. It's not that Abaddon couldn't charge and head first. It was too risky. And secondly, the effect might not be good. He lifted his swollen eyelids and looked elsewhere. The Chaos Generals under his command, as well as the 2 Chaos gods who were his tools, the god of suffering and the god of fire, were all blocked. Seth is not alone. Set is directly in charge of a small pantheon. His wife Sethis is the goddess of fertility, as well as the patron saint of houses and the dead. She is a weak deity after all. Set has 2 sons. One is the less famous patron saint of the army, Upot, and the other is the more famous patron saint of the underworld, Anubis. The 2 of them easily held off the god of suffering and the god of fire, and even had enough energy to beat up other chaos generals. This is not the wife and daughter of Anbis. In the eyes of an outsider like Ryan, they are not gods. After all, they only have divinity and priesthood, but no fragments of the godhead. They are not gods in the strict sense of the word. In any case, Set has several core combat gods, who can force a few animal gods to come over and block his knives from time to time, plus a bunch of demigods, and tens of thousands of powerful angels, messengers, servants, and warriors of God. It is really difficult for Abaddon to deal with him. The situation was just like the one on the Chaos Mother planet, where the Grand Lord was unable to defeat Pero and his group, who were sticking together. These gods are so disgusting if the source of their power is not cut off. As the god of evil and destruction, Set's priesthood is very special, including corruption, desert, destruction, drought, night, and other priesthoods specializing in destruction. To a certain extent, what the Chaos Legion did just provided Set with a lot of divine power. This makes Set more durable and energy-consuming than his colleagues. In a sense, unless chaos completely corrodes the entire planet, the more it destroys the planet, the stronger Set's power will be. The Chaos Legion was notoriously stubborn and would keep fighting if they couldn't defeat someone. This is very funny. The 2 sides fought each other to the death, but the chaotic erosion of the Ima's world showed no signs of stopping. Abaddon did it on purpose. Set didn't care. When gods fight, mortals suffer. The living environment on the planet Imas is becoming more and more harsh. As a director and screenwriter, Ryan was very happy to see this scene. This is because he is afraid that his enemy will not die. But he is also afraid that his enemy will die too quickly. For a scourge like Set, if he doesn't die, it will be difficult for the Chaos Gods to mobilize the gods under him. Looking at Anubis with a jackal head holding the line on the screen, Ryan suddenly had a feeling of gold. Wood, water, fire. Yes. There is a lack of soil in his camp. No. Lay meant that he needed a gatekeeper. His disciples were of great use, and guarding the gate was not suitable for them. In the past, the multi-armed giant was fine as a gatekeeper. Now it is not cool enough. At most it can only guard the gate of town's new temple. I don't know why, but when I see this dog head, I have the illusion that Anubis must be the ultimate social animal saint. The feeling that even if he uses a pickaxe to mine, he will produce sparks all over the screen. It's a pity that Doghead's father Set is still alive, and Ryan can't dig him out. At this time, looking at the magic mirror in the Ren Mage Tower temple, and the Ima's planet gradually sinking into the power of chaos, Flora asked, Master, if the entire planet turns into chaos, will it further affect the surrounding shapes? Ryan replied casually, well, there is indeed a risk of spreading the chaotic power if it is cultivated. If necessary, burn some glass. The speaker may not have meant it, but the listener took it seriously. When Xiaorisi, who happened to be here and savored the essence of these words, her whole body was struck by lightning, and she was so shocked that she became speechless. Chapter 604 This is the rhythm of everyone becoming a god. Ryan is thinking about life. God's life. Why did things turn out like this? Obviously, he and this timid and party-loving dancing goddess were just casual acquaintances. So why did they become just nodding acquaintances? This story begins a few minutes ago. For some reason, Xiaorisi seemed to have triggered the key words of hypnosis. Suddenly, her state became wrong, and she insisted that Ryan send his people away. After Ryan did as he was told, he thought she had some Ima's secrets to report. But she actually started to dance a passionate dance with increasing defensive power. And finally she ran around like a real cat and accidentally got under Ryan's desk. After Ryan fed the cat a big mouthful of cat food, the mystery was finally solved. Lord Ryan, do you really want to burn the planet Imas into a glass ball? Xiaorisi's eyes were filled with awe and submission. Her breath hitched, and she looked up at Ren with longing eyes. She curled up into a ball like a frightened cat after being beaten. Ryan was in a delicate mood. He knew what was going on. It must be the fault of knowledge of the divine. Maybe Sherry saw some clips of him playing the game Stellaris. Your planet is in the way. making my Colossus of Destruction spin. In the game, Ryan's favorite thing to do was to fire a Colossus laser at the main star of the annoying race, and burn the entire planet into a molten state. But now, isn't Ima's, a planet covered entirely by sand, the best test subject for burning planet-grade glass? Another misunderstanding. Ryan felt that his head was full of black lines. He decided to leave the topic at that. This universe is shrouded in the dark cloud of chaos. It is only a matter of time before something happens to the world of Imas. How to deal with a planet that has been completely polluted by chaos is not decided by me, but by the gods of chaos. Hearing this, Xiaoruisi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God for your mercy. After all, it was her hometown. As long as the planet wasn't destroyed, maybe if they won in the future, they would have a chance to purify the planet and redeem it. Yes, I didn't mean to threaten you. It was just a misunderstanding. Ryan quickly distanced himself from the matter. This instead made Xiaoruisi's body stiffen slightly. She knew that it would be difficult for her to get close to Lu, the foreign god king who possessed supreme divine power. After a while, she was the gorgeous goddess again. But she couldn't hide the embarrassment on her face. Can we keep this as a little secret between each other today? In fact, Goddess Susanna is just overprotective of me. She doesn't really want to go against you. I know. Xiaoruisi bowed and left. Just as she was about to open the door and leave, Ryan's voice floated behind her. Next time, I will find a way to replenish you with more power of faith. Thank you. Thank God. The cat and the dancing goddess left, leaving behind their moral integrity. In fact, this was why she came. She was like a group of weak gods who were promoted collectively. Although being promoted could save her from being killed instantly, another problem came with it. The kingdom of God had expanded, and the consumption of divine power had also increased at any time. It was not just a small problem, but an increase in geometric progression. The demand for the power of faith had at least doubled. This made them, who already had limited divine power, even more stretched. If it is a pantheon with more supplies, it would be fine. At worst, the main god would make the decision and distribute them evenly, so that it can be balanced. It seems that Susanna's aesthetic pantheon is not good. The chaos god, who wasted divine power lavishly, was already disliked by Ryan, and he also belonged to the non-combat pantheon. Under normal circumstances, the priority of her power of faith replenishment was definitely the lowest. At most a little better than the evil gods, who had been deliberately strangled before. It's true that the Lord God's family has no surplus food. Now, Xiaoruisi felt as if she had committed a sin by taking advantage of the back door. Although she told herself that she couldn't do this, she had a feeling that she would probably come here more often. You have to rely on Ryan for Ima's affairs. And you still have to rely on Ryan for things on Chaos. The premise of being able to transmit the power of faith over long distances is that you really have that much power of faith. As a deity of weak power in the past, Sherry's had very few followers, and could not even support her now that she had been promoted. She either needs to expand the base of believers, or find a stable source of faith power. Nowadays, even the Chaos continent is in chaos. Unless she is the kind of art student who can affect the changes in the world line, artists will not be welcomed at this time. Sherry's was conflicted. As for Ryan, he immediately forgot about it. If he thinks about everything, the consequence will be that he will be completely busy. June 1st is the Children's Day, which is not a special day for the Chaos world. But on this day, as Ryan gave the front line a new wave of faith through the sun near the world of Imas, he fulfilled his promise to several evil gods. The Chaos Lord could no longer sit still, so he added 3 newly created Chaos regiments to Imas' side. This time, he did not dare to withdraw troops from the Chaos Mother Planet, but only transferred the second-line Chaos Legion from the planet ruled by the Chaos Gods that he had destroyed before. Even so, this may well be the final straw for the gods of Mohan AD. After Ryan learned the news through the secretly placed perception node, he couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, it is very difficult to control the score accurately. For him, it is ideal for Imas to remain undefeated, and the Chaos Legion to remain undefeated. This will give him enough time to purify more fragments of the Godhead. Perhaps life is like chess. If the opponent always wants to overturn the chessboard and doesn't play according to the rules, it will be a headache. On the same day, new news came from the physics school that the second disciple Harry Winston began to independently spread the defense doctrine. Those who were interested immediately understood that this was an attempt to build momentum for Harry's deification. In order to avoid confusion in doctrine, Harry chose to build momentum in his real hometown, the Kingdom of Anthony, a weak kingdom not much better than Marino, roughly in the southeast of the continent, close to the Southern Federation. There were only 200,000 people in the entire kingdom. When the king knew that his ancestors' graves were smoking and a child had become a disciple of the foreign god king, Rain, the king had already sent a letter to curry favor with him. Now Harry has started to build momentum, making many people scream with excitement. If Ryan only allowed towns to be a vassal, he could still say that he would only pass on the power to his eldest disciple. But now that Harry has also stepped onto the long steps to godhood, the meaning is very clear. It is very likely that all 7 disciples will be deified. If you think about it carefully, the 7 disciples that Ryan accepted are from different countries or regions. Doesn't this mean that all 7 countries are involved? When they thought of this, many big families who sent their outstanding children to traditional Orthodox religions would beat their chests and stamp their feet, regretting it. Even if some children have been promoted to legendary strongmen in the big religions, considering the characteristics of the disciples' magic system, wouldn't it be better to send it to Ryan to be deified? Chapter 605 Sustainability, Draining the Pond to Catch the Fish. Some people regret it. Some people are ecstatic. There was a period of time when nobles from various countries sent their second sons and daughters to Ryan for gilding. They thought it was just gilding, but it turned out to be more outrageous. It was the grace of the God King. That's an exaggeration. How can a golden thigh be as fragrant as the thigh of the God King? Not to mention those who later became high-level mages through advanced classes. Even the children of nobles, who had just completed the first period and became formal level 3 mages. At this critical juncture when chaos was approaching, their status also rose. What's strange is that some families even spread rumors that they would depose the eldest son and enthronize the youngest son. In the past, this kind of operation would definitely be criticized by the Orthodox Church of the Goddess of Nobility, who knew that the noble priests who strictly followed the nobility regulations seemed to have become deaf and blind, unable to see or hear anything. Some nobles also had this idea and secretly spread the word that they would give the position of eldest son to children who were not from the physical science school. The priests immediately jumped out and criticized them. All the nobles understood at once. It's not that the noble goddess doesn't work, but that even God can't afford to offend Ryan's school of physics. It is very important to figure out who has the thickest thigh in troubled times. Although it was only June, countless nobles had already gone to various physics schools to get information and inquire when the physics schools would start recruiting students in the middle of the year. They planned to sell everything they had to send their children to the physics schools, even if it meant becoming 4th-generation disciples. It was a bit unexpected that the School of Physics announced this time that it had strict requirements for the camp of apprentices. Only those who were lawful and neutral would be accepted, and young people with special talents from other sects would not be accepted. Even if they were shortlisted, they would be transferred to other sects. The physics school was so honest in its actions that it won a lot of favor from the leaders of various schools, and even the gods above. Now, Ryan, the transport captain, has sent 6 rounds of power of faith to the front line. Not to mention gods like Pero, who were given special care. Now except for those who were targeted. More than half of the power of faith of other gods in the outer plane temples of Chaos Continent has been lost, after the gods got through the initial stage of dying of thirst. One more drop of faith would mean a loss. They began to seriously consider how to preserve the world of chaos. If Ren's supplies were the Last Supper, they would fight the Chaos Lord before their power ran out. Many gods would surely perish. Cain was caught in the wonton, and left the pot to the world of the Maz. And there was the ability to pick up the corpses of more than 20 deities that had fallen. In this way, the style of play can be changed, and it can become an aggressive attack without having to fight desperately. On the other hand, only by preserving the continent of chaos can they receive a steady supply of faith. This is a very important transformation. From fishing out the pond to catch all the fish to sustainable fishing out of the pond. To push the front line, you will inevitably consume some mana. The continent of chaos alone cannot meet all needs. Therefore, the gods of the gods must be attentive to the development of their own denominations. Everyone hopes to expand their faith and not to offend Ren. The subtle change in the situation has undergone their crazy inquiries about the status of Ren disciples. Avoid those places, and then find ways to annex the believers who have fallen into the gods. For example, the Battle Church swallowed up the followers of the God of War, who had already been defeated. The Justice Church swallowed up the followers of the God of Suffering, Even Charis tried to swallow up the followers of the god of art and reptiles. Ryan seemed indifferent to all this. If more people study physics, it is true that the speed of washing the fragments of the divine nature can be slightly accelerated. However, even if there are tens of thousands more people, the acceleration will be less than 1 percentage point. He doesn't care about this point of his believers. But for other chaos gods, it is fate. Anyway, as long as there is a physics school, Ryan doesn't care about the non-religious people as long as they don't believe in evil gods. Compared with these mosquito meat, Rin is more willing to spend time spreading the thoughts of God to the surrounding star domain. Sometimes he had to thank the Lord of Chaos. If he hadn't indiscriminately slaughtered the people of Order, he wouldn't have had the chance to combine more god systems together to increase his strength. This gave Ryan more motivation to scan various star fields. And so, time came to June 24th. A very ordinary day. In the kingdom of Antony. The 65-year-old king smiles, like a withered chrysanthemum. Antony was so inconspicuous that even he, as a king, had never seen a few archbishops of the church in his life, let alone the incarnation of God. There is a major event for mortals in their own country. It is because of the frequent invasion of chaos. This amulet must be grasped even better. The king wanted to empty the treasury to hold a grand ceremony to deify Harry. Unfortunately, prices have skyrocketed recently. And Harry, being kind-hearted, repeatedly stressed that there was no need for a grand ceremony, which made the ceremony seem a bit low-key. However, when it comes to deification, it doesn't matter what mortals think about it. As I said before, the more gods that come, the higher the status of this new god in the world of gods. The last time the cat and the goddess of the dance danced, this time, was 2 hours in the warm field in front. In addition, the representatives of each major pantheon are almost the same as last time. Same recipe. Familiar taste. At least Harry's face has. Unlike his elder brother, Harry took thermodynamics as the core of his priesthood. In fact, Harry's knowledge of various subjects in physics is quite solid, and he can take on many priesthoods. The main reason is that the previously recovered corpses include the weaker goddess of winter. This goddess of the neutral evil camp has 2 core priesthoods, cold and winter. If you just change the camp, the workload can be saved by at least 80%. Theoretically, in order to quickly build up combat power, Harry could quickly be promoted to a weak divine power deity of divine rank 5, as long as the 21 points of divinity and 31 fragments of divine power she contributed were slightly shuffled. Considering that he urgently needed a large number of fragments of the godhead, Ryan decided to first promote Harry to a god of weak power at the godhead level 2. Including the fragments that Ryan had washed out in a complete way recently, Ryan had actually collected 64 fragments and was promoted to a weaker god of godhood 8. Unfortunately, the 2 kinds of divine fragments, portal and cold, thermodynamics, locked the divine power attributes of about 30 fragments. Ryan was already very satisfied. According to the system's calculations, if he reaches level 9 of divine rank, he will probably be able to use the portal to pull away most of the corpses of gods with medium divine power from the Ima's world. Chapter 606. Even looking at the entire history of the Chaos God realm, Ryan's promotion speed is rocket-like. This makes Ryan feel very good. Under normal circumstances, it is extremely difficult to advance by obtaining fragments of other people's divinity. To kill a deity, other gods will be alert. If you don't find a powerful god to protect you, you will be beaten to death in minutes. It's not like today. All the gods have gone away, and they are far away from home, and they still have to ask Ryan for permission on everything, and they are blocked in various ways. What's even more amazing is that not only will Ryan not be scolded for picking up corpses, but all the gods will thank him. There are more than a dozen god corpses, most of which are weak, and 3 are of low level. The fragments of the godhood added together are enough for him to be promoted to a god of medium power, provided that he has enough time to wash out the godhood. Fortunately, it looks like there is still time. Ryan's happiness was written all over his face, which made the distinguished guests who came to congratulate him have some extra thoughts. Susanna, the goddess of love and beauty from Chaos, is here, and she's as hot as ever. Today, she cried with a super U-shaped white robe and opened her navel eyes with a breath. To Ryan, her homely outfit seemed completely defenseless. When you choose to gaze at the deep scars of the goddess, the deep scars choose to blind your eyes. If his own girl did this, Ryan would definitely give her a taste of his own medicine. Unfortunately, she is a powerful deity, much more powerful than Ren. even if this is not her divine body, but an incarnation. And she is on the Chaos Mother planet, and cannot come back. Rin still does not want to have too much intersection with a chaotic waste demon. Mortal picking up girls. The god of the gods is a lot of money. Well, God in various senses. Anyway, whoever has more power of faith given to another family, someone will surely suffer. In Ryan's place, chaos gods are all raised by stepmothers unless there are special circumstances. Ryan simply pretended that he was deprived of his senses. He stared directly at the other person's face. But in fact, he was studying the structure of his belly button. Oh! It's an honor to once again invite the goddess of love and beauty to attend my disciples' promotion ceremony. The invitations must be sent to all gods. But whether they send representatives or not is another matter. Rin raised the cup in his hand politely. On the surface, this is a glass of wine. But in fact, anything will become extremely noble after adding a little divinity. It is not an ordinary divine nature. It is a natural divinity that is easily transformed. And it is close to the divinity without attributes. Just like Ryan dared to be weak and wait for the divine power to come with two subordinate gods. When you have so much divinity that you have no place to use it, you become a truly rich person. Susanna took a sip of the divine wine with her flaming red lips that looked small, but could open wide when necessary, and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. Don't even mention being your second disciple. Even if your remaining 5 disciples take turns to be deified, I will be there. Thank you in advance. Lei Junzi deliberately ignored the image of the other person's white neck raised when drinking. Unfortunately, Susanna immediately caught Ryan off guard. What's going on between you and Sherry's now? Lei, the hypocrite, pretended not to know Susanna's priesthood without blushing or beating his heart. Whatever you think is what it is. I don't want to explain. Ryan's straightforwardness made Susanna feel helpless. If it were any other god, Susanna might use her powerful divine power that could scare other gods to intimidate them. Rin is the outer king of God. She had no way of controlling Ryan. So she softened her tone, as long as it's not forced. I have no objection. Ryan glanced at her and said, in the final analysis, it's because you, the Lord God, can't give her enough sense of security. This time it was Susanna's turn to be speechless. The writing is powerful, but the reading is superficial. Her combat power is about the same as that of a medium-powered combat god. It doesn't mean that a medium-powered god can't be a main god. For example, the spider goddess of the drow is also at this level. But the spider goddess is vicious enough. And she is not weak in a head-on fight. Unlike her, who has obvious shortcomings. At this moment, Susanna thought a lot. Is Ryan hinting that I should also hug his thighs like Sherry's? No. Absolutely not. If so, am I still a powerful goddess? Perhaps out of reserve or stubbornness. Susanna pursed her lips and did not continue the conversation. She even forgot that she came here today to get some information on whether she could expand the faith in the 2 empires and supplement the power of faith that her family was spending more than it earned. At worst, just hold more grand parties. Bonfire parties, and the like are the best way to arouse the love among young men and women. Now, she couldn't ask a single word. Ryan didn't spoil her. Susanna was beautiful. But she was too extravagant. A typical spendthrift. There must be many male idols chasing her in peacetime. But unfortunately, when disaster strikes, everyone is thinking about survival first. Where would they get extra resources for her to sing praises of love and beauty? Ryan blocked her on purpose because he didn't want to hold too many banquets or parties. Any large gathering is bound to involve eating and drinking. And fine wine is even more indispensable. The price of going crazy is wasting food. Big Sister Susanna. Chaos Continent is almost entering the apocalypse. Wouldn't it be good to leave some food for mortals to help them survive these hard times? The tight food policy is bound to conflict with Susanna's demands. Ryan didn't push her too much, and just changed the topic to something meaningless. Then, the goddess of new sprouts, Sionlia, and the messenger of the mother goddess of earth arrived. Ryan just got away and strolled over to chat with the beautiful Sionlia. As a natural goddess with the nickname Dancer in the Glade, Sionlia's appearance is naturally quite good. However, her beauty is different from Susanna's plump beauty. Her beauty is more fresh and natural. The front armor is incomparable. It's just above average. But it has a pair of long legs with a high slit, which makes it quite powerful. Susanna thought Ryan was shameless in the past. But she never expected that Ryan was quite insightful in agriculture. This year's summer farming is very important. It concerns the life and death of mortals across the continent. I have already asked the Southern Federation to collect a large amount of guano as nitrogen and phosphorus fertilizers. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't know what nitrogen and phosphorus are. You just need to know that this can increase the fertility of the soil. There is no time to let the land rest. If we can't survive this winter, the whole continent will be doomed. Chapter 607, Everything for Order. Susanna was extremely surprised. She saw the messengers of the Sprout Goddess, and the Earth Mother Goddess nodded continuously. The messenger even took out a notebook to write down the key points on the spot. My laws of physics can restore the laws of the Earth to a certain extent. But this is not enough. If we recover the remains of animals and plants and bury them in the ground, we should be able to restore the vitality of the Earth. Zionlia frowned. This seems to be the realm of death. I am responsible for convincing the Grim Reaper. That's fine with me. The gods were all surprised. But they didn't know that Ryan's so-called knowledge of agriculture was purely the awakening of the rabbit family's farming talent. After talking for nearly half an hour about how to increase grain production, Ryan realized that all the gods were staring at him. Night Goddess, does physics also include agriculture? No. And you? I understand a little. The gods were all dumbfounded. Is this what you call a little understanding? The Earth Mother Goddess is in charge of human farming, and the Sprout Goddess is generally in charge of forest farming and forestry. Both of the natural goddesses follow Ryan's lead. And you still call them ignorant? Ahem. We can talk about trivial matters later. Today is the day my disciple will be deified. Let's continue drinking and have fun. After the first apprentice became a god, everyone actually had experience. The next steps were just a replica of Towns' experience. Only Harry's school of thermodynamics would record these things in detail. No one else would write about them in detail. Even if they were included in the novel, readers would criticize them for being too wordy. The deification ceremony was completed 1 day later. In the eyes of others, this was the prototype of a huge pantheon. Most of the pantheons in the Chaos world are just a few small cats, such as the Battle Pantheon, which consists of a battle god Tempest, a weaker Fiona, and a weak lion god. This is a recognized pantheon. Even by this standard, Ryan's pantheon is qualified. After all, he is a god king from the outer realm, plus 2 subordinate gods with weak divine power. But no one knew that Ryan's true form was just a weaker divine power. It's really bold to dare to play with the gods. Not only did Ryan dare to do this, he also dared to play 1 against 7. Maybe he hasn't even reached the middle level of divine power, but he's already running around the streets with 7 disciples with weak divine powers. It's all about poker. The game is that the other party dare not bet whether he is really the god king of outer realm. No matter how the outside world views the physics school theology, the momentum and presence have been established. It was already July, and as Ryan carried out the 6th supply mission to the front line, almost every one of the more than 200 gods of chaos received half of the reserves accumulated in the outer plains of the Chaos continent. The front line cannot be said to be unstoppable, but at least it is advancing steadily. The Chaos Lord finally began to react. Something's wrong. Abaddon has forced those bastards on the planet Imas into this state. So why are they still sending out supplies of the power of faith? When a planet or a large plane is infected by more than 50% of the power of chaos, the laws of order will become abnormal, and many spells and divine arts will become ineffective. Not to mention the large-scale multi-god system and ultra-long-distance transmission of the power of faith. Dajun was never an idiot. He knew that he was mostly dull. Supreme Lord of Chaos, should we continue to attack the gods of Mohanad? Without hesitation, the Maharaja ordered, continue the attack. Yes. As the Chaos side, it is up to them to decide when to start the war. But it is not up to them to decide when to end it. Chaos and order are like water and fire. This life and death relationship is doomed to be irreversible. Both sides are fighting each other to the point of being dog brains. Can such a deep blood feud be easily resolved? If the Lord of Chaos apologizes and says, I hit the wrong person. Actually, I wanted to hit the Chaos gods. Will the Mohanad gods stop and even join forces with Chaos to beat up the Chaos gods? This is really impossible. Moreover, the Lord of Chaos was also worried that the gods of Chaos would use diplomatic means to bring the god Mohanad into the coalition. In this case, he would be under greater pressure on the front battlefield. Instead of doing this, it would be a good idea to destroy this much smaller order god system first. After all, by destroying a planet, you could obtain a huge amount of chaos power. and then cultivate a large number of chaos demons. This bandit style of play is the classic snowball style. And the key is not to stop. Once they stop, even without external enemies, they will devour each other. And eventually they will not be able to maintain the most basic balance and will eventually kill themselves. Therefore, the attack on the world of Imas will continue to intensify. And the Grand Prince has sent several second-line chaos regiments over. But this time, he sent out more chaos demons with the ability to fly in space, and had them drift around the planet Imas, especially trying to get close to the sun in the Imas system. This movement was discovered by Ryan at the first moment. Ryan also informed Pero. How serious is it? No. The Chaos Lord just noticed something was wrong and started searching. Two giants fighting will not stop until the winner is decided. Not to mention that Mohan Ade does not even have the right to surrender. Will it affect the supply of the power of faith? Obviously. This is what Pero is most concerned about. With my current means, the Lord has not yet discovered that the power of faith comes from the chaos world. It is hard to say if the number of times the supply is too high. What should I do? It's time to bring out another group of our potential allies. Ally? A scapegoat? Pero was too lazy to complain about Ryan. He has questioned Chaos World will more than once. Why this old coin was classified as lawful neutral. Putting aside the position of his butt. Just looking at his style of behavior. What else could it be but lawful evil? Oh! It's for the benefit of the entire Chaos World. Then I don't question it. I recently happened to discover a somewhat weird pantheon. But it's a bit far away. How far? It is about 6 small galaxies away from the Chaos Mother Star. Pero sincerely admired Ryan's ability to search for enemies across galaxies. With his knowledge, he certainly couldn't understand what astrophysics was. In fact, Ryan didn't know much about this branch of physics, let alone master it. It's amazing that Ryan can use his divine power to build a large astronomical telescope for himself. The gap between the spatial cracks through the astronomical telescope in the Chaos World. Crazy collecting the optical images of each galaxy. And the system enhanced by the divine power for spectral analysis. Compared to searching the unique divine power of the gods. And really searched for Ren. After a long silence, Pero finally spoke. As for the details, I don't want to know. Everything is for order. Everything for order. The pantheon that took the bullet this time was simply the defeated Aztec pantheon. Unfortunately, Ryan had no idea about their divinity and fragments of their godhood. Because this is a system of gods that remain after a brutal war. And all of them are chaotic and evil. Chapter 608, As Faith. Ryan himself felt that even before he traveled through time, there would not be many Chinese players who could recite a few names of the more than 200 Aztec gods. At best, they knew that there was a Quetzalcoatl. But as for the full name of Quetzalcoatl, that was just a joke. A bunch of names that are enough to make your tongue tie. I don't know if this is a parallel world or what. But this looks very much like a collection of Aztec gods. And it can be said to be a completely evil version. When they completely gave up on expansion, they started to kill each other in an extremely cruel way. Ryan secretly scanned it with his divine sense and got goosebumps on the spot. Ryan roughly estimated that this Aztec plane had a population of 30 million in its heyday. But now there are only 3 million left. At the moment when Ryan was spying, an evil god happened to defeat another evil god and captured a large number of people. Then what is he playing? He had the prisoners play a game similar to basketball. In the Colosseum, which looks like a basketball court, there is a stone ring standing up 20 meters above the ground. Similar to a basket. 30 people from each side try to throw their own ball into the stone ring. The stone ring is not big, with a diameter of about 40 centimeters. There are 3 rules in the entire game. First, throw the damn basketball into the ring. Second, the team who thrown into the team to survive. The loser group all the blood festival. Third, no weapons are allowed. There is no rules left. Which means that either have a shot master who is in the soul, or kill all the opponents in a physical sense, and prevent them from shooting. Then fundamentally solve the problem. This cruel game is destined to be extremely bloody. Whenever a group decides a winner, the referee team will come out, wield their bronze blades, and devour all the members of the losing group alive. Well, literally eaten alive. This is a completely evil version of the Aztec plane, where more than 200 gods attacked each other, and eventually were reduced to the current 30 or so gods. All evil gods. All crazy. Logically speaking, these guys can kill themselves without even any external enemies. This is about the land of this dimension, which is really fertile. Even with the backward productivity of slavery, it is not a problem to support tens of millions of people, since babies would become part of the labor force, and they also had to cope with the frequent demands of war. All families tried their best to have babies. If nothing went wrong, it was common for a family to have 7 or 8 brothers and sisters. Then each evil god took people back to become believers and continue the war. What's even more outrageous is that a large number of evil gods will be unable to absorb the power of certain hostile gods. So some powerful evil gods will be forced to split into 2 or more gods and continue to kill each other. So much so that after these gods have been combined, fused and split countless times, now even an original Aztec god cannot be found. Such a chaotic and crazy world. Ryan felt his sanity value drop crazy just after reading it. Even though this world is so outrageous, the system still judges that this is an ordered world based on the law of the jungle. All evil gods. But order? It sounds magical. But the fact is that a chaotic order is also an order. And it is fundamentally different from the chaotic force that completely subverts all laws. Because of this, Ryan had no psychological burden and played the role of shifting the blame to someone else for the second time. In the next 3 times of replenishing the power of faith, he intentionally or unintentionally allowed the spies deployed by the Lord of Chaos to discover the true direction of the source of this power of faith. It was mid-July, when the 6 Chaos Legions marched towards this modified Aztec plane. Ryan smiled with relief as he watched the Aztec gods below suddenly unite and fight the Chaos army in a desperate battle. Ryan did not deliberately publicize his own achievements. After all, asking others to take the blame is not necessarily so glorious. He is a lawful neutral god with a strong character and great righteousness. Actively letting the Aztec gods take the blame is too unneutral. Of course, Ryan could say, I just casually changed the direction of the power of faith. Who would have thought that the Lord of Chaos couldn't find me? So he just randomly found a god system to beat? He can say, will other gods believe it? Ryan simply remained silent. This matter was not kept secret for long. The various main gods could not have been unaware of the unusual movements of the Chaos army on the Chaos Mother planet. At first, they discovered that when there was another chaotic team and 3 second-tier combat regiments left the Mother Star, they were very nervous, thinking that it was the Cana mainland as a supplier center. They sent a congratulations. As a result, Ryan couldn't do it. Well, here's the thing. I always use the same channel to send the power of faith. I feel it's unsafe. So I changed the direction of the transmission a while ago. Who knows? The Lord of Chaos found a pantheon over there whose members are all in the chaotic evil camp. The Lord may think that is our supply center. So he sent troops over to attack, no matter whether the main gods believe it or not. Ryan has the attitude that he is the first to believe it, and he will die with one bite. Okay. Do the Lord God believe it? As believed, they didn't think Ryan was insulting their intelligence. It was just a tacit understanding. If it wasn't Ryan's doing, they hoped it was true. If it was really Ryan who did it, they hoped to increase the intensity. The Lord of Chaos once again transferred troops from the front line, causing the power ratio between the 2 sides to change from the original 40% to 60% to the current 45% to 55%. The strength comparison is now quite close. The most direct manifestation on the battlefield is the reduction of the divine power consumption of the gods of the cows. And they also tentatively asked Ren, if I transform believers in the Cana continent, it would affect the defense power of the mainland. Ryan took a quick look at the report and found that the will of the Chaos world had taken effect. In recent months, more than 100 master-level warriors were promoted to legends. This is a very terrifying number, considering that previously an empire directly controlled only about 10 legendary warriors. Now they are popping up like mushrooms after a rain. This is definitely the power that the world will feels is threatened and is deliberately releasing to be obtained by mortals. Each sect should recruit no more than 5 legendaries, so it shouldn't have much of an impact. The legendary strong goes to the kingdom of God. Generally, the benchmark is the head of the angels who lead hundreds of angels, or the gods directly under the gods, as the archangel of the elite assault forces. It is definitely a strong combat power of the middle level. Ryan's agreement showed that he had absolute confidence in protecting the Chaos continent. The gods were truly relieved during this little trial. During this time, the gods came to Ren more frequently here. Luna's voice came from outside the door. My lord, Goddess Susanna has come to see you again. When she heard Susanna's name, the white skirt that was sticking out from under Ryan's desk shrank inward as if frightened. Ryan glanced at his nodding acquaintance. Tell her I'm busy. Chapter 609. The Fall of the Nine-Pillar Gods. Susanna lamented when she heard Luna's conversion of Rin. She knew that she was becoming increasingly unwelcome. Not only in Rin, but in all pantheons. She looked at the god of chanting, Liurla, and saw the worry in each other's eyes. The assignment of tasks on the Chaos Mother Planet's front line. Even if they are considered non-combat gods and are included in the second echelon, the heavy tasks still make it difficult for the angels of their family. These girls who were only responsible for singing and dancing when they were mortals are promoted to angels and are treated as sword dancers and charged to the front line. This difference in combat talent is more obvious as the level increases. Rin did not supply the neck of the beliefs of Susanna and Liurla. Even so, their faith power was not enough. Throughout the entire Chaos continent, the only place that still has the potential to develop large-scale faith power is the Barbarossa Empire. Because of the special circumstances of the past 100 years, the God of Knights, a weak god, has a vast faith territory that does not match his godhood. In other periods, this would have inevitably been a grand multi-party war of gods. Not now. The righteous father of the Cavaliers was Tampus, a god of fighting. And the current actual controller of this site today is Rin. The bad thing is that Ryan directly adjusted all the countries on the continent to a wartime economy. Behind the scenes, everyone said that this was the god of war's economy, which strictly controlled food, stored it in multiple locations and in multiple ways, and strictly guarded it, prohibited brewing, and imposed extremely heavy special taxes on the entertainment industry. In addition, the military industry was fully utilized, and artillery, mortars and other heavy equipment were mass-produced. The artillery SH.LS were enchanted with various elements to deal with possible chaos demon attacks. Everyone understands the truth. Just in this way, it is difficult for a goddess like Susanna to have a way, whether to shrink or reduce. That is the question. Contraction means short-term contraction. To reduce means to cut it off directly. Either choice would be extremely painful. However, because of her powerful divine status, leaders like Pero would not assign her tasks of weaker gods just because she is a non-combat goddess. Susanna suddenly asked, Liurla, have you seen Sherry's recently? Well, she often takes Ryan's mission to the planet Imas. Oh, that is. How? Her power of faith seems to be quite sufficient. And she has recently mobilized a number of legendary tigers as sacred beasts, as vanguards. Their combat power is quite impressive. In fact, the same question was asked by Xia Ruisi at this moment. Rin smiled and touched her face. If you say that the tiger is the cat, the tiger and the cat are cats. No problem. It's just that the cat is 100 million points bigger. Xia Ruisi was amused. Then, there shouldn't be hundreds of tigers that are all legendary. Ryan held his chin in his hand, looked at this acquaintance, and smiled wickedly. Secret? You are bad. To Ryan, Sherry's was a refugee, but she didn't dare to blatantly leave Susanna and jump to his side. Ryan naturally wouldn't raise her as his own girl. Sometimes it's like that. It's better to steal something. Since it was just a superficial relationship, Ryan only needed to give a little bit of benefit. Ryan had already used his unique skill of exploiting bugs to quickly train high-level talents in the training of mages. And now he was just applying it to the breeding of tigers. Generally, a legendary tiger has a challenge level of 9. Even if it is injected with divine power and raised into a holy beast, it can only be level 15 at best. The holy tiger, which is a rare commodity for Sherry's, is actually just an ordinary battle angel under the command of a combat-oriented god like Pero. What's more, these holy tigers can't fly. This is something you really can't learn. Anyway, this thing is good for coaxing girls. If both sides really want to use their big moves, these big cats will be useless. At the very least, it needs to be of the same level of big mushroom smoke. Long core, setting sun round to be impressive. Anyway, since Ryan couldn't get rid of Susanna, he couldn't get Xia Ruisi, so he was not in a hurry. After sending Xia Ruisi away, Ryan began to put his mind into the Ima's world again. Here, the golden dragon girl Isel bowed and looked at the goddess Xia Ruisi, who slipped out of Ryan's study with the corner of her eyes. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Things are getting more and more twisted these days. She had thought about competing with her mortal enemy for a place under the desk before, but she didn't expect that she would have to compete with a genuine goddess now. What a waste of money. Don't underestimate this position. Sophia and Margaret, who have been waiting, have now been given deity and become real gods. The only one left there was Anna. I still can't even earn that position. Of course, Ryan didn't have time to care about the little female dragon's little thoughts. He was paying attention to the battle situation in Imas. By July, the chaos corruption on the planet Imas was getting higher and higher. After the Imas world will sense the arrival of Ryan's will, it spoke more and more pleasantly. Unfortunately, Ryan ignored him. The degree of corrosion reached 60%, and the first round of collapse was caused by two animal gods, the elephant god and the scarab god. The corrosion of the earth was a fatal blow to the believers of these two gods with weak divine powers. The second one to collapse was Tefnut, the god of rain. His duty is to collect water from rivers and lakes and then water the earth in the form of rain. The earth is full of water sources polluted by the power of chaos, and he sends rain to help spread the chaos. At a time when the entire world was infected by chaos and space began to become unstable, the kingdom of God could no longer stay in the cracks in space and had to land on the earth, becoming the kingdom of God on earth in the standard sense. The two animal gods with weak divine power and the weaker divine power of Tefnut were killed by the chaos general and his army. The kingdom of the gods was destroyed, and the gods' bodies could not escape being reduced to god-level chaos demons. Tefnut herself is not weak, but she is the embodiment of disorder in this pantheon, and she appears very vulnerable in the face of the power of chaos. The most important thing is that she is one of the 9 core gods of Heliopolis in the pantheon. Her death was a huge psychological blow to the Mohanad gods. Many Mohanad gods began to seriously consider joining the chaos gods. Coincidentally, Ryan showed his divine power, and his target was Tefnut, the former goddess of rain. As a chaos demon, Tefnut's appearance at this time is quite abstract. She is like a huge humanoid paste that is 5 stories high. It has no facial features, and its skin, which is a bit like dumpling skin, is filled with turbid, paste-like liquid underneath. The colorful liquid fills the entire body of the god. Chapter 610, Vulture God King. Ryan let the divine power pass through the portal and extended a god-level magic hand made up of frost elements to it. As soon as the giant hand containing a huge amount of frost appeared, it grabbed Tefnut's body with one hand. That huge hand, let alone grabbing such a little man, who was only 5 stories tall, seemed to be able to freeze the entire sky. The shadow of the finger swept across the earth, darkening the sky above the battlefield. This scene just saw the love and beauty goddess Hazel, the goddess of Mohanad. What a powerful power this is! Hathor, who was not far away from the kingdom of God, showed a shocked expression. Don't forget that Ryan is now performing cross-border spellcasting. Even though the world of Imas was eroded by the power of chaos and no longer had a world barrier, the fact that spells could be cast across multiple galaxies could still be so powerful had to shock Hathor. This is the versatility of physics. Ren's physics-sealed god in the Kana world relies on systems and physical understanding of energy and elements. In fact, if Ryan did not have the power of faith offered by the gods of chaos, he would not be able to play this style of play with an energy loss rate of more than 70%. In the eyes of this goddess of love and beauty, it became a symbol of boundless divine power. This huge hand that seemed to cover the entire sky made a terrifying scream in the air because of its high-speed movement. The hand was getting smaller and smaller, but the power of the god in the unit volume was increasing. When the hand of God came upon Tefnut, it was a giant hand of icy air that just caught her. Crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds were heard. At the moment of Typhuster, who was in the state of liquid giant, the cold dynamic ripples on the contact surface were centered on the contact surface and expanded to all directions. At that moment, the huge degenerate body slowly slowed down in the eyes of the world. She continued to struggle instinctively, more turbid water gushing out of her body, as if she was trying to resist the icy vapor in Ryan's hand. But the result was that a mixture of ice and water began to surge inside her body. She was so aggressive, but she was suppressed more and more. The ice vapor containing the mysterious power of a higher dimension froze her into a huge lump in less than half a minute. At this moment, her body made a loud bang sound. The huge body of the god became brittle due to being frozen, and could not withstand the kneading of the big hand, so it was actually crushed to pieces. A distorted female body the size of a human appeared in the center. Ice Steam's big hand continued to pinch, and the fallen goddess seemed to be frightened. She let out an unclear scream and kept struggling. A mud-red light shield appeared around her. This was her last struggle, falling off and being eroded by the chaotic power. leaving her strength. How many grades have been reduced at this degree of imprisonment in the past? As long as she played all her strength, she could still disintegrate her. But now there is no way. He could only stare with one cloudy eyeball, and open the other eye socket that had lost its eyeball wide open, and watch himself being dragged into a portal with a diameter of 10 meters by the icy hand. Puff! Like a poor prey dragged into the water by a crocodile. The once glorious Enya had completely disappeared from the Ima's world, after crossing the vast distance of the galaxy. When she landed on the world of chaos, she was already a peaceful corpse. This trick by Kauza's sunshine seems to have a little warmth even the corpse. And the corpses seemed to be a little dim. Ryan had no habit of desecrating corpses, so he easily turned her into an acquaintance. After a while, a ball was quite clear, combining the light balls of divine and divine fragments. So they suspended in the air, next to Ryan. Towns and Harry took a step forward and looked at it carefully. Master, this shouldn't be an illusion. These gods who have just fallen have been less corroded by the power of chaos than the previous batch of god-level chaos demons born from chaos. We should be able to extract clean divinity and fragments of godhood faster. Towns said seriously. Big brother, isn't this what my disciples often say? While the heat is on? Oh my god! Can you be a master? Beat them up. Towns gave Harry a speechless look. But before Towns could say anything, a divine hand slapped Harry on the forehead. Harry screamed, Master, I am already a god. Can you give me a little face? Ryan rolled his eyes at the funny disciple and said, Even if you become a powerful god, you are still my disciple. Woo! The great god of thermodynamics let out a cry like a small animal. At least Harry was right about that. Extracting divinity and fragments of godhood from recently fallen gods has a higher recovery rate and requires less effort. Not long after, Ryan dragged back the elephant, the scarab god, who had fallen into chaos demon. The corpse who dragged back and rotted into a chaotic demon. This is an irreversible operation. Here is the corruption of the Mohan Ade god. In fact, it can be said that it is the speed of reducing the planet's corrosion. What? This bastard, Set, who claimed to be the lord of the gods of Mohanad, gnashed his teeth in hatred. On the other side, Horus Ray also fell silent. In the eyes of more than 40 Mohan Ade gods, this was Ryan's final threat and warning to them. You don't have to surrender. I can get what I want from your corpses anyway. Domineering? Cruel? Cold? Vicious? It seems that at this moment, it would not be wrong to apply all negative adjectives to Ryan, the god king of the outer realm. What's even more amazing is that all the gods of Mohan Ade know that if they were in Ryan's position, they would do the same. Originally, the two major pantheons were hostile to each other, so there was no reason to help the rival pantheon at will. To be honest, for a god king like Ryan who has great power and vision, it was very kind of him not to take advantage of the situation at this time. He killed a newly born god-level chaos demon in order to weaken the chaos camp. I don't know who first came up with the new term, but Ryan's nickname Vulture God King quickly spread throughout the god realm. Everyone hates vultures because these disgusting creatures seem to be announcing that a person's death is approaching. Sometimes, the person does not even need to be completely dead, and they will pounce on the victim and eat him alive even if the person is still in the dying stage. When this nickname was passed back to Ryan's ears through Sherry's, Ryan shrugged nonchalantly. Whether it is decent or not is their own choice. I am willing to give them decentness, but they insist on dying in an undignified way. Who can I blame?